May 25, 2015. The EFL Championship. The Promotion Playoff Final. Middlesbrough vs Norwich City. The match reached the 78th minute. Since each side had scored a goal in the first half, the score had remained 1-1. Outside the stadium, night had fallen and all was silent. Inside, white floodlights blazed and the roar of the crowd rang through the sky. Every player from both sides was sprinting with unsparing effort. Compared with the Championship, the Premier League offered a higher level of competition, immensely attractive salaries, and top-tier exposure. It was also an indispensable springboard to the most prestigious competitions. The boost to a player's career development was undoubtedly enormous. Although the Premier League had been somewhat overshadowed in recent years by La Liga, which boasted a peerless pair of superstars, its allure remained undeniable. It was precisely for this reason that the Premier League held a fatal attraction for professional footballers. Apart from a transfer, a club's promotion from the Championship was another route onto the Premier League stage. At that moment, among the players in black and white on the green pitch was a yellow-skinned, black-haired player. He was standing at the top of the penalty arc in front of Middlesbrough's box, especially conspicuous. The player was named Hanley, Norwich City's starting center forward, wearing the number 9 shirt. And since Hanley was in that position, it mostly meant Norwich's attack had pushed deep into Middlesbrough's half. Bradley, Norwich's midfielder, was in possession near the left touchline in Middlesbrough's half. He keenly noticed that Hanley in front of the penalty area was momentarily unmarked. A powerfully weighted through ball skimmed across the turf and reached Hanley's feet at great speed. The defenders had actually left Hanley a huge pocket of space in front of the penalty area. The Middlesbrough goalkeeper, feeling as though a fishbone were stuck in his throat, roared, "Damn it! Don't let him shoot." At the same time, he lowered his center of gravity, ready for the shot Hanley might unleash at any moment. Before the goalkeeper's words had even faded, the Middlesbrough defenders had already moved forward, quickly preparing to intercept and block. Bang! The opportunity flashed by. The instant the defender's leg stretched out, Hanley had already completed an extremely fluid, incomplete shooting motion. The entire stadium focused on the football, which shot out like an arrow from a bow. Whoa! As the fans' collective groan of regret rose, the Middlesbrough goalkeeper leapt high and tipped the ball over the crossbar. Watching the ball fly beyond the goal frame, Hanley's gaze gradually went blank. His teammate Houlihan, seeing Hanley acting somewhat off, thought he was still regretting the shot. Houlihan patted Hanley on the shoulder and consoled him. "Hey Han, that was a beautiful shot, but the match isn't over yet." Hanley's vacant gaze returned to normal and he nodded at Houlihan. Actually, Hanley was not regretting the missed shot. It was the voice that had sounded in his head after he completed the shot that left him momentarily stunned. Ding! The host has completed a truly magnificent shot. Though the net was not breached, it deserves encouragement. Atlas Illumination 05. Congratulations. Van Nistelrooy, the king of the 6-yard box, has reached 100 Atlas Illumination and has been automatically fused for the host. Atlas rating S rank. Effect when the host is inside the penalty area: shooting 10, positioning 5, heading 8, strength 5. After nearly half a season and over a dozen matches, Hanley had finally fully illuminated his first Atlas. Before the Atlas was fully illuminated, there was a proportional relationship between the illumination percentage and the attribute growth it brought. After full fusion, the increase became a direct qualitative leap. Half a year earlier, Hanley had unexpectedly transmigrated and become this dragon-blooded footballer. A system was standard equipment for a transmigrator. Unsurprisingly, Hanley obtained his own system as well. His system was called the 100-Star Atlas, and Van Nistelrooy, the king of the 6-yard box, was one of its Atlas entries. Van Nistelrooy had always been regarded by Hanley as his idol. So Hanley chose Van Nistelrooy, the king of the 6-yard box, as the first Atlas to illuminate. Throughout his entire Manchester United career, Van Nistelrooy scored 150 goals, with only one coming from outside the penalty area. The title king of the 6-yard box was truly well earned. Though he was the king of the 6-yard box, Van Nistelrooy actually posed considerable threat across the whole penalty area. Hanley, who had been waiting for this moment, was overflowing with excitement. In such a crucial match, he had gained such a crucial boost. After nearly 80 minutes of fierce battle, Hanley's adrenaline surged sharply. His confidence reached its peak once again. Back in the match, Hanley walked into Middlesbrough's penalty area. His shot had won Norwich a corner kick. Upon entering the penalty area, Hanley immediately felt the boost. His running routes became clearer and the goal seemed larger. Even his body felt stronger when facing the close-marking physical defense of Middlesbrough's defenders. Hanley handled it with exceptional ease. Norwich player Houlihan fixed his eyes on Hanley, who was inside the penalty area. Standing 188 centimeters tall, Hanley was one of Norwich's main aerial scoring threats. As Houlihan raised his hand and signaled, the corner kick flew straight toward the near post. Norwich's corner routine was for the attacking players to move collectively toward the far post. This dragged the opposing defenders along, leaving the near post in a vacuum. Hanley shoved a defender away with some force, using the momentum to ghost into that open area. At the same time, he launched himself high and threw his head at the ball arriving overhead. Reacting quickly, the Middlesbrough goalkeeper rushed to the right side of the goal. His intention was clear. If he could seal the near-post, Han Lee's header from that position would hardly threaten. This was also one of his responses to Norwich's corner tactics. However, Han Lee would not let him have his way. Little did he know I was going to use that very habitual thinking of his to catch him off guard and strike when he least expected it. As his mind raced ahead, he was about to drive into the ball, tilted slightly back. With the Atlas boost, Han Lee's point of impact was more precise. With a subtle, almost effortless redirection, Han Lee slightly changed the ball's path. It then dipped in an eerie arc straight toward the bottom left corner of the goal. The ball drilled into the net under the gaze of every player. The Middlesbrough goalkeeper, dumbfounded, could only crouch and watch the ball leave the range he could save. Minute 80. 1-2. Norwich had completed a comeback. The goal hero Han Lee celebrated with a long knee slide all the way to the corner area where his own fans were gathered. The fans were just as crazy, waving flags and sending drink flying everywhere. Their leaning bodies showed that if not for the barriers, they would have already charged onto the pitch. Premier League. Premier League. There are still 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. We're coming. That was the common thought in every fan's mind at that moment. No, not just the fans, the players and coaches as well. Every one of them was celebrating the goal wildly. The atmosphere was no less than if they had won a Premier League title. When the chief referee blew the final whistle, the fans, who could no longer contain themselves, burst through the security line and flooded onto the pitch from all directions. We've been promoted. We've been promoted. The cries rose and fell without end. Some fans had already lit the colored smoke flares they had brought with them, instantly making the atmosphere in the stadium even more blazing. Before the players could celebrate, they were swept apart and surrounded by the fans. Han Lee watched as a fan rushing onto the pitch knocked a security guard flying onto the turf. He could not help but shiver. Are English fans really this crazy? Just as Han Lee was about to withdraw quickly from Wembley Stadium, a burly man grabbed him. Hero. Han, you are our hero. Then, with the help of the fans around him, the big man put Han Lee onto his shoulders and paraded him around the entire stadium. Although the victory and the fans' enthusiasm made Han Lee happy, that burly, bearded man's shoulder was genuinely painful to sit on. This unconventional celebration lasted for quite a while before it finally ended. After the match, Norwich City's dressing room was in a somewhat disordered state. Clearly, the Norwich players had just been celebrating exuberantly here again. The players now sat in a circle with head coach Neil standing in the very center of the dressing room. Lads, every one of you performed beautifully. We won the match and stepped onto the Premier League stage, and every one of you has an indelible part in it. Now let's give yourselves a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The players began clapping and hooting. The excitement and joy of victory still not faded. Especially Han Lee. His growth this season is evident to all of you. It was because of his stepping up in critical moments that we secured the playoff qualification. And it was precisely his beautiful header in this match that brought us the victory. Let's all applaud him. Holohan gave Han Lee a shove, and the players nearby immediately joined in with raucous cheering. Han Lee walked openly to the center of the dressing room, raised the champagne bottle in his hand, and sprayed it freely at the teammates around him. Instantly, the dressing room plunged into uproar again. Unlike the scene when Han Lee had first joined the team, every cheer from the others now felt utterly sincere to him. Captain Han's improvement is really fast. When he first came, he couldn't even control the ball cleanly. Now he has completely become the sharpest weapon in our team. You said it. But Holohan, if you could withstand Lopez's training, I believe you could improve just as much. Norwich captain Howson said meaningfully. Holohan, hearing this, stiffened and shivered uncontrollably, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Captain, forget it. Training intensity like Uncle Lopez's, only Han Lee can endure it. If it were me, I would have raised both hands and surrendered long ago. Hey, stop talking, look at the door. Howson tugged at Holohan, who was still talking animatedly, and Holohan looked toward the door. The Uncle Lopez they were talking about was standing there with a stern expression. Holohan smiled, awkwardly nodded at Uncle Lopez, and left with his things. As midnight approached, the Norwich players' frenzied celebration finally came to an end. Uncle Lopez walked into the dressing room, gathered Han Lee's gear, and slung it over his shoulder. Han Lee, for his part, said goodbye to his teammates one by one. A short while later, Han Lee and Lopez left the dressing room one after the other. Though they barely exchanged words along the way, they seemed perfectly in sync. You performed well today. You lived up to expectations. On the way home, Lopez's hands on the steering wheel no longer wore a stern look and took the initiative to praise Han Lee. Han Lee was slightly surprised. Despite being a foreigner, Lopez, unlike many foreigners, did not readily praise others. Even Han Lee, a player who spent day and night with him, rarely heard words of praise. Not bad from Uncle Lopez basically meant outstanding, Han Lee thought. Although Han Lee had been adopted by Lopez since childhood, he had always referred to him as Uncle. Uncle, about tomorrow's celebration. Before Han Lee could finish, Uncle Lopez suddenly changed the subject. However, at the 17th minute, you avoided physical contact. At the 30th minute, your standing foot was too close to the ball, and you miscontrolled it. And at the 78th minute, the transition into your shot was far too slow. Seeing Lopez list every flaw from the match without missing a single one, Han Lee felt a trace of helplessness. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Extra training is unavoidable and the party tomorrow is hopeless. Faced with Uncle Lopez's nagging, Hanley stared blankly ahead, his mind already far away. Hanley, Hanley, Hanley. Seeing that Hanley had taken his words as a passing wind, Uncle Lopez's voice grew louder and louder, jolting the absent-minded Hanley back to reality. Oh, I'm listening, Uncle. Please continue. Lopez turned to glance at the troubled Hanley and laughed inwardly. This kid, I never said he couldn't go to the party. Was that expression really necessary? Earlier you said celebration. Is it the whole team's celebration? Seeing Lopez bring it up on his own, Hanley immediately perked up. Yes. It's the whole team, very formal. Promotion is indeed a big event worth celebrating. Since it's the whole team, you can go along. Yeah. Seeing Uncle Lopez agree to let him attend the celebration, Hanley let out a whoop, wild with excitement. And the training. The season is over, there's no rush to train. I'll give you a week off. Yeah. Back home after taking a shower, Hanley couldn't wait to lie down on the bed. Today's match had been far too intense, and had left him thoroughly exhausted. Lying on the soft mattress at this moment was a genuine pleasure for Hanley. Before resting, Hanley looked at his attribute panel. Name: Hanley, age 17, height 188 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, positioning 69, shooting 70, heading 67, ball control 68, dribbling 68, passing 66, free kicks 65, curve 65, kicking power 70, defending 60, speed 78, acceleration 66, strength 76, stamina 80, injury resistance 73. Hanley's football talent was actually mediocre. The fact that he could have such respectable stats at 17 was entirely inseparable from Uncle Lopez's devilish training. Now he had awakened the Van Nistelrooy king of the 6-yard box template. When he was inside the penalty area, his shooting rose to 80, positioning to 74, heading to 75, and strength to 81. From the look of it, Hanley now met the basic requirements of a wonder kid. Which template should I choose next? Hanley pondered. After one template was awakened, he could freely choose the next template to awaken. Nedved's Iron Man template. It sounded good, but he had no use for it now. Ronaldinho's Elf Magic template was also appealing, but it wasn't suitable either. Zidane's Zizou's Grip template. What exactly was that? And this Messi Void Sync. After agonizing for a long time, Hanley finally settled on a more reliable template. Ronaldo's Complete Form template. At his peak, Ronaldo was a presence that made defenders tremble at the mere mention of his name. That was why Hanley's heart was moved. Most importantly, it was the complete form. A complete form meant being relatively well-rounded. The instant he made his choice, the template lit up faintly. Clearly the remaining light points from the previous matches had transferred onto it. And as soon as he finished choosing, the template lit up slightly, evidently, because the remaining brightness from the earlier matches had transferred onto it. As the atlas was illuminated, Hanley's corresponding attributes would increase, continuing until the entire atlas was fully integrated with him. The next day, Hanley enjoyed a rare sleep-in, waking up naturally. Uncle Lopez surprisingly didn't rouse him early. It was already approaching noon, and the club's gathering was scheduled for the evening, meaning Hanley had roughly half a day of free time to squander. However, after finishing the lunch carefully prepared by Uncle Lopez, Hanley burrowed back into his blankets. At the Chelsea Football Club, heated discussions echoed from the head coach's office. Jose, what nonsense are you talking about? We just won the Premier League title. I believe our squad has no shortcomings. Oh, Mourinho, I'm not talking nonsense. I just think that if we aspire to win the Champions League, then the striker position absolutely needs reinforcement. You know, Drogba is leaving next season and Diego's temperament clashes with the coaching staff. We urgently need a more reliable center forward. The two men in conversation were Jose, Chelsea's assistant coach, and Mourinho, the club's legendary manager in his second stint. All right, Jose, I admit you have a point, but where do we find a suitable striker now? Jose then uttered a name he had prepared long ago. Hanley, a Korean player. No, he's an Italian and Dutch national of dragon descent. According to our scouts' analysis, he possesses considerable potential with a style similar to Drogba. Mourinho's hands, which were flipping through the documents, suddenly stopped. You're insane. A player of dragon descent. Are you joking? Mourinho. Enough, don't say another word. A championship player, despite decent stats, is nothing to joke about in the Premier League. Compared to signing a dragon descent player, I'd rather mend fences with Diego. For the Premier League, the championship is a fertile ground for talent, and many clubs keep a close watch on standout performers there. However, whenever they learned that Hanley was of dragon descent, each club's stance was strikingly uniform. They dared not take the risk. Even if some smaller clubs wanted to sign him, it held little appeal for Hanley, trying to capitalize on his dragon descent to rake in profits. Forget it. Dragon Nation fans aren't so easily fooled these days. It might even provoke their resentment, leading to more loss than gain. As night drew near, Hanley stirred awake to Uncle Lopez's calls. After dropping Hanley off at a restaurant, Uncle Lopez rolled down the car window. Hanley, I'll be here promptly at 11. Also, it's best to stay far away from that Holohan fellow. Uncle Lopez wasn't entirely at ease with the Norwich players, especially Holohan, who was always trying to lure Hanley into a nightclub. Upon entering the restaurant before Han Lee could even take a seat, Holohan grabbed him in a bear hug. "Hey Han, what were you and Uncle Lopez talking about? Did he tell you not to hang out with me again? How about hitting the club later for some fun? They've got the sexiest girls in all of England." Han Lee forced a bitter smile. He'd love to go, but Uncle Lopez would beat him to death if he found out. "Haha, Holohan, count me out. I'm not interested in women." Housen, seeing the two with their arms around each other, sidled over. "Holohan, are you itching for another taste of Uncle Lopez's fists?" Holohan recalled the early days when Han Lee first joined the team. Seeing he was of dragon descent, Holohan and a few others would bully him from time to time. When Uncle Lopez eventually found out, he cornered them at the club's entrance and gave them a thorough beating. From then on, Uncle Lopez's fearsome reputation spread far and wide, and no one in the club dared to openly bully the newly arrived Han Lee anymore. As Han Lee gradually showcased his abilities, he quickly cemented his place at Norwich. Remembering the scene of being cornered, Holohan felt a chill down his spine and refrained from further teasing. After the celebration wrapped up, the players dispersed. Han Lee also returned to his residence in Uncle Lopez's car. Under a cloudless, scorching sun, the 7 days of free time flew by. Han Lee, who wished to savor the moment, was dragged by Uncle Lopez to a training ground. The physical contests in the Premier League are only going to be fiercer. As a center forward, if you want to hold the ball securely, a powerful physique is absolutely essential. Come on, lower body training. 20 back and forth rounds to warm up. Han Lee, with resistance bands strapped to his feet, was moving laterally like a crab. Sweat beaded across his forehead, indicating he'd already been training for a while, yet in Uncle Lopez's words, he was still just warming up. Keep going squats. Transition to Bulgarian squats. Don't stop lunge squats, continue. Finish with 100 shots on goal. Count them yourself. No fewer, only more. Finally, after a prolonged session, Han Lee, on the verge of exhaustion, was allowed to end the training. After training, Han Lee would head to the club's physiotherapy room for muscle relaxation and recovery, which was crucial for maintaining his body's endurance and flexibility. After a full day of training, Han Lee felt a tinge of monotony, but thankfully, it was also quite fulfilling. Following nearly a month and a half of intense training, Han Lee was granted 3 days of rest, as Norwich would face a preseason friendly in 3 days' time. Han Lee once again lay on the cozy little bed he had yearned for every day over this period. Looking at the data panel before him, he felt a sliver of comfort. At least the training wasn't in vain. On the panel, Ronaldo's atlas was nearly a fifth illuminated, with the entire lower leg section fully revealed. And Han Lee's various attributes had seen a significant boost. Positioning 69 to 72, shooting 70 to 74, heading 67 to 69, ball control 68 to 71, dribbling 68 to 72, passing 66 to 67, free kicks 65 to 66, curve 65 to 67, kicking power 70 to 72, speed 78 to 80, acceleration 66 to 71, strength 76 to 79, stamina 80 to 81, injury resistance 73 to 75, pendulum dribble beginner. It was clear that the progress was remarkable, especially in attacking attributes where lower values saw greater increases, which inevitably filled Han Lee with anticipation for the new season. Neil is something else. Even for a preseason friendly, he makes us watch match footage. Well, stop complaining. That's just Neil's usual routine. Before every match, we have to review the opponent's tapes. Inside the dimly lit tactics room at Norwich City Football Club's training ground in Norfolk, the only source of light was a large screen playing a football match. And I finally managed to score a date with old Simmons' daughter next door. There goes that plan. Even in the gloom, the disappointment on Holohan's face was unmistakable. That Neil, the bastard. He even turns off the lights for this, so I can't even reply to messages. Don't you think so, Han Lee? Unlike the distracted Holohan, Han Lee's eyes were fixed intently on the replay. Saw you fallen too. Han Lee turned his head, looking at Holohan beside him, speechless. Buddy, we have a match tomorrow, and you're going on a date today. Is that right? You have a point, but Holohan, the boss, is staring right at you. Beside the screen, Neil's silhouette was barely visible, but his flashing eyes were fixed on the two with a hint of anger. Holohan, if you keep dragging Han Lee into conversation, you'll be watching from the bench tomorrow. And Han Lee, how well do you know the opposing defender's habits now? Han Lee quickly turned his head back, and Holohan immediately fell silent. Neil was a man of his word. The entire Norwich team was under his thumb. The replay they were watching was from their upcoming friendly opponent, West Ham United. That match was West Ham against Manchester United, which Neil considered West Ham's finest performance of the previous season. They had managed to hold the Red Devils to a draw, and that was one of the reasons Neil chose this game. From the replay, Han Lee gleaned a general sense of West Ham's defensive style. It could be summed up in 8 words: tough and challenges prone to losing position. To counter such defenders, Han Lee believed that avoiding physical contact and frequent positional swaps would be a sound strategy. As the lights came back on, revealing the players' faces, the match replay came to an end. After Neil gave his final tactical instructions, he dismissed the Norwich players for the day. The next day, both teams walked out onto Carrow Road. Despite being a friendly, the attendance was quite respectable. The Canaries fans were very supportive of their team. For Norwich, the primary objectives today were squad cohesion and tactical drills. Even though the squad hadn't changed much since their championship days, it was still necessary. Manager Neil set them up in a 4-2-3-1 formation, his preferred system. West Ham lined up in a 4-3-3. Judging by the formation, they clearly considered themselves the superior side. After all, it wasn't their usual setup, but it was the standard formation for stronger teams facing weaker opposition. Alternatively, it could have been a tactical experiment. Hey Zhang, see that big number 9? That's the Hanli I told you about. He's from the Dragon Kingdom, just like you. Zhang Chao was a local international student from the Dragon Kingdom. He rarely watched football, but when a friend mentioned a fellow countryman was playing, his curiosity was piqued enough to bring him to the match. Too bad he's just of dragon descent. Otherwise, after all these years, we could finally see a Dragon Kingdom player in the Premier League again. Zhang Chao had even looked up Han Li's profile and learned he had been adopted by a foreigner visiting the Dragon Kingdom and had grown up abroad. Zhang Chao snapped a photo and posted it on Tieba with a random title. Hey, what match is this? Is that number 9 a Korean or a Sakura country player? Being a veteran Tieba user, he got a response almost immediately. It's a Premier League preseason friendly. That number 9 is one of us from the Dragon Kingdom. Impossible. If a Dragon Kingdom player was really in the Premier League, the internet would be exploding. He's just of dragon descent. Also, Norwich just got promoted. I only found out myself. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began, and Zhang Chao put his phone away. West Ham United, true to their Hammers nickname, showed no signs of treating this as a friendly, immediately trying to impose themselves on Norwich. No, more precisely, they were targeting Hanli. Hanli received a pass from Norwich defender Bossong with his back to goal. An Asian. West Ham's number 19 muttered to himself, then charged forward aggressively. Hanli sensed an ominous intent, and with a warning from Holohan, quickly passed the ball back. Number 19 waved his hand in disdain. Tisk, all Asians are the same, soft and afraid of contact. I hadn't even touched him, and he's already scared. Hanli was oblivious to the defender's thoughts. He simply chalked it up to the opponent's playing style. Little did he know European football often looked down upon Asian football, and targeting Asian players on the pitch was a common pastime for some. The ball reached Holohan's feet, and by then Hanli had already made a run behind number 19. Holohan understood the intent and lofted the ball into the West Ham box. This long-range 1-2 was a move they often pulled off, a key weapon in Norwich's arsenal to breach opposing defenses. Before number 19, still sneering at Han Li, could react, Han Li had already burst into the penalty area and cushioned the ball with his instep. It was a one-on-one with the West Ham goalkeeper. Zhang Chao in the stands thought about pulling out his phone to record, but Han Li didn't give him the chance. Facing the on-rushing keeper, Han Li leaned slightly and nudged the ball with surprising delicacy. Before the keeper could close his legs, the ball slipped through his legs and rolled into the net. Holy shit. Awesome. Zhang Chao, who hadn't even hit record, shouted in amazement. It's an already. Just 2 minutes into the game, Norwich had scored against West Ham. It was a lightning strike. As Han Li ran towards the stands in wild celebration, the West Ham goalkeeper, who had been nutmegged, was furious. Collins, what the fuck were you thinking? Why weren't you marking him? Collins, their number 19, was just as bewildered. He had only zoned out for a moment, and Han Li had slipped into the box. Is this kid just that lucky? Han Li celebrated by sliding on his knees to the corner flag, and his dominant pose was captured in a photo by Zhang Chao. The photo was immediately posted to Tieba. Awesome. 2 minutes in, and this guy has already scored. Ding. The host broke through the opponent's defense with a razor-sharp offside trap. Ronaldo's complete form illustration brightness 1. Ding. The host displayed the demeanor of a general, calmly slotting the ball past the goalkeeper with a composure beyond his years. Ronaldo's complete form illustration brightness 2. As he walked back to his own half after celebrating, Han Li heard the system's notification in his mind. The brightness increase after the goal hadn't changed. He wondered if scoring in the Premier League would yield a greater boost. After posting the photo and his comments on the forum, Zhang Chao scrolled up and noticed that besides the first netizens, several others had joined the discussion. Is this for real? I remember the last Chinese player in the Premier League was Dong Fangzhua. Seems legit. I just checked on Baidu. This guy is only 17 years old. He just joined the championship and helped Norwich get promoted with some impressive performances. That's definitely worth keeping an eye on. Strange how come Chinese players can suddenly play football abroad. I don't know why you're all excited. He's only 17. Can he reach Sun Jihai's level? I think he's more likely to be a flash in the pan. Zhang Chao glanced through the replies, then put his phone down as the match resumed. This time, he didn't put the phone back in his pocket. Seeing the positive response on the forum, he decided to record a video as soon as Han Li got the ball. If Han Li did something spectacular, he could share it with the netizens. Han Li's goal was like a hammer blow, waking up the West Ham players who hadn't yet found their rhythm and boosting the confidence of his own teammates. The match continued. After conceding, West Ham began to play steadily, slowly stabilizing the game. Norwich, riding high on morale, didn't back down, tackling vigorously and defending solidly. For the next 20 minutes, possession shifted back and forth between the two teams. In the 21st minute, Han Lee received a pass from Norwich's defensive midfielder O'Neill. As the team's main attacking threat, coach Neil gave Han Lee considerable freedom in the final third. By this time, Han Lee had drifted over to the left flank. Seeing this, Captain Howson made a high-speed run into the center, initiating a 1-2 with Han Lee. West Ham's midfielder Noble, not known for his defensive abilities, was left scrambling by their consecutive 1-2 passes. This slick passage of play drew a round of applause from the home fans, who rose to their feet to show their appreciation. West Ham defender Collins, number 19, noticed Han Lee advancing with the ball. He knew this was his chance to redeem himself. Kid, let me show you the intensity of Premier League football. A newly promoted team. Merely a defeated opponent from last season. Collins waved off a teammate who was coming to help defend. Byram, stay on your man, and Mark Howson. Dealing with this kid is more than enough for me. Since it was a friendly with nothing at stake, Byram halted his defensive run, quite happy to see this Asian kid get put in his place. Han Lee looked at Collins, who was actively seeking the confrontation. 3 options immediately surfaced in his mind. First, he could continue the 1-2 with Howson, but Howson was now tightly marked by Byram. Second, he could safely pass the ball back, but that would effectively end the attacking move. The third option, Han Lee, take him on. The familiar sound of his native language echoed across the pitch. In a flash, Han Lee made his decision. The third option, beat this arrogant opponent single-handedly. Strangely, the moment he made up his mind, the idea of a step-over move popped into his head. Han Lee, while moving, began to swing his feet back and forth over the ball. His upper body, slightly lowered for balance, also featured subtle shoulder feints. He didn't have time to wonder when he had learned to do step-overs. He executed the entire sequence with effortless ease. To Collins, Han Lee's movements were a blur, making it impossible to tell real from fake. After a hasty lunge, Collins was beaten cleanly. By the time he turned around awkwardly, Han Lee was already charging towards the penalty area. That damn Collins, what is he doing? The West Ham goalkeeper had to focus, completely ready for any shot Han Lee might unleash. The fans, who had barely sat down from their previous celebration, were immediately captivated by Han Lee's skill. They held their breath, watching intently, afraid to miss a single moment of magic. Whoa! A collective gasp swept through the stadium as Han Lee's shot from the edge of the box was palmed away by the leaping West Ham goalkeeper Adrian. Han Lee clasped his hands together in frustration. That goalkeeper was really good. The Norwich fans in the stands also clutched their heads in disbelief, their disappointment just as palpable. Damn it! Adrian ruined a spectacular goal. Han, that was awesome. Did you see that? Their number 19 was left dizzy and confused like a monkey by Han's moves. Collins, who had been made to look foolish, felt a pang of anxiety. Thank goodness the ball didn't go in. Han Lee, damn, he's almost as tall as me. How can he pull off moves like that? Who does he think he is, Ronaldo? Though Collins grumbled inwardly, he began to shed some of his initial contempt for Han Lee. There's a simple and brutal way to earn a foreigner's respect: be stronger and perform better than them. Oh, my Han, brilliant. When did you learn to do step-overs? I've never seen you do that before. You know, for a second there I saw a glimpse of Ronaldo. Teammate Houlihan ran up and patted Han Lee, his face a mix of shock and curiosity. Han Lee smiled and brushed it off. What if I told you I summoned an alien for help? Believe me. Han Lee was initially puzzled himself, but after hearing Houlihan's teasing, a realization dawned on him. It seemed that Ronaldo's complete form illustration included a pendulum move, and its basic form was the step-over. Han Lee now understood he had possessed this skill all along. Ding! The host completed a brilliant step-over to beat the defender Ronaldo's complete form illustration, brightness 0.5. Ding! The host's chipped shot was of high quality, Ronaldo's complete form illustration, brightness 0.5. The match continued, and Zhang Chao, who had recorded Han Lee's impressive performance, uploaded the video to the forum. Without waiting to check the netizens' reactions, Zhang Chao turned his attention back to the pitch. Han Lee's performance made him even more eager, not wanting to miss a single exciting moment. West Ham United, true to their reputation as a disciplined Premier League side, quickly adjusted after being caught off guard by Han Lee's unexpected display of skill. Whenever Han Lee received the ball, a defender would immediately close him down, drastically reducing his space to maneuver and operate. Han Lee's movements outside the penalty area began to be stifled, and West Ham seemed to have found a way to neutralize their opponent. By tightly marking Han Lee, their lone striker, they could effectively halt many of Norwich's attacks, forcing them into conservative safe passes. Rather than dwelling on the tight marking, Han Lee spent the latter part of the first half seeking out combinations and interplay with his teammates. After successfully dispossessing Han Lee and forcing the ball out of play, the Hammers fans, silent for so long, finally began to stir. Tis. Thought he was something special. This dragon descendant kid isn't all that impressive after all. Exactly, we were just toying with him earlier. He didn't take it seriously, did he? I said it before, aside from that energetic lad Park Ji-sung from Korea, no Asian footballer can really make it in the Premier League. His skill set is too one-dimensional. I think he's reached his limit. With Han Lee contained, West Ham, under their manager's touchline instructions, began to reassert their dominance over Norwich, crafting several effective attacking moves. However, as a center forward, Han Lee's true domain was within the penalty area. Empowered by the Van Nistelrooy the little fox in the box template, he began to appear frequently in the opponent's box. West Ham defenders Ogbonna and Collins felt Lee's shift most acutely. He seemed to possess two distinct forms, one inside the box and one outside. This transformation baffled them. When Lee surged into the penalty area, his positioning, physical challenges, movement, and finishing all underwent a noticeable upgrade. This posed a significant problem for the duo, leaving them to wonder if this kid was simply a born predator in the box. Unfortunately, his teammates didn't seem to notice this shift. Opportunities for the team to advance the ball into West Ham's penalty area were few and far between. Noticing this weren't just the players on the pitch, but also the two managers Neil and Bilic. West Ham's manager Slaven Bilic stroked his chin, lost in thought. It's strange. His current abilities are still within understandable limits, but what's with this drastic change between being inside and outside the box? Go and find me all the information you can on this number 9. Bilic instructed his assistant. Compared to Bilic, Neil was even more astonished. As his manager, he knew Lee's capabilities better than anyone, and his gaze lingered on the young striker. To have improved this much in just one off-season, could Uncle Lopez's training really be that effective? Neil mused, even beginning to consider inviting Lopez to be the team's fitness coach. However, remembering that Lee was only 17, Neil felt a sense of understanding. If the potential was there, this was the perfect age for significant development. Regardless of the manager's thoughts, the first half on the pitch was drawing to a close. With the referee's whistle, the players trooped down the tunnel back to the dressing rooms. Zhang Chao glanced at Lee entering the locker room, then picked up his phone and returned to the online forum. Zhang Chao was startled by what he saw. The post now had over 99 replies, with heated discussions particularly raging under the video he had uploaded. Wait, look at that height, that physique. And you're telling me he's only 17. Nah, mate, that's not the point. The point is how many players in football can pull off such smooth, silky stepovers with a body like that. That dribble that finished the transition was so seamless. Is this kid really a dragon descendant? Look at the reactions of those foreign fans. So satisfying. Too bad the thread starter didn't capture the goal on video. So this kid's name is Lee, huh? I'll definitely have to watch his Premier League match. It's been ages since I've been this excited about a player. Haha. His dribbling is even more impressive than his name. Someone tagged Zhang Chao, never change name until China reaches World Cup. Hey Opie, what's the live score? Can you do a live stream? I really want to watch. First half is over, sorry, live streaming is prohibited at the stadium. The user quickly responded. Then make sure you capture all the highlights, Opie. I want to use them to shut my roommate up, who says Chinese people can't play football well. Back in the Norwich dressing room, the players were resting while manager Neil analyzed the first half and laid out the tactics for the second. My tactical instruction for our attack in the second half is simple: get the ball to Lee inside the penalty area as much as possible. Bradley Howson, you two can push higher up the flanks. Houlihan, don't hesitate when you have the ball. Spread it wide or play it through quickly. And the same goes for our defensive midfielders. If the attack breaks down, you have the license to launch it long into the final third. The key is you, Lee. You need to find ways to get into their box more often. I know you can do it. Lee had been wondering how to remind Neil about his effectiveness inside the box, but to his surprise, Neil had already noticed and was structuring the game plan around it. There was no need for further discussion. Meanwhile, in the other dressing room, West Ham's manager was also making his adjustments. I know this is just a friendly, but you don't want to lose to a newly promoted side, do you? The fans who came all the way here won't let you hear the end of it. So wake up out there. Stop wandering around the pitch like you're sleepwalking. And Collins, especially you. Drop the arrogance. After that first half, what right do you have to look down on anyone? I'm telling you, if you really want to win this game, you better keep that dragon descendant kid in check, especially when he's in the box. Collins, embarrassed at being singled out by Bilic in front of the team, felt a pang of shame, knowing his own arrogance had led to the goal they conceded. He resolved to be fully focused in the second half and keep a tight grip on the number 9. The halftime break concluded, and both teams swapped ends to resume play. Under the clear tactical instructions from manager Neil, Norwich City's attacking approach had become significantly more coherent. The midfielders, upon receiving the ball, no longer resorted to the aimless sideways and backward passes that had characterized the latter part of the first half. Instead, they deliberately sought out teammates making forward runs on the flanks or attempted to loft the ball directly into the heart of West Ham United's penalty area. Lee also reduced the frequency of his drops into midfield to collect the ball, appearing with greater regularity within the West Ham penalty box. This tactical shift caught West Ham United somewhat off guard. Collins, in contrast, felt a pang of regret, increasingly convinced that provoking Lee earlier had been a mistake. Despite diligently adhering to the task assigned by his manager, utilizing his exceptional physical attributes and wealth of defensive experience to stick to Lee like glue, Lee exuded an air of immense confidence that unsettled Collins. Having already been second best in their first half duels, Lee intensified this psychological dominance in the second half, causing Collins to become hesitant and indecisive. Han Lee for his part had no desire to get entangled in prolonged physical battles with a tall sturdy center back like Collins. Upon discerning Collins's tactical intent, he accelerated the frequency and pace of his attempts to shake off his marker. Like an elusive eel, Han Lee roamed near the edge of the penalty area, drifting left and right, occasionally dropping deep to receive the ball, then suddenly surging forward towards the 6-yard box. This unpredictable movement gave Collins a headache. He had to maintain constant focus to anticipate Han Lee's next move, which took a heavy toll on both his physical stamina and mental energy. "Noble, give me a hand, this guy is tricky," Collins reluctantly called out to West Ham midfielder Mark Noble for assistance. However, it was this momentary lapse in concentration on the part of the opponent that the opportunistic Han Lee keenly detected. Match minute 68. Bradley Johnson, having received a lofted pass over the top from defensive midfielder O'Neill, spotted Han Lee inside the penalty area, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Without much adjustment, he immediately swung his foot, delivering the ball on a 45-degree trajectory. It was a half-volleyed cross, not overly fast, but with a deceptive floating arc aimed directly at the penalty spot. Reacting, Collins's heart tightened. He had no time to judge the flight of the ball, so he could only stick tight to Han Lee beside him. Collins's tugging and pulling with his hands was perfectly judged, disruptive enough to impede, yet not enough to warrant a foul provided Han Lee didn't take a dive. Based on his experience, he felt confident he had this covered. Even if Han Lee won the initial header, it would be difficult to produce a quality shot. Han Lee coiled and ready moved in the instant before the ball began its descent. It wasn't a brute force challenge or a blind leap, but an incredibly subtle, almost instinctive repositioning. Han Lee first feigned a surge towards the near post for a glancing header, drawing Collins's weight slightly forward. Then, with a sudden stop and a step back, he broke free from Collins's tight physical contact, creating just under half a meter of space for himself and precious time to leap. "Damn it!" Collins's mind screamed, even as he desperately tried to change direction and close down Han Lee, who had slipped out of his defensive zone. In that fleeting window of space and time, Han Lee engaged his core, propelled himself off the ground with explosive speed, and hung in the air, demonstrating remarkable hang time. All eyes were on Han Lee. In the stands, Zhang Chao held his phone aloft, surrounded by fans already on their feet. On the touchline, manager Neil had leaned forward, straining to see. Beneath Han Lee, Collins stared with wide eyes and a face full of desperation. Thump! In front of everyone, Han Lee whipped his head forward with tremendous force, meeting the ball squarely. Facing Han Lee's powerful header, the West Ham goalkeeper stretched his body to its absolute limit. Yet with no interference, Han Lee's perfectly executed header, flawless in both power generation and contact point, gave the keeper no chance. The ball rocketed into the back of the net. Ding! Post's movement, ghostly finishing like a hammer. Ronaldo, complete body illustration, completion 2. Watching the ball nestle into the net, he guarded once more. The West Ham goalkeeper didn't erupt this time. He simply stood silently on his goal line. In his eyes, Collins's defense had been adequate this time. It was simply that the dark-haired lad was too cunning. Bloody hell. Collins slapped his thigh in frustration, his face a mask of regret and disbelief. He had the position, he had the right amount of contact, yet the kid still managed to get to the ball first and produce such a high-quality finish. West Ham manager Slaven Bilic stood at the edge of the pitch, eyes fixed intently on Han Lee as he was mobbed by his teammates, muttering under his breath. "He plays with his head. A natural poacher. Collins is being completely played for a fool." He then turned and urged his assistant. "What about that player's profile? Haven't you found it yet? I don't want this guy springing more surprises on us in the Premier League." On the other side, manager Neil retracted his craned neck, applauding generously, his appreciation evident. "That young man seems born to score inside the box." Up in the stands, Zhang Chao was so excited he nearly threw his phone over the railing. His urge to share this moment reached an unprecedented peak. He desperately wanted others to see the scene unfolding before him. For an instant, he felt as if he had scored the goal himself. Steadying his nerves, he quickly uploaded the video he had just captured to the online forum. On the forum, many fans have been following Zhang Chao's live text and picture updates. The moment the post was published, a flood of comments appeared. "Holy crap. Awesome. Such keen instincts, such brilliant off-the-ball movement. Are you sure this isn't some seasoned veteran? Great job, OP. Keep the updates coming. I think I'm falling for Han Lee." Trailing by 2 goals to the newly promoted Norwich City, West Ham United began to show signs of frustration. Their challenges started to get more aggressive, and abandoning all pretense of fair play, they resorted to double-teaming Han Lee. Norwich, brimming with newfound confidence, attacked with purpose while also solidifying their defense. Watching Han Lee get bundled to the turf yet again, manager Neil felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. These bastards have no shame. It's just a friendly, what's the point of all this? In the 80th minute, seizing a stoppage in play, manager Neil promptly substituted Han Lee off. Han Lee was crucial to his plans for a winning start in the Premier League. He couldn't afford to have him injured by these brutes. As Han Lee walked off, the Norwich fans rose to give him a rousing ovation. "Well done, lad." Neil patted Han Lee on the shoulder as he came off, his admiration clear. Han Lee made his way to the bench, exchanging high fives with his teammates. This is a good start, Han Li thought to himself as he sat down to watch the remainder of the match. For the rest of the game, Norwich successfully absorbed a spell of pressure from West Ham, and the match proceeded without further incident. The final whistle confirmed a 2-0 victory for Norwich City over West Ham United. After the match in the Norwich City dressing room, "Mate, I feel like I don't even know you anymore," Wes Hoolahan said, looking Han Li over as if seeing him for the first time. "You haven't been secretly doping, have you? How did you get so good after just one off-season?" Han Li swatted Hoolahan's hand away, looking exasperated. He thought, just because I didn't get caught doesn't mean I'm cheating. Get lost, haven't you heard of heaven rewards the diligent? Han Li's awakening of Ruud van Nistelrooy's little penalty area king ability occurred during the final stages of the championship playoff final. Consequently, Norwich City manager Neil had not yet noticed the transformation in Han Li's capabilities. Moreover, after an entire offseason, Han Li, who had chosen to unlock the complete Ronaldo template, had undergone considerable growth. The cumulative effect of these two developments meant that Han Li had quite a few surprises in store for Neil. Following this friendly match, Neil deliberately granted the players a day off. Neil intended to use this match as a cornerstone, aiming to maximize Han Li's potential and dedicate this period to devising a new tactical framework. Neil's greatest characteristic was his refusal to be confined to a single formation or strategy. He had always been audacious, adaptable, and to put it bluntly, a tactical maverick. For Neil, he didn't view the manager's role as a mere profession, but as a conduit to realize the multitude of ideas swirling in his mind. He was akin to a football video game enthusiast, perpetually seeking and refining his ultimate squad. This was also the very reason Norwich had to navigate the playoffs to secure Premier League promotion. Though Neil's tactical acumen was formidable, consistency was paramount for the marathon that is a league season. However, when such a coach acquires a formidable and consistent core player, perhaps those concerns would dissipate. Having been granted a day off, Han Li once again declined Hoolahan's invitation. While many players went off to savor the tranquility before their Premier League campaign, Han Li was already being pulled towards the training ground by Uncle Lopez. This middle-aged bachelor possessed an energy that rivaled that of the young Han Li. Before officially commencing training, Uncle Lopez produced a small white notebook and tossed it to Han Li. Han Li was intimately familiar with this little notebook. It contained a record of his performance in every match since he stepped onto the professional stage. It detailed both strengths and weaknesses. Uncle Lopez had always told him to build upon his strengths and keep his weaknesses firmly in mind to avoid them. For instance, in the friendly against West Ham United, two entries in particular caught Han Li's attention. The first entry noted that while avoiding physical confrontations wasn't inherently wrong, excessive avoidance had cost him numerous recoverable possessions. Minute 35, minute 53, minute 73. As Han Li read, he reflected, and the scenes from the match replayed vividly in his mind. Seeing the follow-up note, post-match needs to strengthen core and build confidence in physicality, he found himself unable to muster any rebuttal. Because Uncle Lopez's assessment was entirely accurate. Every image in his mind clearly illustrated that his decision to evade physical challenges at certain moments on the pitch was indeed unreasonable. Han Li had initially been smug about his foresight, only to have Uncle Lopez quickly deflate his ego. The second entry read, finally learning to play with his head. As a striker, both standing idle and reckless charging are unacceptable. Keep it up. Han Li felt a pang of defiance upon reading this. Did Uncle Lopez believe he had never used his brain before? Hey, finished reading? If so, get over here and start training. Han Li's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as Uncle Lopez had already begun his warm-up jog. Han Li set the notebook down and followed suit. Lopez coach Neil said it's best for Han to get some rest. We need a fully fit Han for the Premier League match in a few days. As the two warmed up, Norwich's fitness coach Pete called out to them. Uncle Lopez continued his jog, seemingly ignoring the remark. Let Neil come and tell me himself. Let Neil come and tell me himself. As Han Li jogged alongside, the same phrase echoed in his mind the moment Uncle Lopez spoke. Sigh, it's that same line again. Pete shook his head and walked away. From behind the tactical room's glass window, Neil also shook his head. Neil was perpetually concerned about the risk of injury from Uncle Lopez's intense training regimen for Han Li, but every attempt to advise against it had been futile. Perhaps Han Li had adapted, or perhaps the time wasn't right. Although Han Li's progress was certainly remarkable, Neil would never truly advocate for such a training methodology across the board. The fleeting thought he'd had on the pitch earlier about wanting Uncle Lopez as the fitness coach remained just a thought. The next day, training resumed. Before the session began, Neil outlined his tactical intentions. 3 attacking routes were presented to the players. Essentially, there were 2 wide channels and 1 central route, but all 3 converged on a single focal point: Han Li, the lone striker, positioned up front. A notable change in the new tactics was the advanced positioning of the 2 wide midfielders and Han Li's own higher upfield presence. The primary formation remained 4-2-3-1, but compared to the previous 4-4-1-1, leaning 4-2-3-1, the current iteration leans significantly more towards a 4-3-3. It was evident that the attacking intent was unmistakable. The Premier League opener was imminent. Norwich City would host Crystal Palace at home. Returning home from the training ground, Lee finally felt a surge of excitement. This would be his first time stepping onto a top-flight league pitch. While scrolling through the summer transfer news on his phone, he felt a wave of emotion. Kevin De Bruyne, the window's marquee signing, had joined Manchester City from Wolfsburg for a fee of £52 million. Raheem Sterling followed closely, moving from Liverpool to Manchester City for £49 million. Martial to Manchester United, Benteke to Liverpool, Pedro leaving Barcelona, and Angel Di Maria arriving at Paris Saint-Germain. The array of footballing stars dazzled Lee, many of them talented youngsters like Sterling and Martial. Next, Lee came across a report on last season's Champions League winners. Looking at the image of the MSN trio lifting the coveted trophy, they appeared truly formidable and inspiring, a sight that stirred ambition. If things go as expected, this year's Ballon d'Or will once again be claimed by Messi. Gazing at the image of Messi at the very peak of his powers in the center and thinking of the Ballon d'Or, the ultimate individual accolade, Lee couldn't help but voice his thoughts. As night deepened, Lee turned off his phone screen, and just before drifting off to sleep, his anticipation for tomorrow's match grew ever stronger. A dragon descendant. You're saying a dragon descendant will be playing in the Premier League opener? Yes, manager. This dragon descendant player is named Lee, and he will be starting for Norwich City. Fool. Why wasn't I told about this sooner? Well, Norwich has just been promoted from the Championship. Lee is a dragon descendant, and we don't know his true capability yet, so what? Do you have any idea of the impact a dragon descendant player has in the Premier League? Even if his skill is utterly terrible, just by using a dragon descendant headline, we can attract countless more viewers to our platform. Understand? Hurry. The broadcast starts in 5 minutes. Go and change the stream title immediately. I want Lee's name on it. Uevision, the only platform that secured the broadcasting rights for all Premier League matches this new season, placed immense importance on this opening fixture. Wang Xian, the head of Uevision's sports division, upon learning that Lee would be starting in the Premier League opener, immediately ordered a change to the broadcast title. It was too late to find detailed information on Lee now. What are these employees even doing? Wang Xian grew increasingly furious, fuming over such a critical detail being overlooked. At that moment, at Norwich's home ground, Carrow Road, both teams, led by the referee, walked past the Premier League logo and onto the pitch. Hello everyone, and welcome to Uevision Sports. I'm your commentator Jean Jun. And I'm Lee Yuen Kue. Inside the Uevision Sports studio, the renowned football commentator Jean Jun and the celebrated football pundit Lee Yuen Kue were seated at the broadcast desk. The duo were familiar partners to many fans, especially the elder Lee Yuen Kue, who despite his age persistently dedicated himself to his commentary career and was deeply cherished by the fans. Coming up shortly, we bring you the Premier League season opener as Norwich City hosts Crystal Palace at home. Norwich, as a newly promoted side, possesses a dragon descendant player in their squad who deserves our close attention. Indeed, this dragon descendant player is named Lee. I'm very much looking forward to his performance in this match. Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Jean Jun was familiar with Lee. As expected of an encyclopedic commentator, true professionals are indeed different. As soon as Jean Jun mentioned Lee, the barrage of comments in the live stream began scrolling rapidly. Lee, a dragon descendant. But I've never heard of him before. He was in the Championship last season. That explains it. I rarely follow those lower tier leagues. Lucky kid signing with a team that got promoted. Tell me about it. We all know the standard of football back home. If he were genuinely good, he wouldn't be in the Championship. You guys don't know Lee actually has real skill. I watched one of his friendlies a few days ago. He performed brilliantly and scored a brace. A brace? Really? It was just a friendly, not much weight to it. Doesn't prove anything. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Both teams have set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation, though there are slight differences in their positioning. In the Uevision studio, Jean Jun began introducing the starting lineups to the fans one by one. For the home side, Norwich goalkeeper Ruddy. The defenders are Whitaker, Martin, Bassong, and Brady. Housen Doran's Houlihan Teddy and Bradley Johnson form the midfield. And Lee operates as the lone striker, carrying the main attacking responsibility. For the away side, Crystal Palace, their goal is guarded by McCarthy. Swar, Delaney, Dan, and Ward are tasked with defensive duties. The midfield five are Punchin, MacArthur, Cabay, Zaha, and Much. And the lone striker is Murray. After Jean Jun finished introducing the lineups, Lee Yuen Kue added, looking at the teams on paper, there is some disparity in overall strength. Crystal Palace's Cabay has previously played for renowned clubs like Newcastle United and Paris Saint-Germain, often as a key starter. Since arriving at Palace, he has also become the midfield core. Also, the young prodigy Zaha. His pace and dribbling give many teams headaches. These are two players Norwich will need to watch closely. Standing on the Premier League pitch for the first time, Lee was unaware that a discussion about him was already unfolding in a live stream back in his home country. In the days leading up to this he hadn't felt much, but now truly standing on the hallowed turf of the world's top league, Hanli felt a sense of surrealism, and his heart swelled with excitement. The Premier League for professional footballers is a sacred ground they dream of. Although it has been somewhat overshadowed by La Liga in recent years, its inherent brilliance remains undeniable. Han, relax, believe in yourself. Holohan, standing beside Hanli, patted him on the shoulder. Unlike Hanli, who was new to this, many veterans like Holohan and Housen had experienced Premier League football before. 2 seasons ago, Norwich were part of the Premier League. Playing in it now felt somewhat like a return. Hanli responded with a smile, then took a deep breath, gradually calming his racing heart. Norwich's home ground, Carrow Road, wasn't particularly vast, capable of holding 2,700 fans at full capacity. The stadium was now completely packed, a sea of green and yellow jerseys, with the roar of the crowd deafening. Not just the players, the fans, dormant for nearly 2 months, were also eager for a thrilling match to unleash their pent-up passion. Hanli, go for it. Amidst the thunderous roar of the crowd, a shout from the distant east was utterly drowned out. Zhang Xiao had been following Hanli closely since the friendly match. He had once again made the trip to attend this Premier League opener in person. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began, with the away side Crystal Palace taking the kickoff. Cabai has the ball, squares it to Zaha. Zaha is accelerating. Using his explosive pace and nimble changes of direction, Zaha easily knocked the ball past Norwich midfielder Dorrans, who had come to press. Like a bolt of black lightning, he streaked straight into the heart of Norwich's right flank. Norwich's left-back Brady didn't dare hesitate, immediately stepping up, retreating, while attempting to block Zaha's cutting inside lane. Zaha, he's through. Danger. In the studio, Jean Jun's voice suddenly rose in pitch. On the sideline, Norwich manager Neil wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the unfolding attack. Crystal Palace's manager Pardew, however, stood calmly on the touchline, hands in his pockets, looking utterly composed, clearly having immense faith in Zaha's individual brilliance. Facing Brady, Zaha changed his rhythm, feigning a dash to the byline for a cross. This deceived Brady into shifting his weight slightly. In that instant, Zaha used the inside of his foot to cut the ball into the channel, preparing to drive infield. Damn, Brady thought in alarm, but his attempt to turn and recover was a fraction too slow. Just as the crisis peaked, a yellow figure swiftly closed in from the side. It was Norwich's defensive midfielder and captain Housen. The experienced Housen didn't lunge in recklessly. Instead, he positioned himself to cut off Zaha's angle for both a further cut inside and a shot, using his body to lean into him. Disrupted by Housen, Zaha's momentum stalled instantly. However, his ball retention was superb, and he continued to search for a window to pass or shoot. At this point, Norwich's other midfielder Teddy also dropped back, forming a double team with Housen. Seeing no clear opportunity, Zaha opted to pass the ball back to the onrushing Cabai. Cabai received the ball about 25 to 26 meters from goal. Norwich's holding midfielder Dorrans immediately rushed out to close him down. However, Cabai, proving his worth as a French international midfielder, didn't trap the ball. Instead, he casually flicked it with the outside of his right boot, deftly evading Dorrans' challenge. In the blink of an eye after his touch, Cabai noticed that the Norwich defensive line hadn't fully pushed up yet. He spotted striker Murray making a run in behind. Without hesitation, he lifted his right foot and delivered a pinpoint lofted pass, aiming precisely into the space behind Norwich defender Martin. Cabai, what a delightful chip. Looking for Murray, Li Yuan Kue exclaimed. Murray read the pass, perfectly bursting into motion, instantly successfully beating the offside trap. Like a sharp dagger, he plunged straight into the heart of Norwich's defense. He's through on goal. The atmosphere at Carrow Road nearly froze solid. Goalkeeper Ruddy decisively rushed off his line. Murray cushioned the ball with his chest, took a touch to set himself, and with composure facing the onrushing Ruddy, he lifted his right foot and struck a low shot. The ball skimmed across the turf, racing towards the far corner of the net. Rudy stretched his leg desperately, but was inches away. All eyes were fixed on that rolling ball. Han Li's heart was in his throat. Clang. A crisp sound echoed around the stadium. The ball had struck the base of the far post, bouncing out for a goal kick. Whoa! A collective gasp of relief escaped the Norwich fans, followed by applause filled with sheer relief. The post. It hit the post. Norwich dodged a bullet. There was a hint of relief in John June's voice as well. Crystal Palace's attacking play was exceptionally clear there. Cabey's pass and Murray's run were perfectly timed. Just unfortunate with the finish. Murray clutched his head in disbelief, staring at the ball that had bounced away, his face etched with regret. On the sideline, Crystal Palace manager Pardew waved his arm in frustration. Norwich goalkeeper Ruddy broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted at his defenders, urging them to stay focused. That was close. I haven't even seen Hanli touch the ball, and we almost conceded. No wonder they call him King Zaha. Norwich looked completely helpless. If that had gone in, it would have been a long afternoon for Norwich. Crystal Palace had carved out a hugely threatening chance right from the start. Hanli, as the lone striker, had not tracked back. The intensity and pace of the Premier League truly lived up to its reputation, Hanli mused from his position up front. The tempo of this match took him a moment to adjust to, but he quickly acclimatized. Startled awake from their narrow escape, the Norwich City team was jolted by the clang of the woodwork. After regaining possession from the goal kick, they attempted to steady their rhythm, seeking to control the match by linking the defense to the attack. However, Crystal Palace's high press was relentless. The midfield shield formed by Cabai and MacArthur in particular made it exceedingly difficult for Norwich to distribute the ball. Watching the unfolding situation on the pitch, Jean Jun and Lee Yuan-Kue offered their timely analysis. The Crystal Palace midfielder MacArthur is tall, strong in duels, and exceptional in both tackling and defensive awareness. He has completely nullified Holohan. Yes, Holohan is essentially the linchpin of Norwich's midfield and attack. With him shackled, Norwich's offense is basically paralyzed. Look now, it's nearly 10 minutes into the game, and Han Lee still hasn't touched the ball. Going for such a long stretch without possession is agonizing for any striker, and Han Lee was no exception. He began to abandon the idea of lingering near the penalty area, instead dropping deep to receive the ball, thereby easing the pressure on Holohan. Han Lee's decision to drop deep had an immediate effect. The ball, which had mostly been passed between the defensive midfielders and defenders, finally found another outlet. His first touch of the match came from a direct pass played forward by defensive midfielder Martin from the back. Han Lee's got the ball. Finally, I was starting to think he was invisible. MacArthur noticed Han Lee receiving the ball with his back to goal and charged forward immediately, leaning his shoulder into him, while also employing a subtle shove with his hands. Somewhat flustered on his first touch, Han Lee staggered and fell to the ground with the ball under MacArthur's aggressive pressure. That looks like a foul, but in the Premier League, where physicality is encouraged, some referees might choose to overlook it. Holohan quickly raised his hand appealing for a foul, but the referee was unmoved. The ball was collected by Cabai, who had followed up on the play. Sprawled on the ground, Han Lee threw his hands out, a look of utter bewilderment on his face, clearly questioning, why wasn't that a foul? Kid, stop pretending. This is the Premier League. The refs aren't going to bail you out. MacArthur, a seasoned veteran of the pitch, knew exactly when to needle a young hothead. Han Lee ignored him, got up, and jogged back to help defend. MacArthur felt like he had punched cotton. Is that it? 10 minutes without a touch and loses it the first time he gets it. How did this guy even earn a start? He doesn't look weak to me, but he goes down like a wilting flower. What a waste of that height. He's only 17. Why are you so harsh on him? Didn't you see that obvious shove? What is he, your brother? Defending him so fiercely. He's just not good enough, and we can't say so. Han Lee's physicality rating was 79, which wasn't weak by any standard. While he wasn't as imposing as physical specimens like MacArthur, he shouldn't have been bowled over so easily. MacArthur's shove was one factor, but another was his lack of readiness on that first touch. After that minor incident, the match reached the 33rd minute. Han Lee, now gradually acclimatized to the game's tempo, began to showcase his abilities. Through extended observation on the pitch, he discerned that while MacArthur's physical duels were formidable, his pace and agility were lacking. Conversely, Cabai excelled in passing control and interceptions, but was weaker in physical confrontations. This gave Han Lee distinct strategies for dealing with each of them. After being closed down by opposing players, Bradley instinctively squared the ball to Han Lee, who had dropped deep to receive it. Han Lee gently trapped the ball, cast a quick glance over his shoulder, and with a cold sneer in his heart, forcefully arched his body backward. He solidly held off Cabai, who was trying to nick the ball away, abruptly halting the Crystal Palace midfielder's disruptive move. Immediately after, he pivoted and swept a pass to Holohan, who was advancing to receive it, while he himself burst forward into the space ahead. Cabai rubbed his shoulder, a grimace of slight pain on his face. This kid is stronger than he looks. Why did he get knocked over so easily by MacArthur earlier? Impressive. He's got decent physical strength. You can see as Han Lee acclimatizes to the match, his play is becoming more and more intelligent. Beautiful. That was a perfectly executed one too. Noticing Han Lee's rapid forward run, Holohan immediately played a first-time pass, delivering the ball invitingly into Han Lee's path. Han Lee took a touch to push it forward, easily evading the recovering Cabai. However, Crystal Palace's other defensive midfielder MacArthur was already charging towards him. This guy wants to test my strength again. Watching MacArthur bearing down with full force, Han Lee began to sway his upper body side to side when he was just 2 steps away. Simultaneously, his feet danced over the ball, performing intricate stepovers. A stepover move. Han Lee is going to take him on. Faced with such a dazzling array of feints from Han Lee, who was similarly tall, MacArthur was stunned. How does this guy know this trick? MacArthur's body began to sway in response to Han Lee's movements, but his bulky frame suddenly seemed incredibly clumsy. Every shift he made was a half-beat slower than Han Lee's. Then, after a particularly large feint, MacArthur's body was committed to his left. But Han Lee's body, already balanced, nudged the ball to the right with his right foot, leaving MacArthur, still leaning left from his momentum, stranded and bewildered in his wake. He's past him. Wow, that was a beautiful piece of skill. What the hell? Is he dancing? So smooth, so silky. Can a guy nearly 9 meters tall really do that? Look at MacArthur, he looks like an old man with a cane compared to him. Fan for life now. That move was sick. Damn it. That cunning little brat. He's completely figured out Cabai and MacArthur's weaknesses. Delaney, what are you staring at? Get up and cover. Crystal Palace's manager shouted frantically from the technical area, slapping his assistant coach so hard the man winced. Delaney, however, couldn't hear the shouts over the roar of the crowd. By the time Hanley had sliced into the edge of the penalty area like a blade, he finally rushed out to meet him. Hanley, he has a chance to shoot. No, he passes it to Bradley, who is unmarked. Bradley watched the ball roll towards him. Hans pass, it's perfect. He drew back his leg like a bowstring and struck the ball cleanly with the inside of his foot. Boom. The ball arced towards the far corner of the Crystal Palace goal. Beautiful. Will it go in? Gasps of anticipation rippled through the stadium. The ball was suddenly deflected away by Crystal Palace center back Dan, who threw himself into the path. Bradley held his head in his hands in dismay. His thumb raised in praise towards Han. Lee was only halfway up. What a shame. Moi. The attack continues. The ball looped towards Han Lee, who was positioned near the edge of the 6-yard box. He didn't wait for it to arrive. Instead, he proactively stepped 2 yards forward into the penalty area. It was this movement that caused the still airborne ball to strike him. His body suddenly leaned back at an almost impossible angle. His right leg swung up high, like a whippet lashed towards the ball. Boom. A thunderous crack, even louder than the previous shot, echoed around the ground. This spectacular method of striking the ball reminded the stunned onlookers of a familiar figure. The football contorted violently under the impact. It then screamed through the Crystal Palace penalty area. By the time goalkeeper McCarthy could react, the only thing left was the ball spinning furiously in the back of his net. Suddenly the stadium fell silent, only to be followed by an earth-shattering eruption of noise. Unbelievable. A thunderous volley. A breathtaking, otherworldly strike. Incredible. The Dragon Descendants' young talent Han Lee has scored his first Premier League goal with a shot of the highest difficulty. Crystal Palace's manager, who had been rigid with tension, finally slumped. The kid was playing possum. Damn it. Why didn't Delaney close him down earlier? Crystal Palace manager Pardew kicked over a nearby water bottle in frustration. Ding. Host stood firm, completing a successful duel. Ronaldo prime illustration brightness, 1 ding. Host moved swiftly, completing a smooth and agile dribble. Ronaldo prime illustration brightness, 1 ding. Host struck with the force of lightning, completing a majestic flying volley. Ronaldo prime illustration brightness, 3. Goal. The Norwich official commentator's hoarse roar broadcast through Carrow Road's speaker system merged with the volcanic eruption of cheers from tens of thousands of home fans, forming a breathtaking symphony. Wow, that ball. Lee Ewan Kuei's voice was filled with astonishment. From the trap and turn to escape to the 1-2 combination and finally the volley, the entire sequence was executed flawlessly. Especially that final strike, its difficulty was immense, demanding the utmost in body coordination, ball control, and shooting power. This is a goal of superstar caliber. Jean June even rose excitedly from his commentary seat. Unbelievable. This is a 17-year-old rookie, and this is his Premier League debut. On the pitch, MacArthur and Cabet, who had been rendered mere spectators, stood frozen in place alongside the scorer Hanley. All three seemed shaken by the sheer audacity of the strike, and a single thought echoed in each of their minds: that went in. Yet within the shock of MacArthur and Cabet was a distinct trace of bitterness, reluctance, and regret. This breathtaking goal had been scored at their expense. Why didn't I just bring him down? They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their complicated gaze towards Hanley. His ecstatic Norwich teammates had already swarmed him, completely engulfing him in a sea of bodies. My God, Han, unbelievable. How did you do that? Holohan shouted, leaping excitedly onto Han Lee's back and yelling into his ear. Cool as hell, kid. Bradley, though disappointed not to have scored himself, was utterly captivated by the brilliant goal and vigorously ruffled Han Lee's hair. In the stands, Zhang Chao was beside himself with excitement. He embraced and high-fived the Norwich fans around him, strangers he had never met, shouting in English, Han, that's my compatriot. The surrounding fans responded with warm smiles and approving thumbs up. Unlike the frantic yelling when Bradley's shot was saved, Norwich's manager Neil stood calmly with his arms crossed. Assistant coach Peake, celebrating excitedly behind him, saw this familiar scene and thought to himself, Neil is putting on his cool act again. In the Uesher Sports live stream, the barrage of comments had gone completely haywire, nearly obscuring the screen. Holy shit. A shot from the heavens. This is definitely a goal of the season candidate. I take back everything I said before. Hanley is awesome. Voice cracking, that goal was so cool. That volley. That power. Where are those who called him Lin Dayu? Show yourselves. This physique and shooting power utterly crushed the competition. All the previous doubts, taunts, and anticipation vanished in that instant. In the world of football, strength is the ultimate answer. This towering stature. This solid build. This flowing black hair. This handsome face. And this dreamlike dribbling. This powerful shot. Wang Xian, the head of Uesher Sports, was shouting and gesticulating in front of the screen, leaving his young assistant dumbfounded. Is he for real? Boss, are you alright? Wang Xian spun around, grabbing the assistant's shoulders, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered the most precious treasure. We've hit the jackpot. Hit the jackpot. Securing the Premier League broadcast rights this year was the best decision ever. Go find me all the information on Hanley immediately. Right now get someone to cut that dribble and that goal into a highlight reel and post it on the platform. No, not just one. I want it from every possible angle. Go. I have a feeling that as long as Hanley continues to perform like this, he will bring us a massive amount of traffic. After all, we're the only ones broadcasting the Premier League. The assistant's shoulders ached from Wang Xian's grip, and his intense reaction frightened her a little. She didn't know much about football, only that the tall, black-haired young man was indeed incredibly handsome. But she mostly understood her manager's point. Hanley would become a star and bring immense profit to the platform. But could one single game really achieve that effect? Back to the match, the celebrations finally ended and play resumed. Having conceded, Crystal Palace noticeably intensified their attack. Despite dominating the game, they had fallen behind and were desperate to level the score. Zaha's forays down the right flank became more determined. Hanley's brilliant performance had ignited his competitive spirit. Cabaye also frequently attempted to pierce Norwich's defense with long-range passes. Crystal Palace pushed their formation high up the pitch, employing a high defensive line and rapid recovery with their style, characterized by wing attacks and central support. However, Norwich, now leading, stood united, maintaining a tightly knit defensive shape. More importantly, Hanley, having scored, seemed to shed all his burdens, pressing and running with even greater intensity up front. For the remainder of the first half, both teams had their moments, but the score remained 1-0 as they headed into the halftime break. In the dressing room during the interval, the atmosphere was electric. Manager Neil heaped praise on the entire team's performance, with special commendation for Hanley. "Han, that goal was unparalleled. Keep it up. They'll throw everything at us in the second half. We need your threat up front to relieve the pressure on us." Hanley wiped the sweat with a towel and nodded earnestly. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly and the second half commenced. Just as Neil had predicted, Crystal Palace launched a wave of attacks from the start of the second half. They intensified their pressing in midfield and pushed both fullbacks high up the field to support the offense. In the 51st minute, Zaha forced his way past Brady and delivered a low cross. Murray, arriving centrally, headed the ball under pressure from Martin, but it drifted just wide of the post. In the 58th minute, Cabaye unleashed a surprise long-range strike from outside the box. The ball curved through the air, but the vigilant goalkeeper Ruddy flew to tip it over the crossbar. Norwich's goal was under siege. They were forced to retreat and defend, seeking opportunities to counterattack. One can see that the two teams' playing styles are quite similar, Jean June analyzed, observing the flow of the game. However, compared to Crystal Palace, Norwich's wing play and pace are slightly inferior. Yes, so for Norwich to get out, they need to stick to their first half tactics, Liu and Kue added. Hanley drops deep to link up with the wings, allowing them to make more effective forward runs. Hanley's retreats were indeed becoming more frequent, but Crystal Palace's defense against him had also intensified. Crystal Palace's players had clearly discerned Hanley's tactical intentions. Thus, whenever Hanley proactively retreated to the midfield area slightly to the left and came face-to-face with Cabaye, MacArthur would immediately move to assist his teammate in double-teaming, forming a targeted encirclement against Hanley. In the 65th minute of the match, Hanley once again received a lateral pass from Bradley near the left side of the front field. This pass was strikingly similar to the one that had initiated the goal-scoring attack in the first half. Seeing Hanley in control of the ball, Cabaye hesitated slightly. His shoulder was still aching dully. Crystal Palace's manager Pardew was almost jumping on the sidelines. "What are you standing there for? Press him." Hanley sensed Cabaye's approach from the corner of his eye and lowered his center of gravity. His tall frame created a large protective shield around the ball, and Cabaye's outstretched leg couldn't touch it. Pardew, observing closely from near the touchline, waved his arms frantically, his expression somewhat contorted. "MacArthur, get over here." Bracing against Cabaye, Hanley felt a gust of wind pass his flank, and then his body was lifted off the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Norwich City's manager Neil was furious, gesticulating wildly with his assistant coach and shouting at the referee. That was a deliberate foul. A yellow card. No, give him a red. The referee ignored them, calling over the retreating MacArthur and showing him a yellow card, issuing a stern warning. "Mind your actions. One more like that, and you'll be sent off." MacArthur didn't protest, clearly aware that his challenge was an obvious foul. Hanley was brought down brutally. Crystal Palace's MacArthur receives a yellow card. It was a tactical foul. Damn, this MacArthur plays dirty. The match continued. Uncle Lopez's little notebook proved invaluable. Insights that cut straight to the core flashed through Hanley's mind, making him realize the flaws in his own play. Instead of being constantly targeted, he changed his approach to dropping deep for the ball. He noticed that both Cabaye and MacArthur were focused entirely on him. This left a vast unoccupied area on the right side of the pitch, precisely where Houlihan could make his run. He dropped back to receive the pass with no wasted motion. Before the opposition could close him down, he swiftly switched the play to the right flank. The situation opened up instantly. Damn it. This guy's mind is too sharp. His teammates aren't far behind in ability, but his brain is a step ahead of those fools. Crystal Palace's manager Pardew was frustrated. He couldn't fathom how a newly promoted team had produced such a player. Coach Neil, seeing Pardew's darkened face, felt a chuckle rise. He too had noticed the change in Han Lee. However, Han Lee's attacking pressure on the field remained immense. He desperately needed another player to share the offensive burden, Neil mused. In the 70th minute, taking advantage of a stoppage in play, Neil made a substitution. He brought on Jarvis and Wisdom, replacing Bradley and Howson. Norwich's intentions with these two changes are very clear. Jarvis offers more pace and sharper dribbling compared to Bradley, which can pose a significant threat down Crystal Palace's flank and reduce Han Lee's need to drop deep. Yes, Norwich probably had this in mind when they loaned him from West Ham United. And bringing on Wisdom, a defender, is clearly to shore up the defense, especially since Norwich is currently leading. Unlike Norwich, Crystal Palace's substitutions signaled an all-out attack. They brought on forwards Bolassie and Wickham. Jarvis, running onto the pitch, had been loaned from West Ham United during the summer transfer window. A week earlier, he had even played against Norwich in a friendly for West Ham. Now he found himself on the opposing side. However, it was that very friendly match that had planted the idea of bringing him to Carrow Road in Neil's mind. Neil's tactical instruction to him was clear: attack down the wing relentlessly, and once in position, fire crosses into the box. Jarvis looked at Han Lee, positioned in the opponent's half. Han Lee's outstanding performance in their friendly encounter had left a deep impression on him. Now they were teammates. He gestured to Han Lee to push forward, signaling him to reduce his retreats. Han Lee wasn't unfamiliar with this new substitute teammate. Jarvis's pace and dribbling had caused Norwich considerable trouble in that friendly. He acknowledged with an okay gesture. Jarvis's introduction immediately altered the dynamics of Norwich's attack. He was like a drawn blade, surging forward, cutting inside, and relentlessly assaulting Crystal Palace's defensive line down the left flank. His speed and dribbling forced MacArthur and the fullback, who had been assigned to help contain Han Lee, to divert their attention to him. The pressure on Han Lee's shoulders eased dramatically. In the 82nd minute, Norwich won the ball in their own half and quickly released it to Jarvis on the left. Facing a Crystal Palace defender, Jarvis didn't attempt to force his way to the byline. Instead, he used a clever backheel to pass the ball to the overlapping fullback. He then immediately cut inside, dragging his marker with him. The fullback, understanding the play, delivered a first-time diagonal long ball to the open space on the right side of the opponent's penalty area. With Jarvis's distraction on the left, Han Lee was now marked only by Cabai. Han Lee used his body to shield the ball, controlling it deftly while on the move. Cabai tugged and pulled from behind, but Han Lee's core strength was immense. He stumbled slightly, but maintained control of the ball. Analysis: complete a touch like that would never make the national team. Don't even think about it, the guy's a dragon descendant. Better he stays away. I'd hate to see a talent ruined. Han Lee took a touch to adjust, feigning a look towards the goal. There stood Crystal Palace's goalkeeper, poised and tense, ready to dive. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Han Lee's feet, except for Crystal Palace's manager, Pardew. Grimacing, he nearly stormed onto the pitch. "You fools. He's tricked you all again. Watch Houlihan, damn it." Unfortunately, his shouts were drowned out by the roar of the home crowd. All of Crystal Palace's defenders had been drawn away, leaving a vacuum at the edge of the box. While looking towards the goal, Han Lee passed the ball into that vacant space. Han Lee doesn't shoot. He chooses the more intelligent option. He's deceived the entire Crystal Palace defense with a Ronaldinho-esque pass. Jean June exclaimed. Houlihan appeared right on cue. Han Lee's pass was perfectly weighted. Houlihan took it in his stride, pushed it forward, and calmly slotted it past the frantic Crystal Palace defenders. They could only watch helplessly as the ball was guided towards the far corner. Houlihan. Great chance. Shoot. The Crystal Palace goalkeeper, focused solely on Han Lee and guarding the near post, had already abandoned the attempt. The ball rolled unimpeded into the net. It's in. Goal. 2-0. An assist from Han Lee. A goal for Houlihan. Houlihan sprinted towards the corner flag, sliding to his knees in celebration, but was quickly mobbed by his onrushing teammates. He pointed towards Han Lee, who provided the assist. Han Lee ran over, laughing, embracing his teammates tightly. Ding. The host has delivered a deceptive assist. Ronaldo's complete form illustration progress too. On the sidelines, Coach Neil walked back to the bench with his arms crossed, appearing composed, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his excitement. He took a tactical sip of water and said calmly, "Well, it seems this substitution was the right call." With time running out, Crystal Palace's morale was shattered by the 2-goal deficit. Despite bringing on 2 forwards for a final push, their spirit seemed broken. Against Norwich's reinforced defense, particularly more solid with Wisdom on the pitch, their attacks were all bark and no bite. Finally, the referee blew the full-time whistle. Norwich City had decisively defeated the visiting Crystal Palace 2-0 at home, securing a resounding victory to open the new season. At the post-match press conference, facing the English media, Crystal Palace manager Pardew, still seeming breathless, stubbornly told the press, "I believe we did well enough. The stats speak for themselves. We were just lacking a bit of luck." A local Norwich journalist immediately retorted, "But sir, you lost 0-2. In the face of the scoreline, the stats hold no weight." Hearing this, Pardew gesticulated angrily in the air. "What do you know?" he exclaimed. "If it weren't for that Dragonborn kid, we wouldn't have lost at all." On the other side in Norwich's press area, manager Neil stood with his arms crossed, looking completely unruffled. Crystal Palace. They're a strong team, but losing to us is their honor. Hanley was absolutely brilliant. He rightfully earned the Man of the Match award. Of course I was pretty brilliant as a manager too. The media burst into laughter while his assistant coach Peake could only hold his forehead in dismay. That evening Hanley once again turned down Houlihan's invitation to the nightclub. Uncle Lopez was already waiting for him outside. After packing up, Hanley returned to his residence. Once back, he checked the illumination progress of the complete Ronaldo illustration, which had now advanced past his knee and reached his thigh. This single match had increased the progress by 7. It seemed the efficiency in the Premier League was indeed higher. A new set of numbers had also appeared beside it, 1996-1998. Hanley was puzzled about its meaning at first, but after thinking it over he realized this period was the peak of Ronaldo's career. From his transfer from PSV to Barcelona, then to Inter Milan, and culminating in the 1998 World Cup, this year's Ronaldo was the most terrifying, ultimate weapon on the pitch, his style of play possessing a devastating beauty. It was one of the greatest displays of individual attacking power in football history, a nightmare for defenders. During this time, Ronaldo won the FIFA World Player of the Year twice and the Ballon d'Or once. As Brazil's absolute core, he led the team to the World Cup final. Despite a performance in the final that was as erratic as if he'd downed a bottle of strong liquor, he scored 4 goals in the tournament and won the World Cup silver ball. Hanley thought to himself, truly formidable. If I could fully illuminate and fuse this illustration, could I reach such heights? Having experienced the initial stage of the pendulum move through the basic step over, Hanley became even more eager to experience the effect of a complete fusion with the illustration. The next day, Uncle Lopez handed Hanley the small white notebook as usual. It was for the sake of this notebook that Uncle Lopez never watched Hanley's matches live. He believed the atmosphere at the stadium was too intense and the viewing angle too limited, which would greatly hinder his analysis of the game. Thus, Uncle Lopez always watched the live broadcast from home. This made Hanley value the notebook all the more, and he never treated it with indifference. After committing his strengths and weaknesses from the match to memory, Hanley resumed training under Uncle Lopez's guidance. Uncle Lopez's training sessions never interfered with the team's practice. If there was a match the previous day, he would schedule training for the evening. If there was no match the previous day, he would start training after 5 in the morning. Hanley never complained, knowing it was all for his own benefit. In the distant east, inside the general manager's office at Longwy Sports, Wang Xin sipped his tea, quite satisfied with the dozen or so videos compiled from Hanley's brilliant match highlights. The shining dragonborn super talent of the Premier League. Dreamlike footwork, dragonborn youngster toys with Premier League defenders. The #1 dragonborn footballer. Witness Hanley's stunning performance. There were some comments beneath the videos. Damn, that goal was something else. The rhythm changes the use of his body. We haven't seen anything like this domestically. Don't get carried away, it's just one good game. Let's see if he can keep it up. Uesher is so shameless they've edited one match into a season's worth of highlights. He's just a dragonborn, not a Longwy national. Aren't you all getting a bit too excited? Premier League top defender. I don't even know who Crystal Palace's defenders are. Manager, it seems the response isn't very big. The young assistant standing beside him, dressed in a professional suit with long legs sheathed in black stockings under her skirt, voiced her concern upon seeing the sparse likes and comments. Hey, what's the rush? This is just the beginning. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to strive. Wang Xin wasn't too concerned about the current reaction to these videos. If Hanley continued to perform brilliantly, these videos would naturally resurface. If it turned out to be a flash in the pan, there would be no impact on them, just some wasted effort. Here I've looked through some of Hanley's old materials and match videos. He was adopted by a foreigner when he was young. Go and edit it, make it more inspirational, and post it on the platform. And for these videos, cut out all the best parts and release them on the platform. Looking at her enthusiastic manager, the young assistant felt a headache coming on her. It seemed she would be working overtime again today. As a dragonborn, Hanley's single impressive Premier League performance indeed hadn't caused a huge stir. On a more professional football platform, Kadongi, he was only given a simple headline in a corner. 68 likes, 19 comments. However, there was one place in Longwy that was an exception, buzzing with heated discussions about Hanley. That was the thread Zhang Chao had started on Tieba. As soon as Zhang Chao posted the photos he took at the scene, replies came flooding in. I watched the live stream. Hanley's performance was truly spectacular. Wow. A live attendee. The vibe is different. Post more OP. If Hanley keeps performing like this, I'll definitely go to the stadium to support him. I've been supporting him from the start, just out of solidarity for a fellow countryman. I never expected Hanley to surprise me like this. I won big on this match. Happy beans. What's that? Ignore him, he's just a gambler. Hey, I think you're just jealous. 2 days later, Hanley's spectacular strike against Crystal Palace was unsurprisingly voted the Premier League's goal of the round. Hanley noticed some of the discussions about him, but he didn't pay them much attention. In his view, in football, consistent performance is the source of everything. 2 days later, Norwich City was set to face Southampton in their second Premier League match. It was another splendid weekend, and the Premier League was welcoming its second match day. Among the fixtures on this match day, the most anticipated clash was undoubtedly the battle of the two Blues between Manchester City and Chelsea. Hanley was traveling with his team on the coach heading towards Southampton. They were set to face Southampton FC as the away team. For domestic league matches like this, they rarely had the luxury of flying. Hanley gazed out the window at the passing scenery, his mind wandering to distant places. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed through the bus. Assistant coach Pike's clapping drew the attention of the players who had been resting with their eyes closed and headphones on. Hanley turned his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he looked at the bald man who usually relayed Coach Neil's tactics. What was this all about? We're about to arrive in Southampton, so I'll now introduce you to their key players and their playing style. And this African lad named Maine. Our defenders must be on high alert when facing him. His explosive acceleration and powerful dribbling ability are even more formidable than Zaha's at Crystal Palace. In last season's match against Aston Villa, this guy scored a hat-trick in just 2 minutes and 56 seconds. That broke the record for the fastest hat-trick in Premier League history, previously held by Fowler for 21 years. Hanley was astonished by Pike's introduction. Was this man really that strong? Zaha was the most formidable dribbler Hanley had ever witnessed live, and Maine was supposedly even better than him. It was worth noting that Maine hadn't yet moved to Liverpool. He was still honing his skills at Southampton. Even Sulla was still plying his trade in Serie A. Of the future Red Arrow trio that would dominate Europe, only Firmino had transferred to Liverpool this season. Maine had once famously said, "I don't need 10 Ferraris or 20 diamond watches or 2 private jets. Can these things change me or change the world?" Of course, those were words spoken after he had risen to stardom. Seeing the players' astonishment, Pike offered some timely encouragement. Of course, don't worry too much. If you stay focused, you can still find a way to contain him. As for their core midfielder Ward-Prowse, his free kick ability is exceptional. We should avoid giving away any free kicks in the 30-meter zone in front of our box. Hanley had never heard of this player, but his name piqued his curiosity. It reminded him of a player encyclopedia in his system. There was a free kick encyclopedia entry for a player named Ward-Prowse. He wondered if it was the same person. If so, this was someone to be wary of. Players featured in the system's 100-star encyclopedia were rarely unremarkable. Besides these two, there was another name Hanley found familiar. And his familiarity with this player had nothing to do with football. He was Yoshida Maya from the land of cherry blossoms. Hanley had once heard some interesting stories about him in a television report. The report mentioned that Yoshida Maya and Uchida Atsudo shared an unusually close relationship that went beyond ordinary friendship. Uchida Atsudo had once been teammates with Chinese player Hao Junmin at Schalke 04. Hearing the assistant coach mention Yoshida Maya brought that report back to Hanley's mind. Although he didn't know if it was true, the thought of possibly being tightly marked by him sent a shiver down his spine. Houlihan, sitting next to Hanley, noticed his expression and chuckled. "What's wrong, Han? Scared of that cherry blossom player? Don't worry. I've played against Yoshida Maya before. He's definitely no match for you. With your physique, you'll easily withstand his tight marking." Hanley gave an awkward smile in response to Houlihan's kind words, indicating that he wasn't afraid of that. After all, as a descendant of the dragon, why would he fear a player from the land of cherry blossoms? As Pike finished his briefing, the team coach drove into Southampton. Hanley shook his head, trying to clear the jumbled thoughts from his mind. This was not the time for such distractions. He needed to focus on the upcoming match. The coach slowly pulled up near St. Mary's Stadium, where a crowd of fans had already gathered. As the Norwich City coach appeared, the traveling Canaries fans erupted in cheers, while the Southampton supporters responded with jeers. Hanley put on his headphones and the energetic electronic music he usually listened to before matches began to play. It was his ritual, using music to get his body pumped up and fine-tune his game day mindset. As the match approached, both teams stood in the tunnel. Maine's youthful face appeared on the cameras. At this moment, Maine looked humble and honest. It was hard to reconcile this image with the player who would later fly into a kick on Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson, elbow Chelsea's captain Azpilicueta, and punch his own teammate Singh. Hanley stood at the end of his team's line when a Southampton player of similar height with small eyes took the initiative to greet him. "You're from the Dragon Country." This was none other than Yoshida Maya, whom the assistant coach had mentioned earlier. Hanley didn't deny it. Although he was only a descendant of the Dragon Country was his homeland. He had lived there for over a decade before his transmigration. Apart from his deep frustration with the Football Association, he felt a strong sense of belonging to the Dragon Country. A dragon descendant could play in the Premier League. When Yoshida Maya saw Hanley nod, his expression shifted subtly, a flicker of disdain passing through his mind. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and maintained a smile. Although Yoshida Maya's change in demeanor was subtle, it didn't escape Hanley's notice. But Hanley wasn't as hypocritical as him. On the pitch, he would show him what he was made of. As kickoff time neared, the players walked onto the field. "Hello everyone. Welcome to Uesher Sports. We're bringing you live coverage of the Premier League's second round as Southampton hosts Norwich. I'm your commentator for this match, Jean Jun. And I'm your co-commentator, Lee Yuan-Kue. Jean Jun and Lee Yuan-Kue were originally scheduled to commentate on the blue-on-blue clash between Manchester City and Chelsea. However, at the strong insistence of Wang Xian, the general manager of Yuesher Sports, they were assigned to cover this match instead. Before the game, they were handed a stack of documents about Han Li with explicit instructions to center their commentary around him. Wang Xian had truly gone to great lengths to promote Han Li. Meanwhile, on another streaming platform, a live streaming website to be precise. Since it was a free stream with the added attraction of a Joy Bean betting game, many fans had gathered there. Wang Busho was delighted as the platform had finally assigned him a promising match. He had been heavily criticized by fans in previous matches, earning the nickname, the Wall of Joy Beans. But this Southampton versus Norwich game, it was a sure bet on Southampton. After all, the gap in strength was glaringly obvious. Trust me, just blindly bet on Southampton. I guarantee your Joy Beans will pile up nicely. A dragon descendant. That's even more reason to bet on Southampton. With him on the opposing team, the win is even more certain. Wang Busho chatted away happily in his live stream. The majority of viewers in the chat expressed their support. Trusting you one more time, brother show. If you fail again, you really should change your name. Great, the other side has a dragon descendant, we're saved. It's locked in. No more instant noodles for me. But there were exceptions. I supported my bro Lee last match, and I'm supporting him again this time. It's all about loyalty. Exactly. It's rare to see a fellow countryman in the Premier League. Gotta support him. That's nothing. I put all my beans on Norwich winning the Premier League title this season. Now that's real support. Damn man. A 1/800 odds bet. Only you dare to do that. At St. Mary's Stadium, the 3,200 seats were a seething ocean of fervor. The Southampton fans welcomed their home team with a deafening roar. At the same time, they poured immense pressure onto the visiting Norwich City. Compared to Norwich's home ground, Carrow Road, the atmosphere here was far more wild and untamed. For Norwich, a newly promoted side, this was undoubtedly a new challenge. We can see both teams have lined up. Now let me introduce the starting lineups for both sides. Southampton has arranged a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper Stekelenburg. Right back Source. Center backs Font partnering Yoshida. Left back Target. Double holding midfielders Romeu partnering Ward-Prowse. Right winger Main. Attacking midfielder Davis. Left winger Tadic. Striker Rodriguez. Meanwhile, the visiting Norwich also fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper Ruddy. Striker Hanley. The coin toss ended. Both teams took their positions on their respective halves. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Southampton kicked off first. Playing at home, they were in no hurry to push forward, but instead kept the ball under their control with a measured pace. Their double pivot consisted of Romeu and Ward-Prowse, both adept at holding and passing the ball. Romeu came through Barcelona's academy. Compared to Premier League players, his footwork is no less refined, Jean Jun commented. Yes, as a holding midfielder, he also possesses good passing ability. That's why Southampton manager Koeman brought him to St. Mary's, Lee Yuan-Kue analyzed. In the 5th minute, Southampton launched their first attack. Facing a Norwich defense that had dropped deep, Ward-Prowse played a lofted through ball directly to Southampton striker Rodriguez up front. The 194 centimeters tall forward served as a target man, excelling at receiving and laying off the ball. Norwich's holding midfielder Dorrance, standing only 175 centimeters, was truly struggling to contest aerial balls with Pell. Thus the ball was headed directly by Rodriguez to Main on the right flank. Main was matched up against Norwich captain Howson, who dared not relax even a little against the Saints' speedy winger. After a few probing steps, Main made no superfluous moves. With a feint of his upper body, he swiftly pushed the ball forward with his left foot, then chased after it like a black lightning bolt. Howson used both hands and feet, clutching and pulling, but could not stop Main. Having beaten his man, Main faced Brady's covering defense and lofted the ball into Norwich's penalty area. Rodriguez's towering figure was already waiting there. Unfortunately, Main's cross was a bit off the mark. The pass with no adjustment sailed over the leaping Pell and out of the box where Norwich right back Whittaker controlled it. What a ruthless burst of speed. Today Norwich's flank is under immense pressure. Whittaker with the ball decisively slipped it to Holohan, because Southampton's counterpressing was so swift. High pressing like this is often the culprit behind defenders' mistakes. Holohan, upon receiving the pass, immediately experienced the same treatment. Southampton's Davis, Tadic, and Ward-Prowse quickly formed a triangular encirclement around him. Holohan's heart raced. The three opponents blocked his passing lanes like wolves. His position was near the center, and losing the ball would be perilous. Southampton's rapid storm would tear their defense apart. He needed to get rid of the ball quickly. Helpless, he was about to hoof the ball upfield. Even if it meant losing possession, at least there would be room and time to defend. Hey, over here. Just as his right foot was about to touch the ball, a voice called out. Then a figure appeared between Ward-Prowse and Tadic. It was Han Li, who had shaken off Romeu to provide support. Holohan forcibly altered his point of contact and quickly passed to Han Li. Relieved of the ball, Holohan breathed a sigh. Han Li's possession always gave him a sense of security. Heaven knows why this feeling came from a 17-year-old youth. Norwich's absolute core, the Dragons' super prodigy, calmly took control of the ball. Jean-Jun read the commentary handed to him by Wang Xian, feeling a bit speechless. But as a professional commentator, he delivered it without a blush or a missed beat. Brilliant. Han Li's step-over was so clean. Jean-Jun's sudden shout drowned out the comments in the live stream. Yes, Romeo had no answer at all. After receiving the ball, Han Li saw that the three Southampton players had not yet recovered their positions. So he drove the ball straight into Southampton's half. With a rhythm-changing step-over, he left Romeo behind. After completing the dribble before Yoshida could close him down, Han Li immediately struck the ball with immense power, sending it rocketing toward the goal. Look at Han Li's shot. The ball whistled past Yoshida's ear, whipping a gust of wind against his cheek, forcing him to shut his eyes involuntarily. Thud! A crisp sound rang out as the ball slammed against the crossbar and bounced out of the net. Staring at the still trembling crossbar, Southampton's goalkeeper's tightly clenched heart finally relaxed. Wow, what a pity. Han Li's shot was so threatening. Yoshida's gaze refocused on Han Li. Compared to the gesticulating coach Neil on the sideline, the player who missed the goal showed little regret. Setting aside the threat of that shot, he had nearly been struck in the head. Damn, it didn't go in. In truth, Han Li only appeared calm. Inside, he was also frustrated. His strike had been struck with perfect power and contact, yet it failed to find the net. It was agonizing. No one expected that Norwich would be the first to create a scoring threat. The post saved me. If I had scored early, I could have gone to bed early. Han Li seemed to have something. His dribbling and shooting were decisive, unlike the national team, always hesitating. Wang Bushu, sitting at his computer desk, let out a long breath. That shot from Han Li had just scared him silly. Relax, it didn't go in right. I don't believe this guy can pull off another one like that. Standing with his hands in his pockets at the edge of the football pitch, Southampton's manager Koeman furrowed his brow. Before the match, he had specifically watched Norwich's previous Premier League round against Crystal Palace. Han Li's performance in that game had left a considerable impression on him. However, at just 17 years old, Han Li wasn't enough to make Koeman alter his tactical approach. Koeman merely gave a brief word of caution to his players about the young Dragonborn talent. It was clear his players hadn't taken his words to heart. He was deeply dissatisfied with his players' pace of tracking back. Under his management, players were expected to adhere strictly to tactical discipline and exhibit professionalism. This kind of lax attitude was not what he wanted to see. The face in the camera now is Southampton's manager Koeman. As a Dutchman, Koeman has instilled the philosophy of total football into the soul of this team. Under his tutelage, Southampton has displayed a distinct style of play. As a defender during his playing days, he has a keen understanding of the nuances of defending. Everyone should take note of Van Dijk sitting on the bench behind Koeman. Also a Dutchman playing as a center back. Koeman brought him from Celtic to St. Mary's Stadium at the end of the summer transfer window. This match is expected to mark his debut. Watching the figure appear on screen, Jean-Jun spoke with ease. I didn't expect Van Dijk to join the Saints. I've watched his games, he's solid in defense, and also has a knack for scoring. Yes, I know a bit about this player too. I think he has the potential to be the world's best defender. Back to the match, Southampton's attack surged towards Norwich like a tide after the goal kick. Han Li's warning shot had done nothing to alter their dominance in possession and their attacking flair. The midfield trio of Ward-Prowse, Romeo and Davis controlled the tempo of the game with their excellent passing and organization, continuously supplying key passes to the forward line. Koeman, being Dutch, had completely abandoned the club's traditional English 4-4-2 style of play. That mode of attack, reliant on wing crosses and two target men, was far too monotonous. Koeman's 4-2-3-1 formation emphasizes the combination of wings and center. Wingers are expected not only to deliver crosses, but also to cut inside and take on defenders. Using the tall striker Rodriguez as the focal point up front, supported by the wingers Tadic and Main, who possess excellent dribbling and passing abilities. This efficient attacking system was constantly battering Norwich's defensive line. In the 10th minute, Southampton's right-back Soares played the ball from the back to Davis near the center circle. This pass compressed Norwich's entire formation. 4 Norwich defenders swarmed around Davis. Unfazed, he played a perfectly weighted pass back to Romeo. With a huge gap now exposed on Norwich's flank, Romeo switched the ball to Yoshida, who had drifted wide. By then, Holohan, who was positioned far from Yoshida, tried to press, but it was too late. With ample space to set himself, Yoshida lofted the ball towards the right wing. Main was already poised, creating space for himself with a clever curved run. He controlled the ball in stride and burst towards the byline. Seeing his teammates Tadic and Rodriguez already making their runs into the Norwich box, Main swept the ball across the face of goal just before Brady could close him down. Look at this chance. Fortunately, Norwich defender Bazong remained alert. A timely sliding tackle diverted the ball out for a throw-in. Han Li observed Southampton's entire attacking move, noting how fluid and seamless it was executed without hesitation. In the 18th minute, using the same pattern, Southampton managed a high-quality shot on target. By the 28th minute, Bazong, having successfully thwarted another Southampton attack, let out a roar. He had been under immense pressure throughout this period, constantly tracking opposition movements while facing relentless high pressing. With his nerves stretched thin, he needed an outlet, a way to pump himself up. On the other side, Main and Brady were already exchanging heated words. During this phase, Han Lee stood isolated up front, like a lone warrior reminiscent of his stranded state against Crystal Palace. His expression alternated between a furrowed brow and a knowing look, a cycle that betrayed a sense of helplessness to any onlooker. Norwich really need to find a solution. At this rate, conceding is only a matter of time. Jean Jun remarked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. Han Lee's expression shows he's out of ideas. He's even dropping back to defend now. What else can he do? Come on, our super genius. In the 35th minute, Han Lee suddenly appeared to forcefully halt Main's dribble. Furious at having the ball nicked away so easily by Han Lee, especially after being taunted by Brady all game, Main immediately gave chase. He tried to win the ball back, but the physical mismatch was too great. Han Lee shielded the ball with his back, using his arms to fend off the frustrated Main, who could do little about it. Just as Davis was about to join the press, Han Lee passed the ball away. Southampton's possession is at 65, and they lead overwhelmingly in shots. Newly promoted Norwich are facing a significant challenge here. Norwich manager Neil rubbed his chin incessantly, his brow furrowed in constant worry. He understood the principle that prolonged defense invites defeat, but the timing of the match was awkward, and more importantly, he lacked viable solutions. Southampton were a different beast compared to Crystal Palace. Their defense was more solid, and both flanks boasted both pace and dribbling prowess. In the 38th minute, under Southampton's relentless high press, Norwich's defense finally cracked. Norwich defender Brady, hurried by the chasing Main, tried to pass the ball back to his goalkeeper. But with his nerves shot, Brady's pass went straight to Southampton's onrushing striker Rodriguez. Brady's pass is intercepted. The ball is cut out by Rodriguez. A huge chance for Southampton. The rushing goalkeeper brought Rodriguez down inside the penalty area. Main. The referee, however, did not point to the spot. It wasn't a case of a missed call, the advantage was clear. Main, sprinting forward, reached the loose ball ahead of everyone and slotted it into the empty net. Main. The English commentator roared, and St. Mary's Stadium erupted. The roar of the crowd engulfed the pitch, sounding like a deafening, otherworldly din to the Norwich players. Goalkeeper Ruddy pounded the turf in frustration, while the at-fault Brady wore a look of shame and bewilderment. Han Lee watched from the front, feeling no anger towards his teammate. His vision had clearly perceived the immense pressure Brady was under. Perhaps putting the ball out for a throw-in would have been the safest choice. But the raucous noise from Southampton, the sound of Main's footsteps behind him, and the physical shoves had clouded Brady's judgment, causing his passing motion to become awkward and disjointed. At the Juanlado livestream, streamer Wong Busho was laughing uncontrollably. Yeah. Finally scored. Beautiful. Main. Great job. Brady. Great job. Han Lee. For those who haven't joined yet, now's the time, don't miss the boat. With this kind of performance, conceding was inevitable. Honestly, I don't see how Norwich can win this. Han Lee has completely vanished. Apart from that early shot and the later interception, he's been a ghost out there. Han Lee took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling gently. He lifted his gaze toward the Southampton coaching bench, where Koeman stood with his hands still in his pockets. Yet the furrowed brow had smoothed, a hint of composed confidence gracing his features. Turning his attention to the wildly celebrating Southampton players, Han Lee fell into contemplation. In this rare moment of respite, Uncle Lopez's little white notebook seemed to materialize once more in his mind. The deliberate nurturing of Uncle Lopez had instilled within him an almost instinctive clarity whenever he trailed behind. He began to replay the unfolding events on the pitch. Romeu knocking it back, Yoshida spreading it wide. Ward-Prowse dictating the tempo, Davis threading it through. Romeu and Ward-Prowse, the two holding midfielders, were hardly dominant in the air. Yoshida was lacking in pace. No. And the other center-back, Font, was just as slow. And his touch was clumsy as well. The seemingly flawless passing and movement began to show cracks. A high defensive line was the starting point for a counterattack. It was as if all the fragments of memory coalesced in that very instant. Targeted ideas began to surface in Han Lee's mind. He ran over to Dorrans, who was still rooted to the spot, and though his defending left much to be desired, his passing was rather decent. Han Lee called out to him, then whispered a few words. Dorrans nodded repeatedly, seemingly in full agreement with Han Lee's proposition. Han Lee then summoned Holohan and whispered a few instructions to him as well. Holohan furrowed his brow after listening, his gaze darting towards Neil, who was on the touchline communicating tactics with the captain Howson. Han, are you sure about this? If this leads to a mistake, Neil will have my head. Han Lee, recalling Coach Neil's stubborn nature, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At Norwich, no one dared to defy Neil's tactics. He would make you intimately acquainted with the feeling of being a permanent fixture on the bench. Don't worry, there are only a few minutes left in the half. This will catch them off guard. I think we can take the gamble. Coach Neil will understand. Holohan, still smarting from being suppressed by Southampton for nearly the entire half, found the thought appealing. Maybe this could actually work. The ball was placed back in the center circle, and the atmosphere in the stadium grew even more intense. Norwich captain Howson stepped forward and made 2 gestures to his teammates. These were gestures Hanley had often seen Coach Neil make during training, so they were not difficult to decipher. The first gesture signaled the midfield to spread out their formation. So Neil had also noticed Southampton deliberately compressing their shape. The second gesture signaled the line to drop deeper. When this gesture appeared in a match, it meant Norwich was about to defend. Neil intended to hold onto the final few minutes of the half, banking on a tactical shift during the interval. Due to Southampton's new signings this season, they had completely abandoned their traditional English long ball game. Consequently, much of Neil's pre-match preparation had been rendered useless. The current adjustment was a reasonable fallback. Having discerned Neil's tactical intent, Holohan began to hesitate once more. He cast a questioning glance towards Hanley. Hanley gave a slight nod, his resolve seemingly unwavering. We can see the Norwich captain communicating with his teammates on the pitch. While we can't quite decipher their gestures, it appears he is conveying the coach's instructions, preparing for a tactical tweak. Howson's subtle signals did not escape the notice of Southampton's manager Koeman. A cold sneer formed in Koeman's mind. He had meticulously studied the habits of every Premier League manager. These gestures merely signified spreading the formation and dropping deeper into a low block. Useless. It only served to make them more susceptible to being picked apart. Koeman's expression suggests he's quite dismissive of Southampton's tactical shift, Jean-June remarked with a chuckle. As the referee's whistle sounded, Hanley glanced at Holohan before passing the ball back to centre-back Martin. Martin was contemplating hoofing the ball aimlessly upfield when Dorrans' voice rang out. Hey, Martin, over here. Though puzzled, Martin obliged. Watch your back. Martin suddenly bellowed after releasing the pass, spotting Pell and Tadic closing in menacingly on Dorrans, who was receiving with his back to goal. Caught off guard, Dorrans instinctively poked the ball towards where he thought Holohan was. But Holohan was nowhere to be found, and the ball was easily intercepted by Davis. Blast it. Holohan, what are you doing up front? Peek. Did you tell him to do that? Neil roared in frustration as possession was squandered in an instant. Peek, standing nearby, trembled with fear, shaking his head vigorously. Goodness, what's wrong with Norwich? They keep making these elementary errors. Jean-June was also bewildered. Norwich looks like they've been rattled. Hanley sighed inwardly. Dorrans' mental fortitude was truly disappointing. Watching Davis, who had won the ball, thread a pass towards the surging Tadic, Holohan's heart sank. This is disastrous. Just as Neil fumed, Hanley felt helpless. Holohan despaired, and his teammates were dumbfounded. A figure suddenly slid in from the side, forcefully halting the ball's rapid advance. It's Norwich's right back, Whittaker. What a crucial tackle. The ball after the challenge came back to Martin's feet. Hanley, seeing this up front, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called out to the still-dazed Holohan. He then gestured emphatically and sprinted towards the attacking third. Martin, clearly more composed than Dorrans, immediately launched the ball upfield upon seeing Hanley's signal. As Southampton's counterattack had just broken down and Martin's reaction was swift, most of the opposing players were yet to recover their positions. As the ball flew straight towards them, Holohan, Hanley, and Southampton's defensive line all surged forward simultaneously. Font was tasked with marking Holohan, while Yoshida picked up Hanley. Suddenly, Hanley altered his running trajectory, joining Holohan to close in on Font. He began using subtle obstructive physical interference. Southampton's manager Koeman, hands still in his pockets, seemed to sense something amiss. He withdrew his hands and urgently gestured for his defensive line to provide support. The shouting Neil fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on the 3 players entangled in the middle of the pitch. Faced with the double team, it was now Font's turn to panic, realizing no teammate was nearby. Watching the ball descend, he shoved his hand back, sending Holohan tumbling to the ground. The referee, experienced, chose not to award a foul. Font then leaped high, attempting to head the ball back to his goalkeeper. However, there was still a considerable distance to the keeper, and the 2 players behind him were causing disruption. Consequently, he could only graze the ball with his head, lacking the power for a proper clearance. The headed ball merely bounced forward a short distance, and Font hurriedly accelerated to give chase. At that moment, a shadow darted past him. It's Hanley. He reached the ball before Font. Having won the ball, Hanley swiftly surged forward with it. The cumbersome Font had no hope of catching him. In no time, Hanley burst into the penalty area, bearing down on the goalkeeper. It was a perfect one-on-one opportunity. Hanley, what a chance. A low drive. It's in. Norwich have equalized. The Southampton keeper's rush was futile as the composed Hanley slotted the ball calmly into the far corner. Ding. A tackle full of intelligence. A finish of ice-cold composure. Ronaldo complete form illustration completion 5 ding. Ronaldo complete form illustration completion reaches 40. Meets the requirement for the intermediate illustration tier. In the Uesher Sports Live broadcast room, Jean-June's commentary filled the entire studio. His voice was brimming with passion, carrying a subtle hint of exhilaration. Norwich City also capitalized on the opponent's mistake. No, to be precise, they actively forced the opponent into that error. From Hanley's movement, we can clearly sense that intent. Yes, this is an absolutely crucial goal. In the dying moments of the first half, Norwich City has leveled the score. Lee Ewan Kue added. The barrage of comments in the live chat flooded the screen, overwhelming to the eye. Amidst the chaos, exclamations like "holy shit" and "awesome" and 666 were faintly discernible. Han Li's age severely contradicts his on-field experience. Did he start playing football in the womb or something? For those who don't understand what football IQ is, look at this goal. It was clearly scored with brains. I get it now. Han Li's invisibility was all just setting up for this sneaky strike. Haha. In the Huamlado live stream, Wang Bush's face was etched with dark lines, looking utterly grim. Damn it. What the hell is that idiot font doing? Why didn't he just clear the ball earlier? Guys, I'm feeling a bit unwell, gonna sleep first. FCK. What a total amateur. Laugh. Why don't you keep laughing, streamer? Don't like it now, do ya? Wang Busso looked at the barrage in his chat, nearly fainting from rage. He took a deep breath and continued, "Don't worry, guys. That goal was just luck. In terms of the overall play, Southampton still has the advantage. Trust me, Southampton will definitely take the lead again in the second half, and we'll secure our win." Back on the pitch, the majority of Southampton fans were shrouded in silence. A small minority, however, glared at the black-haired youngster celebrating with his teammates, directing unfriendly gestures towards him. They muttered under their breath, believing Han Li's goal was undeserved. Yet they seemingly forgot that their own goal had also stemmed from a defensive error by the Norwich backline. Dorrans looked at Han Li, scratched his head, and wore an apologetic expression. "Han, sorry I nearly messed things up. It's alright. We scored, didn't we? A goal is a good goal." Han Li consoled him with a warm smile. "If it weren't for your mistake, this goal might not have been executed so effortlessly," Han Li thought to himself. After consoling Dorrans, Han Li mused inwardly. It turned out that after the opponent's goal, Han Li had already been scheming. He had approached Dorrans and Holohan with a plan. He would launch the ball directly to the backfield. Dorrans would then hold up the play, baiting the opponents to swarm him given their playing style. Meanwhile, Han Li and Holohan would seize the moment to sprint into the opponent's half, severing their midfield connection. At that point, Dorrans could deliver a high ball forward. If they won the aerial duel, they could launch an attack. If they lost it, they would use their numerical advantage in that area to force the opponent into a mistake. And it was precisely Dorrans' unexpected error that caused the opponent's midfield to be severely disconnected. Only Font and Yoshida were left to guard the backline. When the ball was dispossessed and played forward by Martin, Han Li first drifted wide to draw Yoshida away. He then quickly cut inside towards the slower, less agile Font, setting up the subsequent one-on-one chance. It had been a speculative attempt in the final moments of the first half, primarily designed to catch the opposition off guard. The sequence was fraught with twists and turns, and its success certainly involved an element of luck. Norwich City's manager Neil, who had been jumping and shouting moments before, was now strangely calm. With his arms crossed over his chest, he wore an expression of complete control. It was as if he was telling the world, "Yes, I instructed my players to play that way." The ball was placed back at the center circle, and the Southampton players stood in their half, their faces etched with displeasure. Having the lead wiped out so quickly and in such a manner was hard for anyone to stomach. Yoshida's face darkened, his inner thoughts aligning perfectly with those of the Southampton fans. These Chinese people only know how to resort to such petty tricks. It's truly disgraceful. Following Norwich's equalizer, the first half was nearly over. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. In the Norwich City dressing room, "Holohan, don't let it happen again," Neil remarked to the resting Holohan, his tone laden with meaning, leaving the surrounding players puzzled. Neil then proceeded to analyze the first half's issues and outline the tactical plan for the second half. He didn't press Holohan on his earlier positional lapse, merely mentioning it in passing. He reasoned that while tactical execution was important, the ultimate purpose of tactics was for defense and attack. Since the goal had been scored, there was no point in dwelling on the mistake. Seeing Neil deliberately skip over the topic, Holohan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, then shot a glare at Dorrans, who was grinning foolishly at him. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of the event, Han Li, was lost in thought. He was examining his data panel. Upon receiving a system notification about a tome upgrade in the first half, he had eagerly checked it upon returning to the dressing room. Positioning 72 to 78, shooting 74 to 80, heading 69 to 73, ball control 71 to 74, dribbling 72 to 78, passing 67 to 69, free kicks 66 to 67, curves 67 to 70, shot power 72 to 75, speed 80 to 86, acceleration 71 to 80, strength 79 to 82, stamina 81 to 83, injury resistance 75 to 77, pendulum dribble intermediate. At this moment, the lower half of the entire tome image became clear, with the iconic Brazilian shorts fully revealed. Han Li noticed that his attributes for positioning, shooting, dribbling, speed, and acceleration had seen significant increases. The boosts to his other attributes were more modest, likely related to the tome itself. If one were to assign ratings to Ronaldo, these would probably be his standout attributes as well. As for the intermediate level of the pendulum dribble, it was presumably another upgrade to his step-over technique. Han Li mentally calculated the bonuses from Van Nistelrooy's King of the Small Box title and was thoroughly astonished. Inside the penalty area, his positioning soared to 83, heading increased to 81, strength reached 87, and his shooting was a staggering 90. This surge in ability was a pleasant surprise for Hanli. It seemed Van Nistelrooy's king of the small box trait would become increasingly influential, and he wondered if it might eventually break through to 100. As Hanli brought his consciousness back to the dressing room, Neil was just finishing his tactical instructions. At that moment Neil mentioned Hanli. Han, you can reduce your defensive duties in the second half. As for whether to drop deep to receive the ball, use your own judgment. Hanli nodded, trusting Neil's tactical acumen. Norwich's second half tactics featured targeted changes against Southampton. The midfield positioning was notably more expansive compared to the first half. Adjustments were also made on the flanks. On the right, young winger Redmond replaced Bradley. Redmond, hailing from the sprinting nation of Jamaica, was known for his pace and also possessed decent defensive abilities. This change was aimed at better containing Maine. Simultaneously, Jarvis, known for his dribbling and passing, was introduced on the left. In the first round, Jarvis had been used as a key to unlock stubborn defenses. It was evident that Neil intended to use magic to counter magic. Additionally, Dorrans was substituted for midfield enforcer O'Neill, signaling an intent to overrun and disrupt the Southampton midfield. As the halftime break concluded, the players from both sides returned to the lush turf of St. Mary Stadium. Unlike Norwich's multiple tactical adjustments, Southampton remained unchanged in their lineup. After all, they had dominated the first half and their tactics were sound. They believed that with a sharper edge in front of goal, victory would be well within their grasp. At the start of the second half, Southampton immediately displayed a fierce attacking intent. Norwich, with their numerous lineup changes, required some time to adapt to the new rhythm. Southampton capitalized on this period to launch two threatening attacks. However, goalkeeper Ruddy was in fine form, fiercely guarding his goal and keeping it intact. "See, brothers, I told you Southampton had a huge advantage." Wang Bushu's voice rose with renewed vigor in the Happy Beans live stream. "This is their true strength. Norwich only got a lucky steal from Hanli. Now they're showing their true colors." As the match progressed, the benefits of Norwich's lineup changes began to emerge. Following their halftime instructions, they slightly retreated their formation, but the intensity of their midfield interceptions had clearly increased. O'Neill's introduction brought greater running and coverage. The midfield trio he formed with Howson and Holohan began effectively cutting off Southampton's passing lanes. The lightning-fast Redmond was tasked with marking Maine. His mission was simple: use his speed to stick close and disrupt, tirelessly expending every ounce of energy. In several one-on-one duels, Maine found it impossible to break free as easily as he had in the first half. Redmond clung to him like a stubborn piece of taffy, inextricably entangled. The open, expansive duel between the two provided a spectacle for the fans. Oh, Norwich's second-half adjustments are very targeted. Jean June keenly sensed the shift. Redmond is doing well limiting Maine, and Jarvis has opened things up on the left flank. Coach Neil's halftime substitution has had an immediate effect. Lee Ewan Kue added, "The key is the midfield battle." Norwich is no longer letting Southampton pass through the middle so easily to organize attacks. See, Ward-Prowse has the ball now, and O'Neill immediately closes him down, not giving him a comfortable pass. As the commentators observed, Southampton's attacks began to stagnate. They still held the majority of possession, but the number of genuine threats on Norwich's goal had decreased compared to the first half. These lineup changes were something Southampton players could still tolerate. What truly tormented the Southampton defense was Hanli. The man seemed like a different person. No, not a different person, but he had suddenly become significantly stronger. This left the Southampton players utterly bewildered and frustrated. Dude, are you playing a video game? Did you just allocate your skill points at halftime? Or were you just hiding your strength all along? In the 68th minute, another high ball was launched from the Norwich half. Romeu pressed tightly against Han. Lee attempted to jump, but his body was pinned by Han Lee's imposing frame, rendering him unable to move. Han Lee, with his back to the goal, controlled the high pass deftly at his feet. Once Holohan ran into position, Han Lee immediately passed the ball to him, then swiftly shook off Romeu and sprinted forward, seeking a 1-2 combination. When the ball returned to Han Lee's feet, Norwich had broken through Southampton's first line of defense. Seeing this, Ward-Prowse charged over, slamming into him from the side and stretching out a leg to make a tackle. Han Lee caught a glimpse of Ward-Prowse from the corner of his eye. He leaned his body slightly, subtly shifting his right arm to brace against the incoming challenge. The anticipated collision didn't go as Ward-Prowse expected. He felt as if he had run into a solid iron plate. He was involuntarily lifted off his feet and then crashed heavily onto the turf. A sharp hiss escaped his lips as a searing pain shot through his left shoulder. The entire stadium was stunned by the sight. They had only witnessed the charging Ward-Prowse being sent flying by Han Lee's sheer strength, sliding across the grass after the collision. Meanwhile, Han Lee, the one who appeared to be on the receiving end, merely staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance, the ball still firmly under his control. Holy crap. What is this, a human tank? I'm seeing shadows of Drogba. Have you guys noticed? Han Lee is clearly different from the first half. Having bypassed another of Southampton's midfield shields, Han Lee now faced their defensive line directly. At the edge of the penalty area, Font was feeling extremely anxious. Having witnessed Han Li's duels with his teammates Romeo and Ward-Prowse up close, his shock was even greater than the fans. Every move Han Li made was perfectly executed to avoid any suspicion of a foul. Combined with his powerful physique, his two teammates stood no chance. Weren't Asians supposed to be weak in physical battles? Can someone explain what's going on with this guy? Yet as the rock of the defense, he had to swallow his pride and step up to face the challenge. He expected Han Li to either bulldoze his way through again or pass the ball to a teammate. However, Han Li's next move completely defied his expectations. With his body swaying rhythmically from side to side, his feet moved rapidly over the ball in a blur of motion. As the tempo quickened, he closed the distance between them, approaching like a grim reaper. Dazzled by Han Li's feints, Font couldn't make any useful judgment. Instinctively, he stuck out a leg. A feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and then a figure brushed past him, stirring a gentle breeze. Font knew he had been beaten, not even having the time to reach out for a desperate foul. Maya Yoshida was dumbfounded. His shock was even greater than his teammate Font's. 3 teammates, 2 bowled over 1 fooled, and now he stood as the team's last line of defense against Han Li. Baka, are you even a real Dragon Countryman? Compared to the current opponent, he would have preferred facing the scheming Han Li from the first half. However, Han Li gave him no chance. In Yoshida's eyes, Han Li unleashed that dreaded step-over move once more. Dude, don't you have any recovery frames? He finally experienced the same despair as Font. He should have double-teamed him earlier. Facing this monster one-on-one was his most foolish idea yet. Watching Han Li dart past him, he threw his body into a desperate lunge. He had to stop this infuriating player. Losing in such a humiliating fashion was unbearable. Even if it meant conceding a penalty, it was worth it. However, Han Li's physical prowess inside the box was even more terrifying. Yoshida's hasty slide tackle only caused him to stumble a few steps. From the Southampton goalkeeper's perspective, he saw Han Li amidst his staggering poke the ball with his toe. It zipped through his legs as he dived desperately to the ground. St. Mary's Stadium was enveloped in silence, the fans utterly stunned. Some exchanged bewildered glances, followed by sporadic gasps of disbelief. This young Asian-faced man had just completed a spectacular goal worthy of a season's top 10. The sheer impact of Han Li's performance was overwhelming. Goal! Han Li, a brace! My God, this is an unbelievable goal. Jean Jun's voice echoed through the commentary booth, filled with incredulous passion. From the initial touch, he shrugged off Romeo, bulldozed Ward-Prowse, sent Font spinning, dodged Yoshida's sliding tackle, and finished with a nutmeg. Han Li single-handedly dismantled Southampton's entire defense. This is a world-class solo performance. Lee Yuan-Kue also struggled to contain his excitement, absolutely breathtaking. This goal reminds me of Drogba in his prime, that unstoppable force. But Han Li's footwork is even more refined. Look at those 2 consecutive stepovers to beat Font and Yoshida. The fluidity was exceptional. The live stream chat was flooded with disbelief. Holy shit. Amazing. I've seen plenty of La Croquetas, but what the hell was that sequence of stepovers? With this physique and technique, I believe he's a mix of Drogba and Ronaldo. Look at that little Japanese guy on the ground, so damn satisfying. This feeling. Fucking awesome. Han Li roared inwardly, spreading his arms like an eagle and sprinting to the sideline in wild celebration. His Norwich teammates swarmed him, engulfing him in a huddle. Brother, you're incredible. We are amazing. Holohan was the first to jump on Han Li's back, shouting excitedly, having earned an easy assist thanks to Han Li's brilliance. Coach Neil stood on the touchline, still trying to maintain his composure, but the constant twitching at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. To pick, he looked more like he was simply stunned by Han Li's performance. Southampton manager Koeman turned and sat back down on the bench. He didn't blame his players. Having been a defender himself, he understood that feeling of utter helplessness. Sitting next to Koeman was Van Dijk, Southampton's new signing, also deeply impressed by Han Li's display. Coach, this Dragonborn kid holds Dutch nationality. Dutch nationality. Koeman turned to Van Dijk in astonishment. He hadn't even noticed Han Li's nationality. Van Dijk explained, I just checked his profile. Though he also has Italian nationality. Dutch nationality. Koeman looked thoughtfully at Han Li, surrounded by his teammates. Ward-Prowse had long since gotten to his feet, his left shoulder still slightly numb. He looked at Han Li with a hint of fear in his eyes. Font went over and pulled the still prostrate Yoshida to his feet. The poor kid's confidence must have taken a massive hit. Yoshida stood up, his eyes glazed over. He remembered how he had mocked Han Li for being a Dragonborn earlier and felt deeply uneasy. So I was the real clown all along. Main turned his head, staring intently at Han Li's back, etching the image firmly into his memory. In the Hwanildo livestream room, Wang Busho was indeed silent. He stared blankly at Han Li on the screen, mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words. This goal had completely shattered his perception of Han Li. Cough. That was a beautiful goal. Wang Busho finally managed to speak after a long pause. Guys, forget the bets. Just for that goal, Hwanildo doesn't matter anymore. I'm genuinely happy for him. Seeing a Dragonborn dominate the Premier League like this, it's worth it. That goal was indeed beautiful. But it's no excuse for your bad prediction. Exactly. FCK. Refund. Don't panic. Don't panic. There's still time. The match entered the 92nd minute. Wang Busho suddenly grabbed his water cup and took a huge gulp, but it went down the wrong pipe, causing him to cough violently, his face turning bright red. Cough. Damn. This. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Referee. Give a penalty. I'll accept it. After saying this, Wang Busho slumped back in his chair dejected. Ha. Keep dreaming. Follow Brother Lee, and the Huanaldu just keeps coming. The barrage from the fans who had bet on Norwich was like a dagger plunged into the hearts of the other fans. FCK, your dream. Refund. FCK. Refund. If I ever bet with you again, I'll eat 30 pounds of shit on stream. Following Han Lee's goal, Koeman made a substitution, bringing on Van Dijk for Yoshida, who was making his debut. The home fans were crestfallen after Han Lee's outstanding performance. Van Dijk's debut didn't bring them much excitement, even though his presence did cause Han Lee some trouble. Coach Neil was always tactically astute. After taking the lead at Southampton's home ground, the team deployed a formidable 5-4-1 defensive formation. Han Lee would occasionally launch a counterattack against Southampton. This combination of defensive solidity and ruthless counterattacking infuriated Koeman, whose hands trembled with rage. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no rule against such tactics. As the clock on the St. Mary's Stadium big screen ticked from 93 to 94 minutes, the referee blew the final whistle. Most of the Southampton players collapsed onto the pitch as if they had been longing for the game to end. They had never seen such an intense Koeman. He had driven them relentlessly. The full-time whistle blows. Congratulations to Norwich City on their victory. Undoubtedly, Han Lee's performance earns him the official Man of the Match award. Coach Neil was on the touchline, embracing and celebrating with each player. When he reached Han Lee, he lifted him up in a bear hug. Han Lee looked down at the shining bald head beneath him and gave Neil 2 firm pats on the back. Today's match had truly been a joy for him. Ding. Humanoid beast physical duels. Silky smooth step over dribbling. A shot amidst a violent tackle. Ronaldo complete form illustration brightness 6. In the away team's locker room at St. Mary's Stadium, jubilation reigned supreme. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, grass clippings, and the intoxicating thrill of victory. Brilliant work, lads. Coach Neil clapped his hands vigorously, his face unable to conceal his ecstasy, his bald head gleaming with excitement. Especially you, Han. You're an absolute genius. You tore their defense to shreds single-handedly. In all my years of coaching, I've never seen such a dominant goal. His teammates erupted in cheers and whistles, tossing towels and socks at Han like colorful streamers. Han, drinks are on you. You have to treat us. Houlihan shouted, wrapping his arm around Han's neck. Later at the post-match press conference, journalists directed their questions at both managers. Sir, you lost the match despite having the upper hand in terms of possession and chances. Is there anything you'd like to say? Southampton's manager Koeman wore a complex expression. Yes, we should have been the victors today. While the opposition made tactical adjustments, I believe it was their number 9 who truly destroyed us. His implication was clear: they lost to Han Lee, not to Norwich. Could you give us your assessment of this number 9? Koeman spread his hands and replied, incredible. But I must say he holds Dutch nationality. Are you suggesting he might join the Netherlands national team in the future? Koeman smiled and said, I'd say that would be fantastic. But Sir Han Lee also possesses Italian nationality. Why do you think he would choose the Netherlands? Koeman spread his hands again, recognizing the journalist's Italian accent. That's not for me to decide. However, I believe we're a far more attractive prospect than Italy. Neil, who had been listening with great interest, suddenly found the journalists turning their attention to him. Mr. Neil, Coach Koeman claims you won entirely because of Han Lee. How do you respond? Neil lowered his arms, mimicked Koeman's gesture of spreading his hands, and pursed his lips. I think Koeman is right. This unexpected admission deflected the journalist's aggressive questioning, drawing laughter from the room. Back in China at the Yuesher Sports general manager's office, Li Bingbing stood before the desk with a look of utter exhaustion, her fair skin betraying signs of fatigue. Shortly after the second round of Premier League matches concluded, Wang Xian had demanded she compile a highlight reel of Han Lee's performance. Ever since general manager Wang Xian had set his sights on Han Lee, her workload had multiplied exponentially. Gazing at the city lights outside the window, her expression soured with frustration. Sigh. A bit more fatigue is tolerable. Come on. For the sake of becoming a regular employee. Li Bingbing silently encouraged herself. Having recently graduated from university, she cherished this job opportunity. Before long, after what felt like an eternity, Li Bingbing finally saw Wang Xian return to the office. Wang Xian reviewed the video his assistant had edited and expressed his satisfaction. Bingbing, are you interested in a trip to Europe? Huh. Here's the situation. Rest assured, if this task is completed successfully, your permanent position is guaranteed. Over the first 2 rounds of the Premier League, Han Lee had scored 3 goals in total. His name now appeared on the scoring charts alongside stars like Aguero, Kane, and Costa. His consecutive stellar performances began to attract the attention of various sports media outlets. Sky Sports, the best goal scorer in the first 2 rounds of the Premier League. Who was Han Lee? The Daily Mail column, a super talent. Unraveling the mysterious dragon descendant who detonated the Premier League at Norwich. The topic of Han Li also began to heat up in China. With UEFA Sports holding the Premier League broadcast rights, Wang Xin amplified Han Li's performances 100-fold. Dominating the Japanese international. Han Li's unstoppable solo run shatters the defense guarded by Maya Yoshida. Maya Yoshida, I can't stop him. Han Li's dazzling footwork conquers the opponent. Japanese international admits defeat after the match. Single-handedly crushing the Saints. Han Li named man of the match. The light of the dragon descendant shines bright in the Premier League. Compared to the muted reaction after the first round, the fans' response this time was significantly more fervent. Oh my god. I was stunned by the quality of that solo run. He shrugged off one, nutmegged another, and outmuscled a third. Is this the Premier League? UEFA isn't exaggerating this time. That goal would be the showstopper in any superstar's highlight reel. The haters have nothing to say now, do they? Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's brilliance? The physique, the technique, the composure. Is there any domestic player past or present who could pull that off? I declare myself a 10-year fan of Han Li. The better he performs, the more disheartened I feel. We finally discover a talented player of Chinese descent, and he's not even from our country. Enough said. The FA is a bunch of idiots. Southampton fan post-match interview. Who was that number 9? He destroyed us. Haha, looks like foreign fans are just as baffled. Kadongdi, a human tank. Han Li flattens Ward-Prowse, solo run stuns St. Mary's. Likes 90, comments 40. Since Norwich were playing away at Southampton, Zhang Chao hadn't traveled with the team. He had watched the live broadcast at home. However, he was now filled with regret. Damn it. I missed such an incredible goal live. I should have gone no matter what. Zhang Chao picked up his phone, opened the forum, and decided to take action. He created a Han Li fan forum. Shortly after its creation, it attracted the attention of several football fans. He quickly captured the highlight of Han Li's solo goal and posted the first thread. Meanwhile, in Turin, Italy, inside a villa, a portly man was incessantly scrolling on his phone, browsing news from various football media. A shrewd glint flickered in his eyes. This man was the renowned football agent Mino Raiola. As an agent, Raiola's core principle was maximizing the player's interests. This made him a perennial adversary to clubs, but a confidant to players. His roster boasted many famous names: the legendary Zlatan Ibrahimovic and midfield prodigy Paul Pogba, the enigmatic Mario Balotelli, Belgian striker Romelu Lukaku, Henrik Mkhitaryan, and others. All these players held Raiola in very high regard. A headline on the screen suddenly caught Raiola's eye. A dragon descendant. His thumb paused, and a glimmer of inquisitive interest appeared in his eyes. Turin, a city in northwestern Italy and the capital of the Piedmont region, is renowned for its rich history, culture, and industrial heritage, earning it the title of Italy's chocolate capital. Yet within a refined cafe, the conversation steered far from such topics. Raiola set down his phone and shifted his bulky frame in the rattan chair. A contented sigh escaped his lips as if he had just savored a delicacy. His gaze settled on the man opposite him, his nephew and assistant on his agency team, Vincenzo. Vincenzo, take a look at this. Raiola slid his phone across the table, the screen displaying the latest intel he had gathered on a certain Han Li. What do you think? Vincenzo, a man equally adept at calculating odds, glanced at the screen before taking a slow, deliberate sip of his coffee. The dragonborn kid from Norwich. There's been some chatter about him these past few days. What, uncle, are you interested? Interested? Absolutely. Raiola made no effort to hide his enthusiasm, his fingers drumming on the table. Look at this physique, this breakthrough, this commanding presence. He's only 17. Vincenzo, what you see might be a goal, but what I see is a money tree of future superstar. Do you understand? Vincenzo remained non-committal. The potential is there, but the Premier League is full of physically gifted youngsters who ultimately fade into obscurity. Besides, he's dragonborn. His identity is sensitive, and the market behind him. Well, it's complicated. Complicated. No, that's an opportunity. Raiola's eyes gleamed with the intensity of a hunter. We both know the size of the Dragon Kingdom market. The profits he could bring us might even surpass Pogba's. A dragonborn who can truly establish himself in a top league and even shine. My god, that's a gold mine. The key is who gets their hands on that key first. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I've checked, the kid doesn't have a formal agent right now. Only his adoptive father handles some simple matters. This is a window of opportunity, a perfect one. So you're making your move, eh? Vincenzo raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Why not? Raiola spread his hands with a cunning smile. This blind box is a low-risk bet with a potentially enormous payoff. It's time to take a trip to England and meet our genius in person. At the Norwich training ground, the atmosphere was more electric than ever. 6 points from the first 2 league matches had massively boosted the team's morale. After training, Uncle Lopez arrived punctually at the facility to pack up Han Li's gear. How are you feeling? Have you noticed the media reports? On the drive home, Uncle Lopez initiated the conversation, having seen too many young players lose their way amidst sudden fame and fortune. I'm only thinking about the match against Liverpool right now. Han Li's reply was concise and direct, yet he sensed Uncle Lopez's genuine concern. Han Li was clearly a man of his word. In the following days, he remained utterly undisturbed, fully immersing himself in even more rigorous training, which greatly reassured Uncle Lopez. Norwich, as a newly promoted team, felt targeted by the English FA. The season had started with tough fixtures against Crystal Palace and Southampton. Now the third round pitted them against the Premier League's traditional powerhouse Liverpool. Bloody hell. It's deliberate. Head coach Neil muttered to himself as he studied Liverpool's tactics and lineups. Seeing that Liverpool had fielded different teams in their first two matches, Neil slammed his hand against the tactics board. With the departures of key players Suarez, Sterling, and Captain Gerrard, Liverpool's performance under Rodgers last season had been underwhelming. The club's hierarchy had long been contemplating his dismissal. After the new season began, rumors surfaced of a partnership with former Dortmund manager Klopp. Upon hearing this, Rodgers seemed to have given up, or perhaps he was making a last-ditch effort to save his job. Liverpool had become his personal experiment. The use of different lineups in the two matches was a clear indication of this. But perhaps a starved camel is still bigger than a horse, or maybe Rodgers' gamble was working. Liverpool surprisingly started the new season with 2 consecutive wins, which was one of the reasons for Neil's frustration. Liverpool's internal affairs were indeed chaotic, but their combat strength was still evident. And with a coach who seemed to be improvising, their unpredictability was a huge concern. 2 days later, Neil's team arrived at Anfield. Anfield. The very name was enough to put immense pressure on any visiting player. A tide of reds surged in the stands, and the eternal anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," thundered through the stadium before kickoff. The weight of history and the fervent atmosphere intertwined, making the very air feel scorching. For a newly promoted side like Norwich, this was undoubtedly a hostile environment of the highest order. In the dressing room, Neil made his final preparations, his voice deliberately raised in an attempt to drown out the faint, ominous singing seeping through the door. "Listen up, lads. Forget we're at Anfield. Forget those bloody songs. We've studied them. Rodgers is like a kid on a merry-go-round. Nobody knows which team he'll put out today. But whoever he fields, remember our plan. Defend, stay compact, and hit them on the counter." His gaze swept across the squad, lingering for a moment on Han Li. "Han, your task is crucial. We need you to hold the ball up front and use your dribbling to create threats. Liverpool's defense isn't as solid as their reputation suggests. Use your strength and changes of pace to get in behind them or win us some set pieces." Han Li nodded, his face an impassive mask, but a flicker of fire burned deep within his eyes. These grand occasions only served to quicken the pulse of his blood. In the players' tunnel, both teams lined up ready to walk out. Standing among his teammates, Han Li could distinctly feel the aura of confidence radiating from the Liverpool stars beside him. An air belonging to a true giant of the game. Coutinho, Henderson, Sturridge. Faces he had only ever seen on television were now within arm's reach. Welcome back, viewers, to the Premier League Round 3 clash as Liverpool host Norwich City at Anfield. We can see the players are already making their way onto the pitch. In the Uesher Sports live broadcast room, Jean June delivered his customary opening remarks. Now let's introduce the starting lineups for both sides. Liverpool are lining up in a 3-4-1-2 formation. As expected, it's yet another new setup. In goal, it's number 22, Simon Mignolet. The 3 center-backs are number 23, Emre Can, number 37, Martin Skrtel, and number 17, Mamadou Sakho. James Milner and Jordan Henderson anchor the midfield. The wing-backs are Nathaniel Klein and Alberto Moreno. The front 3 consist of attacking midfielder Philippe Coutinho and the 2 center-forwards Daniel Sturridge and Christian Benteke. As for Norwich, it's clear from the squad strength on paper that Liverpool are far superior to Norwich City. Moreover, as Liverpool's midfield core, Coutinho is in scintillating form, having bagged 2 goals and 2 assists in the first 2 rounds. Similarly, Norwich also boast an in-form player, Han Li, who has scored 3 goals and provided 1 assist in the previous 2 matches. I love listening to Jean June commentate on the Reds matches. You might not know this, but Jean June is a diehard Liverpool fan. Although his commentary is always neutral, whenever Liverpool loses a game, he's covering, I can't help but laugh. In the Huanaldu live stream, Wong Busho was back with a vengeance. "Brothers, give me one last chance. This time it's Liverpool, as surely they won't mess this up again. If they do, I'll follow Han Li's team from now on. Even if it's Real Madrid or Barcelona, I won't go back on my word." Honestly, the odds of Norwich toppling Liverpool are incredibly slim. This is Anfield, though very few teams leave here with anything to show for it. I'm in. Liverpool's squad is just too strong. I can't bring myself to bet on Han Li. Norwich beat West Ham 2-0 in a friendly, and last season West Ham beat Liverpool 3-0 in the Premier League, so Norwich beat Liverpool 5-0. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. In the stands of Anfield, a bulky fan, wearing a baseball cap, sat in a corner muttering to himself. Not bad, he looks even more handsome in person than on TV, and much more pleasing to the eye than that Pogba kid. The assistant beside him was speechless, his boss's focus was always so peculiar. Why the long face? Being handsome is one of the reasons top clubs are attracted to players, just like Real Madrid. After the match began, Liverpool firmly controlled possession of the ball. Norwich weren't foolish enough to try and compete with Liverpool in possession. That would be suicide. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers' pursuit of possession is almost obsessive. Liverpool's average possession rate has been as high as 57.2. Jean June analyzed. When a team can command 65 to 70 possession in a match, their opponents begin to crumble. Currently, Liverpool can't quite reach that level of control, but we will keep striving. Possession is football's ultimate weapon. This was the football philosophy Rodgers pursued. For Rodgers, possession sometimes even outweighed winning the match itself. He once famously said, "If we have 65 possession, that is more important to me than scoring goals." In the 3rd minute, Liverpool advanced into Norwich's half. Coutinho, after dribbling past Doran's challenge, delivered a high-quality through ball. What a pass! Coutinho's vision and dribbling are top tier in the Premier League. Sprinting down the flank, Liverpool wing-back Moreno met the ball first time and floated it into the Norwich box. The twin target men combination of Sturridge and Bentique was their primary scoring threat. However, the cross didn't find either striker as Martin headed it behind for a corner. Liverpool won their first corner of the match. Instead of launching it directly into the box, they played a short corner routine. Coutinho passed to the oncoming Milner. Milner then played it back to Coutinho, who didn't hesitate. He whipped the first-time cross right into the heart of the goal mouth. The delivery had the pace of a shot skimming low. The ball flew past the heads of the players at the near post and into the box. Panic ensued in the Norwich penalty area. Sturridge seized the moment, shaking off Norwich centre-back Bozong. He then launched himself horizontally, connecting with the ball. Goal! It's Sturridge. Just 3 minutes into the match, Liverpool have capitalized immediately on an early corner. Sturridge, with a sharp near-post run, powered a diving header past the Norwich goalkeeper. What a magnificent goal! Conceding an early goal at Anfield often leads to a rout. Norwich are in serious danger. Liverpool, playing at home, had secured a dream start. The entire Anfield Stadium erupted in celebration. Back in the Ronaldo live stream, despite Liverpool's early goal, Wang Busso was desperately trying to contain his excitement, not wanting to be ridiculed by the fans again for celebrating prematurely. On the sidelines, Neil angrily retreated to the bench. This lightning-fast goal had instantly destroyed his pre-match preparations. He had planned for a defensive counter-attacking game, but his defense was breached before his attack could even materialize. With Liverpool holding the early lead, all they had to do was maintain their composure, and Norwich would find themselves in an incredibly difficult position. But just 2 minutes later, Neil was pulled back from the brink. The man responsible was Hanley. The restart from the center circle. Norwich, now trailing, immediately launched a desperate counterattack. The match reached the 5th minute. After a few passes at the back, Martin initiated the attack with a long ball forward. Hanley, who had been lurking near Liverpool's defensive line, suddenly made a bursting run forward. He slipped through the narrow gap between Skrtel and Sacco. The two Liverpool centre-backs realized their mistake. In the opening minutes, Hanley had seemed almost invisible. This recently famed young Dragonborn player hadn't warranted significant attention from them. They had even privately chuckled, thinking the lad was intimidated by the Anfield atmosphere. Compared to Southampton, Liverpool were the true dominant force in the Premier League. Even if this powerhouse was missing a leg. And precisely because of this, they paid the price for their unwarranted big club arrogance. All they felt was a sudden change in Hanley's aura as he surged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. Hanley leaped high, executing a graceful chest control. The ball dropped perfectly into space ahead of him. Hanley had now entered the penalty area. The ball bounced up again in front of him. The chasing Liverpool defender was right on his heels. No time to think. Hanley, shoved by Skrtel, launched himself into the air with a spectacular side volley. On the touchline, Coach Neil was on his tiptoes, craning his neck as far as he could onto the pitch. His heart was in his throat. Thwack! Hanging in midair, Hanley smashed his foot through the ball. Before his body even hit the ground, the ball was already spinning violently into the back of Liverpool's net. Ding! A visually stunning, powerful side volley. Ronaldo's complete figure illumination 4. As everyone knows, passive skills have no cooldown. The effect of the little box king, Ruud van Nistelrooy card that Hanley obtained from the system was similar. These high balls delivered directly from the back are often among the most challenging passes to test a striker's ability. Although Hanley didn't possess Van Persie's ability to unleash violent volleys at any moment. However, he had his own way of dealing with such balls. Hanley opted for a control and shoot in one motion. This was no simple feat. If the first touch was poor, the ball could be easily cleared by the defender or the charging goalkeeper. Hesitation during the shot would lead to the same outcome. Clearly, Hanley executed it perfectly. He had the mental fortitude and decisiveness. Of course, the attributes that allowed him to thrive in the penalty area at a top club were also crucial. Combining these strengths, Hanley first brought the high ball down into the penalty area with perfect weight despite the intense pressure. Then, before the defender and goalkeeper could close him down, he seized the moment and swept the ball into the far corner of the net with a spectacular side volley. This left the Liverpool fans momentarily stunned. They were still celebrating their team's goal, the excitement, yet to fade only to be instantly silenced by such a difficult strike from the opposition. Some were still turning around to organize chants, only to turn back and see the scoreboard read 1-1. The usually roaring Anfield gradually fell silent. In the eyes of the Liverpool supporters, Han Lee's knee slide near the corner flag was a sight for sore eyes. In the Uesher Sports broadcast studio, this rapid equalizer stunned Jean Jun and Lee Yuan Kue for a moment before they erupted with incredible commentary. Whoa, huh? Goal. What a beautiful goal. Han Lee's handling of the ball was textbook. Just one pass and one shot. Efficient and concise. Powerful yet not simple. Liverpool's lead lasted only 2 minutes before they were immediately struck back. The fans in the live stream chat were also stunned for a couple of seconds, then comments flooded the screen. He can drop deep and hold up the ball. He can also make runs into the box like a poacher. And he always scores unconventional goals. Is this a template of Ibrahimovic Ronaldo? No. I think he's more like Van Basten. In the Juan Lado live stream room, Wang Busso was extremely frustrated and couldn't help complaining, Liverpool is so disappointing. I haven't even taken a sip of my hot tea and you've already let them equalize. Don't blame the Liverpool defenders. I've figured it out. Han Lee is a different player inside the box compared to outside. He fooled me too. You're just realizing this now. I noticed it during the preseason friendly. Liga, even if you ignore me outside the box, inside the box you have to call me Little Ronaldo. Back to the match. Philippe Coutinho, the Brazilian super talent, and Liverpool's absolute core stood alone in the center circle, hands on his hips. His gaze fell upon Han Lee, a hint of deep thought in his eyes. Han Lee's goal reminded him of someone. A man who once scored for wonder goals in a single match, claiming 4 of the top 5 Premier League goals of the week. His South American compatriot and former teammate Luis Suarez. Coincidentally, the opponent in that match was the very same Norwich City team. As a gifted Samba player, Coutinho understood the sheer difficulty of that goal perfectly. Even he might not have handled the ball more effectively than Han Lee in that situation. His main weakness was his physicality, unable to hold off 2 taller, stronger defenders. The Norwich players celebrating with Han Lee dispersed, and the ball was returned to the center circle. Within moments, both teams were back on level terms. Alex Neil calmed his nerves. Compared to conceding an early goal, this situation was undoubtedly the most favorable for his team. He disliked things beyond his control as they demanded more mental energy. The match had just begun, yet both teams had already ignited the atmosphere at Anfield. Neither side showed signs of backing down, and the fans believed the rest of the match would be even more thrilling. In the 9th minute, Coutinho received a pass from teammate Nathaniel Klein and immediately dribbled past the pressing Teddy. This crucial touch created a 2-on-2 situation. Seeing Bentique sprinting forward, Coutinho instantly delivered a threatening through ball. If that ball got through, it would surely be a 1-on-1 chance. At the critical moment, Norwich defender Sebastian Bossong executed a swift sliding tackle, deflecting the ball out of bounds. What a ball from Coutinho. And that interception from Bossong was absolutely vital. Jean Jun couldn't help praising. Teddy, who had been beaten, gave Bossong a thumbs up, acknowledging that he had bailed him out. In the 18th minute, Norwich won the ball back in their own half and launched a counterattack. The ball was quickly played to Wes Hoolahan, who immediately knocked it into the path of the advancing Jarvis. In a defensive counterattacking strategy, too many passes can significantly slow down the attack, risking losing the ball and being hit on the break. Neil had emphasized more than once that during the first 3 passes of a counter, holding the ball or attempting dribbles is absolutely forbidden except in special circumstances. Jarvis demonstrated excellent tactical discipline. In possession, he could have attempted to take on his man to create a better opportunity. Instead, he spotted Han Lee lurking in the penalty area and without much adjustment whipped in a precise cross from a 45-degree angle. Having conceded 1 goal already, Liverpool's center-backs had abandoned any underestimation of Han Lee. His physical prowess and technical skill demanded their full attention. What frustrated Skrtel and Sacco was that this young man with yellow skin and black hair possessed more than just physicality and technique. He was also incredibly cunning. And now they were experiencing it firsthand. Han Lee cleverly exploited Liverpool's 3-man defense. While the ball was still in the air, Han Lee was initially positioned beside Emre Can and Skrtel. Just as the ball was about to drop, Han Lee suddenly darted into the gap between Skrtel and Sacco. Skrtel turned his head in a panic, but it was too late to jump. To his despair, Sacco was nearly 2.5 body lengths away from Han Lee. Seizing the space between them, Han Lee leaped high into the air. Wham! He headed the ball towards the goal right in front of their eyes. An uncontested header. An onside header. Hoolahan, standing at the edge of the box, had already raised his arms in celebration. Just as everyone thought it was a certain goal, the Liverpool goalkeeper, soaring high, managed to get the slightest touch on the ball with his fingertips. Thud. But because of that slight touch, the perfectly placed shot struck the post. With a panicked clearance from Sacco, the ball flew out of the danger zone. What a save. The fantastic duel between attack and defense drew spontaneous applause from the crowd. Wow. What a brilliant contest. Compared to his technical skills, Han Lee's footballing brain is equally impressive. Han Lee clutched his head in disbelief. Despite having a free header and getting full power behind it, the perfectly placed shot hadn't gone in. He found it hard to believe, taking a long, hard look at the Liverpool goalkeeper. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers furrowed his brow deeply. For the first 20 minutes, they had firmly controlled possession, spending most of their time pressing in Norwich's half. Yet the number of threatening attacks from both sides was nearly identical. This scenario had occurred more than once. The match against Norwich had exemplified this dilemma perfectly. He couldn't help but ponder, with the rapid evolution of modern football, was possession-based football truly becoming obsolete? His gaze drifted back to Hanley on the pitch. Or perhaps it was because of this very player. Naturally, Hanley's performance had left a profound impression on Rodgers. He had once coached Luis Suarez. Thus he could comprehend the immense difficulty of Hanley's playing style even better. His eyes lit up with intrigue and temptation. If only they could sign him in the winter window. But his gaze dimmed just as quickly. It was too late. Shaking off these superfluous thoughts, Rodgers' gaze regained its composure. Following Hanley's threatening shot, Liverpool's new captain Jordan Henderson began to mark him. As the successor to the legendary captain Steven Gerrard, Henderson felt immense pressure. Whispers of being the worst captain in history began to swirl around him. He was an absolute Liverpudlian at heart. Hanley's dazzling performance at Anfield ignited a fire of anger within him. As captain, he had to defend Anfield's honor, refusing to let his team fall to a newly promoted side. Of course, this was also a prime opportunity to establish his authority. In the 25th minute of the match, dropping deep to receive the ball, Hanley faced James Milner and unleashed a dazzling display of stepovers. Hanley's stepovers were incredibly deceptive. The backpedaling Milner dared not commit to a tackle. Just as Hanley was about to knock the ball past Milner, Henderson came flying in with a sliding challenge from the side and behind. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Henderson missed the ball entirely, taking down Hanley on the turf, and was shown a yellow card. Henderson offered no gesture towards Hanley, but also raised no objection to the referee's decision. Hanley was pulled to his feet by Wes Hoolahan. He patted the grass clippings off his kit, dismissing Henderson's challenge as a mere tactical foul, and didn't dwell on it. In the 33rd minute of the match, Henderson struck again, and Hanley was brought down once more. This time the referee didn't call a foul, and Henderson roared in celebration of his successful defensive stop. Henderson even stirred up the crowd's emotions. English football hooligans are notorious across Europe. They don't care about right or wrong. They thought Henderson's tackle was brilliant, sending their adrenaline surging. They believed this dragon-born lad went down too easily, too frail, and began to hurl abuse. Some nearby Liverpool players subtly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Henderson was a typical Englishman with average technical skill but a fiery temper. He had earned the Liverpool captaincy through his red pedigree and his distinctive personality. It was precisely for this reason that some players harbored unspoken resentment but wouldn't show it. Henderson could be quite useful sometimes, like right now. Anger began to simmer within Hanley. He narrowed his eyes at Henderson, sensing the targeted aggression aimed at him. Hoolahan's eyes darted around thoughtfully. He rushed over, exchanging heated words with the Liverpool fans, and warned Henderson to watch his tackles. Henderson merely shrugged, showing indifference. "You dirty, underhanded thug." Gerrard would never resort to that. With Hoolahan's taunt, Henderson's face visibly contorted with rage. He started advancing towards Hoolahan, pointing and muttering curses. Seeing this, Milner quickly grabbed Henderson, urging him to calm down. Milner, still level-headed, knew Henderson was already on a yellow card. Hanley also shook his head at Hoolahan, signaling that he would handle it his own way. Following a warning from the referee, both sets of players managed to cool down. The dynamics on the pitch seemed to have subtly shifted. Both teams need to control their emotions. Henderson has crossed the line. Hanley lacks experience. Hopefully he can keep his composure. Damn it. Henderson is clearly doing this on purpose. How did this guy even become Liverpool's captain? This is unbearable. Hanley, get him. In the 38th minute, Hanley once again surged forward with the ball at high speed. As expected, Henderson came to meet him again. Catching sight of Henderson in his peripheral vision, Hanley's eyes turned dark and intense. Once, twice, three times, this could no longer be excused as simply doing it for the team. Hanley had no intention of confronting him head-on. That would be unwise. He began to drift his positioning towards Henderson. As the two players started to make contact in a split second, Hanley subtly angled his shoulder and suddenly thrust his right foot forward and to the right. He planted it firmly into the turf right in front of Henderson's path. Henderson let out a sharp cry, feeling as if he had kicked a solid iron pillar, a searing pain shooting up his leg. The fans watched in astonishment as Henderson, who had made contact with Hanley, was sent sprawling into the air. He crashed face first onto the turf, skidding painfully for a considerable distance before coming to a stop. The referee did not call a foul, signaling for play to continue. From his vantage point, it was Henderson who had deliberately kicked his leg into Hanley's shin. Even though Henderson, now covered in grass and dirt, was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg in agony, the referee deemed Henderson's reaction to be play acting. Still in possession, Hanley continued his attacking foray without pause. He saw Milner defending ahead, backpedaling, while pointing emphatically behind Hanley. Milner believes Hanley should kick the ball out of play as their captain Henderson is down injured, explained commentator Jean-June. However, Hanley paid him no heed. He only acknowledged the referee's whistle. With a crisp, clean step over Hanley completely left Milner in his dust. Then facing the slightly reckless double team from Emre Can and Skritel, Hanley gently nudged the ball forward and to the left. He passed the ball to Holohan, who was unmarked and running into open space. Holohan took a brief touch to adjust, then slotted the ball home with a deft side foot finish. Goal. It's Holohan. Hanley drew in 2 defenders and laid it off for him. The referee points to the center circle. The goal stands. Unusually, goalscorer Holohan did not run towards Hanley. Instead, he turned and sprinted directly towards Henderson, who was still lying on the ground. Holohan scores and runs straight over to taunt Henderson. Hanley watched with a smile spreading across his face. This Holohan was quite a character. A sudden silence fell over Anfield. It was immediately shattered by a thunderous chorus of boos and a torrent of vile abuse. They believed Hanley displayed a lack of sportsmanship. They felt he should have kicked the ball out of play instead of continuing the attack while Henderson was down. Amidst the deafening boos echoing throughout the stadium, the referee blew his whistle to halt the match. Henderson remained curled on the ground, clutching his lower leg in agony. After a brief examination by the team, Dr. Henderson was helped off the pitch limping heavily. It was clear he could no longer continue. A significant swelling had formed on his calf. He cast a wary glance at Hanley, who stood calmly on the field, a flicker of fear in his eyes. That guy is too cunning. He deliberately fouled him. Didn't you see that? Milner roared at the referee, pointing at the departing Henderson. Beside him, Emre Can and Skritel were equally agitated, and the situation threatened to spiral out of control. The referee backed away, gesturing with his hands for the Liverpool players to calm down while communicating with the linesman through his headset. Hanley stood at the edge of the melee, his expression impassive. He knew exactly what he had done, a challenge that danced on the edge of the rules. He had secured his position early, planting his standing leg in Henderson's charging path. It looked painful, but to the referee, it seemed more like Henderson had run into him. Among the Liverpool players, only Coutinho gestured with his hands down, urging the fans to remain calm. As Henderson slowly walked off the pitch, the boos at Anfield grew louder and more venomous, the insults directed at Hanley turning increasingly harsh. Fortunately, Hanley's English was limited, and much of the local profanity was lost on him. Hanley placed his right hand over his ear, and with his left pointed towards the glaring scoreline on the big screen. It was his silent retort to the jeering crowd. Neil, an Englishman himself, understood exactly what the fans were shouting. Unable to contain his anger, he began hurling insults right back at them. He was eventually pulled away by his assistant coach after being shown a yellow card by the referee. This guy, he's got character. I like him. A player with this kind of personality, if managed well, could become even more influential online than Cristiano Ronaldo. In the stands, Raiola's face jiggled with laughter. His interest in Hanley was growing by the minute. On the other side of the stadium, a man in a baseball cap muttered to himself, "This kid has talent, composure, and brains." Smith wasn't lying after all. He was one of the few who had spotted Hanley's subtle move. The Usher Sports Studio was replaying the clash between Hanley and Henderson in a loop. That move by Hanley. Well, it certainly wasn't a foul, Jean-June remarked with a meaningful tone. I suspect Hanley has secretly read a cultivation novel. That was too sneaky. What are you all talking about? Henderson clearly kicked Hanley's shin. Exactly. If anything, it's karma. Look at him writhing in pain. So satisfying. After all the commotion, the first half was nearly over. To prevent any potential clashes between the teams, the referee blew the whistle for halftime, right on schedule. Time for everyone to cool down. The situation has become delicate, Jean-June analyzed from the commentary booth. Henderson's departure is a blow to Liverpool both tactically and morally. And Hanley, with a controversial defensive play and a brilliant assist, has completely shifted the momentum of the game. Now the pressure is firmly on Liverpool. During the break, Hanley sat in the dressing room, attentively listening to Neil's tactical instructions for the second half. Ding. Host has used a calculated physical challenge to injure an opponent and force him off. Ronaldo complete figure Atlas brightness 2. Ding. Host has successfully performed a step over and delivered an assist. Ronaldo complete figure Atlas brightness 4. Injuring an opponent also yields rewards. Hanley was taken aback. This system is quite unscrupulous. However, he had no intention of maliciously harming others. He lived by the principle of repaying kindness with kindness. Of course, if someone hurt him, he would retaliate tenfold. For the second half, Rodgers brought on Firmino, Liverpool's new signing, to fill the void left by Henderson. This meant Liverpool now had 3 forwards on the pitch. Rodgers was clearly looking to bolster the attack. Both teams engaged in a fierce, no-holds-barred battle. In the 55th minute, Coutinho threaded a pass that sliced through the Norwich defense. Firmino, receiving the ball, took a heavy touch and missed a golden opportunity. Norwich recovered the ball and launched a swift counterattack. Firmino's introduction meant Liverpool had one less man in midfield compared to the first half, allowing Norwich to counterattack with greater fluidity. Jarvis passed the ball forward to Holohan. Houlihan also took a heavy touch, and the ball was cleared by Liverpool's centre-back Sacco. But today Lady Luck was clearly on Norwich's side. The cleared ball fell right to Han Lee's feet. Without hesitation, he knocked it forward to the rapidly advancing Housen. Housen, the Jamaican winger, was exceptionally fast, charging straight towards Liverpool's goal. As he neared the box, Liverpool's wingback Klein closed him down. Housen, not wanting to take any risks, played a cutback pass to the onrushing Han Lee. Han Lee met the ball and struck it first time. The shot was deflected just wide of the post by Emre Can. The Liverpool fans breathed a collective sigh of relief. The pace of the game seems to have quickened even more compared to the first half. Firmino's introduction has strengthened Liverpool's attack, but it has also left more holes in their defense. Yes, looking at the positioning, Liverpool have reverted to a 4-3-1-2 formation. The two wingbacks have dropped back to fullback positions. Emre Can has pushed forward while Coutinho has dropped deeper to form a midfield three with Milner. Firmino is now playing in the attacking midfielder role, just behind Coutinho. However, the advanced Emre Can still seems to be focusing his attention on Han Lee, suggesting he has specific instructions to do so. Rodgers is a capable manager. This tactical shift looks quite sound. In contrast to Liverpool's changes, Norwich haven't made any significant adjustments. Their defensive counter-attacking strategy was very successful in the first half, and they seem intent on continuing with it. The match reached the 65th minute. A Norwich counter-attack broke down, and with their players tiring and out of position, Liverpool launched a counter-attack. Firmino, sprinting with the ball, played a through pass. Bentic, who had been largely anonymous for most of the match, found himself through on goal, with only the keeper to beat. A huge chance. Bentic, can Liverpool find an equalizer? Jean-June couldn't help but exclaim. Bentic, who had broken through on goal, did not shoot immediately. Perhaps he had been too detached from the rhythm of the game for too long. Suddenly being presented with such a golden opportunity left him momentarily stunned. As he stepped into the penalty area, his pace slowed, a hint of hesitation creeping into his movements. Bentic, shoot it now. Jean-June's exclamation carried a note of disbelief. It was precisely Bentic's hesitation that gave Norwich an opening. Martin seized the moment and slid in from behind to dispossess him cleanly. What a tackle! Martin, having completed the challenge, punched the air and roared. This crucial defensive intervention was as valuable as scoring a goal. Bentic lay prone on the turf, his face buried in his hands, consumed by regret. He then rose and offered a thumbs up to Firmino, who had delivered the exquisite pass. Firmino looked utterly astonished, his disbelief palpable. Coutinho, who had made a brilliant run into space, was hopping mad with frustration. Rodgers, who had remained largely composed for most of the match, finally lost his cool. He unleashed a torrent of abuse towards the pitch. He believed the players were sabotaging him. His precarious position as manager was undoubtedly linked to their performances. He couldn't comprehend it. Each individual player possessed clear talent, yet together they couldn't even overcome an ordinary team. Now he understood. This group of players had long since wanted him out. After his outburst, Rodgers slumped back onto the bench, deflated, as if all energy had drained from him. He was truly out of ideas. Bentic, oh Bentic. Jean-June in the broadcast booth shook his head and sighed. He had at least three options there. He could have shot decisively, squared it to a teammate making the run, or even drawn a foul. The one thing he shouldn't have done was hesitate and ponder in the box. Lee Ewan-Kuei's voice chimed in at the right moment. Let's look at the replay. Coutinho had made an excellent run into space. Even if he was afraid to shoot, a simple square pass would have been an open goal. Coutinho was completely unmarked. This Bentic is so useless. My grandma could have scored that. Unbelievable. Hard to imagine he's a Premier League player for a top club. Jean-June's professionalism is too high. As a Reds fan, he somehow held back from cursing out loud. In the Juan Lado live stream, Wang Busho was distraught, his blood pressure climbing steadily. Bentic, just shoot early and it's done. Play resumed, and Bentic, having squandered the glorious chance, jogged back to his own half with his head down. He dared not lift his gaze to face the Anfield faithful. The abrupt halt to the attack sapped the morale of the Liverpool players. Rodgers, looking utterly dejected, even abandoned his touchline instructions. The remainder of the match saw both teams lose their edge, devolving into tedious possession play and a defensive stalemate. The fans watching were bored to tears. The lull and boos at Anfield quickly gave way to a chorus of jeers that filled the entire stadium. Clearly this time the fans' displeasure was directed squarely at their own players. The Red supporters were utterly disenchanted with the team. Listless players and a manager seemingly resigned to failure offered them no glimmer of hope. Some sections of the crowd even began chanting in unison for Rodgers to be sacked. In the Juan Lado stream, Wang Busho gradually broke down, watching Liverpool's string of harmless passes. Dude, you're not the ones leading. Push forward. Attack. Damn it. What a lousy streamer. I've never won anything with you. These Liverpool players are total trash. Guess it's instant noodles again. Finally, the referee's full-time whistle brought the match to an end. Norwich City had triumphed 2-1 away at Liverpool. Their previous victory at Anfield dated back to the last century. They celebrated their latest win with unbridled joy. As Han Li walked back towards the dressing room through the tunnel, he could still see fans in the stands giving him the middle finger. Yet everything now felt so futile. The atmosphere in the Liverpool home dressing room was stifling. I don't know what to say to you all. After a long pause, Rogers finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. Perhaps some of you are already anticipating the arrival of a new manager. His words landed like a stone in still water, creating a faint ripple, but still no one looked up at him. Tactics. Formations. Is there any point discussing those now? Rogers' voice rose sharply, laced with barely contained fury as he began to lash out recklessly. You've been nailed to the cross of shame by a team that was in the championship last season. You were toyed with and humiliated by their number 9. Do you understand? Despite Norwich's attempts to have Han Li attend the post-match press conference and player interviews, he declined. He wasn't fond of such formal occasions, they made him uncomfortable. So immediately after the game, he returned to the team hotel. As it was late, they were staying overnight in Liverpool before returning to Norwich by coach the next day. Many prominent Premier League media outlets were eager to interview Han Li, who had been making waves recently. Typically, this would be a prime opportunity for recognition, and many players with standout performances would actively participate. However, they waited in vain for Han Li to appear. It seemed this young man, still under 18, was indifferent to such matters. Besides the local English media, a crew from China Yusher Sports drew attention from those around. Li Bingbing was frustrated. Since arriving in England, she had been meticulously preparing for this interview. This included studying tapes of Han Li's previous matches and learning about his life experiences. She had even prepared several questions for him, but it now seemed all her efforts were in vain. That evening, the head coach of the Italian national men's football team received a scouting report in his email. The report read: core strengths, top-tier box predator, excellent shooting, aerial ability, and physical strength. Possesses outstanding finishing prowess within the penalty area, making him a highly efficient scorer. Intelligent movement, his footballing IQ is his greatest asset. Adept at dropping deep to pull defenders out of position, creating space for teammates, and consistently arriving in dangerous areas through clever runs. Effective ball progression, prefers to drop into midfield to receive the ball. Uses his excellent dribbling and step-over skills to turn and drive forward, directly challenging the defensive line. Obvious weakness is passing deficiency. Both short link-up play and mid to long-range passing show accuracy and creativity below the average for players in his position. One-dimensional dribbling relies solely on the step-over move, which may be easily predicted and neutralized by experienced defenders in high-level matches. Overall assessment and recommendation: this is an unconventional modern number 9. He is not a static target man, but rather a king of the box who prefers to drop deep and solve problems with his dribbling. His off-the-ball movement constitutes a top-tier tactical weapon. Player template: Didier Drogba, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. The next day, shortly after returning to Norwich with the team bus, Han Li received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller claimed to be Raiola and wished to speak with him. Han Li was well aware of Raiola, one of the 2 most renowned football agents in the world. Hence his initial reaction was to dismiss the caller as a fraud. He found it hard to believe that Raiola would personally call him. Even after some explanation, Han Li remained skeptical. Nevertheless, adopting a mindset of having nothing to lose, Han Li agreed to meet this self-proclaimed Raiola. The meeting was set at a rather quiet cafe in the heart of Norwich. Han Li arrived 10 minutes early, choosing a seat by the window, his mind still preoccupied with doubts about the meeting's authenticity. He had repeatedly cross-checked the phone number against publicly available information online, and it seemed to match. But given the sophistication of modern scammers, he dared not let his guard down. Just as he was stirring his coffee, a somewhat stout, yet imposing figure pushed open the door and entered. The man wore a slightly tight polo shirt and seemed to be chewing gum. His sharp gaze swept across the room before he made his way directly towards Han Li. Han Li, I'm Mino Raiola. The newcomer pulled out a chair and sat down without ceremony, his voice booming. He smoothly took out his identification and slid it across the table. I know you might have your doubts. Take a look at this, or if you prefer, I can call the Norwich club manager right now to confirm my identity. Han Li took the identification and examined it carefully, then looked up at the man who bore an almost identical resemblance to the figure in news photos. Mr. Raiola, it's an honor. Composing himself, Han Li handed the ID back. I'm just a bit surprised. A busy man like you, why would you seek me out? Surprised? No, for me, discovering an uncut diamond is an instinct. Raiola leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Han Li. I've watched your previous match footage, the full games, not just highlights. I was also at the match against Liverpool in person. Your potential warrants my attention. He paused, taking a large gulp of water from the glass the waiter had just delivered. You're at Norwich now, a decent club, but the platform they can offer you is limited. Your talent shouldn't be confined to this. You should be on a much grander stage. Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona, Juventus, Paris. These are the names that should be your targets. Han Li's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. These club names for him at this moment seemed as unreachable as stars in the sky. Struggling to maintain his composure, Han Li said, I've only played a few Premier League matches. Wouldn't this be too early? Raiola interrupted, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. For me, timing is either right or it's missed. What you need now is someone who can chart the optimal path for you. I will devise the most professional personal training plan for you, handle all your off-field affairs, allowing you to focus solely on football. More importantly, I will bring you to the top club best suited for your development, ensuring you get the playing time and status you deserve, not just warming the bench. Raiola's words were filled with allure and absolute confidence. I can secure top-tier commercial contracts for you, maximizing your value. But the prerequisite is that you trust me and entrust me with the planning of your career. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. I don't like to beat around the bush. Han, I believe you possess the potential to become a top star. And I am the best person to help you realize that potential. Now tell me what you think. Raiola's words were seductive, painting a grand blueprint of a glorious future that seemed to unfold before Han Li's eyes. Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona, Juventus. These names echoed in his mind, igniting his innate ambition. He was on the verge of blurting out his agreement. But just as the words were about to escape his lips, he took a deep breath, calming his surging blood. Mr. Raiola. Han Li's voice steadied as he met the agent's confident and expectant gaze, speaking sincerely. Thank you very much for your high regard. Truly, the future you've described is very tempting. Raiola raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly sensing the impending turn. However, he didn't interrupt, merely gesturing for Han Li to continue. Han Li carefully organized his words, but I must be realistic. First, I am not yet 18 years old. According to regulations, I can't even sign a formal professional contract with a club right now, let alone a long-term agency agreement. Secondly, he paused, offering a slightly embarrassed yet candid smile. I've only just played a few Premier League games. It doesn't prove much yet. I have no commercial endorsements, and my weekly wage from your perspective is probably negligible. You'd likely not receive a sufficient commission for your efforts. Everything I have now is still built on air, based solely on a few matches. I think it might be premature to discuss all this. Han Li was not swayed by the aura and promises of the superstar agent, nor by the prospect of binding himself prematurely to a vast agency system. Especially when his foundation was not yet solid, the uncertainties were too great. What he needed was to stay grounded and prove his worth through consistent performances, rather than relying on a famous agent. After listening, Raiola showed no sign of disappointment or displeasure. Instead, a glint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. He had seen too many young men instantly dazzled by fame and fortune. Han Li's level-headedness and caution struck him as a rare quality. Not bad. Raiola nodded, leaning back in his chair. Caution isn't a bad thing. It shows you think with your head, not just play with your feet. I respect your decision. He took out his phone. Let's exchange contact information. My door is always open for you. When you feel the time is right, or simply put, when you have that feeling, feel free to contact me anytime. He dropped his aggressive sales pitch, his tone becoming more amiable. Remember, during this time, if you encounter any contract terms, or if some commercial opportunity suddenly comes your way and you find something unclear or unsure about it, you can always ask me. He winked. Think of it as a free consultant. This offer made Han Li feel deeply cared for, completely dispelling his last remaining doubts and awkwardness. Thank you so much, Mr. Raiola. This means the world to me. Just call me Mino. Raiola stood up, gave Han Li a pat on the shoulder, and then turned and walked away. Outside the cafe, Raiola stepped into a black Mercedes-Benz. So Mino, was the kid overjoyed to see you? His assistant's eyes brimmed with amusement, as if Han Li's agreement was a foregone conclusion. Raiola leaned back into his seat, a hint of regret in his tone. He turned me down. What? The assistant spun around from the front seat, utterly dumbfounded. He knew all too well the allure Raiola held for players. Stars like Ibrahimovic and Pogba, currently under Raiola's management, had agreed to his invitations without a moment's hesitation. He couldn't decide if this guy was remarkably composed or simply foolish. Raiola remained perfectly calm. This one has the aura of a superstar. We just need to be patient. Before his meeting, Han Li had already informed Uncle Lopez. Now back home, he recounted the entire affair to Uncle Lopez. That's about the gist of it. After hearing the full story, Uncle Lopez looked at Han Li with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. It was clear he endorsed Han Li's decision. In truth, Han Li's refusal of Raiola was partly influenced by Uncle Lopez. Up until now, most of Han Li's off-field affairs had been managed by Uncle Lopez. Although Han Li was beginning to make a name for himself and attract external attention, he was still a fledgling, and Uncle Lopez was fully capable of handling his current affairs. There was no rush to consider a new agent until a new contract with a better salary came along. The next day, after their day off, Norwich City returned to training. No sooner had Han Li arrived at the Norwich training ground than he was called over by head coach Neil. The main topic was whether Han Li was willing to be rested. Norwich's next match was in the EFL Cup against fellow Premier League heavyweights Everton. And immediately following the EFL Cup was the fourth round of the Premier League. Their opponent was equally formidable Leicester City, who, like Norwich, had won all three of their opening league matches. Of course, for a newly promoted side like Norwich, every Premier League team demanded their utmost effort. This meant that including the Liverpool game, Norwich would play 3 matches in 8 days. The intensity was considerable. Neil suggested Hanley might sit out the EFL Cup. This was to ensure he was in peak condition for the more crucial Premier League fixtures. However, Hanley refused. He had no desire to miss any match. The Ronaldo Complete Body Codex, in his system, was nearly fully illuminated. Hanley had a feeling that combined with his continuous training he would achieve complete fusion in at most 5 matches, or at least 3. Neil wasn't intent on forcing Hanley to rest. He was simply concerned about Hanley's youth, and worried he might not withstand such high-intensity competition. Since Hanley professed he was fine, it was ultimately a good thing for the team. Neil greatly admired the fighting spirit Hanley displayed. He wasn't keen on easily conceding the EFL Cup either. However, as Neil had warned, the high-intensity matches were indeed taking a toll on Hanley's body, leaving him feeling fatigued. Especially since Hanley had added significantly more personal training on top of the team sessions. This raised some concerns for him about his physical well-being. So Hanley was also contemplating whether after fully fusing the Ronaldo Complete Body Codex, he could choose a next codex that would reduce physical fatigue and the risk of injury. He recalled that in the system's data panel his injury resistance stat was only 77. Possibly due to his height and weight, this number was even lower than that of an average professional player. After some deliberation, Hanley consulted with Uncle Lopez. They decided to slightly reduce the intensity of his training over the next few days to ensure he was in the best shape for the matches. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After this period of rapid recovery, Norwich City faced Everton in the EFL Cup. A Canary versus a Toffee, both teams vying for a spot in the next round of the EFL Cup. Norwich and Everton had clashed multiple times in Premier League relegation battles. Their encounters were often a matter of survival, fostering a deep-seated rivalry. However, in recent seasons, Everton had clearly shed their label as relegation strugglers. They had firmly established themselves in the Premier League, consistently finishing in the upper echelons of the table. At the pre-match press conference, Everton's Spanish manager Roberto Martinez faced the media. He appeared relaxed, a confident smile on his face. In our previous matches against Norwich, we have generally controlled the flow of the game. I believe this match will continue in that vein. Hanley. Yes, I've watched his games. He is indeed a talented player. But beating a Liverpool side in turmoil might not be the most convincing evidence. Given Liverpool's current state, I am confident we can also secure a victory. Martinez paused, offering a mysterious smile. As for the still developing Hanley, our coaching staff has devised various specific tactical plans. I think it's time Norwich experienced what a truly high-intensity match feels like. Faced with his usually sharp-tongued rival, Norwich manager Neil was initially reluctant to respond. But upon hearing the remarks about Hanley, he offered a reply. Perhaps after this match Robert will have a new perspective on underestimating his opponents. The EFL Cup typically determines home advantage by a draw. Norwich won the draw for venue. Thus the match was held at Norwich's home ground, Carrow Road. Returning to Carrow Road, Hanley felt a distinct change in the atmosphere. In the stands, the number of 9 jerseys bearing his name was visibly much higher. As he walked from the tunnel onto the pitch, the chants of his name were relentless. Clearly Hanley was steadily winning over the Norwich fans with his outstanding performances. However, this match had no official broadcast in China. Consequently, many Chinese fans eager to witness the rapidly rising Hanley flocked to various streaming websites. This led to a division within the livestream chat rooms. Loyal fans accused the Happy Beans fans of lacking a pure footballing heart, while the latter accused the former of being pretentious. One streamer, Wang Bushu, also saw a surge in viewers in his channel. Wang Bushu, seated at his streaming desk, wore Hanley's Norwich number 9 jersey. Seeing far more viewers than usual, he was in a good mood. Brothers, I bought Lee G's number 9 jersey. From now on, I'm his most loyal fan. It was evident that Wang Bushu's address for Hanley had shifted to the more familiar Liga. From today on, whenever Liga plays, I'll support him without hesitation. Liga is the beacon for us Happy Beans fans. The reactions from the viewers in the chat varied. Serves you right for not believing earlier. Told you supporting Liga is always the right call. I've already won big while you guys are just catching on. Tell me, is that jersey authentic? Did you get a knockoff from Pinduoduo? Another betting streamer. Heavens, why isn't there an official broadcast in China? As the players from both sides lined up on the pitch, the starting lineups were displayed on screen. Norwich's lineup was largely unchanged from the one that faced Liverpool. Everton, meanwhile, also set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. In the Premier League, this formation seemed particularly favored by managers. So far, 3 of the 4 Premier League teams Norwich had faced started with a 4-2-3-1. As the English commentator introduced them, the Everton players appeared on the broadcast. Goalkeeper Howard. The defenders from left to right were Baines, Morey, Stones, and Coleman. In the double pivot were Barry and Cleverley. The attacking quartet comprised Cone, Barkley, Deulofeu, and the lone striker Lukaku. Everton's lineup is a classic blend of youth and experience, combining the dynamism of young players with the invaluable wisdom of seasoned veterans. They are neither a whirlwind of pure youthful exuberance like Crystal Palace, nor are they in the throes of turmoil like Liverpool. What is certain is that they will prove to be a far more formidable opponent than Norwich City's previous adversaries. As Lukaku kicks the ball towards his own half, the match officially commences. Before the clock in the top right corner had even ticked past the 1-minute mark, Norwich City found themselves caught off guard by Everton. Under Han Lee's aggressive pressing, the Everton defense launched a desperate long clearance. Everton midfielder Barry, positioned near the sideline, faced the rapid pressing of Jamaican winger Redmond. He simply lifted his foot and chipped the ball towards Norwich's defensive third. Instantly, the seamless understanding between the Everton players became apparent. Meeting the high lofted pass, Everton's attacking midfielder Barkley leaped and executed a deft backheader. Before Norwich's right-back Wisdom could even halt his forward charge, Everton winger Cone had already darted past him, racing towards the ball, sailing over both their heads into the open field. Amidst the roaring crowd, Cone accelerated, charging forward with the ball at his feet. Against Norwich's entire defensive line, a 3-on-3 situation had materialized. Nearing the penalty area, Cone surveyed his options and immediately whipped in a cross. At the far post, Deulofeu, presented with such a perfect delivery, effortlessly headed the ball into the back of the net. The match clock now read 1 minute and 3 seconds. The visiting Everton team had turned the tables on Norwich in their own stadium, seizing the initiative with an early strike. 0-1. It was a devastatingly efficient move from Everton, requiring just 2 passes to slice through Norwich's defense. After scoring, the Spanish winger Deulofeu celebrated with a passionate knee slide across the turf as if he were at his own home ground. Both managers stood on the sidelines with arms crossed, yet their expressions told entirely different stories. One wore a smile, the other a stern frown. However, merely a minute later, Everton, having broken the deadlock, surged forward once more. Once again down the left flank, Everton's defensive midfielders' through ball seemed exceptionally incisive today. A single pass pierced Norwich's midfield, landing perfectly at Cone's feet. Facing another one-on-one against Cone, Wisdom hesitated to commit. Little did he know his moment of indecision was all the invitation Cone needed. After a couple of steps to build up momentum, Cone accelerated and powered past Wisdom. It was the same cross again. Everton striker Lukaku, despite the interference from central defender Martin, forced his way to the ball and got his head to it. This tall young man possesses exceptional physical strength. The goalkeeper was left rooted to the spot, but fortunately for Norwich, the ball grazed the post and flew out of play. Norwich City had escaped. Everton seemed intent on relentlessly targeting Norwich's right flank today. Their intentions from the opening whistle were clear: to overwhelm Norwich City and pin them down in their own half. And just another minute passed. After a pass from Holohan to Han Lee was intercepted, Everton launched another rapid attack. Down the left flank once more. Following a few quick exchanges, the ball found its way back to Cone. The Everton winger, clearly in fine form today, delivered yet another quality cross. Norwich's other central defender Bassong failed to fully clear the danger. This allowed Everton's attacking midfielder Barkley to get off a shot that flew just over the crossbar. In the Ronaldo livestream room, Wang Busho was starting to panic. He tugged at his jersey and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. During these successive Everton attacks, his heart had been in his throat. He dreaded the thought of Norwich conceding another goal. At this rate, Norwich might not be able to defend their home turf today. Are the Toffees always this ferocious? And that Wisdom for Norwich is absolutely useless. Can they substitute him off already? But even more flustered than Wang Busho were the Norwich players themselves. Everton's relentless pressure was suffocating them. Han Lee watched his beleaguered teammates with a furrowed brow. He yearned to drop back and help defend, but he knew all too well. As Norwich's attacking linchpin, the greatest contribution he could make was to stay up front and occupy Everton's defensive line. Finally, after weathering Everton's initial storm of wing attacks, Norwich began to find their footing. O'Neill's defensive support effectively curbed Cone's unbridled advances down Norwich's right side. In the 10th minute, Norwich City launched their first meaningful attack. It too originated from the wing. The lightning-fast Redmond carried the ball into the final third and laid it off to the overlapping Wisdom. Unmarked Wisdom immediately whipped in a cross. His target was clear: Han Lee lurking within the opponent's penalty area. Unfortunately, the pass was blocked by an Everton central defender. However, the clearance didn't travel far from the danger zone, landing directly at the feet of Redmond. Redmond once again fed the ball to Wisdom. Whereas pure pace was Wisdom's asset, crossing was his specialty. Wisdom adjusted his stance and delivered another cross, again aiming for Han Lee in the box. This time it was a low-driven cross. Clearly, the opponent's aerial dominance had forced Wisdom to change his approach. Everton's central defender Mori was highly focused, tightly sealing the passing lane. He too cleared the danger with a low-driven kick out of the penalty area. The two teams seemed to be playing a game of ping-pong. The ball once again fell to Norwich's attacking midfielder Holohan. Norwich City had become fixated on challenging Everton's left flank. After a pass from Redmond, the ball returned to Wisdom's feet once more. The right back was spending an extraordinary amount of time in the opponent's half. Another high lofted cross heading straight for Han Lee at the far post. Mori leaped high, but his heart sank. The ball sailed right over his head. If there was no support behind him, his team would be in grave danger. Hanley also jumped, desperately hoping to make contact with the ball. But to his dismay, the ball didn't reach his head. Instead, Stones, who had also leaped, headed it clear from between him and Mori. Mori breathed a sigh of relief as he turned around. The waves of sound from the home fans rose and fell with the ebb and flow of the play, creating a rhythmic chorus. Yet this game of aerial keep away was far from over. The ball headed clear by Stones was immediately headed back in by Redmond. It was then headed out again by Everton defender Mori. The ball had become a hot potato passed back and forth with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Finally, the ball fell to another Everton player, Barry. Barry's headed clearance finally banished the danger from the area. Hanley, retreating, wore a wry smile on his face, feeling a sense of frustration. He felt like a fish among a school, constantly tantalized by his teammates with a tempting bait. But every time he moved to take it, another fish would dart in and snatch it away. Frustrated by his teammates' stubbornness, he contemplated dropping deep to receive the ball. But their relentless crossing gave him no such opportunity. Everton's central defenders Mori and Stones exchanged knowing smiles. Their defensive strategy was working perfectly. Indeed, Martinez's tactical plan was proving highly effective. The key to neutralizing a player like Hanley wasn't man-marking him. It was to completely seal off his passing lanes within the zonal defensive system. By solving the problem at its source, Hanley would be rendered harmless. What on earth are these two teams doing? Are they in cahoots to fool the fans? This wisdom has become nothing more than a mindless crossing machine. Is Norwich's team stubborn, or what? Try attacking from a different direction. However, no plan is without its flaws. Norwich's persistence finally paid off. A headed clearance from Everton's Barry was brought under control by Norwich's central defender Martin. Martin proved to be more adaptable than Redmond in wisdom. After a moment's adjustment, he launched a long diagonal pass that lofted the ball over to the left flank. Thanks to Norwich's persistent stretching of the play on the right, there was now a huge, unoccupied area on the left. Brady, receiving the ball, had ample time to pick his spot. But it seemed Norwich was afflicted by a crossing curse today, as if they couldn't leave the pitch without delivering one. After all his deliberation, Brady still lofted the ball into the penalty area. The Norwich fans were patient, their chants rising once more. They fell silent, then erupted with an even more fervent roar than before. Norwich's wingback Brady did not squander his lengthy preparation. His pinpoint pass found Hanley lurking in the box. Stones and Mori were not machines. Evidently, their momentary lapse had handed Hanley an opportunity. Hanley seized upon that fleeting instant of distraction. In the box, he forcefully used his robust physicality to carve out space between the two defenders. However, their reactions were equally swift. They immediately closed in from both sides, employing every means to disrupt Hanley. This forced Hanley to receive the ball with his back to the goal. He gently cushioned the ball with his chest, sending it back into the air. Under the pressure of two opponents, his receiving posture was extremely awkward. Just as everyone expected Hanley to lay the ball off to Houlihan, who was supporting at the edge of the box, Hanley made an unexpected move. He locked his eyes on the descending ball, using his arms to lean against the pressing Stones and Mori. Then with a push of both hands, he leveraged the force and launched himself into the air. Everton's goalkeeper, sensing danger as he saw Hanley among his teammates, rushed forward at full speed. Unfortunately for him, Hanley's right foot had already powerfully struck the ball in midair. The ball instantly deformed. Then it whistled past the Everton goalkeeper's ear. It slammed violently into the net. This was a spectacular bicycle kick goal. The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief. What a goal! Oh, unbelievable. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the home crowd erupted into uncontrollable cheers. Stones and Mori, who had been contesting Hanley, looked utterly disheveled. They exchanged glances once more, but this time their eyes were filled with shock and bitterness. Hadn't Martinez said that sticking close, harassing him, denying him comfortable possession, making his reception difficult, and his movements awkward would effectively contain him? Then what was this? No way. The two of them had absolutely executed the manager's defensive tactics, but something unexpected had occurred. Hanley, the scorer, sprang up from the turf. He did not choose to slide on his knees. Instead, he charged straight to the corner flag, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of home fans, he leaped high and punched his right fist into the air. Though the goal was completed in the blink of an eye, Hanley had already deliberated countless steps in his mind. When he received the ball with his back to goal and Stones and Mori closed in from both sides, he instantly made his choice, a bicycle kick with the momentum. On the sidelines, Martinez's smile vanished, his brow furrowed tightly. This guy was a bit unexpected. Neil's face, however, broke into a smile again. Yet inside he was also stunned. Han could do that. The ball was back at the center circle. Both teams had scored through a cross from the flank. This magical duel provided a visual feast for the fans. The score was now 1-1. By the 28th minute, the two teams, which had launched a frenzied attack at the start, began to gradually slow down the tempo. Both sides were tacitly in agreement. They needed to catch their breath. Roberto Martinez was a Spanish head coach. As such, he was an ardent follower and practitioner of the Barcelona style. The core of his tactical style was a possession-based ground passing approach. At the same time coaching in the Premier League, he had integrated the unique toughness of British football. He emphasized controlling the game through passing and focused on wing attacks. Everton's first goal was a perfect embodiment of this tactic. This tactical style could both slow down the pace and deliver a fatal blow through quick passing combinations. Now with both sides slowing the tempo, the rhythm of possession fell into Everton's hands. This gave them a favorable initiative. Deulofeu was one of Martinez's trump cards under this tactic. A product of La Masia, he possessed delicate footwork and sharp dribbling skills. At the same time, he had excellent speed and explosiveness. He was a sword in attack and a steady holder of the ball in possession. He repeatedly toyed with Norwich's midfield and defense. As a La Masia graduate, he had a unique pride. In La Liga, which emphasized technical play, his skills were indeed somewhat ordinary. But after arriving in the more technically rough-and-tumble Premier League, his advantages became evident. In his view, among all the players on the field, none could surpass his dribbling technique. However, his arrogance was soon shattered by an opponent on the pitch. After Everton slowed the tempo, Lee had to drop back into midfield to participate in organization and pressing. The 33rd minute of the match. Deulofeu was preparing to dribble past Teddy as usual. "Hey, watch out." The voice of his teammate Lukaku reached Deulofeu's ears. "Watch out." Humph. Deulofeu sneered inwardly. He rarely failed in his dribbling. Especially against a promoted team player he had beaten countless times. Suddenly, still mocking in his mind, Deulofeu felt a violent collision on his shoulder. Then his body uncontrollably staggered toward the sideline. When he regained his balance and looked back, the ball was already under the control of the opponent's number 9. It turned out that Lukaku had warned Deulofeu about Lee, who was sprinting from behind to steal the ball. Lee used his body to bump Deulofeu, then shifted his body to shield the ball and retrieved it. Deulofeu rubbed his still aching shoulder, feeling annoyed. What he hated and despised most was this bunch of brutes in the Premier League. Relying on the leniency of the referees, they always used their physical advantages to target him. If they faced him in a fair contest, he believed he was undaunted by anyone. In the 35th minute, Lee dropped back again to receive the ball. Deulofeu, still fuming, charged forward fiercely. However, Lee, facing him surprisingly, did not pass the ball out. Lee swayed his body, and the move that had been criticized as merely stepovers was once again employed. As the Ronaldo complete form codex gradually grew, his feints became more deceptive. Deulofeu, not adept at defending, was cleanly beaten by Lee in a few moves. "Well done, Teddy, who had been frustrated by Deulofeu's dribbling, felt instantly relieved. He couldn't help shouting out. Being beaten by an opponent in his own signature style, Deulofeu was a bit stunned, then felt a sense of shame. However, he had professional ethics. After taking a deep breath, he calmed his agitated mind. But clearly the recently slowed tempo was beginning to heat up again. Lee's combination of a fierce tackle and a seamless step-over dribble against Deulofeu was a perfect fusion of brutality and finesse. The live fans who witnessed this duel up close were electrified with adrenaline. In the physically demanding Premier League, Lee's robust physique and decisiveness earned him recognition. In a league where technical footwork is often lacking, his delicate dribbling skills commanded admiration. This showcased Lee's charisma. The fans' perception of him began to shift from appreciation for a young prospect to adoration for an idol. Their cheers and applause erupted without reservation. "Brilliant. What a man. I never get tired of that step-over move. If anyone says Lee only has that one trick, I'll have words with them." Fans never suppress their emotions. After expressing their praise for Lee, they quickly turned to mock Deulofeu. If you want to play soft football, go back to La Liga. Look at this pathetic guy. Knocked straight off the pitch by Lee. You like dribbling, don't you? Go on then." Deulofeu, who had just managed to calm down, felt his agitation flare up again upon hearing the taunts from the Norwich fans. Feeling uneasy, he glanced at his own frame, easily shoved aside by Lee, then looked up at Lee, who stood nearly half a head taller than him. Recalling Lee's fluid dribbling despite his towering stature, he quickly abandoned any thought of turning the tables with the same tactic. It would only be asking for trouble. They only have Lee to worry about. Football is a team sport. They've been under our control the whole time. The final victor will surely be us. After mentally reassuring himself, Deulofeu jogged back onto the pitch. He even turned to flash a smile at the Norwich fans, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. The match reached the 40th minute, nearing the end of the first half. Both teams seemed eager to land another blow before the break. The game, which had quieted down, suddenly returned to its frantic opening pace. Lee had lost count of how many times he had dropped deep to receive the ball today. Everton's compact midfield made it difficult for his teammates to find him with passes. Moreover, dropping deep today was proving far more uncomfortable than usual. Whenever he dropped back, Everton's midfielder cleverly would stick to him, like glue, disrupting his ability to turn. Not only that, if he received the ball slightly higher up the pitch, their centre-back Mori would immediately step up to press and dispossess him. Lee had contemplated solutions. He tried quickly offloading the ball after dropping deep to link up with teammates. But when he played the ball back and sprinted past cleverly, he found the space cleverly had vacated was already occupied by another centre-back, Stones. Everton's manager Martinez sat confidently on the sidelines watching Han Lee struggle with a sense of satisfaction as if reaping the rewards of his meticulous planning. That fool Rogers. A more compact 4-2-3-1 is the perfect formation to counter a player like Han Lee, yet he stubbornly sticks with a loose back three. With both wingbacks pushing high, doesn't that leave Han Lee acres of space to drop and receive and turn? After watching Norwich's game against Liverpool, Martinez and his coaching staff devised a specific defensive plan for Han Lee. They employed a compact 4-2-3-1, squeezing the space Han Lee thrives in. They also implemented a man-marking chain defense. Cleverly, with his discipline and positional awareness, was tasked with shadowing Han Lee constantly. The goal wasn't necessarily to win the ball every time, but to make it difficult for Han Lee to receive and disrupt his rhythm. Meanwhile, Stones would operate as the deepest center back. Compared to a typical center back, Stones possesses excellent vision and passing ability. His job was to constantly organize the defense vocally and hold the line. When Han Lee, the nominal striker, dropped deep, Stones wasn't to blindly follow him. Instead, he would step forward to cover the vacated space, directing the other center back to support cleverly in pressing and tackling. Martinez's entire defensive strategy was to clog the center and concede the flanks. Norwich's most potent threat was Han Lee, their lone striker. With the central channel completely sealed off, their entire attacking line was effectively neutralized. True to his plan, Martinez's meticulously designed chain defense, cleverly tracking Han Lee, Stones covering the space and Mori challenging for the ball, proved highly successful. Apart from that unexpected bicycle kick goal, Norwich created precious few threatening attacks. This situation resulted in Norwich being pinned back in their own half. Meanwhile, Deulofeu began employing psychological warfare, a task assigned to him by Martinez. As an Everton winger, he rarely had direct opportunities to challenge Han Lee. Of course, after that humiliating defeat against Han Lee, he had abandoned any idea of going head-to-head with him again. Instead, he set his sights on Holohan, who, like him, wasn't fond of physical battles. It wasn't a joke when Holohan often invited Han Lee to nightclubs, because he genuinely went, if not for his decent footwork and passing ability. The body he'd already drained with wine and women wouldn't even earn him a starting spot. Now Deulofeu began relentlessly imposing his physicality on Holohan, accompanied by constant verbal harassment. As the team's midfield playmaker, Holohan found his passing lanes cut off. With that incessant, buzzing fly beside him, he began to show signs of frustration. This led to uncharacteristic errors. In the 43rd minute, under intense pressure, Holohan passed the ball directly to Everton's Barkley. Everton seized the opportunity and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Barkley played the ball to Lukaku up front before surging forward. Lukaku, using his 191 centimeters frame and 100 kilograms weight to full effect, held off Norwich's center-back Bassong, laying the ball off to the supporting Deulofeu. A lofted pass from Deulofeu found the run of Barkley. Meanwhile, the tank-like Lukaku, displaying deceptive pace, had already left Bassong behind and was charging towards the box, raising his hands to demand the ball. Barkley squared the ball across to an unmarked Lukaku. Facing an open goal, Lukaku didn't hesitate, firing a firm shot that nestled into the back of the net. 1-2. Everton had regained the lead. Instead of sprinting off in celebration, the scorer Lukaku stood still and spread his arms wide as his teammates swarmed him. Norwich's goalkeeper Ruddy pounded the turf in frustration. Holohan's careless mistake had infuriated him. Han Lee, standing up front, gestured with his hands, signaling Holohan to keep his composure. For the first time since arriving in the Premier League, he felt a sense of helplessness. A hush fell over Carrow Road, making Everton manager Martinez's wild celebrations seem starkly out of place. Norwich's manager rested his chin on his hand, brow furrowed, looking deep in thought. Martinez has some tactics. I can literally feel Norwich's helplessness. It's suffocating. Let's see how Norwich adjusts in the second half. If they continue like this, they're doomed. Following that goal, neither team created any further chances in the first half, and the referee's whistle signaled halftime. In the locker room during halftime, the atmosphere at Norwich was somber. Holohan sat with his head bowed, a towel draped over his head, deeply regretting the costly mistake he had made at the end of the first half. Recalling the disappointed looks from the fans as he walked down the player tunnel, his distress only deepened. His teammates were silent, and it was this heavy, oppressive silence that made Holohan feel even more guilty. Holohan was usually the team's jokester, but now he looked like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Han Lee, who was sitting next to him, felt a pang of discomfort. He patted Holohan's thigh in a gesture of comfort. Holohan pulled the towel away from his face and offered Han Lee a reassuring smile. He knew that Han Lee, despite his youth, was not one to be overly sentimental. This simple gesture was enough to convey sincerity, and it eased his feelings somewhat. Just then, head coach Neil entered the locker room, carrying a tactics board. All eyes fixed upon him. Coach Neil's eyes darted left and right, surveying his players. Except for Captain House and defender Martin and Han Lee, who appeared relatively composed, every other player wore a look of utter dejection. He set down the tactics board and clapped his hands together. He then made an exaggerated expression of bewilderment, staring at each despondent player in turn. "Whoa. My lads, look at you. If I didn't know any better, I'd think I just walked in to announce the club selling us all off due to financial troubles. A few players cracked a faint smile at this, and Hanley chuckled inwardly. Coach Neil's opening remark caught him by surprise. Neil then walked over to Houlihan, who still had the towel over his head. Instead of pulling it off, he gently tapped the towel with his finger. Hey, Houlihan, wake up, sleeping is forbidden in the locker room. A few muffled laughs escaped the surrounding players, and Houlihan, feeling sheepish, removed the towel. Neil stood back in the center of the locker room as the players gradually straightened up. He looked around and began, "We were completely dominated in that first half, and we're behind on the scoreboard. I know it's tough to swallow. Honestly, seeing that smug look on Martinez's face, even I feel like punching him." Ha ha ha. This time the laughter was noticeably louder, and the tension in the room eased considerably. Neil picked up the tactics board again, his expression turning serious. "But the game isn't over yet. We're only down by a goal, not facing the end of the world. We still have 45 minutes to adjust." Neil's hands began to move across the tactics board. "We need to stretch our formation as wide as possible. Martinez has set a trap. He wants to force our attacks out wide. This would completely neutralize Han's abilities. So why don't we turn this to our advantage?" Hearing this, Han Lee's eyes involuntarily lit up, as if he had found a crucial piece of the puzzle. Neil paused, his gaze shifting to Han Lee. "Han, this is what I'm getting at. Since they want to push us wide, then you deliberately drift wide, use it to disrupt their shape, and look for opportunities." Neil's gaze then turned to Houlihan. "Calm down. Forget that mistake. If Deulofeu is harassing you, why don't you give him a taste of his own medicine? I need you to pull them laterally, not just run up and down. Drag cleverly, or their defensive midfielder out of position to create space for Han Lee to turn and play." Then Neil looked towards Brady and Redmond. "And as for you two." The halftime break ended, and the players walked back out onto Carrow Road. Martinez noticed the change in the Norwich players' demeanor and looked slightly puzzled. How did these wilted cucumbers suddenly seem full of life again? What has Neil done? Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. Martinez, it seemed, was a coach who favored psychological warfare. Despite leading Norwich on their home turf, Everton didn't rush to push forward. They continued to dominate possession, using their control of the ball to their advantage. Martinez's plan was for Everton to use their possession to slowly wear down Norwich's patience, provoke them into rashness, lure their formation higher up the pitch, and bait them into committing fouls. Gradually, step by step, they would push Norwich to the brink of collapse. Then Everton would choose the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow to the heart of Norwich, leaving them with no chance to recover. However, Norwich's reaction seemed to differ from their expectations. As the game progressed, their formation held its shape remarkably well, and they displayed great patience. Norwich's pressing was aggressive yet disciplined. Remembering Martinez's instructions, Everton's defensive midfielder went over to verbally provoke Hanley. But Hanley simply ignored him, gazing at him as if he were a clown. Feeling like he was performing a one-man show, the midfielder couldn't stand being looked at with such disdain. Embarrassed, he had no choice but to abandon his verbal jabs. Deulofeu was having an even tougher time. Houlihan, whom he had verbally dismantled in the first half, not only failed to break down again, but started trading insults right back at him. Deulofeu had no idea where the guy had learned such foul language. Every word was utterly vulgar, leaving him feeling both furious and disgusted, and he too was forced to shut his mouth. Ever since Neil's instruction to drift wider, ideas had been flowing through Han Lee's mind like a spring. He not only pulled wide, but also dropped deep into his own half to receive the ball. On one occasion, he even dropped all the way back to the center-back's line. This caused immense difficulty for Cleverly, who was tasked with marking him. The dilemma of whether to follow, whether to press, began to plague Cleverly's mind, causing hesitation. Everton's center-backs were also facing their own difficult choices. Step out to challenge him, risking the integrity of their defensive shape and leaving space in behind, or allow him to turn and orchestrate play. Whichever they chose, their defensive chain was already broken. As a result, Everton's previously stable formation began to get thrown into disarray. In the 73rd minute, the two teams' target men had their first direct confrontation of the match. Facing Norwich's frantic pressing in the closing stages, Lukaku, as a striker, was forced to track back and help defend. Both players had found the back of the net for their teams today. However, Lukaku was well aware that his goal was far inferior in quality to Han Lee's. That bicycle kick from Han Lee was a contender for goal of the season. So Lukaku held Han Lee in high regard, unlike the thoughtless Deulofeu. He was confident in his physical strength, though few players in the Premier League could outmuscle him. So he charged towards Han Lee, who had the ball in the attacking third. But Han Lee, catching a glimpse of a large shadow from his side, immediately passed the ball. At the same time, he sidestepped, evading the charging Lukaku, who couldn't stop his momentum. It was a remarkably composed piece of play. Han Lee was no fool. When his physicality was an advantage, he used it to the fullest. When it was a disadvantage, he cleverly turned it into strength by using his agility. Lukaku turned around to see Han Lee moving away from him. Instead of the anticipated collision that would send Han Lee flying, he hadn't even managed to touch a thread of his shirt. The tension on the pitch escalated. Norwich's pressing grew increasingly frantic, and Han Lee's movement was causing havoc, making Everton look increasingly disorganized. In the 78th minute of the match, a resolute Norwich City side won possession of the ball. Holohan had pulled out to the right flank, while Han Lee had drifted over to the left. Everton's defensive midfielder cleverly continued to mark Han Lee tightly, as he had done throughout the first half. By pulling out to the left, Han Lee effectively drew two opposing players towards him. One was cleverly glued to his side, the other was right back Coleman. Receiving a pass from Teddy, Han Lee without much adjustment knocked the ball onto the rapidly advancing Howson. Due to the dual pull of Han Lee and Holohan, Everton's defensive line had now formed an arch-like shape, leaving a vast expanse of open space in the central area. Clearly, Stones alone could not cover this vast expanse. The other holding midfielder Barry had been dragged out wide by Holohan. This was the first time in the match that Norwich had moved the ball into this zone with such ease. After passing, Han Lee immediately sprinted towards the touchline. Everton's left side was thrown into disarray by his movement. Cleverly was now torn. Should he stick with Han Lee or drop back into his own position to cover? He glanced up, saw Coleman moving towards Han Lee, and decided to return to his own position. It was clearly the more important option at that moment. Coleman, noticing Cleverly's glance, assumed he was being asked to cover Cleverly's position. By the time they both realized their misunderstanding, Han Lee had already shed his markers and was cutting infield towards the center. Seeing Han Lee had broken free, Howson delivered the pass without hesitation. Han Lee received the ball and continued his diagonal run across the edge of the Everton penalty area. Stones was a rare breed of center-back who relied on intellect and technique. He didn't rush into a tackle, instead choosing to anticipate Han Lee's every move. But every time Stones stuck out a leg, Han Lee held back. With a series of subtle changes in pace, Han Lee deceived the cautious Stones. Liga, is he going to shoot? Wang Bushu, streaming on Juan Lado, seemed even more nervous than Han Lee himself, repeatedly trying to leap from his chair, but failing to do so. Han Lee's feints had also fooled the fans watching on screen. The roar of Carrow Road began to fade. The fans, like chicks waiting to be fed, craned their necks over the stands, their eyes glued to the cutting Han Lee. As Han Lee cut inside, the moment his left foot touched the edge of the penalty area, the sensation of shooting surged through him, amplified by the king of the 6-yard box boost. He had now dribbled all the way to the right side of the penalty area arc. Planting his left foot, he twisted his body and struck the lower middle portion of the ball with his right foot. As Han Lee's body followed through with the momentum, the ball, with a slight curve and dip, arrowed towards the far corner of the goal. Everton's keeper, who had been shuffling rightwards to track Han Lee's run, leapt high into the air. But his initial movement to the right had already taken him away from the left corner of his goal. Now Han Lee's shot was both fast and placed with deadly precision. There was absolutely nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly in midair as the ball found the back of the net. Stones, who had been tracking Han Lee closely, had a lightning-fast reaction, instinctively extending his leg back in a desperate attempt to block the shot. But Han Lee's strike wasn't a grounder, making the attempt futile. Swish! The sound of the ball violently rippling the net was pure music to Han Lee's ears. Ding! Cutting inside to break the deadlock, a single strike to seal victory. Ronaldo, complete body illustration, brightness too. The scorer Han Lee sprinted towards the die-hard fan section, celebrating with a trademark sliding knee before his adoring supporters. Goal! The stadium announcer's voice nearly cracked with excitement, shouting "Wonderful" 3 times in rapid succession. Wonderful! Wonderful! It's a goal! A goal! Goal, 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 goal. The home fans rose as one, their arms raised in unison to celebrate. Drinks and beverages held in their hands were tossed high into the air, raining down in a frenzy of joy. Zhang Chao had been following the match closely ever since he missed Han Lee's game against Crystal Palace. He had been with the small contingent of away fans at Anfield, and now he was standing with the home supporters defending Carrow Road. As the only Asian face in the stands, Zhang Chao's face was flushed with excitement. Wang Bushu's roar instantly ignited the Juan Lado livestream. He sprang from his gaming chair, pounding the desk with both fists. Han Lee! It's Han Lee again! Unstoppable cut inside. Unstoppable shot. He single-handedly tore Everton's entire defense to shreds. A worldie. That was an absolute worldie. The score is now 2-2. There's still hope, brothers. Too strong, that cut, that finish. My hands are shaking, I don't know what to say. Ah! Han Lee! Han Lee! I love you. See that? Did everyone see that? Liga, get another one. Get another one, and you're my real dad. This goal. The steps on the cut, the position of the plant foot, the swing, and power, the choice of contact point. Perfect. An absolute top corner finish. Stones was left for dead, and even a faster keeper wouldn't have saved it. Man, I'm just a neutral fan, and I'm in tears. Who is this guy? This good? Consider me a fan. On the touchline, manager Neil could no longer contain himself. Unlike his usual stoic arms crossed posture after previous goals, this time he punched the air with a rare, fierce vigor. His assistant Pick was already beside himself with joy. Pick had the urge to hoist Neil into the air, but instead he contained himself and ran over to repeatedly pound the shoulder of the team doctor. Martinez, meanwhile, seethed with a dark expression. His hands crossed over his chest, trembled uncontrollably. Han Li's goal had single-handedly dismantled his meticulously crafted tactics, erasing the advantage his team had built over the previous minutes. Because the teams were now level once more. The match resumed, and both managers made their first substitutions of the game. Throughout the second half, players from both sides had performed admirably, executing their tactical instructions with unwavering commitment. So both managers had been hesitant to make changes, fearing they might disrupt the flow and allow the opposition a chance. But now they couldn't afford to be so cautious. With time running out, introducing fresh legs was clearly a potent weapon. Neil brought on Bennett for Wisdom, a like-for-like swap. Compared to Wisdom, Bennett offered more pace and a greater physical edge. He also introduced the more incisive dribbler Jarvis in place of the steadier, but less dynamic Brady in midfield. Neil was clearly not content with just a draw at home. A draw would force them into a grueling penalty shootout. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and land a decisive blow on Everton. Martinez felt the same way. After all his preparation, he couldn't bear to settle for a draw. Moreover, his philosophy was inherently attacking, and he was loath to retreat. He brought on Morales for Cone and Gibson for Barry. These two changes were direct adjustments to the attacking line. In defense, he replaced Coleman with a more defensively solid Tyus Browning to strengthen the containment of Han Li. With the substitutions complete, the match resumed, and both teams, now at fever pitch, continuously threatened each other's defenses. Both sides tacitly agreed to commit more resources to attack. Every player on the pitch seemed to wear a sneer that said, "Only cowards defend now." In a frantic 10-minute spell, possession changed hands repeatedly. Both teams managed to carve out 3 dangerous shooting opportunities in that incredibly short span. With the match drawing to a close, both teams were desperate for a winning goal. The fans were too afraid to blink, let alone make a trip to the restroom. Given the current state of play, the likelihood of a last-gasp winner was incredibly high. They were terrified of missing that miraculous moment. However, fate had other plans. Because the match had flowed so smoothly, the referee only added 2 minutes of stoppage time. With the final whistle, the game was destined for a penalty shootout. According to EFL Cup regulations before the semifinals, if a match is level after 90 minutes, there is no extra time. The tie is decided immediately by a penalty shootout. The clamor at Carrow Road subsided slightly, replaced by a tension so thick it felt almost tangible. Fans clasped each other's hands tightly, some bowing their heads in prayer, others clutching their chests. The excitement of the draw had faded, giving way to the more brutal, mentally demanding penalty shootout. Both sets of players gathered on the sidelines as the managers made their final tactical adjustments and offered words of encouragement. Neil's tone was urgent, yet resolute, his hands pressing firmly on the shoulders of the players designated to take the penalties. On the other side, Martinez was emphasizing the finer details, the Everton goalkeeper listening with a grim expression and nodding repeatedly. Han Li felt his heart rate quicken, but he quickly managed to calm himself. In the stands, tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the small penalty arc. After a brief consultation and the coin toss, the referee signaled for the 2 captains to step forward. Norwich won the right to go first. As Captain Howson was the first to stand over the spot, Wang Busso crouched directly on his gaming chair, his eyes glued to the computer screen in front of him. He muttered under his breath, "In and in." Howson took a deep breath, carefully placed the ball on the penalty spot, stepped back, and waited for the whistle. The whistle blew, the run-up a calm and composed strike. The ball arrowed towards the bottom right corner, and the Everton goalkeeper dove the wrong way. Goal. 1-0. The stadium erupted in a roar of celebration, which instantly transformed into thunderous boos. Everton's first taker was their midfield linchpin Barkley. Zhang Chao in the stands shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fly! Fly! Fly!" Barkley faced the Norwich keeper without a moment's hesitation. A powerful, venomous strike blasted the ball into the top corner. Ruddy had guessed the right way, but the sheer pace and placement were too much to handle. The second player to step up for Norwich was Holohan, and Han Li could even hear his pounding heartbeat. Clearly, the earlier miss had multiplied the pressure on Holohan's shoulders. Holohan's eyes darted between the goalkeeper and the ball. Bearing the immense pressure, he struck a clean low shot that once again found the back of Everton's net. Relieved after converting the penalty, he vented his emotions with raw intensity. The cheers and jeers from Carrow Road echoed in alternating waves. Everton's third taker was their striker Lukaku. He blasted a powerful shot. Ruddy guessed the right direction again, but still couldn't reach the ball. 2-2. A brief silence fell over Carrow Road after the jeers, followed by a fresh eruption of cheers. Norwich's third penalty taken by Teddy had been converted. 3-2. Everton's Deulofeu stepped up, greeted by the most thunderous jeers from the fans yet. Clearly, his provocative actions during the match had not been forgotten. Like Holohan before him, his eyes flickered between the goalkeeper and the ball. Behind the goal, Norwich fans unleashed a relentless barrage of gestures and taunting chants to distract him. The pressure mounted, and he became hesitant. His weak, dinked effort was comfortably smothered by Ruddy. In the broadcast booth, Wang Bushu's gleeful laughter erupted instantly. "Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Deulofeu." With the next 2 players from both sides converting their spot kicks, the score stood at 4-3. If Norwich's 5th taker could score, they would win the match. The 5th taker was Han Li. However, before the fans' jeers for the Everton players had even subsided, and just as Wang Bushu's prayer for a goal reached its midpoint, Han Lee calmly slotted the ball straight down the middle, composed and audacious. Another softly taken shot, but Han Lee's mindset was a world apart from Deulofeu's. As the final crescendo of cheers erupted from the fans, and the players sprinted across the pitch in celebration, Norwich City emerged victorious from the penalty shootout, winning the match. The celebrations from fans and players were wild. Perhaps the EFL Cup's prestige alone didn't merit such fervor, but the roller coaster nature of the match certainly did. The 2-2 draw and the subsequent penalty shootout defeat left a bitter taste for Everton, who had been favored to win and had prepared meticulously. They dominated for large stretches, took the lead twice, only to be pegged back twice, and then lost the shootout. Later at the post-match press conference, Li Bingbing, a reporter for Yuesher Sports who had arrived early once again, failed to spot Han Lee in the mixed zone. Disappointed, she settled for the press conference to gather material. Martinez's demeanor was the polar opposite of his pre-match attitude. His posture was tense, and the confident smile was gone from his face. Honestly, we were clearly more deserving of winning the match, but football is simply so unpredictable. Li Bingbing watched Martinez on the podium. With her journalism degree, she knew exactly what topics would captivate the audience. She spoke in fluent English. Sir, before the match you mentioned you had various specific plans for Han Lee. Yet Han Lee still scored 2 goals. What are your thoughts on that? Martinez glanced towards Li Bingbing, a hint of annoyance at her bringing up a sore subject, but he didn't dodge the question. That's exactly what I wanted to address. I believe our tactics contained Han Lee well. But as everyone knows, Martinez spread his hands. This guy responded with extraordinary goals. Wow. A bicycle kick, a curling shot from distance, 2 world-class goals, truly incredible. I admit we underestimated him. I look forward to our next encounter. After the match, Han Lee had long since left the dressing room. He rarely appeared in front of the media. That was why it was hard to see him anywhere other than on the pitch or at the training ground. Sitting in Uncle Lopez's vintage car, Han Lee gazed at Norwich shrouded in the night. This city, widely regarded as one of the most livable and charming in all of England, was also the pivotal turning point in Han Lee's professional football career. Years later, it might be hard for people to imagine that Han Lee, who would stand atop the footballing world, once rode home in a vintage car through such a city. Yet, that was his everyday reality at the time. The next day, Han Lee arrived at the training ground bright and early. Having just concluded the Carabao Cup clash against Everton yesterday, Norwich faced a Premier League showdown with Leicester City in just 3 days. Consequently, today's session at Norwich was primarily focused on light recovery drills. Watching Han Lee once again the first to arrive at the training ground, a wave of complex emotions washed over head coach Neil. As Han Lee's prowess grew with each passing match, the gap between him and Norwich City seemed to widen. Perhaps after the winter transfer window, Neil would no longer have the privilege of seeing Han Lee grace his touchline. A bittersweet blend of pride and melancholy churned within Neil. A wry smile touched his lips. There was little he could do. One cannot stand in the way of a player destined for greatness. In stark contrast to the coach's sentimental melancholy, Norwich's sporting director Jack was buzzing with excitement. The club's merchandise sales were skyrocketing, with Han Lee's number 9 shirt flying off the shelves. While the bulk of purchases came from local Norwich fans, a growing contingent originated from the Dragon Nation. It was undeniably a promising start. Jack was already plotting the groundwork for a new contract. He was acutely aware, given Han Lee's current trajectory, that retaining him at Norwich long-term was a futile ambition. Yet he harbored no such unrealistic delusions. He calculated that 15 Premier League matches remained before the winter transfer window creaked open. The summer window was even further away, not opening until the following year. Jack intended to leverage this period to maximize Han Lee's value. First, he would observe Han Lee's performances over the next few games. Should Han Lee maintain his scintillating form, Jack would prepare a contract laden with a hefty release clause. The moment Han Lee came of age, he'd move to sign him immediately. Knowing Han Lee was without an agent, Jack was confident of his chances. Before inking the deal, Jack would fan the flames of publicity, ensuring Han Lee was a constant presence in the public eye. News articles, newspapers, television spots. This was all indispensable marketing. Jack also instructed his assistant to create an official Norwich City account on the Dragon Nation's Weibo platform. Even after Han Lee's eventual departure, this would serve as a valuable legacy of fans instrumental in cracking open the Dragon Nation's lucrative market. Jack's execution was swift. News of the previous night's Carabao Cup victory over Everton was already splashed across major media outlets. This included all the nation's most prominent news sources. The club's official social media accounts lost no time in releasing a celebratory poster. The background was a frozen frame of Han Lee's spectacular bicycle kick goal, accompanied by a concise and powerful caption, "We march on." The Daily Mail sports section blared the headline, "The Han Lee Show sinks the Toffees, Norwich advance thanks to 2 worldies from their new star." BBC Sports post-match analysis noted a quintessential cup tie brimming with drama, controversy, and heroism. Norwich's resilience in the face of adversity was commendable, while Everton paid the price for their failure to capitalize on their chances. Without a doubt, Han Lee was the decisive figure in this match. His brilliance even overshadowed established stars like Lukaku. Sky Sports featured a stunning action shot of Han Lee's overhead kick on their homepage with the caption "Goal of the Year contender, the Eastern sensation from Norwich." In Spain, sports media in Madrid and Barcelona, while primarily focused on domestic fixtures and the Champions League. Outlets like Marca and AS in their international football sections online also covered the match's highlights. Their headlines leaned towards the technical. Norwich's wonderkid replicates a classic Ronaldo-esque bicycle kick reappears on the pitch. It was evident that Norwich City were making a concerted effort in promoting Han Lee. Match reports that would typically be relegated to the corners of sports pages were now commanding prime positions on the front covers. Jack's efforts were already bearing fruit. As the second largest city in England, historically second only to London, Norwich boasts a rich heritage, cultural depth, and natural allure. It was precisely for this reason that the local Norwich government approached the football club. They expressed interest in signing a contract with Han Lee to serve as the city's cultural tourism ambassador for the Dragon Nation. Jack was of course delighted. He immediately called Han Lee to gauge his interest. When Han Lee received the call from director Jack, he had just woken from his afternoon nap. Over the phone, Jack excitedly explained the Norwich City Council's proposal. Cultural tourism ambassador. Han Lee was taken aback. He hadn't expected his first endorsement deal to be tied to the city of Norwich itself. Exactly, Han. This is a win-win opportunity. Jack enthused on the other end of the line. This will do wonders for your image both locally and back in the Dragon Nation. The City Council is keen on leveraging your influence, especially your rapidly growing following in the Dragon Nation. Han Lee pondered this for a moment. He did have a genuine fondness for Norwich. It also presented clear benefits for him, though he harbored a slight concern about whether it would encroach upon his training schedule. Director, I have no objections personally, but the specific details. Don't worry, leave the negotiations to me. Jack assured him confidently. The club will safeguard the contract terms and your rights. All you need to do is show up for the shoots and events and present your best self. Things progressed rapidly. The Norwich City Council proved highly efficient as well. After all, collaborating with the city's hottest local sports star was a golden opportunity to boost tourism. However, Han Lee insisted on one key modification to the contract. He reduced the collaboration period from 2 years to 1. Too much could change in 2 years. 1 year felt just right. For this 1-year deal, Han Lee stood to earn nearly €600,000. For him at this stage, it was a considerable sum. Moreover, it wouldn't demand much of his time. He merely needed to appear in videos and photos at some of the city's most iconic landmarks. And regardless of the campaign's outcome, his fee was guaranteed without any liability on his part. Earning a substantial fee, boosting his fame back home, and having no performance pressure, Han Lee was thoroughly satisfied with his first endorsement contract. The initial photo shoot took up only half a day of his time. With only 4 shoots required per year, his personal training regimen would remain largely unaffected. Upon completion of the shoot, Han Lee promptly received his first payment. Despite Uncle Lopez's insistence that Han Lee keep the entire sum for himself, Han Lee firmly transferred half of the fee to him. Furthermore, using the remainder, Han Lee purchased a brand new car for Uncle Lopez. This was Han Lee's first tangible return on the unwavering dedication and mentorship Uncle Lopez had provided him. This sum was but a pittance. He was confident that in the future money would come to him as easily as drinking water. This marked the first time Han Lee had been so busy during a lull in the season. Once these affairs were settled, the much-anticipated Premier League clash against fellow surprise package Leicester City was fast approaching. On the eve of the 4th round of the Premier League, the league standings captured the attention of many fans. The top 2 positions on the table were occupied by 2 unexpected club names. A host of Premier League powerhouses were left trailing behind them. One was Leicester City, the Foxes. The other was Norwich City, the Canaries. This Premier League table looks bizarre. The Big Six are being outdone by 2 unheard-of teams. Actually, there's something even stranger. One of these teams was fighting relegation last season, and the other was just in the championship playoffs. What's the big deal? It's normal at the start of the season. These teams will naturally yield the top spot later on. Similarly, the players leading the scoring charts also surprised the fans. One was Leicester City's striker Jamie Vardy, and the other was Norwich City's striker Han Lee. What on earth is this scoring chart? Han Lee. Is he some Korean player? Surprise. He's of dragon descent. Good heavens. The name of a dragon descendant appears on the Premier League scoring chart. Who is this mysterious figure? And this Vardy, a factory worker at 20, topping the Premier League scoring chart at 28. Even my novels wouldn't dare to write this. Regardless of the outside chatter, Han Lee had already arrived with the team bus at Leicester City's home ground, the King Power Stadium. The King Power Stadium can hold 325,000 people. It is named as such because it currently belongs to the Thai King Power Group. Sigh. Han, after this match, the international break begins. Have you heard any news? Holohan asked as he and Han Lee walked towards the away team's dressing room. Han Lee hadn't even thought about that. He was somewhat curious now that Holohan mentioned it. No, I haven't. Holohan looked at Han Lee with a hint of shock in his eyes. In his view, Han Li's performances in the first 3 Premier League rounds had been brilliant. By all rights, a national team official should have contacted him by now. Nothing. By the way, what's your current nationality? Han Li thought for a moment, then said, I hold 2 nationalities now, 1 Italian and 1 Dutch. Hearing this, Houlihan had a sudden realization. He now understood why no national team had contacted Han Li. It was because these 2 countries, unlike the Ireland he represented, were quite strong. Although these 2 nations were currently in a bit of a transition phase, they weren't short of players plying their trade in the top 5 leagues. Besides, Han Li was of dragon descent, so it was normal for him not to be highly valued. Speaking of dragon descendants, Houlihan was also a bit puzzled as to why they wouldn't want such a talented player. He tried to console him. It's fine, since the European international break is mainly for Euro qualifiers. Many national teams won't finalize their squad selections so quickly. As long as you perform well in this match, there's still a chance. Han Li nodded, muttering inwardly. He had recently seen news about some trade conflicts between the Dragon Nation and Italy. This had caused relations between the 2 countries to cool down. Could it be related to that? But what did that have to do with him, a footballer of dragon descent? Isn't football supposed to be separate from politics? Or maybe Italy still hasn't gotten over the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup. But again, what did that have to do with him, a dragon descendant? As for the Netherlands, he was less certain. Could it be, as Houlihan said, that they were still evaluating him? Forget it, he'd stop worrying about it. As long as he kept growing, what was meant to come would surely come. In European football, strength was the ultimate source of everything. Seeing Han Li remain silent, Houlihan thought he might be feeling discouraged and changed his tone. Actually, I have a feeling you have a good chance of making the Dutch national team. Han Li didn't speak, just looked at Houlihan with a puzzled expression, prompting him to continue. Houlihan didn't keep him in suspense. Because their performance in the Euro qualifiers has been somewhat underwhelming. They're currently only in 3rd place. If they don't perform well this international break, they'll really have to fight for a playoff spot. Han Li was a bit surprised. In his memory, the Dutch national team was the runner-up at the 2010 World Cup and 3rd place at the 2014 World Cup. How could they have fallen to this state in just over a year? Han Li snapped back to reality and sighed hopefully. Actually, if he had to choose, he would prefer the Netherlands. His idol Ruud van Nistelrooy was a Dutch player. He wasn't too fond of the Italian style of play. Italy won the 2006 World Cup with a defense-first tactic, right? Their coach at the time, Marcello Lippi, is now in the Dragon Nation, cashing in. Houlihan took a sip of water, his expression suddenly shifting as he joked, you could also come to Ireland. Together we'd be unstoppable. Han Li chuckled, taking it as a joke. He had never seen a player hold 3 nationalities at once. Besides, acquiring a foreign nationality comes with its own conditions. Seeing Han Li's disbelief, Houlihan didn't press the matter. But he was actually serious. He knew exactly how good Han Li was. If the Irish national team could have Han Li, they would genuinely have a chance to qualify for the 2016 European Championship finals. As they chatted, the pair had already reached the away team's dressing room at the King Power Stadium. There was little time left before the match started. Hello viewers, welcome. This is UEFA Sports. You are watching the live broadcast of the Premier League Round 4 match between Leicester City and Norwich City. I'm your commentator Jean Jun. I'm your commentator Lee Yuen Kue, following the arrangements made by UEFA Sports General Manager Wang Xian. This ace commentary duo from UEFA Sports was now essentially fixed to cover Han Li's matches. Alright, the players are now ready to enter the pitch. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Leicester City, playing at home, have set up in a 4-4-2 formation. In goal is number 1, Kasper Schmeichel. The fullbacks and center-backs are number 15, Jeffrey Schlupp, number 17, Annie Simpson, number 5, Wes Morgan, and number 6, Robert Huth. The midfield consists of number 28, Christian Fuchs, number 4, Danny Drinkwater, number 14, N'Golo Kante, and number 26, Riyad Mahrez. And the 2 forwards are number 9, Jamie Vardy, and number 20, Shinji Okaze. As for Norwich, with Jean Jun finishing the introduction of both teams' lineups, the players made their way to their respective halves of the pitch to take their positions. As Leicester City's defensive midfielder Kante was very happy today. Because of the team's 3-game winning streak, he had earned a win bonus. This morning he had just donated a portion of that bonus to his hometown through a foundation supporting a medical center. So he was determined to give his absolute all to help the team secure another victory. That way he could earn more bonuses to build up his hometown. He glanced at the opponent's number 9 striker. He had to do everything in his power to contain this guy. Even though this guy looked tough since the coach had given him this task, he wouldn't let his guard down for even a second. Standing in the center circle waiting for the kickoff, Han Li couldn't help but turn around and look at the small dark-skinned man staring at him. The man's gaze was pure without malice, yet it seemed to be filled with astonishing intensity. It was the first time Han Li had felt such a gaze from another player. This feeling made Han Li take a mental note of him. Alright viewers, at the referee's whistle the match officially begins. Wearing the blue shirts, it's our host Leicester City. As the match commenced, both sides played with composure, lacking the intense confrontational atmosphere typically associated with a top-of-the-table clash. On the contrary, the external noise and speculation fostered a sense of mutual sympathy between the two teams. A shared sentiment echoed within them who dared to claim that a relegation-battling side and a newly promoted team couldn't lead the standings. It wasn't until the 8th minute that Norwich City registered the first shot of the match. Receiving a pass from Howson just outside the penalty area, Hanley began to drift infield. Leicester City's defense reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the defensive linchpin for Leicester captain Wes Morgan signaled his partner Huth, and together, they moved to seal off Hanley's passing and shooting lanes towards the box. Simultaneously, Leicester's midfield duo Canty and Drinkwater converged from behind. The encirclement tightened rapidly, with four players forming a complete stranglehold around Hanley. This immediately quashed any notion of Hanley attempting a solo run, an option his close control skills didn't permit. His peripheral vision caught sight of a vacant pocket of space at the edge of the arc. Countless matches of teamwork told Hanley that Holohan would be occupying that exact zone. So just before Canty's leg could stretch out from behind, Hanley nudged the ball into that space. Sure enough, Holohan arrived on cue from his deeper position. Hanley had provided him with a perfect platform to strike from. Without any adjustment, he arched his body to its fullest extent. The four-man encirclement inwardly groaned in despair. Before they could reform their defensive line, Holohan had already unleashed a powerful low drive that skimmed across the turf and arrowed towards the goal. However, Schmeichel was exceptionally quick to get down. Facing this threatening long-range effort, he managed to palm the ball away for a corner with his right hand. Holohan clasped his hands over his mouth in disappointment, but quickly offered Hanley a thumbs up, the first of the day. The home fans breathed a collective sigh of relief. Leicester City had dodged a bullet. Truly like father, like son, commented John June admiringly. Young Schmeichel's reflexes on the ground are certainly a match for his father's, wouldn't you say? Hanley's decision-making in that passage of play was also remarkably cool-headed. To still execute that pass while surrounded by four players is no easy feat. Judging by Leicester's aggressive multiplayer pressing in that tight space, their respect for Hanley was immense. Their commitment to the double team and tackle was absolute. Had Hanley not kept his composure, it would undoubtedly have been a textbook successful defensive stop. The match reached the 13th minute and Norwich, playing away from home, orchestrated another brilliant passing move. Empowered by the king of the 6-yard box, Trade Hanley, with his off-the-ball movement rating of 83, once again carved out a ghostly, unpredictable path within the Leicester penalty area. His run sliced diagonally through Leicester's box, moving from the penalty spot all the way to the left corner of the 6-yard box. He successfully lost Huth's tight marking by slipping into a blind spot. Sensing the sudden emptiness beside him, Huth instinctively reached out a hand. Yet grasping only air, a chill of dread ran down his spine. Realizing the imminent danger, he scrambled to close the distance back to Hanley. By then, Hanley had already received a perfectly weighted through ball from his teammate Howson. Though the pass was slightly firm, a top-class striker possesses the ability to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Hanley instantly abandoned the idea of a direct shot. Instead, he used the inside of his left boot to draw the ball back, spinning his body around in one fluid motion. The transition was so swift that the charging Huth was again left a half step behind due to his own momentum. The opportunity was fleeting. The moment he completed his turn, Hanley lashed his right foot through the ball. It was an awkward shooting posture, yet this very awkwardness bought him the precious time needed to get the shot away. That time created the space needed to evade the incoming block. The ball curved on a bizarre trajectory towards the far corner of the net. This time Schmeichel was finally beaten. However, just as despair set in, a dark figure hurled himself across the goal mouth. As the ball was blocked, a wave of immense relief washed over Schmeichel. For the parried ball landed safely beneath his body. Meanwhile, the dark figure, carried by momentum, slid helplessly into the back of the net. A man in the goal, but not the ball. It was a sensational goal line clearance, prompting a roar from the crowd almost as loud as a goal itself. And Leicester's savior was none other than N'Golo Kanté, who had sprinted all the way back from the edge of the box. He was the only Leicester defender who had kept pace with Hanley's run. Faced with Schmeichel's unreserved praise, Kanté simply offered a shy smile. Hanley, looking at the small, dark-skinned figure who had denied his certain goal, couldn't help but feel a flicker of confusion. Was this really the same rampaging beast he'd seen charging moments before? Wow, what a brilliant attack. What a brilliant defense. These two players are like the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield on this pitch. Together they have treated us to a visual feast of attack versus defense. Sigh. If only the pass had been weighted slightly lighter, Hanley could have taken a direct shot. I've been keeping an eye on this Kanté for a long time. His style of play reminds me of Makelele. Nonsense. I think Kanté is more like a box-to-box midfielder. An outsider would find it hard to imagine that Leicester City, playing at home, would be pinned back by Norwich in the opening stages. But this was precisely Leicester's game plan. Regardless of the opponent's strength, they resolutely adhered to their defensive counter-attacking strategy, with a solid defense as its core and swift breakaways as its weapon. It was this approach that had seen them concede only one goal while scoring 4 in their opening 3-match winning streak. As the situation on the pitch unfolded, the camera panned to Leicester's manager Claudio Ranieri standing on the touchline. His expression was calm, for this was a scenario he had witnessed frequently in previous matches. It didn't warrant any significant emotional response from him. As an Italian manager in his 60s, Ranieri has instilled the typically solid Italian defensive system into this Leicester City side, Jean-June explained. Yes, and he's combined it with efficient, swift counterattacks. This allows them to capitalize on the few attacking opportunities they create, added Lee Ewan-Kue, offering his own analysis. Indeed, as both commentators noted, Leicester City boasted both a rock-solid defensive structure and a lethal counterattacking edge. Hanley watched with growing astonishment, for he witnessed something truly remarkable. In the 18th minute, Riyad Mahrez, Leicester's primary attacking threat, received a pass. Mahrez had intercepted the ball from Norwich's Jarvis via a Morgan tackle, and he surged forward down the flank. When challenged by Howson, he simply flicked the ball past him with the outside of his left boot, leaving Howson trailing in his wake. However, it wasn't the dribble that stunned Hanley. It was the sight of Kanté, who moments ago had been tracking back behind him, now already positioned menacingly on the edge of the Norwich penalty area. This terrifyingly expansive coverage instantly made Hanley feel as though Leicester had 12 players on the pitch. Having completed his run, Mahrez laid the ball off to Kanté. Facing pressure from Basson, Kanté then slipped the ball through to Leicester's rapid striker Jamie Vardy, who was surging forward. Vardy took a touch or two to set himself, then unleashed a shot. The effort struck Martin, who had his hands behind his back, and ricocheted out of play. Leicester City had completed their first meaningful attack of the game. The entire move from the back line to the final shot had taken just 4 passes. An incredibly efficient attacking sequence by any measure. Due to the unique tactical approaches of both teams, the match on the field did not keep the fans' adrenaline pumping at every moment. However, the unpredictable flashes of brilliant offense and resolute defense from either side made it impossible for the spectators to tear their eyes away from the screen. Like a quiet person who occasionally utters a profound aphorism, the game progressed in this strange rhythm until the 28th minute. With Leicester City's midfield defense proving impenetrable, Norwich City was compelled to attempt long direct balls over the midfield into the opponent's half. However, the Norwich defenders' passing accuracy seemed lacking. Several times Hanley made excellent runs only for his teammates' long balls to be either overhit or underhit. These efforts were easily thwarted by the opposition, rendering Hanley's explosive sprints futile and needlessly draining his energy. But this time, Norwich defender Martin's attempted long ball from the back, while slightly overhit, was perfectly weighted, giving Hanley a window of opportunity. During their pre-match video analysis of Leicester, Hanley had specifically studied Huth, the Leicester centre-back, now marking him closely, ready to intercept Martin's pass. Huth was an expert at defending such aerial balls, possessing strong heading ability and high concentration. Yet he had a weakness. His imposing stature granted him dominance in physical duels and aerial challenges, but it came at the cost of agility, making his turns notably slow. So instead of contesting the header, Hanley suddenly spun and sprinted towards Huth, accelerating past him with a burst of speed. In the process, he delivered a well-timed shove to Huth, which threw off the defender's timing for his jump. The ball grazed past Huth's hair and dropped behind him. What a cunning bastard, Huth thought, realizing he'd been duped. But his reaction was still somewhat quick. He used the force of Hanley's shove to tumble to the turf, hoping for the referee's whistle. However, in the physical Premier League, such contact was hardly a foul. The referee, having seen it, clearly ignored him. After overtaking Huth, Hanley saw the ball dropping exactly as he had anticipated. He couldn't wait for the ball to land, as Leicester's right back and fellow centre-back Morgan were already closing in. Block him. Push him wide. Morgan, the defensive leader, barked orders. Facing the two defenders, Hanley cushioned the ball with his right shoulder. Then, with a gentle nod of his head, he directed the ball into the penalty area. The box was Hanley's domain. Once inside, he used his arms to fend off the two defenders. Yet the two seasoned defenders moved with clear synergy, executing a perfect pincer movement to trap Hanley. Forced back, he shielded the ball, turning his back to the goal. Morgan and his partner had achieved half their goal, leaning tightly against Hanley to prevent him from going to ground inside the box. But Hanley was not as unscrupulous as they feared. Just as he was about to lose his balance, he deftly poked the ball with his toe towards the left flank. That area was completely vacated by Leicester's defense. Huth's desperate gamble had cost his team dearly. His attempt to win a cheap foul had left him a step behind in recovery. The space was occupied by Norwich midfielder Dorrans. Presented with such a golden opportunity, Dorrans struck the ball first time, curling it towards the goal. But his shot lacked any real angle, and the alert Schmeichel parried it away. He had spat out the golden chance that Hanley had served right onto his plate. Exhausted from his efforts, Hanley collapsed onto the turf upon seeing the miss. There was no complaint, just a helpless, incredulous laugh. Dorrans, overwhelmed with shame, wished he could bury his face in his hands. An immense wave of guilt washed over him. His face burned with humiliation. He felt he couldn't face the fans or Hanley. Meanwhile, a relieved Schmeichel clapped his hands, loudly shouting encouragement. He was rallying his teammates, and Morgan and Huth breathed a collective sigh of relief, silently thanking Dorrans for his shocking profligacy. Dorrans, He squandered a magnificent assist. It was a great save by Schmeichel, but Dorans' shot was far too central. It's like he took the meal that was fed to him and threw it away with his own hands. Jean Jun's voice was filled with disbelief. Look at Hanli, he's lying flat on the turf. He's laughing a helpless, almost disbelieving laugh. He did everything right, creating a golden chance for his teammate, yet the outcome is so disheartening. Li Yuan-Kue echoed the sentiment with deep regret. Hanli's teammate is so useless, wasting such a brilliant assist. Even I could have scored that. It's inexcusable. Hanli has too much patience. I would have been screaming my head off. As the fans suggested, someone was indeed screaming, but it wasn't Hanli. It was Norwich manager Neil on the sidelines. His face was flushed with anger. Dorans' wasted opportunity was unacceptable. Wasted chances are always punished. In the 42nd minute, Leicester City, dormant for a while, launched a swift counterattack. Under relentless pressing from Vardy and Okazaki, Norwich City made a mistake. Okazaki, the Japanese player, also from Asia. His presence in the Premier League was built entirely on his fearless, relentless running. Under the combined pressure from him and Vardy, Norwich defender Bazong played the ball directly into the space between his teammate Teddy and opponent Candy. It was a risky pass, but Teddy was no match for Candy. With Canty sweeping up everything in his path, Norwich's midfield was already in disarray. This was another reason they had resorted to long balls. The ball was predictably intercepted by Canty, who immediately played it through to the surging Mahrez. Mahrez loved to cut inside, but this time he resisted the temptation. To keep the counterattack flowing, he played a first-time pass to find Okazaki. This created a 2-on-1 situation at the edge of the Norwich box. Okazaki selflessly squared the ball to Vardy. Norwich defender Martin was furious, cursing his useless teammates under his breath. Left helpless, he could only watch as the ball rolled into the back of his own net. Like a helpless husband. A colossal, monumental blunder. James Jun's voice reached its peak volume, his disbelief palpable at Norwich's error that led to the concession. Bazong. He played a suicidal pass to his teammate. Such a mistake is inexcusable. Against Leicester City's relentless high press, the wisest choice would have been to hoof it clear. Li Yuan-Kue magnified this individual error to encompass the entire Norwich squad. In truth, the signs were visible before this mistake. Against Leicester City's impregnable defense, Norwich lost their composure entirely from passing to shooting. Only Hanli managed to remain composed amidst such intense pressure and defensive rigidity. He carved out several opportunities to break the deadlock, but they were either thwarted by the opposition or squandered by his teammates. This error at the tail end of the first half was a devastating blow to Norwich, a severe dent to their morale. On the pitch, Norwich goalkeeper Rudy furiously hoofed the ball he had retrieved from the net back upfield. He roared, "Damn it! Stop standing there. The first half isn't over yet." Captain Howson noticed Bazong still rooted to the spot, consumed by regret. Walking towards the center circle, he smacked Bazong on the back of the head. "Snap out of it. What's done is done, we need to move." Bazong was an incredibly self-critical person. Confronting his own error, he thought, even the ever-calm captain looks ready to knock my head off. The lads must be furious. And what's Martin's glare supposed to mean? Is he calling me useless? Even Hanli has turned his back, unable to bear the sight of me. He must be so disappointed in me. Will the fans brand me the villain after the match? And the coach? I don't even have the courage to meet his eyes. He probably wants me dead. Ugh. And what's Vardy's gesture about? Is that mockery? I really am useless. I deserve this. However, Bazong's self-flagellation was somewhat unwarranted. His teammates were unhappy with the mistake, but nowhere near the level he imagined. Captain Howson just wanted him to stay focused. Martin was angry, but only because he was exhausted from defending two players alone and hadn't had a chance to console him. Hanli simply didn't care. He turned his back merely to hurry back to the center circle to restart play quickly. This incident highlights how Bazong's indecisive nature contributed to his error. Unlike someone like Martin, who would immediately voice self-criticism after a mistake. "I'm such an idiot. I'm an animal," he'd blurt out. Those self-deprecating phrases were inadvertently picked up from Hanli. After saying them, Martin would quickly forget his error and focus on the rest of the game. Bazong, however, was different. This single mistake would haunt him buried deep within, only resurfacing at night for a painful replay. When the referee's whistle signaled the restart, Bazong finally snapped out of it. He vowed he'd clear the ball first time if ever faced with a similar situation. In the final minutes of the first half, Norwich failed to create any significant chances. Leicester City, whether leading or trailing, stuck resolutely to their counter-attacking strategy. They didn't push forward more when behind, nor did they retreat further when ahead. This unique style gave them an unshakable, immovable presence. Thus, Norwich's hopes of an immediate response to equalize quickly sank. During the halftime break, Norwich manager Neil inevitably dished out a round of criticism. Dorans, however, felt a bit aggrieved. Wasn't Bazong's error more costly than my missed chance? Why does the coach speak gently to him, but harshly to me? It's not fair. But glancing at Bazong's miserable expression, Dorans reconsidered. Forget it, given Bazong's temper, I can understand the coach's approach. Dorans decided his priority was to apologize to Hanli. He approached Hanli, whose expression remained calm. "Sorry, Han. for wasting that brilliant assist of yours." Hanley waved his hand, signaling it was fine. He had already come to terms with it. As his own abilities grew, a gap had emerged between him and his teammates. This gap inevitably bred thoughts that his teammates were too slow or too inept. Accumulating such thoughts would inevitably affect his mentality. So Hanley decided that since he couldn't change the situation, he might as well ignore it. Otherwise, it would strain relationships with his teammates and harm his own mental and physical state. That would be a loss, not a gain. As time passed, manager Neil finally managed to rally his disparate players in the dressing room. It was an exhausting task. Being a manager was truly a skilled craft. It required tactical knowledge, management skills, and even a touch of psychology. He rubbed his bald head, sighing as he remembered the flowing blonde locks of his playing days. But Neil's psychology seemed to work. As the second half began, the Norwich players who re-entered the pitch looked much brighter. They appeared to have shaken off the gloom of the first half. Even Leicester City manager Ranieri couldn't help but admire Neil. Ranieri, who had once humbly learned tactics from the young coach Klopp, now found himself wanting to pick Neil's brain as well. As the match progressed, Hanley looked at his teammates with a hint of helplessness. Compared to the first half, his teammates were giving him the ball far more frequently. Sometimes, even when Dorrans was in space and Hanley was surrounded by three opponents, they'd still pass it to him. This forced him to stay hyper-alert at all times. In football, when you have quality, you never lack for teammates willing to give you the ball. Conversely, if you lack quality, even running into a massive open space and screaming for the ball might get you ignored. However, Norwich's players had no complaints about this approach. Hanley's outstanding performance on the pitch made them believe it was only natural. With more possession, Hanley didn't disappoint. Though his errors increased slightly, Norwich's attacking opportunities moving forward were noticeably more frequent than in the first half. With Norwich's entire team granting Hanley absolute possession rights, coupled with the more aggressive pressing and more cautious defending of Bozong and Dorrans, Norwich began to threaten Leicester City's goal step by step. Leicester City was not a machine. The team's stubborn style of play was beginning to take its toll. In the 66th minute, Hanley received a pass from Jarvis on the right flank. Drinkwater immediately closed him down upon seeing Hanley with the ball. Given the current state of play, everyone knew that Norwich's ceiling was entirely determined by Hanley's performance. Thus, Leicester City's restrictions on Hanley were even more stringent than in the first half. Facing the pressing Drinkwater, Hanley was in no hurry to release the ball. Hanley might still lack polish when dealing with multiple defenders in tight spaces, but when it came to one-on-one duels, he had no fear at all. Now, with his Ronaldo complete body illustration nearly fully illuminated, Hanley's step-over dribbling had reached the pinnacle of mastery. He was just one step away from the even more formidable pendulum dribble. If the elastico was the best move for beating multiple defenders, then the step-over was the ultimate weapon for one-on-one duels. Not to mention that Hanley's step-overs could now be executed seamlessly without any recovery delay. He simply looped his right foot over the ball once. Immediately following up with a nudge from his left foot, he cleanly bypassed the pressing Drinkwater, thanks to the flawless integration of his upper body feints and lower body ball manipulation. This highly deceptive ball-rolling motion didn't even need to be repeated. Hanley, what a beautiful move. He used his most iconic step-over dribble. Hanley's performance stirred John June's emotions. After leaving Drinkwater behind, a brief vacancy appeared near Leicester City's right midfield area. This made it difficult for them to quickly form their small area trapping tactic against Hanley. But they couldn't just let him waltz through either. So Leicester City's left wing-back Fuchs immediately stepped up alone to confront him. This caused Leicester City's manager Ranieri on the sidelines to frown deeply. The success rate Hanley displayed in one-on-one situations was something he had only seen from Messi among active players. He couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. These guys, how can they keep giving this kid chances for solo duels? It's so irrational. Sure enough, the entire King Power Stadium erupted in incredulous gasps. Remember, this was Leicester City's home ground. Eliciting such spontaneous gasps from the home fans was no easy feat. Just as Ranieri thought, Fuchs' challenge failed to stop Hanley. Although Fuchs was much more cautious against Hanley after seeing his teammates' predicament. His body posture was lowered significantly due to overcommitting his center of gravity. But in Hanley's eyes, it made no difference. If you want to challenge him solo, you have to be prepared to be embarrassed. Facing a hesitant Fuchs, Hanley performed 2 consecutive step-overs. His feet seemed to be shrouded in an invisible net, making the ball obediently stay in relative stillness with his body. However, this visually spectacular motion appeared to Fuchs like the reaching tentacles of a demon. He simply couldn't predict which way Hanley would go. In the end, he lost his interception angle when Hanley lightly nudged the ball outward with his right foot. First left, then right, Hanley carved a reaper's scythe across the pitch. Wow! Hanley got past the second man, another step over. John June shouted repeatedly. However, this alone wasn't enough to draw gasps from the home fans for this away challenger, because Hanley's show wasn't over yet. Like the brothers in the tale of Calabash Brothers, Leicester City players came one after another. After Drinkwater and Fuchs were beaten, their midfield linchpin stepped up. This allowed the Leicester City fans to breathe a slight sigh of relief. In this match's duels between Canty and Hanley, Canty hadn't been completely dominated. Can he stop him? Leicester City captain Morgan's roar came from the backline. He was eager to join the siege against Hanley. But their defense was like buttoning a shirt. One wrong button leads to all being wrong. Drinkwater's reckless pressing had disrupted their midfield defensive structure. If he recklessly pressed forward, now a huge gap would be left behind for the Norwich players to exploit. Canty was indeed strong, but his tackles relied more on surprise and quick footwork. And against Hanley's rapid feints, he simply couldn't find the right moment to strike. Yet he withstood as many as 5 rapid feints from Hanley. After the 6th, Canty finally misjudged the direction. Hanley seized the moment, nudged the ball with his left foot, and got past Leicester City's third defender. His dribbling path traced a zigzag across the pitch. My God! Unstoppable! The unstoppable Hanley. Jean Jun's third consecutive roar carried a hint of hoarseness. Having completed the dribble, Hanley was already near the opponent's penalty area. In the blink of an eye, he saw Leicester City's reformed defensive line. Hanley couldn't help but admire their iron-like discipline. However, Hanley's clarity lay in his ability to adapt to the situation. Seeing the Leicester defenders drawn towards him, he struck the ball powerfully with his right foot. The football shot rapidly towards the right space behind the opponents. Great ball. It's through. Due to Hanley's pull, a gap had opened up there. Although under Leicester City's iron defense, it wouldn't directly create a shooting chance. But it was definitely an attacking opportunity that could penetrate their defense and create an even greater threat. However, his teammate Houlihan was completely stunned by Hanley's display, and his run was a step too late. The ball rolled straight out for a goal kick. Oh no. What was Houlihan doing? Why didn't he run forward? Twice now Hanley's teammates have wasted 2 of his passes that were comparable to Maradona's legendary assists. Seeing this, Jean Jun slammed the table in regret. The apologetic Houlihan gave Hanley his second thumbs up of the day. Everyone associated with Leicester City breathed a silent sigh of relief. Even the goal, net trembling slightly in the breeze, seemed to express its own relief. Hanley used his own feet to perform embroidery on the green pitch. Yet his teammates kept wasting the chances he created. Even the usually mild-mannered Lee Yuan-Kue couldn't help but criticize Hanley's teammates. If it weren't for the transfer window only opening in winter, I'd want Hanley to leave immediately. This team doesn't deserve him at all. This is like gilding a toilet seat. Hanley himself didn't react much. Since he had come to terms with it, he no longer dwelled on the strength of his teammates. After all, winning was a team effort, and losing was a team effort too. He just had to do his best. Ding. Zigzag shake. Charge forward unstoppably. Ronaldo complete body illustration progress. 3. For the trailing team, match time seemed to speed up. Through several exchanges between the two sides, the game approached its final whistle. Countless Norwich fans wondered, could their team really not escape the King Power Stadium with a point today? The match reached the 87th minute and Norwich earned a corner kick. In the penalty area, Hanley looked at Vardy, who was tightly marking him. He felt the thick calluses on Vardy's hands. He couldn't understand why a top-flight athlete would have calluses as thick as a construction worker's. Hanley looked around again. Okazaki, Canny Morris, and Schmeichel, whose concentration was absolute. All of Leicester City's players were packed into their own penalty area. Thinking back to the relentless running of Vardy, Canny, and Okazaki earlier, they really wanted to win. At that moment, something he had never possessed seemed to surge within Hanley's heart. I want to win so badly too, he exclaimed inwardly. However, against Leicester City's resolute defense, the corner came to nothing. The game quickly reached the 93rd minute, the final minute of the match. A figure burst out from Norwich's half. Stumbling forward under the tugging of Leicester players, he was seeking redemption for his earlier mistake. He then passed the ball to the Jamaican winger Redmond, who had come on as a substitute. Everyone knew this was Norwich's last chance for a counterattack. Vardy was running. Okazaki was running. Kenny was running. Hanley was running too. Everyone's target was Leicester City's penalty area. Deafening boos erupted from the Leicester City home crowd. Neil's feet were almost on the pitch. As everyone surged into the penalty area, Redmond's cross arrived. Vardy threw his body at the ball. Morgan threw his body at the ball. They were determined to block this cross and snuff out Norwich's final attacking hope. But neither of them touched the ball. It flew straight towards Hanley and Canty. Slide tackle to clear. That was Canty's thought. Slide to shoot. That was Hanley's thought. Both men threw their bodies forward almost simultaneously. Their legs extended straight towards the ball. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Finally, Kenny was a fraction too late. He was nearly a head shorter than Hanley. The ball sailed over his outstretched legs and struck Hanley's. It then ricocheted into the net past Schmeichel's desperate flailing save. 1-1. A last gasp equalizer. Ding. Last second equalizer. A lethal strike. Ronaldinho's complete form illustration brightness. 3. The moment Hanley scored, Jean Jun's incredulous commentary erupted from the live broadcast room like fireworks. This time, a diving shot. It's in. Hanley. He's leveled the score. 1-1. At 93 minutes. Leicester City couldn't hold on in the final moments of stoppage time. What a beautiful strike. Leicester's 3 consecutive blocks failed to stop that cross. Hanley was the one in the perfect position. Oh, absolutely magnificent. Brilliant. 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 Even Li Yuankue, a man accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but feel his blood surge. It was as if he had been transported back to the passionate moments of his youth. 3 consecutive passionate exclamations of "brilliant" followed, bursting forth from Zhang Jun. Fans watching on their screens were equally electrified. Yi Fan, a high school student, had been following Han Li's matches ever since he learned about him on the Han Li fan forum created by Zhang Chao. This time, he had even secretly brought his phone to school, conserving battery, just to watch the live stream. He had even resisted playing the wildly popular Honor of Kings. Hiding under his blanket, he couldn't help but let out a yell. He immediately clamped his mouth shut, terrified of waking his sleeping roommates or alerting the dorm supervisor on patrol. He typed a bullet comment in the live stream, "Awesome." But it was instantly drowned out by a flood of similar comments like, "Huh. Damn." The live stream continuously replayed the last-minute goal. It turned out that the one who had clumsily carried the ball out from the backfield was Basong, the very player who had made a fatal error in the first half. He knelt on the center circle grass, feeling an immense weight lift off his shoulders, almost weeping with relief. "It's in. The goal is in. I was part of this goal. Finally I can face the fans with my head held high. This way, my teammates and coach won't blame me anymore, right?" Han Li. It was Han Li who helped me. At that moment, Han Li became a beacon of light in Basong's heart. Basong looked up and saw many of his teammates charging frantically towards the front. Although he had played an indispensable role in the goal, no one seemed to notice him. But Basong didn't mind. He was searching for Han Li, wanting to go over and thank him. However, Basong didn't see Han Li in the corner kick area where he usually celebrated. He turned his head. There was Han Li picking up the ball that Schmeichel had kicked in frustration from the goal and running towards the center circle. And as he ran, he gave Basong a thumbs up. Han Li, he knew. At that moment, Basong felt that everything was worth it. His teammates, who were on the verge of losing control and rushing over to celebrate wildly, were also stunned into a halt by Han Li's series of actions. Candy, Vardy, and Morgan, who were still lying on the ground, also looked up in unison. A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes, which were filled with a sense of injustice. What does this guy mean? Isn't he satisfied after scoring the equalizer? But this confusion lasted only a moment. Candy was the first to scramble to his feet and follow Han Li. Vardy and Morgan followed closely behind. Houlihan Jarvis and other teammates who had paused mid-run also quickly turned around and followed Han Li. At this moment, even as opponents on the pitch, both sides' footsteps were strangely in sync. As Han Li had thought earlier, Leicester City wanted to win. But he wanted to win too. Little did Leicester City know it was their desperate defense and relentless attack throughout the game that had changed Han Li's mindset. Han Li had an unprecedented desire to win the match. He wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. Scoring such a crucial goal at such a critical moment stirred a tempest within him. However, the referee didn't give Han Li a chance to showcase his determination. Han Li's goal had come in the very last second of injury time. This was a true last-second equalizer. So the moment Leicester City kicked off, the referee blew the final whistle, ending the match. The final score was locked at 1-1. "The match is over," Zhang Jun shouted again as the whistle blew. Leicester City controlled the game for a full 93 minutes, only to lose it in the final second. They were forced to settle for a draw at home against Norwich City. Look at Leicester's veteran manager Ranieri. This manager, nicknamed the Tinkerer by the English media, has a distinctly bitter expression on his face. Yet even this trace of bitterness perfectly showcases his unwillingness to accept the result. The fighting spirit Leicester City displayed today deserves our respect. And similarly, Han Li has reaped the rewards after being trapped in a grueling battle all game. As Zhang Jun said, no team would accept leading for the entire match only to be equalized in the final second. Leicester City could only regroup and look forward to avenging this result when they visit Norwich's home ground. Unusually, neither team left the pitch immediately after the final whistle. Leicester City took a lap of honor to thank their fans who had supported them throughout the match. Norwich City, on the other hand, ran towards the section reserved for their most die-hard traveling fans. This section occupied only a small corner of the King Power Stadium, yet it erupted with cheers that echoed throughout the entire arena. Han! 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 After the match, Han Li once again quickly walked past the mixed zone. But obviously, compared to previous games, the resistance this time was much greater. With Han Li's rising fame and Norwich director Jack's aggressive marketing efforts, the number of journalists at the scene had clearly doubled. Han, can you stop for a moment? Han, can you tell us? I am. The European Championship qualifiers are about to. Li Bingbing, a reporter from Uesher Sports, was among them. Due to her petite frame compared to the Europeans and Han Li's hasty departure from the mixed zone, Li Bingbing found herself constantly chasing after him through the crowded throng. In her haste, she tripped and fell directly onto the ground. Li Bingbing's skin was even fairer than the European whites around her, making the red friction marks on her knee even more conspicuous. Li Bingbing sat on the ground, staring blankly at her knee, thinking about her internship that was about to end, if only. At that thought, a wave of grievance washed over Li Bingbing, and a thin mist seemed to gather in her eyes. But she quickly forced that expression away. After patting her knee, she limped towards the post-match press conference area. After all, work had to go on. Finally squeezing out of the mixed zone, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. These journalists were terrifying. They almost seemed ready to tie him down. He thought he heard a voice speaking Chinese, but when he turned to look, all he saw was a pack of voracious European reporters. Han Li was puzzled. Since when did a player from a small team like him become such a media magnet? I'd better avoid the mixed zone next time. After boarding the team bus, Han Li shook his head. He leaned back in his seat, trying to push these chaotic thoughts aside. 3 intense matches in 1 week had taken a toll on him, and his most important task now was to rest. As the 4th round of the Premier League concluded, players bid farewell to their clubs and entered the international match period. European players convened for the 2016 UEFA Euro qualifiers. Internationals from other continents also departed for friendlies, while those not called up enjoyed a brief respite. A day after the match, Han Li returned to the training ground. The training base felt unusually empty. Holohan had received a call-up fax from the Republic of Ireland. Dorrans was preparing to answer Scotland's summons. Teddy had gotten a call from Norway's coach, while Jarvis and Ruddy had already set off on holiday. Under the sun, old Lopez squinted, watching Han Li run back and forth on the pitch, his brow gradually furrowing. This Italian raised in the Netherlands had always harbored hopes of seeing Han Li don the Azzurri jersey. Yet the fax machine at Norwich City had remained silent regarding any documents from the Italian Football Federation, leaving him increasingly anxious. Could it really be because of that incident? Old Lopez mused to himself. Even if the Italian national team had reservations given Han Li's performances, the Dutch national team should not have turned a blind eye either. The Dutch national team is short on players right now. Do they honestly believe that an aging Van Persie can still deliver? Or are they relying on Depay, who can't shoulder the burden? The more old Lopez thought about it, the more troubled he became. What he didn't realize was that a national team whose coach insisted on native players would hardly consider calling up a dragon descendant like Han Li. Just then Neil appeared on the training pitch. He didn't interrupt Han Li's session, but walked straight over to old Lopez. Seeing Neil, old Lopez thought news had arrived. Normally taciturn, he couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Any news?" Looking at the expectant face of old Lopez, Neil shook his head helplessly. Then he added bitterly, "That Conti and Blind have no eye for talent." Neil let out a breath, softening his tone. "Lopez, I'm heading off on holiday. If there's any news, the club staff will let you know." Old Lopez nodded silently in response. Neil glanced towards Han Li, shook his head again, and left. 2 more days passed, and most national team rosters were announced. Old Lopez had given up hope. Inwardly, he cursed the head coaches of Italy and the Netherlands as fools. Noticing old Lopez's somber expression, Han Li walked over. He had long been aware of old Lopez's aspirations. He truly wished he could tell old Lopez that he didn't care about national team selection. His reasons for wanting to play internationally were only 2. To experience the feeling of playing for a national team, and to fulfill old Lopez's wish. As for a sense of belonging, he genuinely didn't have one. Of course, winning some accolades along the way wouldn't be bad either. If selected, he would give his all. If not, he wouldn't be disheartened. Han Li came over and sat at the table facing old Lopez. "Uncle, looks like there's no hope. We don't need to wait any longer. I've booked our flights to Dragon Country. We'll head there for a holiday tomorrow." Seeing Han Li's carefree demeanor, Lopez sighed. "Alright, it's been nearly a decade since our last visit to Dragon Country. It's time to go back and see it again." That evening at the Italian national team's training base in Milan. "Conti, you know the recent trade friction between our country and Dragon Country has created some tension. With the Americans stirring the pot behind the scenes, relations between the 2 nations have grown even more strained. Add to that the lingering effects of the 2002 World Cup. If we call up a dragon descendant now, not only would he be drowned in public opinion, but we would also come under immense pressure." The speaker was the current assistant coach of the Italian national team, Vanoli. Conti looked at his assistant, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. "But Han Li fits us perfectly. With him we have a great chance of qualifying early." Rubbing his brow, Conti continued, "Besides, Verratti is injured. We have a slot to fill." Ever since receiving the scout report on Han Li from his assistant, Conti had been following his matches closely. Han Li's consistent brilliance had long won him over. He had originally planned to bring him straight into the national team, but never expected this complication. "But Verratti is a midfielder. To replace him, we should call up another midfielder, not a striker." Conti, known for his strong will, dropped all pretense when Vanoli refused to yield. "I like this lad. I've made up my mind, say no more." Early the next morning, Han Li and old Lopez were packing their bags when an unfamiliar number flashed on Han Li's phone. "Hello, is this Han Li?" A strange male voice came through as soon as he answered. "Yes, this is Han Li. Who is this?" Han Li continued packing while on the phone. "Hello, Han. This is Antonio Conti, the head coach of the Italian national team. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm calling to invite you to join my squad." The voice on the other end made Han Li pause mid-motion, and old Lopez, who was nearby, also froze. Han Li glanced at the stunned old Lopez and continued, "Hello, Mr. Conti, but haven't you already announced your squad?" "Alright, I forgot to mention. One of our players was injured during training. We have a spot open now, so would you like to join us?" Hearing this, Han Li thought, "So I'm a backup plan." A flicker of discomfort passed through him, and he genuinely wanted to go on that trip to Dragon Country. However, when he turned and saw the hopeful look in old Lopez's eyes, he swallowed his refusal. All right, Mr. Conti. I look forward to working with you all. Conti's voice carried a hint of excitement upon hearing Han Li's agreement. Excellent. The call-up fax will be sent to your club shortly. Time is of the essence. Once you receive the fax, you must come and join us immediately. Little did Conti know in his moment of excitement that his ill-timed, forceful call-up would irrevocably sever Han Li's connection with the Italian national team. After hanging up, old Lopez's joy was unmistakable. Subsequently, just as Conti had said, Han Li received the call-up fax from the Italian national team via Norwich City. During the international match break, Norwich City player Basong, like many others, was not called up to his national team. Unlike his teammates who took the opportunity to go on vacation, Basong preferred to stay at home. He had just finished a game of Pro Evolution Soccer, and the match left him feeling frustrated. In the game, he had once again passed the ball to the opposition from his defensive line. This reminded him of his mistake in the 4th round of the Premier League against Leicester City. What good am I? I can't even play a video game properly. Feeling dejected, Basong pulled up the replay of that match. He repeatedly watched the clips of his own crucial dribble out of a crowd of defenders in his own half, and Han Li's last-minute equalizer. This made him feel a bit better. Unfortunately, Han Li wasn't in the game. Bored, Basong tossed aside the game controller and picked up his phone to browse. Suddenly, Basong's eyes lit up. He saw the Italian national team's announcement about adding Han Li to the squad. At first, he was happy for Han Li's last-minute inclusion, but the more he read, the more he felt something was off. The comment section was definitely not right. What is Conti doing? Why call up a Dragon Country man? Has Conti not seen the news lately? People from Dragon Country are all a bunch of self-serving scoundrels. All Asians are treacherous. Whenever I see an Asian, I can't help but think of the 2002 World Cup. Italy is for Italians. The blue jersey must not be tarnished. Basong grew increasingly angry reading these racist comments. When he saw the comment from West Ham United player Pell, he slammed his phone onto the sofa in anger. Pell is the main striker for the Italian national team. Had some initial reservations upon seeing Han Li's selection, but could grudgingly accept it. He had seen Han Li play during a preseason friendly between Norwich and West Ham. Han Li's 2 goals had led to their defeat, and had shown Pell his considerable skill and immense potential. Han Li's performances in the early games of the new Premier League season had also earned Pell's admiration. If Han Li joined the Italian national team, he would be a significant asset. But the more Pell thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Hey, Han Li seems to play in my position. Considering his own advancing age, Pell's view on Han Li's selection began to change. With Han Li's ability, he would surely shine in the upcoming qualifiers. Then, knowing Conti's nature, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to take away Pell's starting spot and promote Han Li. That would mean Pell would be a mere spectator for the upcoming European Championship and even the World Cup 2 years later. And his age could no longer afford to wait. Han Li, I'm sorry. Between national honor and personal selfishness, Pell ultimately chose the latter. He posted a message on his social media account that seemed fair but was actually inflammatory. Wearing the blue jersey means carrying the history and expectations of an entire nation on your shoulders. It requires not just skill, but an innate sense of belonging and sacrifice. I respect the coach's choice, but I also hope everyone understands the true weight of this shirt. This statement was widely interpreted as a questioning of Han Li's selection. The already tense public opinion exploded like a violent storm. The fans opposed to Han Li revered this statement as their Bible. They attacked Han Li even more ferociously, claiming he didn't deserve this shirt. However, after doing all this, Pell felt something was still missing. He contacted some Italian media outlets he knew. The already eager Italian media pounced like hungry wolves, churning out headline after headline, article after article. Among them, right-wing media like Il Giornale used the harshest wording. Their front-page headline read, "In pure blue, why let a Dragon Countryman represent Italy?" Completely unaware, Han Li was thrust into the center of this media storm. At that moment, Han Li was hurriedly getting off a plane. While on his way to the Italian national team's training camp, he suddenly received a phone call. "Hey, Basong, why aren't you enjoying your holiday? Why are you calling me?" It turned out that Basong had wanted to call Han Li immediately after seeing the news. However, due to flight schedules, he was only now able to get through. "Hey, Han Li, you must be careful when you go to Italy." "Careful? What do you mean?" Han Li was puzzled. What was Basong talking about? "Sigh, it's hard to explain over the phone. Just look at your phone and see all the news about your selection for the Italian national team. Anyway, you have to be careful. Those damn Italians are a bunch of lunatics." Han Li, who had mentally prepared himself, suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. After hanging up, he checked his phone and was taken aback even with his usually calm demeanor. There was a firestorm of discussion about his selection for the Italian team. Seeing the racist comments and media reports filled him with rage. Meanwhile, as the news spread, some reports also started to emerge back in Dragon Country. Li Bingbing, a reporter for Yesher sports station in Europe, felt that the Italian fans had gone too far. As soon as she discovered Han Li was embroiled in the controversy, she immediately published an article through Yuesher Sports' European branch. The title was Serving the Country Indirectly, Yet Facing Unwarranted Abuse Abroad. After publishing the article, Li Bingbing immediately notified Wang Xin, the head of Yuesher Sports back home. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xin immediately convened an emergency meeting on how to protect Han Li's image. Since Han Li joined the Premier League, Yuesher, holding the exclusive broadcasting rights, had reaped significant benefits. How could Wang Xin allow such a major cash cow to be bullied? Subsequently, through Yuesher's media manipulation, various articles and headlines began trending on hot search lists. The Global Times published a sharp commentary with a clear headline: "Let football be football, let prejudice be trash." Renowned commentator Zhang Jun also shared his views. When one of our outstanding players faces such injustice overseas, we cannot remain silent. Football should be about joy and purity, not a tool for carrying prejudice. Kadangdi, football has nothing to do with politics. In the end, although some negative comments still appeared calling Han Li a traitor, collaborator, or bootlicker. Thanks to Yuesher's aggressive promotion, the majority of public opinion in Dragon Country regarding Han Li turned positive. Even official bodies expressed their support for him. Wang Busho even cursed Italian football on his own website's live stream. "Damn it. They begged us to go, and then they bully us. Italian football has no shame. Seeing those monkey emojis and insults makes my blood boil. Han Li, don't go. We don't care." Zhang Chao's Han Li Bar had also gained a considerable following. Under Zhang Chao's organization, these fans went in groups to various media sites and articles to argue with those stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, Han Li had just arrived by car at the Italian national team's training base. The entrance was packed with local fans holding up signs filled with opposition and abuse. Han Li didn't leave immediately. He needed to gauge the attitude of the Italian Football Federation and Conti. Getting out of the car, he relaxed his furrowed brow and calmly walked through the crowd into the base. "That's Han Li," some fans who recognized him exclaimed. "How dare he show his face here? Get out. This is no place for you. You don't deserve to be part of the Azzurri." Amidst the jeering insults, a few hotheads even looked ready to resort to violence. However, upon seeing Han Li's imposing stature and his utterly unreadable expression, they thought better of it. It was then that Conti finally appeared, flanked by a contingent of security personnel. Once Han Li was safely inside the training ground, Conti offered profuse apologies. Shortly after, he hastily convened an urgent press conference. He took full responsibility upon himself. "The decision to call up Han Li was mine alone. I value his abilities and the tactical dimension he adds to the team. He is an exemplary professional. All attacks directed at him personally are unjust. I urge the public discourse to return to the football itself." Yet his plea seemed woefully inadequate against the tide of public opinion. After the press conference, Conti led Han Li to the training pitch to meet the Italian squad. Following Conti's introduction, only Captain Buffon stepped forward to offer a symbolic welcome. The rest of the players regarded him with cold indifference tinged with a hint of resentment. Beneath their composed exteriors, however, each player harbored their own private thoughts. Italian striker Zaza mused, "Conti must be mad. Since when do Chinese know how to play football?" Italian center-back Bonucci thought, "He looks big enough, but I bet a gentle nudge from me would send him sprawling." Veteran midfielder Pirlo sighed inwardly, "Alas, I hope he fares well." Just as Han Li was turning to follow Conti to arrange his accommodation and store his luggage, the voice of Italian center-forward Pell suddenly rang out, "Hey kid. Choosing to join the Italian national team at this time is the worst decision you could have made." Pell's words sounded like a warning, but Han Li caught the glint of provocation in his eyes. Han Li's expression remained impassive, his thoughts inscrutable. "Whether I join and when I choose to do so is my own decision. It requires no validation from anyone else." That was his response to Pell and his initial answer to the public outcry. The controversy raged on, but Conti stood firm. For the 7th round of the European Championship qualifiers, Italy versus Malta, he defied all opposition and named Han Li in the matchday squad. Following the squad announcement, the backlash intensified. Protesting fans surrounded the San Siro. Eventually, the top brass of the Italian Football Federation buckled under the immense pressure. They called Conti and sternly instructed him not to play Han Li. Amidst the external clamor, the Federation's directives, and the deafening jeers echoing throughout the San Siro, Conti, facing unprecedented pressure, ultimately did not grant Han Li a single minute of play. For the 8th round of qualifiers, the Federation even threatened Conti's position as coach. Even the usually defiant and headstrong Conti could no longer withstand the strain. Consequently, for that match, Han Li was unceremoniously dropped from the squad entirely. Left out of the squad, Han Li was on the training ground striking ball after ball into the net. After finishing his training session, he opened his system panel. Throughout his time with the national team, Han Li had never allowed external distractions to halt his training. On his system panel, fueled by his stellar Premier League performances and relentless practice, the Ronaldo Prime template synchronization had reached 94. Complete fusion was tantalizingly close. Han Li had initially hoped to gain match experience with Italy. to complete the Ronaldo Prime fusion by the end of the international break. He never anticipated such a frustrating turn of events. Han Li dismissed the system panel and picked up his phone. His mind was clear, his purpose sharper than ever. If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty that will. He sent a text message to Connie. Mr. Connie, I appreciate your faith in me, but it's clear I'm not wanted here, and this isn't where I belong. I have decided to withdraw from the Italian national team and will not accept any future call-ups. Best of luck. Han Li. With that, Han Li fully grasped the stance of both the Federation and Conti. As for the Italian fans and media, merely a troop of clowns hardly worth his concern. For Conti, however, he retained a measure of respect. As a mentor figure, Conti had done everything within his power. Apart from Conti and Uncle Lopez, Han Li informed no one else of his decision. Packing his still unopened luggage, Han Li boarded a flight back to Norwich. Aside from the increased synchronization of the Ronaldo Prime template, he was unchanged from the man who had left for Milan. Furious at the treatment Han Li had received, Uncle Lopez felt a deep disappointment with Italian football. Though Italian by birth, his loyalty lay with Han Li, whom he regarded as a son. He was fully supportive of Han Li's decision. That evening, after a long day, Conti saw Han Li's message. He sighed, realizing it had come to this after all. Conti lamented the outcome, then relayed the news to the Italian Football Federation. What? We are to claim we dismissed Han Li. Are you out of your minds? To his utter fury, the Federation demanded he release a statement saying they had expelled Han Li. Even more despicable was their demand that he fabricate lies about Han Li, skipping training, insubordination, and multiple clashes with teammates. Conti, your decision to call him up has already disappointed the fans, and your results have been unimpressive. You understand. We expect you to handle this properly. Otherwise, your job. Damn it. To hell with your job. You idiots, I quit. Conti had always had a fiery temper, and this series of events pushed him over the edge. He had finally seen these people for what they truly were. The next day, news broke. The Italian Football Federation dismisses head coach Conti, assistant coach Vanoli takes temporary charge. Then another announcement exploded onto the scene. Official statement regarding the expulsion of Han Li from the Italian national team. Naturally, it was replete with slander against Han Li. Initially, it did stir up a storm of controversy. However, it was quickly overshadowed by an article Conti published on his social media account. Its title was identical to the Federation's announcement, statement regarding Han Li's withdrawal from the Italian national team. For Conti, Han Li had suffered this undeserved ordeal because of him. Therefore, he felt compelled to see it through. Unsurprisingly, these events sent shockwaves through the football world. Han Li's voluntary exit was one major factor. Conti's open confrontation with the entire Federation on Han Li's behalf was an even bigger bombshell. Yet outside of Italy, many rallied in support of both Han Li and Conti. This included his national teammates Houlihan and Dorrance. Back home, Basong, who had been following the news closely, penned a defense of Han Li. To Han Li's surprise, as he watched the events unfold, he received support from prominent agent Mino Raiola, Southampton manager Coman, and even the official Leicester City account. And so both Han Li and Conti departed the Italian national team. From that moment on, they forged a bond of shared fate. This experience laid a solid emotional foundation for any potential future collaboration between them. After the international break, Premier League players were granted 3 days of rest. Following that, they would plunge back into the relentless cycle of club football. Han Li, who had returned early from the national team, found himself with 2 extra days of respite. Clearly, his plans for a trip to the Dragon Kingdom had evaporated. Having recalibrated his mindset, Han Li threw himself back into training. As the holiday was still in full swing, the Norwich training ground was eerily quiet with only a handful of staff present. In fact, Han Li and old Lopez were the only 2 figures on the entire pitch. With Lopez around, Han Li was relieved of all mundane concerns. Lopez even took it upon himself to collect the stray balls. Han Li set down the small white notebook he consulted before every session and strode onto the field. A light jog to warm up, dynamic stretches, short sprints, and changes of direction passing drills. As Han Li methodically completed each item on his training schedule, the day's session drew to a close. He moved to the goal mouth for the final exercise of the day's shooting practice. Han Li had noticed a subtle shift in Lopez's demeanor since the Italy national team incident. It was as if an air of weariness had settled upon him. Unlike Lopez, Han Li felt no particular allegiance to the Italian national team. At most, he felt a flicker of defiance, a sense of being underestimated. He could adapt quickly. Lopez, however, was different. As a proud descendant of ancient Roman Latins, Lopez harbored a profound sense of identity with Italy. Before all this, he had been a fervent supporter of Italian football. Now, after these events, it was hard not to feel that things had changed irrevocably. Han Li sighed inwardly. For him, the hurt inflicted by the Italian national team was nothing compared to the sight of Lopez's dejected silhouette. A wave of indignation welled up in Han Li's chest, stubborn and immovable. Watching Lopez, a thought crystallized in his mind. If the opportunity ever arose, he would make Italian football pay. But the immediate priority was to find a way to distract Lopez. However, for a man as stoic and reserved as Lopez, mere words of comfort seemed woefully inadequate. Hanley glanced at Lopez, who was stationed behind the goal ready to fetch the balls, and a spark of an idea lit up his eyes. He then adjusted the power and angle of his shots. As ball after ball sailed harmlessly over or wide of the frame, Lopez's face flushed with rising anger, the red a stark contrast against his pale skin. "Hanley, what on earth are you doing? A few days off, and you've forgotten how to hit the target. Add 200 more. If your conversion rate isn't 90%. You can forget about dinner tonight." Hanley looked at the furious Lopez, a wry grimace on his face. Well, that might have backfired. 200 shots. Time to get to work. He'd think of it as brightening up his skill collection. 2 days later, the international break concluded. After 2 rounds of fixtures, 2 major headlines emerged from the European Championship qualifiers that captured the fans' attention. 1. England became the first team to secure their place in the final tournament of Euro 2016. 2. Another European powerhouse, the Netherlands, suffered a shocking 0-1 defeat to Iceland and a humiliating 0-3 loss to Turkey. This effectively ended their hopes of automatic qualification. With 3 rounds remaining, the Dutch could only hope to secure a playoff spot and navigate the treacherous path of the qualification rounds. As a world-renowned team, often dubbed the Kings of No Crown, the Orange's failure drew considerable mockery and criticism from the outside world. Southampton's Dutch manager Ronald Koeman was particularly outspoken. "I told Blind long ago to call up Hanley for the national team, but the stubborn old fool wouldn't listen." The Netherlands scored 0 goals in 2 matches. The attack has serious problems, and the manager's problems are even bigger. Italy were even more foolish, though I must thank them for not playing Hanley. As a manager who had witnessed Hanley's prowess firsthand in the Premier League, Koeman's words carried significant weight. Under mounting external pressure, Dutch national team manager Danny Blind began to consider the possibility of calling up the dragon-descended Hanley. Meanwhile, as the international window closed, Norwich's coaches and players gradually returned to the club. Seeing Hanley looking as composed as ever, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. They also marveled at his mental fortitude, which belied his young age. With the 5th round of the Premier League rapidly approaching, the players plunged straight into preparations. In this round, Norwich were set to host West Ham United, their opponents from a preseason friendly. The embers of the international matches still smoldered, but the fires of club competition were reigniting. Unlike his teammates, who bore traces of fatigue, Hanley, having enjoyed ample rest, felt in peak physical condition. He was particularly looking forward to facing West Ham, for their ranks included Graziano Pelle, the starting striker for the Italian national team. Recalling the article Pelle had posted on social media, a cold sneer crossed Hanley's face. At the pre-match press conference, Pelle sat at the podium, a practiced smile on his face, fielding questions from the media. "Pelle, hello. Your opponent this round is Norwich City, and your former teammate Hanley is one of their players. What are your thoughts on Hanley's departure from the Italian national team? And are the claims about him refusing to train and being insubordinate true?" Upon hearing this, Pelle first wore a look of regret, then replied, "Oh, I'm deeply saddened that Hanley didn't stay with the Italian national team. He's a very strong player, and I genuinely wanted to play alongside him. But you know, some things are just unpredictable. It's also hard for me to imagine that someone like Hanley could do such incomprehensible things. Honestly, I was heartbroken when I found out, because I love Italy deeply." Every word Pelle uttered dripped with feigned sincerity. Of course, if you had read the article he posted on social media, you'd realize that even foreigners can be masters of hypocrisy. Li Bingbing, a reporter for Yesher Sports, standing below the stage, watched Pelle's sanctimonious performance with seething anger. She felt she had to do something, so she posed a question to Pelle. "Pelle, hello. I'd like to challenge your previous answers. Mr. Conte, the former Italy coach, explicitly stated that all the rumors about Hanley were false. Even your teammate Chiellini has denied these allegations. What is your response to that?" Pelle looked at the dragon-faced reporter below, irritation flickering within him, though his smile remained fixed. "Huh. Everyone knows that Mr. Conte was dismissed by the Italian national team precisely because of this matter. As for Chiellini, I haven't heard him say anything of the sort." Compared to a seasoned veteran like Pelle, Li Bingbing, fresh out of university, was clearly out of her depth. Flustered and indignant, she found herself at a loss for words. Norwich manager Alex Neil, also present at the press conference, offered a much more blunt response. "The Italian national team doesn't deserve Hanley. Pelle's comments are complete nonsense. In football, you let your performance do the talking." With little time remaining before kickoff, the players from both teams began to emerge from the tunnel at Carrow Road. Pellegrini, spotting Hanley standing ahead, sneered with contempt and strode directly toward him. "Hey, Han, we meet again." Hanley turned around, saw Pellegrini's smirking face, and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He flat out ignored Pellegrini's warm greeting. Pellegrini's outstretched hand froze in midair. Just then, Pellegrini felt a hand grip his own with crushing force, making it ache. Well. If it isn't the great hero who carries the history and expectations of all of Italy." Hanley recognized the sarcastic voice instantly. It was Houlihan. The surrounding Norwich players noticed the commotion, their gazes turning meaningful. Basong narrowed his eyes. This old devil still dares to show his face at Carrow Road. He glanced at Han Li thinking, looks like I need to do something about this. Finally both teams began to line up and walk onto the pitch. Pellegrini rubbed his reddened hand glaring at the backs of Han Li and Holohan, his eyes practically blazing with fury. He spat on the ground and muttered a curse in Italian. He then whispered a few words to his teammates before following the procession onto the field. Hello football fans. Welcome back to Uesher Sports. After a rather lengthy international break, we are finally back to Premier League action. We're live for the 5th round of the Premier League as Norwich City host West Ham United. Allow me to introduce the starting lineups for both sides. For Norwich, West Ham line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. In goal it's number 13 Adrian. At right back number 12 Jenkinson. At left back number 3 Cresswell. The two center backs are number 5 Tompkins and number 2 Reed. The two holding midfielders are number 16 Noble and number 8 Humiliate. The attacking midfield trio consists of number 27 Payet and the wide players number 28 Lanzini and number 20 Moses. Leading the line is the lone striker number 9 Pellegrini. Alright, with the referee's whistle the contest officially begins. From the kickoff, West Ham were subjected to intense, relentless pressing from the Norwich players. It felt to the West Ham team as if Norwich harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. Their striker Pellegrini felt this most acutely. Every time he touched the ball a chorus of boos loud enough to overflow the stadium rained down from the Carrow Road stands. Not only that, but he was also receiving special attention from the Norwich players. Who are the Norwich fans booing? Who else? Pellegrini. You mean that Pellegrini who stirred up trouble during the Han Li incident? Yeah, that hypocrite. I hear he's coming to Luaning next year. We Luaning fans don't welcome players like him. Sigh. Longchau's China team is already planning to offer Lavezzi the highest salary in world football, so why is it surprising he's going to Luaning? Damn it. Can't they use that money for youth development and training domestic players? I really can't understand the Longwa Football Association's decisions. The Uesher Sports broadcast studio was also abuzz with heated debate about Pellegrini. In the match, Pellegrini was also receiving a warm welcome from the home side. In the 7th minute, West Ham won a set-piece opportunity in the attacking half. The ball was delivered into the box, sparking a chaotic scramble. Basong saw his chance. Take that. In the melee, Pellegrini was about to jump for the header when he suddenly felt his leg clipped, lost his balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Basong rose above everyone else and powered a decisive header clear, sending the ball far away from the danger zone. The referee waved play on, deeming it a fair challenge. Pellegrini pounded the turf in frustration, acutely aware that someone had hooked his standing leg. These damn bastards. Is the referee blind? When in Rome, Pellegrini could only curse inwardly, and he got up from the ground seething with suppressed anger. It was hard to imagine that Basong, normally so mild-mannered and self-critical, could pull off such a crowd-pleasing act. But perhaps it was precisely his unassuming nature that allowed him to find the perfect angle to escape the referee's notice. Han Li, who had witnessed everything, felt a surge of gratitude. My. Pellegrini looks so big and tough, but he goes down at the slightest touch. A bit too delicate, wouldn't you say? Jean Jun's sarcastic commentary was perfectly timed. The match continued, and West Ham clearly couldn't afford to underestimate this Norwich side. They had already lost to Norwich in a preseason friendly. While a friendly result might not mean much, Norwich's subsequent winning streak in the Premier League was a testament to their quality. Therefore, Han Li was undoubtedly marked as a primary threat. In the 16th minute, after a series of passes, Han Li received the ball in the central left channel. West Ham were cautious. Noble rushed up to close him down, with Lanzini also coming over to provide defensive support. Facing the double team, Han Li suddenly accelerated, nudging the ball inward with the inside of his right foot to evade Lanzini's outstretched leg. Despite Noble's tugging from behind, he managed to poke the ball out to Brady, who was positioned near the touchline. After a second burst of acceleration to shake off Lanzini, Brady, understanding the intent, played a perfectly weighted through ball behind Noble. Noble realized the danger, but by the time he turned, Han Li was already racing past him towards the ball, heading for the byline. Beautiful. 2 bursts of acceleration. A 1-2 that tore through West Ham's vaunted midfield barrier. Jean Jun exclaimed in admiration of the slick combination play. Han Li was quick to the ball, and when he caught up to it, he still had some distance from the byline. This gave him more time and space to make a decision. Just then, West Ham's right back Jenkinson, who had been berating his teammates' lapse in concentration, recovered well to close down the space on the inside. Han Li didn't stop the ball when facing Jenkinson's challenge. His feet began to hover and feint over the moving ball. As he moved his body, and the ball seemed to sink into a perfect, harmonious velocity. It was relative stillness again. The step over. Han Li's signature move. Statistically, his success rate in one-on-one situations using this trick is a staggering 85. As he executed the move, Han Li used his peripheral vision to scan the activity inside the penalty box. Jenkinson, the defender, dared not commit his foot. facing this kind of dribbling in relative stillness. He couldn't find an opening to tackle. How the hell am I supposed to defend this? The most important thing in football is confidence. Without it, you become hesitant in passing, tentative in shooting, and indecisive in your actions. Right now, Han Lee was brimming with confidence. Jenkinson, on the other hand, was losing his. Spotting his moment, just as Jenkinson anticipated a cut inside, Han Lee suddenly stopped his feints. In a flash, he used the outside of his left boot to poke the ball towards the byline, beating Jenkinson and creating the space for a cross. Without hesitation, he swept a low pass towards the far post. The entire Norwich team had absolute faith in Han Lee by now. Before he even made his move, Houlihan and Howson were already surging into the penalty area. Ding. 1-2 breaks the deadlock. Step-overs gain the advantage. Swept pass provides the assist. Ronaldo complete body illustration 3 synced. The system's notification chimed. Howson, arriving unmarked at the far post, easily slotted the ball into the back of the net. The roar from Carrow Road instantly doubled in volume, bursting through the confines of the modest stadium and soaring towards the sky. The West Ham players looked dejected. Pellegrini watched Han Lee, who had shone so brightly in that attack, and recalled his own earlier humiliation. He was livid. Didn't I tell them earlier to foul him if necessary, just don't let him through? What the hell are these useless idiots doing? However, West Ham's nightmare was just beginning. Han Lee, on the verge of a breakthrough, was about to deliver an even more unexpected gift. Since commentating on Han Lee's matches, Jean Jun's praise for him had become increasingly fluent. Look at this ball. Goal. Han Lee, the primary contributor. Look at this dribble. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Look at this ball control. Impenetrable. Absolutely impenetrable. Look at this pass. Uninterceptable. Absolutely uninterceptable. Han Lee's series of maneuvers is truly a feast for the eyes. With just one move, so far in one-on-one situations, Han Lee has no match. In this goal, his contribution accounts for at least 80%. Haha, look at this celebration. Norwich's captain Howson, who scored the goal, is thanking Han Lee for the assist with a shoe-shining gesture. Listening to Jean Jun's commentary, Lee Yuen-Kue felt a pang of emotion. He was intimately familiar with the subtle shift and feeling hidden beneath Jean Jun's excited roar. He couldn't help but recall the second round of the Premier League season. Wang Xian, the head of Yuesher Sports, had handed them a script before the match. Back then, to promote Han Lee, Wang Xian had deliberately exaggerated some of the lines in the script. In Lee Yuen-Kue's memory, Han Lee had completed a decent piece of control. Such control was nothing special in the Premier League. Yet Wang Xian's script included phrases like absolute core and dragon descendant super genius. Despite his professionalism, Jean Jun read the script without batting an eye. However, the dumbfounded look on his face and his mechanical delivery still made Lee Yuen-Kue want to laugh. It was a stark contrast to the genuine emotion he displayed now. Back then, the live chat was filled with mockery for Jean Jun's forced praise. Some even called Jean Jun Han Lee's bootlicker. Comparing that to the current live chat, it was like night and day. 666. That assist was incredible. How would Norwich survive without Han Lee? Han Lee, I now dub thee Lord Han. Look at Pele's face, looking like he swallowed a bug. It's so satisfying to see. Back to the match. Having finished celebrating with his teammates, Han Lee walked back to his own half, and the ball was placed back at the center circle. Amidst the relentless cheers of the Norwich fans, both teams resumed play. In their preseason friendly, Norwich had already beaten West Ham United 2-0. Now, with Han Lee's Italian national team involvement preceding this and Norwich scoring early at home, the team's confidence and determination had reached a new peak. With this boost, Norwich began to assert psychological dominance. And with psychological dominance, their tactical execution became even more resolute. The visiting West Ham United were forced to endure relentless pressure. In the 19th minute, Pell received a pass from a teammate in the front field. In a regular match, opposing teams might send 2 players to pressure Pell. But it was clear Norwich didn't treat this as a regular match. The moment Pell received the ball, Norwich players swarmed him from all directions like hungry tigers. Behind him was Bassong, his face calm, but his mind cursing Pell countless times. Houlihan was in front muttering, "Boys, surround him. Get him." On the right was Captain Howson, constantly directing with his hands. On the left was Dorans, ignoring everything else and charging forward. This fearsome foursome were the players who had made errors and wasted Han Lee's key chances in the match against Leicester City. Yet Han Lee held no grudge against them and even saved the team with his crucial equalizer. After scoring that goal, he never gave up on the chance to win. This spirit deeply inspired them. Combined with Han Lee's core performances since the Premier League season began, the four felt genuine gratitude and heartfelt admiration for him. So seeing this scene now wasn't surprising. Damn, is this really necessary? Pell, the target of the four-man encirclement, grumbled inwardly. Under immense pressure, he panicked and passed the ball straight to Houlihan, who was a meter away. He himself was knocked over again by the charging Dorans, who couldn't stop in time. Despite Pell's obvious error, the referee didn't blow the whistle. Frustrated, Pell got up to protest, but upon seeing the menacing for, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. He flashed a smile and gave a thumbs up to teammate Noble, who had passed him the ball. Inwardly, though, he was complaining, what the hell was that pass? Pell, as a typical target man, should have handled that reception, Liu commented. But under Norwich's unusual pressure, he made a direct error. His mental fortitude needs improvement. In the 33rd minute, West Ham, who had been on the back foot, finally mounted a decent attack. They earned a corner which was taken by Payet. Norwich's packed defense gave them no opportunity. However, the clearance didn't travel far and landed right back at Payet's feet. He adjusted slightly and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box. The shot was dangerous, but Norwich's goalkeeper Ruddy was alert and managed to parry it away. Payet clutched his head in frustration. As West Ham's attacking core, French international Payet possesses impressive long-range shooting ability. Jean-June commented. In the 43rd minute, Norwich came again. Hanley, having received a pass from Howson, moved to the right flank. West Ham, seemingly not learning their lesson, gave Hanley another one-on-one opportunity. This prompted West Ham's manager Billick, who was constantly shouting from the sidelines, to yell, "You idiots! Will you ever learn?" The result was predictable. The reckless Norwich defensive midfielder Couillet was taught a lesson, left trailing in Hanley's wake. Hanley had another chance to cross the ball, but this time the West Ham goalkeeper, who was prepared, collected it directly. After that play, Hanley, roaming the front field, seemed lost in thought. He wasn't daydreaming. His continuous use of the step-over had revealed a key change in the move. Compared to before, the amplitude of his upper body feints seemed larger, and he hadn't lost control of his body. In other words, he could now control the amplitude of his step-over feints freely within the maximum limit. Naturally, Hanley was thrilled to discover this change. Of course, because this change was gradual, the overly excited Hanley didn't pay it much attention. As his feint amplitude increased, so did the physical strain on his body. In the 38th minute, Hanley began to experiment with this new discovery. After receiving a through ball from Holohan, he was tightly marked by Noble. Simultaneously, another West Ham player, Payet, rushed over to provide support. Faced with this double team, Hanley knew it wasn't the right time to experiment despite his eagerness. Thinking quickly, he feigned a retreat with the ball before suddenly knocking it back. Then he accelerated sharply, darting into the space behind Noble. Holohan understood the intention and chipped a delicate pass to the onrushing Hanley. Hanley exploited Noble's expectation of a dribble, creating a one-on-one chance. As the last man in West Ham's midfield, Couillet had no choice but to brace himself and step up again. The outcome was inevitable. He was easily beaten by Hanley once more. Ding. Smart step over. Never gets old. Ronaldo Complete Body Collection 1. Congratulations. Ronaldo's Complete Body Collection has reached 100 brightness. Host Fusion Complete. Collection rating S. Effect: host receives the average of his current attribute values and Ronaldo's peak attribute values. Acquired Ronaldo's signature move, the pendulum dribble, fully fused. As Hanley completed a 1-2 with West Ham's Couillet, the system's notification chimed in immediately. Pop. In an instant, Hanley felt a certain barrier within him burst like a thin membrane being pierced. This was followed by a subtle hollow sensation that comes after breaking through a critical threshold. This emptiness was quickly filled by an image that suddenly materialized in his mind. It was a silhouette from behind, a bald figure in a yellow jersey, blue shorts, and blue boots. The figure sprinted with the ball at high speed, executing a breathtaking dribbling move. His upper and lower body feinted in wide, rapid swaying motions. Then the image abruptly froze. Whoosh. In that instant, cracks appeared on the frozen frame, spreading like lightning. The complete picture shattered into countless irregular fragments. These fragments peeled away, scattered, and then merged into Hanley's entire being. His body responded immediately, with the power in his lower limbs and core breaking through its previous bottleneck. It was as if the strength training he had continuously done since the championship season, which had been gradually increasing, finally culminated in a small explosive surge at this moment. It wasn't just a gift from the system, but the gratifying sensation of one's hard work finally paying off. Beyond that, the most noticeable improvement for Hanley was his enhanced body balance. On the pitch, after beating Couillet, Hanley's pace gradually slowed until he stood still, seemingly dazed. No one knew what was going through his mind. What is Hanley doing? He shouldn't be channeling his inner Balotelli. Some thought they were seeing the "why always me" striker who loved to contemplate life back on the field. Hey, Han, man on. A shout from Holohan snapped Hanley back to reality. By then, West Ham defender Tompkins had already positioned his body against him. Tompkins tackled ruthlessly. Seizing the moment while Hanley was distracted, he stole the ball and clumsily barged into him, sending him stumbling. Beautiful. Pell, who had been frustrated for nearly the entire first half, couldn't help but exclaim. Hanley, caught completely off balance, staggered sideways. Just as everyone expected him to fall, Hanley somehow managed to plant his feet and steady himself. Hanley couldn't help but marvel at his own body. This feeling. My control over my body has increased again. While losing possession due to that lapse in concentration is not ideal, one commentator noted, his balance is truly remarkable. Any ordinary player would have been on the ground by now. Jean-June had clearly noticed Hanley's exceptional quality. Given Hanley's spectacular performance earlier, even the two commentators began to make excuses for his mistake. Lee Yuan Kuei followed up, adding, Han Lee's sportsmanship is commendable. Had he gone down, then he might have won a foul. Tompkins, who had dispossessed Han Lee, seemed disappointed he hadn't fallen. After passing the ball, he spread his arms wide, appealing to the crowd. His eyebrows raised, eyes wide, lips moving, as if to say, that's all. Isn't defending against him easy? Look at the state you lot were in. Kuei, who had been beaten twice by Han Lee, looked utterly bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that he was just that bad? Boss, it's rare to see Han make a mistake like that. Could he be injured? Norwich assistant coach Peake said to Neil. Norwich manager Neil frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Though concerned, he remained composed, saying, probably not. If he were injured, he'd have hit the ground just now. Let's wait and see. We'll make adjustments if there's an issue. The Carrow Road faithful showed no signs of blame. Instead, they offered Han Lee encouraging applause. Play resumed, and Han Lee gestured apologetically to Holohan for the missed pass. He then immediately threw himself into pressing the opposition up front. After that minor incident, the game's atmosphere shifted subtly. West Ham seemed to regain some confidence from seeing the player who had torn their defense apart commit an error. In the 43rd minute, Norwich launched a long ball from the back towards the left flank. West Ham's Jenkinson out-jumped Norwich's left winger Brady to win the first header. The ball sailed back towards Norwich's half. West Ham's playmaker Payet controlled it with his back to goal, spun away from his marker, and advanced with the ball down the right. He then delivered a low-driven pass across the face of goal. Pell, touching the ball inside the Norwich box for the first time in the match, unleashed a shot from a tight angle. The effort was too weak and lacked power. It was easily gathered by Norwich goalkeeper Ruddy. Pell was furious, muttering to himself, clearly dissatisfied with the attack. But who his frustration was directed at remained unclear, as the Carrow Road crowd was in full voice. Only his teammate Lanzini, positioned behind him, caught some of his words. Lanzini's face darkened, but he said nothing. Meanwhile, Ruddy, holding the ball, didn't hesitate. He spotted Han Lee raising his hand for the ball up front. Ruddy launched a long drop-kick clearance towards the attacking half. Seeing West Ham captain Noble attempting to cut in front to intercept Han, Lee used his physical advantage to shield the ball. Noble standing at just 180 centimeters, it was firmly boxed out by Han Lee's stronger frame. Having secured his position, Han Lee brought the ball down cleanly under his control. Beautiful. That touch shows real quality. Jean Jun praised. After controlling the ball, Han Lee spotted Dorans making a well-timed run forward. No time to dwell on the ball. Making his decision, Han Lee leaned into Noble and played a simple pass to the side. He then pivoted left, instantly accelerating past Noble and surging forward. Caught off guard, Noble stumbled forward, his eyes wide with shock. That burst of pace. Han Lee's speed was almost unbelievable. In just a few strides, Han Lee had left the tracking Kuei trailing in his wake. Kuei, of similar height, lacked Han Lee's explosive acceleration and seemed cumbersome in comparison. This speed. He's been hiding his true ability. Playing possum was the only phrase Noble could think of. It's clear Han Lee was holding back earlier in the match. The speed he's showing now is clearly his real. Jean Jun's commentary was abruptly cut short by the action on the pitch. Wait. Han Lee is still accelerating. The West Ham players, who were already out of position during Norwich's rapid counterattack, were now stunned by this display of pace unseen in the previous minutes. In the blink of an eye, Han Lee had reached the edge of the West Ham penalty area. Although Dorans had made the initial run, he couldn't outpace an off-the-ball Han Lee while dribbling. Noble and Kuei, realizing they couldn't catch Han Lee, smartly changed direction and converged on Dorans. Seeing them approach, Dorans was reminded of a previous moment when his hesitation had almost ruined a promising attack for Han Lee. This time he didn't hesitate. He immediately played a decisive through ball for Han Lee to run onto. Child's play. Tompkins, who had dispossessed Han Lee earlier, sneered, seeing his two teammates struggling. He was certain Han Lee would stop the ball first. Confidently, he prepared to step and block Han Lee's path and dispossess him once more. But Han Lee had other ideas. He slightly decelerated, then performed a quick step over, letting the ball run through his legs. He then began to feint with his upper body while his feet danced over the moving ball. Another step over. Jean Jun exclaimed. Tompkins, wary, didn't commit his foot, but instead backpedaled. He had a feeling that if he lunged in now, Han Lee would beat him completely. Facing the retreating Tompkins, Han Lee increased the amplitude of his upper body feints. The lateral movement of his feet over the ball also widened. The increasing feints and widening strides dragged Tompkins' body left and right. As the lateral movements grew more pronounced, Tompkins began to lose balance and control over his own body. No. This is the pendulum. Dribble. Lee Yuan Kuei, already in his 60s, murmured in disbelief as if lost in a dream. Suddenly Tompkins lost his balance amidst the chaotic swaying, his body lurching to the left. Feeling his equilibrium slip away, his face contorted into a fierce grimace, as if every muscle in his body was straining. Damn it. No way back. At that moment, Han Lee's body, which had leaned left, had already returned to its upright position. With his right foot, he nudged the football in the opposite direction of Tompkins's tilt. As if repelled by the same magnetic pull, Tompkins was left behind by Han Lee. Oh, he's through. Lee Yuan Kuei was still staring blankly at the screen, but Jean Jun had already exclaimed in surprise. After completing the dribble, Lee stepped into the penalty area. The overlay of the complete Ronaldo template and the king of the small box bonus left Lee with a somewhat blurred perception of his current ability. Yet he could distinctly feel that the goal frame seemed to have grown larger in his mind's eye. This perceptual shift bolstered his confidence in shooting. Lee locked his ankle and viciously struck the center of the ball with his right foot. Although West Ham's other center-back Reed lunged forward to block the shot, Lee's movements were seamlessly connected, offering him no chance. The football deformed rapidly, then instantly snapped back into shape, rocketing towards the far corner of the goal like a cannonball. The West Ham goalkeeper had no time for shock. He instinctively dived for the ball. But he failed to make contact. Swish! As the sound of the ball hitting the net echoed, the score of the match was rewritten once again. That's it. Lee's shot was brilliantly taken. But even more brilliant was the dribble before the shot. Such a wide amplitude. Such a low center of gravity. Wow. The pendulum dribble. Unbelievable. It's been ages since we've seen such a striking move on the pitch. Jean paused for a moment, then roared again. The pendulum has returned to the green field. Who dares to stand in his way? Only our General Han. As Jean's commentary concluded, Carrow Road, which had been relatively quiet, erupted with cheers that filled the entire stadium. Yeah. The tail end of the fans' roar lingered for a long time. In that instant, Carrow Road seemed to come alive with vibrant energy. Holohan was right behind Lee, occupying the best view in the entire stadium. Deeply shaken, he jumped and crashed into Lee. But Lee dodged him with a feint. Hey, this kid. Then under the unwavering gaze of the fans, he sprinted towards the corner flag. Holohan followed closely behind Lee, roaring, "Oh, damn, Han, how the hell did you do that?" After scoring this goal, Lee felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, like a dam breaking. As he neared the corner flag, he slid onto his knees. He pounded his chest with his right fist, roaring incessantly. Awesome. So awesome. Among the spectators, those who witnessed Lee's action could be divided into two groups. One group was the younger fans who were merely amazed by Lee's dribble and goal. The other was the older fans. As for the older fans, they involuntarily recalled the silhouette that belonged exclusively to their youth Ronaldo. Just like Norwich's current manager Neil, who shook his right hand. A silent gasp escaped his lips, perfectly reflecting his state of shock. Look at West Ham's manager Billick. Unlike before, he wasn't barking at his players. Instead, he stood there with a grave expression, replaying the scene in his mind countless times. He remembered asking his assistant to find information on Lee during the preseason friendly, and now couldn't help but marvel. This guy. His rate of improvement is truly terrifying. Even more emotional was Jean's partner Lee Yuan-Kue. He was an old commentator, and even more so an old fan. Lee's goal seemed to reignite the passion in his heart. It pulled his thoughts back to the football pitches of the late 20th century. Of course, one could also argue for a third category. For instance, West Ham's defender Tompkins, who was relegated to being the backdrop, felt bitter and his confidence was shattered. A trivial trick. A trivial trick. Huh. I'm such a clown. Besides Tompkins, West Ham striker Pell up front also lost his outward composure. For the first time, he became a player whose true feelings matched his exterior. Lee's brilliant performance was like a knife cutting into his heart, hard to accept. The better Lee performed, the uglier his previous article appeared. He stomped the Carrow Road turf repeatedly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. In the live broadcast room, the initial shock that had filled the screen had subsided. Fans began discussing Lee's goal. I don't know about the Ronaldo-esque shock the older generation talks about, but I've witnessed the Lee-esque shock with my own eyes. The pendulum dribble. A move full of impact and aesthetic appeal, has it finally returned to the scene. Although Lee's pendulum dribble was beautiful, he executed it at a slower speed. If you'd seen Ronaldo's high-speed pendulum, you'd be even more shocked. Upstairs. You must be the older generation mentioned in the first comment, right? My heart is about to burst. Can we please get Lee to play for the national team? Hiss. That dribbling move is making my knees tingle. Lee's goal drew a perfect full stop to Norwich's entire first half. At the same time, it added countless ellipses to West Ham's first half, because they were left speechless, unsure of what to do. Back in the locker room during halftime, Lee inevitably had to endure another round of praise from his teammates. Even a man of few words like Basong had stars in his eyes. After dealing with the compliments one by one, Lee eagerly opened the system interface. Next to the red glowing king of the small box, Ruud van Nistelrooy template. The complete Ronaldo template was now fully lit, shining with the yellow glow of the Brazilian jersey. He looked at his current stats panel. Positioning 78 to 86, finishing 80 to 86, heading 73 to 75, ball control 74 to 81, dribbling 78 to 86, passing 69 to 70, free kicks 67 to 70, A-curve 70 to 75, shot power 75 to 79, speed 86 to 90, acceleration 80 to 88, strength 82 to 82, stamina 83 to 84, injury resistance 77 to 77. Pendulum dribble fully integrated. It was clear that Han Li's attributes, including positioning, finishing, dribbling, speed, and acceleration, had all received significant boosts. The other attributes had improved only slightly, with strength and injury resistance remaining completely unchanged. It seems I also have two stats that are the same as Ronaldo's, Han Li couldn't help but think. Han Li then applied the effect of the king of the small box template. He discovered that within the penalty area his finishing reached 96, positioning hit 91, strength rose to 87, and even his relatively weaker heading reached 83. Han Li couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A finishing stat of 96. Even if it's only within the penalty area, a prime Owen would be no better than this. Although he was eager to decide on his next template right away, Han Li put away the stats panel. After all, the match against West Ham was not yet over. He'd carefully choose after the game. By the time Han Li snapped back to reality, the halftime break was nearly over, and both teams began the second half. In the player tunnel, Han Li noticed something troubling. The faces of the West Ham United players were grim, even more so than they had been at the end of the first half. Unbeknownst to Han Li, West Ham's manager Bilic lacked Neil's patience. He disdained giving his players psychological lectures, believing they would only snap out of their stupor after a thorough dressing down. Bilic didn't spare a single player, pointing at each one by name as he unleashed a torrent of abuse. Pelé, one of the recipients of this tirade, felt he was being unfairly targeted. He increasingly felt that Han Li was his personal jinx, and on top of that he began to blame his own teammates. Tompkins, get more active with your defensive support in the second half. Don't let the manager's words go in one ear and out the other. Got it. Pelé cast a disdainful glance at Han Li standing on the other side of the tunnel and continued with contempt. Is Han Li really that hard to defend? Look at how easily he's been skinning you lot. Having been made to look foolish by Han Li, Tompkins was already in a foul mood. Seeing Pelé acting so high and mighty, mocking him, only fueled his anger. Oh, you're so good. Then why don't you go defend him yourself? What's the point of just standing here complaining about your teammates? Lanzini, another West Ham player, recalling Pelé's muttered insults towards him in the box during the first half, chimed in. Exactly. If you hadn't been so afraid of Han Li taking your starting spot for the national team and posted those clownish comments on social media, would we be in this mess here at Carrow Road? Seeing someone expose his deepest insecurities in public and noticing the knowing looks from those around him, Pelé's face flushed with rage. He pointed at Lanzini and started walking towards him. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. The Norwich players standing nearby watched the scene unfold, not expecting this turn of events. Fight! 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 Houlihan was already eagerly anticipating the clash. Bassong, however, pulled back Martin, who was about to intervene. Han Li watched the drama with great interest. The match wasn't even over, and yet their own team was fracturing. Still, he was more than happy to see Pelé get a taste of his own medicine. Just then, West Ham's manager Bilic approached with a grim expression. What's the meaning of this? What's going on here? If you want to fight, get the hell off the pitch and do it. Look at yourselves. What a disgrace. It's utterly shameful. If you don't pull yourselves together, you can all go warm the bench. If you have anger, take it out on the pitch. Don't stand here like a bunch of cowards wallowing in impotent rage. Thanks to Bilic's timely intervention, the West Ham players didn't end up tearing each other apart. Pelé breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he had only meant to intimidate his teammate. He wouldn't have dared to actually throw a punch. After all, there were two of them, and he feared getting beaten up himself. This little episode in the tunnel didn't disrupt the flow of the second half. As it turned out, Bilic's shout-filled approach to man management had some merit. The West Ham players paid significantly more attention to marking Han Li. More importantly, within 30 meters of their own goal. They refused to give Han Li any opportunity for a one-on-one. Han Li, however, was not a one-dimensional player. Beyond his exceptional one-on-one skills, he possessed explosive pace, elusive movement, and a strong physique. Crucially, in the penalty area, his finishing was an astonishing 96. So even though West Ham tried to contain him, he continued to cause them countless problems. This created a peculiar spectacle on the field. West Ham seemed to have Han Li under control, yet also not. Outside the final 30 meters, he continued to torment their players without a care. Inside the box, he left their defenders in a constant state of distress. Strengths can complement each other, but they can also be deployed strategically. Using specific abilities for specific zones, that was Han Li's method for dealing with West Ham's special attention. It was a lesson taught to him by Uncle Lopez. Uncle Lopez said he learned it from a book he brought from the Dragon Country titled On Practice. He regarded its author as an idol, believing him to be a great philosopher. Han Li has received special attention from West Ham in the second half, yet he continues to play with remarkable composure and ease. This shows that Han Li's talent isn't just physical, his football intelligence is top-notch as well, commented Lee Yuen Koei. In the 68th minute, Han Li dropped deep to the center circle to receive the ball. West Ham's Lanzini immediately closed him down, but his pressing style had changed to simply following Han Li's runs. This was because West Ham's coach Bilic had identified Han Li's passing as a weakness. He wasn't worried about Han Li launching long balls from midfield. He instructed his players to focus on intercepting and disrupting passes in the immediate vicinity around Han Li. Pelé, however, disagreed, seeing Han Li receive the ball at the center circle. He immediately raised his arms, urging his teammates to press, while also moving to double-team him. But Lanzini, seeing Pelé's actions, felt a surge of resentment. Remembering Pelé's words in the tunnel, he suddenly backed off from the double-team, leaving Pelé to face Han Li all alone. "You think you're such a great defender, don't you? Let's see how good you really are." Dressing room issues are often the powder keg that determines a team's fate. Witnessing this from the sidelines, West Ham manager Bilic could only shake his head and smile wryly, a single thought crossing his mind: this team was truly finished. Facing Pelé, Han Li didn't even resort to his signature pendulum dribble. A simple step over was enough to leave Pelé scrambling. After being beaten by Han Li, Pelé was furious. He couldn't understand why his teammate had suddenly abandoned him. He began hurling abuse at Lanzini. "You damn son of a bitch. What the hell are you doing?" As Pelé's insults grew more vicious, Lanzini's face darkened with fury. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he charged at Pelé. "What is this idiot trying to do?" Just as Pelé began to panic, smack, Lanzini delivered a resounding slap across Pelé's face. Whoa, an unexpected incident on the pitch. Serious internal conflict among the West Ham players. Jean Jun was stunned by the sight. Lee Yuan-Kue also wore an expression of disbelief. Pelé held his stinging cheek, utterly bewildered, while Lanzini, having delivered the slap, continued to mutter under his breath. Clearly still not satisfied. This left Han Li, who had the ball, completely dumbfounded. Is this really professional football? Are they sure they're not playing in a Sunday league? Fortunately, other West Ham players quickly intervened to separate the two, preventing the situation from escalating further. The entire Carrow Road erupted in a chorus of mocking jeers. Seeing the chaos, the referee immediately stopped the game. He rushed over and brandished a red card directly at Lanzini. "Do you get punished for hitting your own teammate?" Jean Jun couldn't help but ask aloud. Realizing his comment might have been inappropriate for the broadcast, he quickly corrected himself. On the pitch, players must maintain professionalism. Regardless of whether they are teammates or opponents, violence is unacceptable. The fans in the live stream were also witnessing such a scene for the first time and found it fascinating. Could it be? The bookmakers are making their move. I get it now, Lanzini must have bet on himself getting a red card. They're both in on it, putting on an act. They'll be laughing all the way to the bank when they check their accounts after the match. You see players hitting opponents all the time, but this is the first time I've seen someone hit their own teammate. Everyone gather around for a photo op. Looks like there's going to be a free-for-all after the match. Slaven Bilic, the head coach of West Ham United, fixed his gaze on the scene unfolding before him on the pitch. After a moment, he retreated to the away team's dugout and slumped into his seat, appearing utterly bereft of solutions. Lanzini, who had been sent off, deliberately distanced himself from the substitutes' bench. He strode directly towards the player tunnel, impervious to the jeers and taunts raining down from the stands. Once the commotion subsided, West Ham United substituted the ticking time bomb Pelé, bringing on central defender Collins in his place. Consequently, their formation on the pitch shifted to a defensive 5-4-0. Following the restart, even their creative fulcrum Payet rarely ventured past the halfway line. It was evident that Bilic had abandoned any pretense of attacking given the numerical disadvantage. It wasn't a lack of fighting spirit, but rather the manager's belief that the team's dignity had already been compromised enough today. Should Norwich inflict a humiliating scoreline upon them, then even he wouldn't have the face to board the team bus back to their home ground. Eventually, after Norwich's Brady found the back of the net, the final score was fixed at 3-0, a comprehensive victory for Norwich at home against West Ham United. That evening, the entire West Ham squad collectively refused all post-match interview requests. Clearly, no one wished to expose themselves to the media's lenses after such an incident. Unlike the unfamiliarity with the pitch when playing away, Han Li navigated the corridors of Carrow Road with practiced ease, deftly evading the media's attempts to capture him. He hitched a ride back home in Uncle Lopez's car. After taking a shower, Han Li lay comfortably on his bed. He eagerly opened the system interface. He now needed to consider which illustration he should awaken next. In fact, prior to the EFL Cup match, when Coach Neil had asked Han Li if he needed a rest, Han Li had already begun contemplating his choice for the next illustration. His intention was to select an illustration that would enhance his body's resilience against injuries. 3 reasons had prompted this line of thought. Firstly, the Premier League schedule is incredibly congested, offering players no winter break whatsoever. Secondly, the physical intensity of Premier League matches is exceptionally high. Thirdly, Han Li's own training frequency was extremely demanding. These 3 factors combined would inevitably multiply his risk of sustaining injuries. Now Han Li had an even more compelling reason. The pendulum dribble technique demanded an immense amount of physical strength and resilience. Recalling the exaggerated changes of direction and the incredibly low center of gravity required during the match, Han Li could almost feel every joint in his body creaking in protest. No wonder Ronaldo Nazario suffered injuries so frequently throughout his career. Just looking at the pendulum dribble, the strain it places on the joints is extraordinarily high. The reason for Han Li's current hesitation was that some of the illustrations within the system were simply too tempting, compelling him to take a second lingering look. For instance, the Van Persie volley strike illustration. Although the illustration remained dim and its effects were unclear, Han Li could guess its nature from the name alone. As everyone knows, Van Persie was famously dubbed the man who can't control the ball. The moment he saw the name Han Li was reminded of Van Persie's spectacular flying header during the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Then there was Pirlo's God's Eye illustration, which was even more self-explanatory. Ever since Ancelotti creatively repositioned Pirlo from trequartista to deep-lying playmaker, Pirlo's masterful midfield vision had been displayed to its fullest extent. After browsing through the available options, Han Li reluctantly tore his gaze away from these alluring choices and focused on finding illustrations related to physical strength. After some time, Han Li found himself staring at three specific illustrations, once again plunged into indecision: Messi's steel ankles, Nedved's Iron Man, and Ronaldo's pristine diet. Han Li's decision to narrow his final choice down to these three was not without reason. He associated each with a famous defining moment. Messi's steel ankles likely referred to the incident in a match where his ankle was stamped on by an opponent. His ankle bent at a horrifying 90-degree angle. Yet Messi merely lay on the ground for a moment before getting up as if nothing had happened and continued playing. Then there was Nedved, the man who never seemed to tire. During the Derby d'Italia, he coughed up blood after a brutal challenge, yet still managed to complete the match and even scored a goal. It was said that he had 2 extra bones in his knees compared to normal people. As for Ronaldo's pristine diet, Han Li guessed it referred to how Ronaldo's extreme self-discipline helped reduce his injury frequency. They all appeal to me so much. Han Li hadn't expected to suffer from decision paralysis himself. Realizing that half an hour had already passed, he knew he had to make a choice. Adhering to his principle of overall development, he reluctantly eliminated Messi's steel ankles and Ronaldo's pristine diet. In the end, he chose Nedved's Iron Man illustration. The moment he confirmed his choice to the system, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Pendulum sway. Shot score. Nedved, Iron Man, illustration brightness 4. Han Li wasn't particularly surprised by this notification. It was likely the delayed reward for achieving full brightness on the Ronaldo illustration. Now within the system, next to the 2 fully awakened illustrations, a new one had appeared, showing only the tip of a white shoe. Han Li recalled that when he had chosen the Ronaldo illustration, although its effects were hidden, a skill called Pendulum Dribble Beginner had appeared beneath his stats panel. Thinking of this, Han Li immediately opened his stats panel. Sure enough, new skills had been added below his attributes. What surprised him, however, was that there were 3 entirely new skills. This brought him another wave of delight. Could this be a skill type illustration? Looking down, the 3 skills were Iron Bones Beginner, Extended Stamina, Pending Fusion, Heavy Cannon, Pending Fusion. Han Li stroked his chin, analyzing the 3 skills. Iron Bones should increase physical strength. Extended Stamina should relate to endurance. Heavy Cannon clearly enhances striking power. All 3 skills perfectly align with Nedved's characteristics. As for the Pending Fusion tag, does that mean the skills can only be unlocked one after another? If each illustration is 100 complete, does that mean every 33 increase in brightness fully unlocks 1 skill? Han Li didn't dwell too long on these specific details. After all, regardless of the unlocking mechanism, he would eventually possess all these skills. There was no need to rush. After understanding all this, Han Li closed the system interface and drifted off into a pleasant sleep. Meanwhile, in another corner of Norwich, Li Bingbing, who had again missed the opportunity to interview Han Li, was just getting off work. She entered her small rented apartment in Norwich. As soon as she closed the door behind her, she stretched and yawned, her exhaustion evident. She kicked off her white sneakers one after the other, sending them flying across the room. Then, somewhat unceremoniously, she peeled off her clothes. Only then did she feel the day's fatigue begin to dissipate. Entering the bathroom, her thoughts turned to her probation period at work, and a frown creased her brow. Could Han Li have social anxiety? Why does he avoid interviews so much? Li Bingbing muttered to herself, running her fingers through her hair. Then she looked up, staring intently at her reflection in the mirror. Suddenly her eyes lit up. There were generally 3 ways to interview players. They were the official press conference, the post-match mixed zone, and applying through the club. Li Bingbing had tried the first 2 methods, and had indeed interviewed some players. However, Han Li, the primary target for USher Sports, was not among them. Sigh, maybe I should just go directly to the Norwich training ground and try my luck. The thought struck her as viable, and she felt a surge of optimism. That evening, Li Bingbing sent an application email to the Norwich City FC press office. Her earlier frustration had mostly dissipated, and she began to hum a tune to herself. Early the next morning, Li Bingbing arrived at Norwich's training ground with the camera crew from USher Sports. Unfortunately, their trip was in vain. They learned from the club staff that Han Li had not come to the training ground that day. It turned out that after the 5th round of the Premier League, the players were enjoying a rare 7-day break between matches. Such a lengthy interval is a rarity in the grueling Premier League schedule, as it was intended to give players who had participated in national team duties ample time to recuperate. Norwich's head coach Neil had granted the players 2 days off. Upon learning this, Li Bingbing could only lament her misfortune. However, she refused to be disheartened and resolved to return in 2 days. Yet on the second day of the break, Han Li arrived at the training ground ahead of schedule. Han, a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom, came by yesterday, wanting to interview you. A staff member approached him as soon as he entered. A Dragon Kingdom reporter? Han Li was slightly taken aback. This was the first time media had sought him out at the training ground, and solely for the purpose of interviewing him. Has my fame really grown so much? However, upon hearing the name Yuesher Sports, Han Li didn't feel a strong sense of reluctance. That evening, while having dinner, Han Li received a call from Jack, Norwich's club director. Hello, Han Li. Yes, this is Jack speaking. In the next few days, a reporter from Dragon Kingdom's Yuesher Sports might come to interview you. Don't refuse immediately. Yuesher has a broadcasting rights partnership with the Premier League, so please accommodate them a bit. Hanging up the phone, Han Li fell into thought. If it were a European media outlet, he would have turned them down flat, even if the Norwich director himself had called. The primary reason he agreed to this request was that the media outlet was Yuesher Sports from his home country, the Dragon Kingdom. During the Italian national team incident, Yuesher Sports had played a significant role in shifting public opinion in his favor back in the Dragon Kingdom. Han Li was well aware of this. Regardless of their motives, they had genuinely helped him. Consider this a token of gratitude towards Yuesher, Han Li thought to himself. On the third day, Li Bingbing arrived early at the training ground once more. Perhaps her persistent efforts were finally rewarded as she encountered Han Li directly at the main gate of the Norwich training facility. Seeing this familiar, yet never before met figure from behind, Li Bingbing was ecstatic. She gestured for the cameraman to follow slowly behind, then scurried forward with quick small steps towards Han Li. Hello, Han Li. As she got closer, Li Bingbing called out in fluent English. Han Li, about to enter the Norwich training ground, turned around upon hearing the ethereal voice. He turned his head with a hint of confusion. He didn't recall knowing the owner of this voice. What came into view was a girl with neat shoulder-length hair and a cool, composed expression. So fair was Han Li's first impression upon seeing her. The girl's skin seemed even fairer than that of a white European. Yet a healthy flush colored her cheeks, dispelling any hint of pallor. Perhaps from rushing, she was slightly out of breath. Her delicate lips parted as she exhaled warm puffs of air. You are? Han Li asked, puzzled. After a brief glance confirmed he didn't recognize her. He's so tall, Li Bingbing exclaimed inwardly. She was nearly a head shorter than him, and had to tilt her head back to speak. My name is Li Bingbing, a trainee reporter for Yuesher Sports from the Dragon Kingdom. Li Bingbing paused to catch her breath before speaking with a smile. As she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Her cool demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a warmth that felt like a spring breeze, making Han Li feel an unexpected sense of amiability. Han Li snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to the cameraman behind Li Bingbing. He immediately understood they were the Dragon Kingdom media Yuesher Sports that Jack had mentioned. Noticing Han Li's look and recalling his reputation for dodging interviews, Li Bingbing turned to the cameraman and said, Brother Kai, let's put the camera down for now. To her surprise, Han Li waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Are you here for an interview? Yes. Yes. Li Bingbing nodded vigorously, bobbing her head like a sparrow, her dimples deepening. That shouldn't be a problem, but you'll have to wait until I finish training. I'll only have some free time around noon, Han Li stated. Yes. Li Bingbing cheered, inwardly clenching her fist in a silent victory. Having prepared so much and waited for nearly a month, what was a single morning to her? She immediately responded with a smile. No problem, take your time. We have nothing else to do this morning anyway. All right, come with me then, Han Li said, leading them into the training ground without further ado. Due to the club's need for tactical secrecy, ensuring players' normal training and protecting commercial interests, the club maintained strict control over training content. Upon entering the facility, Li Bingbing and her colleague were required to turn off their camera. Li Bingbing hadn't expected Han Li, who was known for avoiding interviews like the plague, to be so agreeable. Her first impression of him was his height and his gentle, measured tone of voice. And he was quite handsome too. Even if he hadn't become a footballer, he could probably make a living as a model. The morning flew by, watching the Norwich players heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Li Bingbing's stomach grumbled. They had skipped breakfast to save time, and after waiting all morning, both their stomachs were now growling audibly. Finally, they saw Han Li exit the cafeteria, holding what appeared to be 2 packaged lunchboxes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's eat first, and then we can start the interview. Han Li walked over and handed the 2 boxes to them. However, our dietary restrictions are quite strict. The food might be a bit bland, so please don't mind. The 2 hadn't expected Han Li to be so considerate. Starved after a long morning, they certainly weren't in a position to be picky. No problem at all, thank you so much. Li Bingbing wasn't one to stand on ceremony. After expressing her thanks, she dug into the meal ravenously. Thanks. Brother Kai, the cameraman, also thanked him before starting to eat. The cameraman seemed to eat more delicately than Li Bingbing. Watching her eat with such gusto, Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Seeing them eat, Han Li excused himself and headed back into the cafeteria. Han, that girl is really pretty. Do you know her? As soon as Han Li entered, Houlihan immediately sidled up to him eagerly. Han Li pushed him away with a look of disgust and said, "She's a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom here to interview me specifically. Think you could get me her number?" Houlihan's eyes sparkled with interest, seeing that the girl wasn't close to Han Li. Knowing Houlihan's nature all too well, Han Li brushed him off. "All right, I'll see what I can do." "Haha, you're the best." Seeing Han Li agree, Houlihan's face crinkled into a wide grin. Finally, after they had finished their meal and rested for a bit, the interview Li Bingbing had long awaited was about to begin. On the football pitch at Norwich's training ground, Han Li and two others were preparing for an interview. It was lunch break, and apart from the trio, the only sound on the field was the wind rustling through the grass. They had to seize this window of opportunity to complete the interview. "Actually, I can speak Chinese," Han Li couldn't help but say, watching the cameraman beside him struggling to direct him with broken English. "Oh, really?" The cameraman was taken aback. "Really? That's great," Li Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. From what she knew, Han Li had been taken to Europe at a very young age. She had assumed he was no longer familiar with Chinese, but not only could he speak it, his pronunciation was quite standard. This would not only make the interview smoother, but also ensure a better outcome. "By the way, Han Li, before we start, I need to confirm one thing with you." Li Bingbing's tone lost its lunchtime exuberance, becoming somewhat cautious. Go ahead." Seeing Han Li nod in agreement, Li Bingbing grew a little nervous. Her gaze flickered as she spoke. "It's just, can I ask you some questions about the Dragon Nation's national football team during the interview?" Such questions are extremely sensitive for a dragon descendant like Han Li playing football in Europe, especially since he had recently fallen out with the Italian national team. It was hard to tell if Li Bingbing, a novice journalist, lacked professional acumen or was just kind-hearted. While such a question might put the player in an awkward spot during the interview, it would be excellent for the interview's impact. She had surprisingly brought up the issue right before the interview began. Unexpectedly, Han Li remained remarkably composed. Since Han Li had agreed to the interview, he had anticipated such questions. He was mentally prepared, but he still developed a slight fondness for Li Bingbing's thoughtful consideration. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "No problem. Since I agreed to this interview, I'm willing to answer whatever you want to ask." Han Li paused, then continued, "But we'll need to keep it within 20 minutes as per your agreement with the club. Also, I have training this afternoon." Then let's get started right away." Relieved by Han Li's affirmative answer, Li Bingbing sighed softly. At the cameraman's signal, the lens focused on her first. Li Bingbing put on a professional smile and began her opening remarks to the camera. "Hello, dear viewers of Yuesher Sports. Today we are incredibly honored to have." Han Li noticed that Li Bingbing's facial expressions and lines seemed a bit stiff in front of the camera. However, as the process went on, she gradually gained confidence and became more natural. After her opening remarks concluded, the camera turned to Han Li. At that moment, sunlight fell upon Han Li's face, and Li Bingbing suddenly realized he wasn't even 18 yet. As Han Li appeared fully in the frame, she asked her first question. "Many fans are curious about the reason behind your rapid progress from the championship to the Premier League. What's the secret?" Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and answered calmly, "For me personally, to play football, well, you essentially need 3 things. Unwavering effort, top-tier talent, and a platform that allows you to shine." He emphasized the final point noticeably. "And fortunately, I'm lucky enough to possess all 3. That's the reason for my rapid improvement." Han Li answered without a hint of shame. Who's to say a system isn't a form of talent? It wasn't something given by others after all. Next, Li Bingbing asked her second question. "Do you acknowledge the criticism that your pendulum dribbling move is merely a matter of luck?" Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Hell, luck. Well, I'd say luck has been pretty good to me because it's allowed me to keep using the pendulum move in the next game." As time passed, the interview drew to a close. Finally, Li Bingbing asked the last question of the session. "If given the opportunity in the future, would you be willing to join the Dragon Nation's national team?" Li Bingbing didn't even notice her own heartbeat quicken as she asked the question. Facing this somewhat sensitive question, Han Li didn't ponder for long. He answered, "There won't be an opportunity in the future, and I won't join the Dragon Nation's team. The reason is simple. Just as I mentioned earlier, the platform is crucial. I don't believe I'd have a platform for development if I joined the Dragon Nation's national team. Right now, I prefer to focus on my personal development. I won't waste time on things I can't change." Li Bingbing felt a pang of regret at his answer, but it was within her expectations. During her university days, she hadn't followed football closely, but she had heard about the state of football back in the Dragon Nation. Now working in the field, that understanding had become even more profound. Today's interview had gone smoothly. Han Li's every answer gave off a sense of clear-headed confidence, not arrogant, yet not falsely modest either. The content of this interview was certainly worthy of Yuesher Sports' front page. Yet for some reason, both Li Bingbing and the cameraman felt a strange emptiness inside. Watching Li Bingbing and the cameraman prepare to pack up and leave, Han Li suddenly remembered something he had promised Houlihan. Reporter Li, could I possibly get your phone number? Han Li, who had been so composed in front of the camera moments before, now seemed a bit hesitant. Li Bingbing finally saw a glimpse of a teenager in Han Li. She was quite confident in her appearance. Indeed, boys this age were in the throes of adolescent hormones. Li Bingbing was about to agree, not because she wanted anything romantic with Han Li. Despite Han Li being tall, handsome, mature, confident, and accomplished at a young age, she absolutely only wanted the number for better professional contact in the future. At most they could be friends. Yes, that was it. Feeling uneasy under Li Bingbing's intense gaze, Han Li quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. It's a teammate of mine who wants to get to know you." The cameraman felt the air freeze for a solid 2 seconds. Li Bingbing's interest instantly evaporated. She forced a smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said, "Sorry, tell your teammate that I only have one phone number, and I can't give it to anyone else." In the end, Han Li failed to get the number for Houlihan. After seeing them off, he walked towards the players' lounge, frowning in thought. Only one phone number. What did that mean? Just as he entered the players' lounge, before he could figure it out, Houlihan eagerly rushed over. "Han, how did it go? How did it go?" "She said she only has one phone number, so she can't give it to you," Han Li reported truthfully. "Oh man, the number I wanted isn't that kind of number." Houlihan was instantly dejected. "Then what kind of number is it?" Han Li asked with a serious face. "It's, hey, what are you two doing? Time for training." Before Houlihan could finish, assistant coach Peek's urging voice cut through. "Ugh, I can't explain it to you." Watching Houlihan hurry away in frustration, Han Li pinched his chin thoughtfully. "So, which phone number was he talking about?" The next day, an interview video titled, "Yuesher Sports Exclusive." Han Li speaks fluent Chinese about his football dream and candidly addresses national team topics, sparked heated discussions across China. With the national team in its current state, no one can save them. At least Han Li spoke sincerely without deceiving us for views. He's right not to come back. If he did, he'd be the next Wang Chu. Look, he's already this arrogant after just a few games. If he ever makes it big, I'll wash my hair with shit standing on my head. We don't need someone who was kicked out of Italy. TSK, you don't want to come, and we don't want you either. You're just a selfish prick who thinks too highly of himself. Norwich's next opponent is Manchester City. I can't wait to see how Han Li uses his pendulum dribble to get past Yaya Toure and Otamendi. Wait, stop arguing. Haven't you noticed how attractive this female reporter is? You're just noticing now? My heart has long been Bingbing's. Wang Xin, the head of Yuesher Sports, scrolled through the comments and trending topics, a smile never leaving his face. This was exactly the effect he had hoped to achieve. September in Norwich brought typical English weather, highly unpredictable. Rain was the norm, and it was common for a sunny day to suddenly turn overcast or rainy. This was also why locals rarely carried umbrellas. This weather also forced the Norwich players to significantly cut their outdoor training time. Just like now, the sky over the training ground was clear one moment, then a light drizzle began the next. Soon the entire training pitch was shrouded in mist and rain. The players had to stop their drills and head indoors for shelter. This rain break was the perfect opportunity for the coach to analyze and set up tactics. With less than 2 days until the 6th round of the Premier League, Norwich was set to host Manchester City at home. Norwich's manager Neil, as usual, started by showing the players replays of Manchester City's matches. After 5 rounds, only 3 teams remained unbeaten. They were Manchester City, Leicester City, and Norwich. Among them, City was the only team with a perfect winning record, boasting formidable momentum. "As you can see, City is in great form this season," Neil said. "My requirement for you remains: strive to win, secure a draw, and avoid defeat. But unlike before, our tactics for this match will primarily focus on securing a draw," Neil said, turning off the replay and walking towards the tactics board. Standing before the tactics board, Neil looked at his assistant. Peek, show them some of City's key stats this season. Peek nodded and pointed at the tactical screen. "Look here, lads. Look at their passing routes this season. 73 of their attacking plays develop through this central zone." Peek used a laser pointer to indicate the central area from the top of the center circle to their own 30-meter line. And David Silva is the key man for City in this area. He averages 85 touches per game, and 65 of those are receiving the ball, turning and progressing it forward. Listening to Peek's analysis, Han Li couldn't help but think to himself, this Silva is truly the brain of Manchester City. Peek paused for a moment before continuing. "So Silva is City's biggest converter for moving the ball from safe areas into attacking zones." Manager Neil interjected, placing the magnetic marker representing Silva in that zone. "So our primary defensive focus isn't Aguero, nor is it De Bruyne, but rather it's to cut off Silva's ability to receive and turn." Neil looked towards Houlihan. "So when we drop back to defend Houlihan, you must always position yourself on the passing line between him and Fernandinho. Your positional sense takes priority over making tackles." Houlihan looked relaxed, and his comment eased the tense atmosphere slightly. "Don't worry, Gaffer. I'll make sure those two experience what a long-distance relationship truly feels like." Neil continued, arranging the tactics board. "And when Silva enters the attacking third, Teddy, you need to switch your defending from tracking and harassing to tight physical marking. Use your body to block his preferred left-footed turning direction. Remember, Teddy, you must not let Silva out of your sight for this entire match. As Norwich's defensive midfielder, Teddy nodded. He excelled at playing that sticky man-marking role. Besides, Teddy, our defensive formation must maintain its shape at all times. When marking Aguero, our two center-backs must not step up to challenge. His threat is inside the box, not from 30 meters out. So just maintain your distance and compress the space he has to operate after dropping deep to receive the ball. Bosong and Martin responded in unison. Understood. Neil picked up another tactical marker. As for De Bruyne, although he's very strong, he's not the current focal point. It's enough to just block his forward passing lanes. And when Yaya Touré surges forward, don't follow him closely. Save your physical challenge for the moment he receives the ball. He loves powerful long-range shots regardless of the angle, so the defensive line must block his sight of goal. The goalkeeper might spill the ball, so inside the box, be sure to clear it at the first opportunity. Having said that, Neil picked up his water bottle, took a sip, and caught his breath. As the team's attacking player, although there wasn't a task for him, yet Hanley listened attentively. Is this hit it hard and hope for the best? Putting down his bottle, Neil continued. This is our defensive tactic for the match. Due to the gap in overall strength, we'll likely be entrenched in tough defensive battles for most of the game. However, as long as we successfully contain these key players, a large part of City's attack will be neutralized. So we must remain patient and avoid complacency. Especially you, Holohan. Holohan gave an awkward smile. Don't worry, Gaffer. I definitely won't let the team down. And when their attacks are contained, we can look for counter-attacking opportunities. Compared to defending, our attacking tactics are much simpler. Because our attack revolves entirely around Hanley. Neil turned his gaze to Hanley, his tone lightening. We don't need to worry about Hanley being targeted by City. First, as a top team, City has its own pride. Second, and more importantly, their manager Pellegrini is a stubborn old man. Although he's tactically astute, he never adapts. He would never change his tactics just to mark a specific player, especially now that they've won their first 5 games. Even if he were facing Messi or Ronaldo, Pellegrini probably wouldn't change his approach. Neil turned back and started rearranging the tactics board. As we discussed earlier, our defensive focus is on their central midfield. This means we're intentionally giving up the wide areas. But don't worry, because the stats show that less than 15 of their clear-cut chances come from the wings. Instead, by showing them the flanks, we'll lure their fullbacks forward to combine with their wingers. At this point, Neil turned around and looked directly at Hanley. And this, Han, is when it's your time to shine. Keep an eye on the balls played out from the back and make runs in behind their fullbacks. Especially down our right, their left back Kolarov is very slow to track back. He's no match for you. Yaya Touré, despite his strength, is aging and also lacks recovery pace. This will give you a high probability of finding yourself in one-on-one situations. And in one-on-one duels, you have absolute dominance. Even Otamendi or company would not be able to stop you. Okay. Hanley gave an okay sign in agreement. He indeed had that confidence. Neil then addressed the whole group. Listen up. During our counters, no one other than Hanley should take more than 2 touches. Speed is crucial in our transitions. Hanley gained a new appreciation for Neil's tactical acumen, silently marveling the coach's plan is intricately linked, setting a trap for City right from the defensive phase. This trap cleverly transformed the tactical weakness of defending centrally into an attacking advantage. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The weather in England was as changeable as ever, the drizzle had ceased, and the sky was gradually clearing. Yet the persistent pitter-patter of rainwater dripping from the eaves still echoed in the players' minds. Norwich City's tactical meeting for the match against Manchester City was drawing to a close. The atmosphere in the tactical room was heavy with tension as they prepared to face their strongest opponent since the start of the season. As a head coach, this was certainly not what Neil wanted to see. He needed his players to relax. Clap, clap. Neil looked at his players, clapped his hands twice firmly, and said, the match hasn't even started yet, so don't look like you're heading to the gallows. Be confident. As long as we execute our tactics resolutely, Manchester City isn't that formidable. This must be what Uncle Lopez meant by despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically, Hanley murmured to himself from his seat. Although Hanley was muttering to himself, the tactical room was so quiet that Neil caught his words. Neil's voice brightened suddenly. Yes, that's exactly it. We must despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Han, you're a genius. The players around him each silently repeated the phrase to themselves. The oppressive gloom in the locker room began to give way to a spark of fighting spirit. That phrase carries quite a punch. Hanley hadn't expected his casual remark to have such an effect. Nevertheless, the sentiment indeed mirrored Norwich's current predicament. All right, everyone head back. We'll skip the remaining training time. Seeing the sun reappear from behind the clouds and begin its descent towards the west, Neil waved his hand decisively and ended the day's training early. The players cheered and headed towards the locker room. Basong, wait up. Just as Basong was about to join the others, Hanley called out to him. Han, what's up? Basong turned around, asking with a puzzled expression. Can you stay and practice with me a bit longer? Hanley asked. Of course. Basong agreed readily, almost eagerly. Han personally asking me to practice with him must mean he sees me as a brother. But why not Holohan? Could it be that he feels closer to me? It must be. Hanli, however, had no idea about the whirlwind of thoughts running through Basong's mind. The reason he asked Basong was primarily because Basong was a defender known for his cautious defending. And right now he needed exactly such an opponent. It turned out that ever since Hanli started using the step-over move, he had a persistent feeling, as if he were vaguely grasping the threshold of the La Croqueta dribbling move. After awakening the pendulum, moved the sensation of fluid movement between his feet and the seamless coordination between his upper and lower body gave him a deeper insight into the La Croqueta. Yet he still felt something was missing, something that seemed just out of reach. People often said the La Croqueta was a passive skill. Apart from those with exceptional talent, ordinary players could only execute it in matches through a flash of luck. Although it still needed testing in competitive matches, Hanli felt he was getting closer to performing the La Croqueta effortlessly in everyday practice. Since practicing alone couldn't provide the depth of experience needed, Hanli reluctantly asked Basong to stay and help him. Pendulum move, La Croqueta. Pendulum move, La Croqueta. Hanli switched back and forth between the two moves, slowly solidifying that elusive feeling of near perfection within him. At Hanli's request, Basong put in his full effort in defense. When dealing with Hanli's pendulum move, Basong was indeed helpless. However, when facing Hanli's incomplete version of the La Croqueta, Basong handled it with ease. This made him feel a bit smug, thinking that he could make Hanli struggle like this. As time went on, Hanli gradually stopped using the pendulum move and fully immersed himself in practicing the La Croqueta. Pat, thud, pat, thud, pat, thud. Basong had lost count of how many times the ball had been tapped back and forth between Hanli's feet. He only saw their two silhouettes gradually lengthening under the moonlight. Initially, Hanli could only successfully get past Basong once out of over a dozen attempts with the La Croqueta. As time wore on, it slowly decreased to 10, 8, 5, 3 attempts. Basong silently wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure if it was hot sweat from exertion or cold sweat from being shocked by Hanli's rapid improvement. Let's call it a day. Thanks, Basong. Despite the high success rate now, Hanli still felt it was like a flower in a mirror or a moon's reflection on water, elusive. We're buddies, no need for thanks. Basong waved his hand. Seeing that Hanli still seemed dissatisfied, he was taken aback again. Han, your success rate is already high enough. Why do you seem unhappy? Hearing this, Hanli was stunned. Yeah, am I being too impatient? Basong's words made Hanli realize he was being too fixated on the outcome. This kind of thing can't be rushed. I just need to calm down and wait for the right moment. It's okay to desire it, but anxiety is not acceptable. Having thought it through, Hanli stopped dwelling on it. After thanking Basong again, he headed home. The next day, Manchester City's distinctive team bus, which seemed to blend seamlessly with the blue sky, traveled along the suburban road. On the bus, city manager Pellegrini was watching the match between Norwich and West Ham United. He repeatedly replayed the clip of Hanli's pendulum move followed by a precise volley, his gaze gradually deepening. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated Norwich. He called over his main defensive midfielder Fernandinho. Fernando, what do you think of this kid, the Dragon descendant? Fernandinho took the phone, watched intently for a while, and then said, very strong. He's only the second player after Ronaldo to execute the pendulum move in a professional match. As a fellow Brazilian, Fernandinho clearly understood the significance of someone like Ronaldo. Pellegrini, known for his inscrutable expression, said yes. A player who can appear alongside Agüero on the top scorers list. It seems we have indeed underestimated him. Pellegrini then called Otamendi over and had him watch the replay of Hanli's match as well. What do you think? Pellegrini asked, looking up after Otamendi finished watching the video. Looks decent, but it feels like there's a lot of luck involved. Otamendi was clearly unimpressed. Having just joined Manchester City this season and secured a starting spot, he was full of confidence. So do you think we need to make specific defensive plans for him? Pellegrini asked the two. Fernandinho nodded lightly. Coach, I often defend against Messi in training. Otamendi didn't give a direct opinion, instead saying something seemingly irrelevant. Those are practices between national teammates, it's different. Fernandinho couldn't help but retort. So what? Otamendi clearly dismissed Fernandinho's caution. Although they were both South American, Fernandinho wasn't particularly fond of this rash fellow countryman. Listen to Fernando Ata. You two will be responsible for double-teaming Hanli on the pitch. Reduce the frequency of one-on-one situations with him. After weighing his options, Pellegrini decided to take measures against Hanli. Clearly, he wasn't as stubborn as Neil had suggested. Coach. All right, that's settled. Go get some rest. We're almost at Norwich. Otamendi wanted to say more, but Pellegrini didn't give him the chance. Time slipped by, and the start of the 6th round of the Premier League was drawing near. The Manchester City coach slowly pulled into the Norwich City FC parking lot. Carrow Road's capacity was modest, making the square before the stadium feel cramped. Consequently, the entire area surrounding the ground was packed with Canaries supporters. Their cheering and chanting threatened to shatter the coach's windows. Acting as the team's 12th man, they were well aware of Manchester City's formidable strength. Their only course of action was to amplify their voices expressing their support for the team in this unique manner. As the coach came to a halt, the Manchester City players disembarked one by one. Amidst the surrounding clamor, some players donned headphones, some trudged forward with heads down, and a few greeted the sparse traveling fans. Yet without exception, each face bore an expression of ease and composure. Brimming with star quality, they lacked the tension that gripped Norwich. Today they viewed themselves as the hunters. Meanwhile, Hanley had already arrived at the home team's changing room. There he encountered an unexpected figure, Ruud van Nistelrooy. "Hello, Hanley." Hanley's heart stirred with excitement as he gazed upon the man before him. This was not only because the man had been a childhood idol of Hanley's, but also because the system currently displayed his handbook floating within its interface. Van Nistelrooy's voice was soft, yet it caused quite a stir within the Norwich changing room. Through their conversation, Hanley learned that Van Nistelrooy was currently an assistant coach for the Dutch national team. This underscored the Dutch team's dedication to tradition, insisting even assistant coaches be native-born. Van Nistelrooy's purpose for being in the changing room was simple: to inform Hanley, "I am here to scout you. You need to perform well. Greetings, dear audience. Welcome to Wesher Sports. The 6th round of the Premier League is about to commence, and we are live broadcasting the match between Norwich City and Manchester City. I'm Jean June. I'm Lee Ewan Kue. Before the match begins, let's review the starting lineups for both teams. For Norwich, similarly, Manchester City also deploys a 4-2-3-1 formation. Their goalkeeper is number 1, Joe Hart. The fullbacks are number 11, Kolarov, and number 5, Zabaleta. The center-backs are number 30, Otamendi, and number 4, Kompany. The double pivot consists of number 42, Yaya Touré, and number 25, Fernandinho. The 3 attacking midfielders include the right winger number 17, De Bruyne. The attacking midfielder is number 21, David Silva, and the left winger is number 7, Sterling. The striker is number 10, Aguero. It's evident that Manchester City's lineup is replete with stars. Whether Norwich can defend their home turf is certainly worth anticipating. As Jean June concluded his introduction, the players from both sides had taken their positions on their respective halves of the pitch. After the referee checked his watch, the opening whistle blew. Manchester City didn't press forward aggressively at the start, they played with great patience. Norwich, on the other hand, was resolute in their defensive counter-attacking strategy. They kept their defensive line deep, often leaving Hanley as the sole figure roaming the attacking third. Both teams probed each other, Manchester City seeking to draw out Norwich's defense, while Norwich aimed to lure City into pushing high up the pitch. The managers stood on the touchline, one expressionless, the other with a grave countenance. Finally, Manchester City seemed to complete their initial reconnaissance. In the 3rd minute, after some passing in the backline, City left-back Kolarov slipped the ball to Sterling. Sterling took a couple of touches before laying it off to David Silva. Clearly, it was evident that David Silva was indeed Manchester City's attacking engine. He not only received passes from the defense, but was also frequently sought out by players on both flanks. Neil's decision to focus on cutting the central passing lane was simple. David Silva was far less likely to initiate attacks by receiving the ball on the flanks compared to centrally. Norwich's defensive midfielder Teddy adhered strictly to the pre-match tactical plan. The instant Silva received the ball, he closed him down from the left and behind. Unable to turn, Silva was forced to pass back to Fernandinho. What a play! Holohan intercepts David Silva's pass. At that moment, Jean June's exclamation rang out. Silva was clearly caught off guard by this overtly targeted marking. When he held the ball, Teddy blocked his preferred turning direction. When he passed, Holohan would suddenly appear on the passing lane to intercept. Possession changed, the crowd's roar intensified, and Norwich launched a rapid counter-attack, quickening the tempo abruptly. Manchester City was caught off guard. Holohan didn't hesitate after stealing the ball. A crisp low-through ball was immediately sent racing towards Hanley, who was roaming up front. Yaya Touré, one of City's double pivots, threw himself into a sliding tackle towards the ball's path. In his mind, David Silva rarely made such errors. But Holohan's pass was too decisive, leaving him no chance to cut it out. Hanley brought the ball under control, now facing the other City defensive midfielder Fernandinho. Otamendi did not move to double-team, clearly still underestimating Hanley. I wonder what the coach was thinking. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted, his eyes widening as his pupils contracted sharply. Fernandinho's cautious and steady nature was well known in the Premier League. But in Otamendi's eyes, Hanley simply executed a basic step-over to breeze past Fernandinho completely. Beautiful. Hanley's step-over has reached a terrifying level of proficiency. Jean June's praise sounded once more. Otamendi barely had time to react, but spurred on by Kompany's shouted commands, he rushed to close Hanley down alongside his teammate. Hanley wouldn't give them the chance for a 2-on-1. Even from outside the box, Hanley's current shooting attribute had reached 86. After beating Fernandinho, his right foot gave the ball a gentle tap. Then he drew back his leg like a bow, his body uncoiling instantly. His left foot planted firmly into the turf beside the ball as his right ankle locked the boot, laces almost forming a straight line with his shin. A textbook shooting technique. Thwack. A ferocious, powerful strike, and the ball whistled between City's two defensive bulwarks Company and Otamendi. Their heads turned following the ball's trajectory. Given the height it passed their waists, it was surely heading within the frame of the goal. Their hearts clenched instantly. City's goalkeeper Hart launched himself into the air. Though his extension differed from Han Lee's, his body was also stretched to its absolute limit. Yet he failed to reach the ball. Bang! A crisp, clear sound reached Hart's right ear, distinct from the thud of Han Lee's boot striking the ball, yet more piercing. As the ball bounced high, Han Lee's shot was denied by the post. A rising drive. Whoa! Jean Jun's voice mingled with the home fans' collective groan of deep regret. Meanwhile, the Manchester City defenders let out a heavy sigh of relief. Ding! Masterful step over. A thunderous warning. Nedved, Iron Man Handbook Sync Rate 2. No one expected Norwich City to be the first to threaten the goal. Just 3 minutes into the match, Norwich nearly breached Manchester City's goal with a swift counterattack. So close, yet so far. Han Lee's shot lacked a bit of luck, commentator Jean Jun remarked with a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity. The trajectory was so deceptive. I thought it was going in, but it smashed against the crossbar. Han Lee's strike was impressive. Truly regrettable, it was just a whisker away. If heaven has feelings, it would grow old too. Why didn't the shoot on sight against Hart tactic work this time? Hart is a magnet for wonder goals, but this time he dodged one from the old demon Han. Han Lee felt a pang of frustration at the missed opportunity, even as Holohan gave him a thumbs up. Han Lee had hoped to catch Manchester City off guard with an early strike. Now not only had the shot missed, but he had also revealed his formidable prowess. This would inevitably alert the opposition, causing Manchester City to be wary of him early on, making the match significantly more difficult. Resigned to the situation, Han Lee shook his head and retreated from the edge of the Manchester City penalty area. Meanwhile, City's goalkeeper Hart breathed a sigh of relief watching him walk away. Hart was in fact a highly capable goalkeeper. He had, after all, managed to keep the peak-era MSN front line at bay, frustrating them to no end. In that Champions League match between City and Barcelona, he single-handedly turned a potential 15-0 rout into a 1-0 defeat. Yet this formidable player consistently found himself as the backdrop for spectacular goals. Two players had even won the Puskas Award for Goal of the Year by scoring against him. A unique and dubious distinction for any goalkeeper. Hart was resigned to his peculiar fate. Fans only remembered his awkward poses and highlight reels of wonder goals, overlooking his equally brilliant saves. Just moments ago, he had braced himself to be the highlight reel again. Unexpectedly, it was the opposing team's goalpost that spared him from this ordeal. Wake up! Focus! Joe Hart shouted, pointing at his temple, urging his teammates. He was never one to mince words, and now the fear in his heart was transforming into anger at his teammates' lapses in concentration, which he felt compelled to unleash. Play resumed as Joe Hart took the goal kick. Manchester City's manager Pellegrini remained impassive on the sidelines. Yet a feeling that this match would be fraught with challenges began to creep into his mind. As Han Lee had anticipated, his thunderous shot served as a wake-up call, dousing the City players with a cold reality check. It washed away a significant portion of their underlying arrogance. And a Tiger that was fully alert was undoubtedly a fearsome prospect. The City defenders shook off the memory of the rattling goalpost and refocused with renewed vigor. Their midfielders began to assert their dominance, showcasing their superior control. Holohan, now fully concentrated, remained mindful of Coach Neal's instructions. Positioned high up the pitch, he kept a close eye on every move David Silva made. In the 13th minute, Holohan noticed a subtle shift from David Silva as he dropped deep to receive the ball. The instant Silva's ankle twisted, Holohan lunged with his right foot, mentally shouting in triumph. Got you this time. But as the ball slid past his toes, Holohan was dumbfounded. Why? It was so close. Damn. Unwilling to give up, Holohan accelerated, instantly charging towards Fernandinho, who had received Silva's pass. Holohan's hands trembled with frustration as he was toyed with the ball rolling just inches from his feet towards De Bruyne. Fueled by anger, Holohan turned and rushed straight at De Bruyne. At that moment, Han Lee, who had observed everything, shouted loudly, while gesturing with his hands pushed downwards, "Calm down, Holohan." In Han Lee's eyes, the agitated Holohan was simply being led around by the nose by City's midfield. How did David Silva ensure the pass was just out of Holohan's reach? It was a matter of technical and tactical awareness. Once David Silva was on guard, he wouldn't make the same simple mistakes he did at the start of the game. The targeted marking of David Silva was indeed useful, but it wasn't foolproof. On the football pitch, there were too many factors to consider. For instance, if Holohan, already at a technical and mental disadvantage, also lost his composure, the tactical plan to contain Silva would undoubtedly be compromised. That's why Han Lee had to intervene with a timely vocal warning. His unusually loud shout hit Holohan like a sudden cold gust of wind. Having regained his composure, Holohan gave Han Lee a thumbs up and ceased his futile pressing. Watching this, De Bruyne couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Han Lee. This guy has a good footballing brain. One can see that although Norwich has implemented a targeted defensive strategy against Manchester City today, once City's players snapped out of their initial complacency, the effectiveness of that strategy diminishes significantly, commented John June. Yes, that's why Han Lee's on-field reminder is crucial. When a weaker team plays a stronger one, they rely on sheer determination and momentum. If they crack mentally before their opponents, they are essentially pushing themselves into a fire pit, added Lee Yuan-Kue. Despite Norwich's efforts to restrict City's central progression, City could still rely on their superior individual quality to launch effective attacks. In the 15th minute, David Silva dropped deep to receive the ball, as usual. Norwich's defensive midfielder Teddy naturally followed him closely. Just as Teddy anticipated a simple pass back, Silva suddenly let the ball run through his legs, pivoting swiftly. Teddy, caught off balance, could only watch as Silva sprinted past him towards the ball. Norwich's other defensive midfielder Dorrans moved to cover, but Silva had already knocked the ball to De Bruyne on the left flank. After taking a couple of touches forward, De Bruyne's ankle flicked subtly. A curling pass skimmed across the turf into the attacking third. Han Lee witnessed a surprising sight. De Bruyne's pass perfectly bypassed Norwich defender Martin, rolling into the path of the rapidly advancing Sterling on the left wing. De Bruyne. What a pass! Jean June exclaimed. Sterling. What a chance! Shoot! Oh no! With such a glorious opportunity, Sterling blazed the ball into the stands. Jean June's commentary was filled with disbelief. Han Lee also breathed a sigh of relief seeing Sterling's miss. Thank goodness Manchester City doesn't have all stars. Sterling, holding his head in agony over his skied shot, offered a thumbs up to the utterly speechless De Bruyne. Han Lee assessed the current situation on the pitch, concluding that Norwich's defensive capabilities had likely reached their limit. To get anything from this match, they needed to capitalize on counterattacks when Manchester City pushed their formation forward. The strategy was to exploit the space behind City's defense. This would not only threaten their goal, but also alleviate pressure on Norwich's own half. Therefore, Han Lee decided to reduce his frequency of dropping deep, conserving his energy, and lurking in City's half, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In the 26th minute, with David Silva effectively marked, Yaya Touré began to carry the ball forward. Standing at 191 centimeters, Yaya Touré advanced like a human tank. Boom. Unable to find a gap in Norwich's well-organized defense, Touré unleashed a powerful long-range shot. However, it failed to penetrate the crowded Norwich penalty area. The ball ricocheted off Bossong and landed directly at the feet of Dorrans. Norwich had another counter-attacking opportunity. Dorrans immediately played the ball forward to Holohan, who was sprinting up the pitch. Holohan raced forward with Yaya Touré in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Han Lee, who had been maintaining a 2-yard gap behind Otamendi, raised his right hand and swung it forward. He then suddenly accelerated. His explosive pace, rated at 88, was fully unleashed. The sight of Han Lee's raised right hand caught Holohan's eye. Holohan slightly slowed down, and in an instant launched a long diagonal ball towards the front. The ball sailed over Manchester City's defensive midfielder Fernandinho's head. After rising and then descending, it became a bridge connecting the front and back lines. Following an explosive burst of acceleration, Han Lee had already broken through to a speed of 90. The two-body length gap closed rapidly. Han Lee's oppressive presence surged towards Otamendi like a tangible force. Otamendi, who was looking up to track the ball's landing point, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He could only concentrate, lower his head, and sprint forward, desperately determined to maintain his position against Han Lee. Manchester City's defensive line was originally positioned in a subtle curved arc, but as Han Lee suddenly surged forward, Otamendi's desperate sprint caused the line to bulge out into a sharp point. This protruding tip became the stage for their one-on-one duel. As the ball descended, both players stepped onto the edge of the penalty area. Their bodies began to make contact, which quickly escalated in intensity. Winning the first point of contact was crucial. Different approaches to handling the ball were key weapons in this race against time. Chest trap. That was the thought in Han Lee's mind. Bicycle kick clearance. That was Otamendi's instant decision. However, the head-down charging Otamendi misjudged the ball's landing point slightly. His bicycle kick clearance plan was declared a failure. Han Lee slightly widened the gap from Otamendi, then lightly hopped backward, perfectly nestling the ball against his chest. With the backward hop, most of the ball's downward force was absorbed, and it landed steadily right in front of Han Lee. The integration of the pendulum dribble had brought Han Lee's body control to a new level. After trapping the ball, Han Lee slammed on his brakes. Otamendi's brakes were clearly not as responsive as Han Lee's. He continued to surge forward due to inertia, instantly creating a body-length gap between them. Han Lee quickly nudged the ball horizontally. With no effective options left, Otamendi resorted to grabbing and shoving Han Lee. If Han Lee scored this goal today, he would replace Hart as the backdrop on tomorrow's front pages. Han Lee used his left arm to fend off Otamendi while cutting inside towards the ball. Otamendi felt as if he was being bulldozed and jostled simultaneously. His resistance seemed futile. Near the penalty spot, Otamendi vanished from Han Lee's sight. All that remained was Joe Hart lowering his center of gravity and constantly adjusting his footing. Then Joe Hart's figure also blurred and the near post of the goal came into sharp focus. In an instant, even the near post blurred, leaving only the ball rebounding from the back of the net. Han Li breached Hart's goal with a delicate finish. With the king of the 6-yard box boost, Han Li's shooting attribute reached 96, and his physicality was at 87. This allowed Han Li to produce a quality shot, even while being tugged and pulled by Otamendi. Ding. Movement like a ghost. Strength like a bulldozer. Goals like Tai Chi. Nedved, Iron Man, Collection Progress 5. At the moment of the goal, Otamendi raised his right hand high, claiming Han Li had handled the ball during the trap, his last resort. But all eyes were on Han Li, making his protest seem somewhat feeble and helpless. After a brief silence, Carrow Road erupted in thunderous cheers. The fans' contorted expressions vividly displayed their disbelief at the goal. Meanwhile, in the Uesher Sports live broadcast, amidst fans expressing their emotions with traditional essence of language, the commentator Jean Jun's voice sounded goal. Goal. Jean Jun was clearly ecstatic, not even managing his signature J this time. Dominance. This is a display of absolute individual ability. The brilliance of this goal isn't just the final shot. It's the entire sequence of play leading up to it. The initial position kept him onside, while also shielding Otamendi from his run. His explosive acceleration and pace allowed him to reach the spot just as the ball landed. And the powerful image of holding off Otamendi while finishing showcased his balance and strength. The box is his true territory. The moment Han Li stepped into it, everything seemed inevitable. Jean Jun's commentary was mesmerizing, describing a one-on-one duel. He made it feel like one man was battling a million troops. Back on the pitch. De Bruyne, Silva, Aguero, Sterling, Yaya Touré. Every Manchester City player's gaze was fixed on Han Li, who was celebrating by sliding on his knees in the corner, even though he was already buried under a pile of jumping teammates. They felt the same sense of disparity that Han Li had perceived earlier. Their teammate Otamendi was outmatched in pure quality. But the difference was that City were a Premier League powerhouse. Whereas Norwich were playing in the Championship last season, even with their strong performance this year, they were at best a dark horse. It created a surreal feeling of a disciple from a broken sect toppling a prodigy from a top-tier sect. Seeing no one heed his complaint, Otamendi stopped protesting. His heart was in turmoil. Heaven knows he was proud, not foolish. Han Li's performance since the kickoff had already forced him to shed any contempt. Whether Han Li's pendulum dribble was luck, he didn't know. But Han Li's ability was undoubtedly real. So he had given his absolute all to defend against him. But why? Why even with my full effort can't I stop that? That Dragonborn kid. Having been completely dominated in this duel, Otamendi began to doubt his own abilities for the first time. Hey Otamendi, what are you daydreaming about? Can't you see they're about to take the kickoffs? Manchester City captain Kompany's roar shattered Otamendi's thoughts. Don't make me think of you as a coward. Where's your usual fighting spirit? Where's your pride? If you're a man, get back in there and fight. If you're not a man, then get off the pitch. Stop embarrassing us out here. Kompany's angry shouts pierced Otamendi's heart like steel needles. You? Otamendi wanted to retort, I just zoned out for a second. It's not like I stole your wife, was it? Is this really necessary? But damn, it was kinda motivating. Phew. CK it. Let's go. Otamendi ultimately said nothing, clapped his hands twice forcefully, and refocused on the game. The ball was back at the center circle, and the Carrow Road faithful's chants had transformed from raw shouts into a resounding team anthem. Rue, don't you think that kid has a bit of you in the box? Haha. I was just thinking that. But Mr. Connie, don't you Italians regret letting a talent like that slip away? These two were former Italy national team head coach Antonio Conte and Netherlands national team assistant coach Ruud van Nistelrooy watching from the stands. Well, it's too late for regrets anyway. I'm having him. Van Nistelrooy looked at Han Li on the pitch, his eyes full of admiration. Regret? Perhaps. But I've moved on, or it's no longer my concern. If Han Li develops well with the Dutch national team, I'd be pleased. Connie spread his hands and said calmly. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players, though shocked by Han Li's goal. As the Premier League leaders with 5 straight wins, they would not be easily broken. Manager Pellegrini remained stoic, as if it was all part of the plan. And Norwich, having scored first, would undoubtedly face an unprecedented onslaught from Manchester City. In the Uesher Sports live broadcast studio, as the two teams returned to positional play, Lee Ewan-Kue analyzed Norwich City's successful counterattack. Han Li's goal came in the 15th minute of the match, an exceptionally efficient counterattack. Compared to the limitations of Norwich's defensive tactics, their counterattack in this particular offensive sequence flowed with far greater fluidity. They exploited the sluggish recovery of Manchester City's fullbacks after pushing forward and used that weakness to magnify Han Li's formidable one-on-one prowess. Lee Ewan-Kue paused briefly before offering his concluding assessment. One could argue that Norwich's defensive limitations stem from a technical and tactical gap with Manchester City, while their offensive efficiency arises from Han Li's dominance over Otamendi in that same regard. Just then Jean Jun exclaimed, "What a strike!" Manchester City had orchestrated another threatening attack through a series of swift short passes. David Silva, finding Norwich's penalty area impenetrable, creatively lofted a chip pass. The chip successfully pierced Norwich's defensive line. Unfortunately, Sergio Aguero, sandwiched between two defenders, couldn't generate sufficient power on his shot. Norwich goalkeeper Ruddy collected the ball. Having taken the lead, Norwich tightened their defensive shape further. For Norwich, the situation was now one of holding the advantage on the scoreboard, conceding possession in the flow of play, yet maintaining a psychological edge. Combining these two advantages with one disadvantage, their strategy was clear: defend resolutely, bide their time, and patiently await the next opportunity to strike on the break. Hanley also adapted his approach, dropping deeper to receive the ball with increasing frequency. He reasoned that with the lead, defense took precedence over attack. His deeper positioning helped reduce the number of aimless long balls forward that resulted in turnovers, thereby affording Norwich more spells of controlled possession. It's evident that Hanley is spending less time lingering in the final third compared to before his goal, Jean June observed, noting the shift in statistics. His deeper role is reflected in the possession stats. Before the 15th minute, it was 30-70, but now it stands at 35-65. In the 28th minute, Hanley drifted towards the left flank. There he received a pass from Norwich wingback Robbie Brady. The moment the ball arrived, Manchester City right-back Pablo Zabaleta closed him down aggressively. Hanley contemplated a step over, but the timely support from Yaya Touré dissuaded him. He opted instead to shield the ball, waiting for a teammate to offer an outlet. Step-overs are most effective in dynamic one-on-one situations. When surrounded by multiple defenders while static, they become largely ineffective. The pendulum maneuver, an advanced variation of the step-over, suffers from the same limitation. Employing it far from the penalty area is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yaya Touré's physical strength was overwhelming. Under the combined pressure, Hanley was forced to pass back to Howson. After relinquishing the ball, he began to roam the pitch once more. He scanned for passing options while deep in thought. His mastery of the step-over and the devastating pendulum move had granted him exceptional one-on-one ability. Yet it also constrained his game. When static and facing a swarm of defenders, he often had to settle for safe, conservative passes. And safety often equates to a lack of threat. Now, after his earlier exploits, Manchester City had clearly afforded him their full attention. This newfound attention was making things difficult for him. He realized he needed a method to beat defenders not only in static situations, but also effectively navigate multiplayer pressure. His mind drifted back to the pre-match training session where he practiced the La Croqueta with Bazong. That move seemed like a viable solution for escaping tight, crowded spaces. The problem, however, was that his success rate with the move against Bazong in training was a meager 33%. How could he possibly deploy it successfully in a high-stakes match? It required not just technical skill, but also immense mental fortitude to dare to attempt it. Hanley evidently possessed that kind of resolve. Countless hours of practice matter little if you never try it in a real game, Hanley murmured to himself, offering a silent pep talk. Despite his courage, Hanley was not reckless. He was acutely aware that attempting such a high-risk maneuver in the central areas would be setting a trap for his own team. A loss of possession in midfield could expose the Norwich defense to immense danger. The flanks, however, presented a different proposition. First, Manchester City's primary attacking threat wasn't concentrated out wide. Second, a turnover on the flank would afford the Norwich backline precious time to reorganize. This way, he wouldn't be jeopardizing the team's stability. That's the plan, Hanley muttered to himself, his mind made up. From that point on, he began drifting towards the wings with noticeably greater frequency. His Norwich teammates saw nothing unusual in his movement, as Hanley enjoyed complete freedom in the attacking third. The Manchester City players were slightly puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. A long-range strike is one method to break down a packed defense. In the 33rd minute, Kevin De Bruyne attempted a shot from outside the Norwich box. Unfortunately, he failed to keep it down, sending the ball soaring just over the crossbar. The effort nonetheless sent a shiver down the spines of the Norwich supporters. Their team's defense had been under relentless pressure. Every Manchester City advance had their hearts in their mouths. The sensation of being pinned back was palpable. The weight of pressure seemed to press down on them physically. The looming sense of impending doom made their cheers and chants sound strained. Ruddy retrieved the ball and launched it forward. Hanley collected possession on the right wing. As it was a goal kick, Manchester City's defense was already set. Left-back Alexander Kolarov stood between Hanley and the goal. Mindful of past encounters, Kolarov backpedaled, buying time for his teammates to provide support. The familiar urge to execute a step-over surfaced in Hanley's mind, quickly followed by the thought of the La Croqueta. Hanley gave Kolarov no time to wait. As the La Croqueta materialized in his thoughts, he immediately knocked the ball with the inside of his right foot. Just as he was about to shift the ball past Kolarov with his left, Kolarov, with his back against the wall, thrust out a leg and intercepted the ball between Hanley's feet. The ball was poked out of play for a throw-in. Kolarov, momentarily stunned by his success, clenched his fists and roared in triumph. Yeah, he celebrated the successful tackle. Raheem Sterling, who was moving over to help, exclaimed in admiration, "Well done, Kolarov." Other Manchester City players also applauded Kolarov. After a frustrating period of sustained pressure, they needed such a spark of defiance. Watching from the back, Otamendi felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, now that Han Li's tendencies are fully analyzed, his threat has diminished considerably. The ever-thoughtful Otamendi began to feel a sense of eagerness. If Han Li were to charge at him, now he wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge him solo again. But he would absolutely orchestrate a fierce coordinated tackle with his teammates to dispossess him. Han Li, whose ball had been stolen, kept his expression unchanged. Although the ball was intercepted, he felt he was just a thin layer away from mastering the essence of the fried dough twist dribble. Watching the fans in the stands still applauding and cheering for him, Han Li gained a surge of confidence. Some fans even shook their fists and roared in response to Kolarov's provocation. "Keep at it, Han. Show this arrogant fool what you're made of. It's all right. We're still leading." Kolarov, who had completed the steal, did not see a trace of frustration on Han Li's face for losing the ball. Instead, he could even sense a hint of excitement from him, which made the defender feel both bored and frustrated. In the 39th minute of the match, a confident Han Li received a pass from Holohan near the right flank once again. He had his reasons for choosing the right side. Having been dispossessed there before, he anticipated that Manchester City's defense might be slightly relaxed in that area, making it more conducive for his experiment. Seeing Han Li approach his defensive zone with the ball again, Kolarov was equally confident. Before facing Han Li, watching his teammate Otamendi get tormented, he had felt a bit apprehensive. But after successfully tackling Han Li, that unpleasant feeling had vanished. He had regained his status as the king of the pitch. "Kid, looks like you never learn, huh?" With that, Kolarov pressed forward against Han Li. As expected, because Kolarov had easily dispossessed Han Li last time, no other Manchester City player came to provide support this time. It seemed they were all confident in Kolarov's defending. But this was exactly what Han Li wanted. Facing a completely transformed Kolarov, who had now fully bared his fangs, Han Li didn't panic. This time, he didn't focus all his attention on the ball, but deliberately diverted some to observe Kolarov's tackling movements. The instant his opponent made a move, Han Li's feet worked the ball back and forth as his body shifted laterally. Kolarov's extended leg made contact with the ball again, but the Norwich fans' cheers also erupted. "Well done, Han." It turned out that although Kolarov touched the ball, he didn't completely clear it. The ball was deflected off its course, but Han Li's reaction was incredibly fast. He managed to clumsily poke the ball past him. "Tisk." Kolarov grunted, displeased at being beaten in such a manner. He had timed his tackle perfectly. "Lucky kid." Chalking Han Li's success up to mere luck, Kolarov spun around and chased after him. By now, Han Li had advanced with the ball to the 20-meter mark at the edge of the penalty area. Due to Norwich's deep defensive line, there was no teammate available for a pass in the middle. Facing the double team from Yaya Toure and Kolarov, Han Li forcefully attempted the fried dough twist again. Unfortunately, Yaya Toure's towering height gave him a much wider interception range. Under the pressure of the pincer movement, Han Li ultimately failed to squeeze the ball out. However, the applause from the Norwich fans grew even more intense. In their eyes, Han Li was single-handedly taking on Manchester City's entire right flank. How could that not get their blood pumping? "The situation on the pitch is getting interesting now," commented commentator Jean June. "It's clear that as Manchester City adjusts their marking strategy for Han Li, he too is seeking to modify his playing style." Time seemed to pass both slowly and quickly for the players. As the first half drew to a close, the Norwich players' desire to reach the halftime break grew more urgent. Meanwhile, Manchester City's determination to equalize intensified. Both teams' mental states began to waver slightly. They would occasionally glance at the time ticking away on the big screen. One side's minds wandered, the other grew anxious. Yet there are always some players who stand apart, like the ever-composed Han Li and Kevin De Bruyne, who was fully engrossed in the match. Compared to David Silva, De Bruyne's playing style was more direct, which also contributed to his superior ball-carrying ability. In the 44th minute, De Bruyne charged down the right wing towards the Norwich box at high speed. Norwich's left-back Olsen lunged recklessly and brought him down on the turf. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded immediately. Manchester City earned a set piece on the right side of Norwich's half. And set pieces are a deadly weapon against a packed defense. This was exactly why Neil had warned his team not to give away needless free kicks in dangerous areas before the match. There was little time left in the first half. Manchester City cherished this opportunity. Their fullbacks dropped back for protection, while their two centre-backs, Kompany and Otamendi, who were stronger in the air, moved into the Norwich box. As for Norwich, Han Li didn't stay up front. He retreated to his own box to help defend. His marking assignment was Yaya Toure, who was 3 centimeters taller than him. De Bruyne stood behind the ball. As he took his run-up, tension escalated within the Norwich box. Players lined up across began to jostle for position. The jeers from the home crowd reached a crescendo. The moment De Bruyne's leg swung, the entire defensive line surged forward simultaneously, as if reacting to his starting pistol. Everyone sprang into action, charging into the fray. De Bruyne's foot came down, and the ball arced towards the Norwich box with a deceptively sharp trajectory. The ball didn't head towards the near post where Han Li and the tall defenders like Basong were. Instead, it sailed over their leaping heads, curving towards an unknown target. As Hanley turned his head, he saw Manchester City striker Sergio Aguero leaping high at the far post. The ball like a cruise missile crashed against his head. Swish! It's in. In the dying moments of the first half, Manchester City have equalized through a set piece. The ball had nestled into the net just before Jean Jun's voice echoed out. Otamendi violently kicked the ball from the net high into the sky, releasing all the pent-up frustration of the entire half. The Norwich players stood in a daze, having defended for so long, only to concede at this critical juncture. Although the referee blew the halftime whistle almost immediately after the restart, Kompany's quick action to retrieve the ball from the net signaled that they were far from satisfied. Back in the dressing room, Norwich manager Neil didn't heavily criticize his players. He believed they had performed admirably. It was just De Bruyne's inch-perfect delivery that made the difference. Hanley had always had some vague recollection of the name De Bruyne. Witnessing his uncanny ability to bend the ball in such strange arcs, he remembered seeing that name in his system. Shortly after returning to the dressing room, Hanley checked. Sure enough, there was an entry named after De Bruyne in the system. It was the Deadly Arc dossier. Although De Bruyne wasn't yet widely renowned, Hanley believed that anyone worthy of being recorded in the system's files was destined for great achievements. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Hanley began to replay his two fried dough twist dribbles from the first half in his mind. Just then, two figures entered the Norwich home dressing room. One was, of course, Ruud van Nistelrooy, the Dutch national team assistant coach who had visited before the match. The other following behind Van Nistelrooy was Antonio Conte, the former head coach of the Italian national team. After some conversation, Hanley learned that Conte was in town for a charity event and had come to watch him play. "Hanley, you really have perfected the step-over move," Van Nistelrooy began discussing the match with him. "Haha, is that so?" Hanley smiled. "Absolutely. Even when you perform the fried dough twist, I can sense the essence of the step-over in it," Van Nistelrooy affirmed with a laugh. Hanley was about to respond when he suddenly froze. "All step-overs." A spark of realization hit him. "Haha, that's it. That's it." An excited Hanley couldn't help but exclaim. His reaction left both Van Nistelrooy and Conte bewildered. "That's it? What do you mean?" Conte asked, puzzled. Realizing his outburst was unusual, Hanley laughed it off. "Haha, it's nothing. Just remembered something. By the way, Mr. Conte, would you be free for dinner after the match?" Hanley intended to express his gratitude, as Conte had once fiercely defended him against the Italian Football Federation. Conte waved his hand. "Unfortunately, I have to catch a flight right after the game. How about a rain check?" Hanley expressed his regret. As the second half was about to begin, Conte and Van Nistelrooy bid him farewell and left. When Hanley drew inspiration from his conversation with Van he pondered, what are the similarities between the step-over and the croqueta move, and what exactly are the differences? After much deliberation, he finally arrived at his own conclusions. The similarity between the two moves, which Hanley had long sensed, was precisely what had led him to connect them. The rhythm of alternating footwork between the upper and lower body, executed with exceptional coordination. As for the differences, Hanley believed they lay primarily in the concept of sustainability. The step-over mainly uses the sway of the upper body to drive the continuous crossing of the feet, deceiving the opponent's eyes and body. It confuses the opponent's vision, making it impossible to determine which direction you intend to go, forcing their center of gravity to shift into a passive state. At that moment, you can choose the right time to make the only touch of the ball in the entire move. You push the ball toward the direction you want to advance. Throughout the dribbling move, the opponent generally will not easily stick out a foot. In fact, if the opponent were Hanley, the defender would hardly have any chance to intervene. Because during Hanley's execution, his body remained in a state of relative stillness with the ball, and the frequency of his feet circling was extremely high. It was as if a protective film had been wrapped around the moving ball. In a one-on-one duel, the opponent either gets beaten or can only foul. Of course, you could also maximize your retreat speed. After all, if I retreat fast enough, you cannot get past me. It could be said that Hanley's masterful step-over dribble was his top-tier, open strategy on the football pitch. These factors together contributed to the move's strong sustainability. The sustainability of the croqueta move, however, was different. Hanley believed its completion required an instant. But at that moment, the players had already re-entered the pitch, and Hanley's thoughts returned to reality. Whether his views on the croqueta were feasible would need to be tested in practice. After the second half began, the match alternated between Manchester City's storm-like attacks and Norwich's unexpected counterattacks. The game grew increasingly intense, and the rapid pace made it difficult for Hanley to find an opportunity to experiment. He did not force the experiment. Seizing the moment and using the opportunity were his priorities. In the 53rd minute, Hanley dropped back to receive the ball, and Norwich launched a counterattack. Since Fernandinho had been at a disadvantage in several back-to-goal duels, this time he resorted to a tactical foul, bringing Hanley down from behind. He thus received a yellow card. The match continued, and Manchester City's attacking formation shifted into an inward arc. Except for Hanley, this inward arc, like a towering wall, completely enclosed all of Norwich's players inside. Hanley would not enter this wall as prey to be passively beaten. He needed to break the wall and completely liberate his teammates. In the 78th minute, Yaya Touré unleashed a highly threatening long-range shot from inside the box. Yaya Touré, as a midfielder, once scored over 20 goals in a single season. His offensive ability is unquestionable. Lee Yuan-Kue commented. In the 89th minute, Sterling drove at high speed down Norwich's left flank. This talented player, who had been nearly invisible throughout the match, suddenly burst into action. He forcefully squeezed past two Norwich defenders to break into the box near the byline. He delivered a highly dangerous cross. The Norwich box was in chaos, and David Silva's shot completely missed the ball. Martin's clearance only barely grazed the edge of the ball. Danger persisted. Finally, after 3 changes of possession, the ball was cleared out of the box by Norwich player Bazan. It then fell to Holohan's feet. This attack by the opponent sent a shiver down the spines of all Norwich fans. Their emotions were tossed up and down by the perilous situation in the box. However, Norwich's players were not about to let their fans off easily. After receiving the ball, Holohan quickly tapped it to Han Lee near the center circle. Norwich immediately launched a rapid counterattack. Han Lee angled his body to shield off Otamendi behind him. Then, with a slight turn as the ball arrived, neither of them touched the ball. The ball bypassed both and sped forward. The difference was that Han Lee's movements were seamlessly fluid, while the ball remained within his control. Otamendi, due to inertia, rushed straight past Han Lee's back. Otamendi's thought of replicating teammate Fernandinho's tactical foul vanished instantly. Han Lee's unpredictable style of play left him helpless. His pounding heart instantly plummeted. The cheers and shouts at Norwich's home ground rose by 2 decibels, but in Han Lee's mind, all was silent. Han Lee once again created a positional mismatch with his opponent. But this time it felt even more like a deft deflection of a 1,000-pound force. The moment he was beaten, Otamendi couldn't help but look up and sigh. In the second half, he had repeatedly sought to have his teammates double-team Han Lee. But whether it was his teammates' stupidity or Han Lee's cunning, many times Han Lee could create one-on-one opportunities in the attacking third. Beautiful. A brilliantly creative dummy and dribble pass. In the broadcast booth, Jean Jun's exclamation rang out. After gaining control of the ball, Han Lee did not attempt another dribble. This was a perfect counterattacking opportunity. A through ball. It passed between Kompany and Kolarov, rolling ahead of the fast-charging Redmond. The young Jamaican winger Redmond utilized his speed to the fullest. He instantly surpassed 2 defenders to create a one-on-one chance with the goalkeeper. What a chance! Jean Jun shouted. Without hesitation, a low-driven shot. But Hart reacted swiftly, diving sideways and tipping the ball out of the box with his fingertips. What a pity. Who would have thought that a team with a squad strength at the bottom of the Premier League could execute such a textbook counterattack? Han Lee's clever dummy was like the key to unlocking a lockbox, instantly opening up the scene. If not for Manchester City goalkeeper Hart's equally world-class save, this goal would have been inevitable. Wait. Norwich's attack continues. Jean Jun's summary was cut short. Redmond, who had missed the chance, no longer held his head in regret. He instantly threw himself back into the battle. Otamendi, who had failed in defense, barely had time to celebrate. His expression visibly turned grim, because Han Lee had brought the ball cleared out of the box under his control. Pack him. Shut him down. Goalkeeper Hart roared. You take the left, I'll take the right. Don't let this kid through. Kompany loudly directed Kolarov, his leadership as a defensive pillar instantly on display. Calm and composed, he deployed the optimal defensive strategy based on Han Lee's characteristics. Meanwhile, the chasing Otamendi charged in ferociously. With no path forward and no escape to the rear, Han Lee's only option was to square the ball to Redmond on the right flank. But in an instant, Han Lee discarded this harmless approach, because he spotted the gap between Kompany and Kolarov. Suddenly, Han Lee cast aside his muscle memory. His keen spatial awareness made him notice Kolarov's outstretched leg. The croqueta dribbling move instantly flashed into his mind. Han Lee quickly lowered his center of gravity. He raised his right foot, about to place it on the right side of the ball to push it. But Kolarov's foot came out faster than Han Lee expected. This slight timing gap gave Kolarov a chance to touch the ball first. This made Han Lee instantly change his plan. His moving right foot dropped immediately. He directly stamped the sole of his boot onto the ball. Then with his right foot, he quickly dragged the ball diagonally backward to the left. Kolarov's outstretched leg missed. At that moment, Kompany's right foot on the left side arrived in succession. The masterful step-over dribbling made Han Lee's footwork extremely rapid. The instant he pulled the ball back to his body, the inside of his left foot struck the ball. The ball, under force, instantly dodged Kompany's right foot and slipped into the gap between the two. Both players, having missed their consecutive attempts, grimaced in frustration. And after the ball successfully rolled out of their encirclement, Han Lee's legs instantly pushed off with force. At the same time, he raised his hands and pushed back against the two players. Using the leverage, he forcefully squeezed through along with the ball. But Han Lee's body became unsteady. Goalkeeper Hart saw an opportunity to rush forward and smother the ball. But he had only advanced halfway when Han Lee, despite his stumbling, managed a toe poke shot. Hart watched the ball hurtling low toward him. Realizing his own slightly parted feet, his heart sank. He quickly clamped his legs together, but it was too late. The ball Han Li had poked slipped right through his legs. Smack! The sound of Hart's two boots colliding drowned out the noise of the ball hitting the net. But it could not stop the ball from rolling into the goal. Goal! Magic! The stadium announcer at Carrow Road exploded the moment Han Li's shot found the back of the net. His voice was instantly drowned out by the deafening roar of the fans, their throats already raw with exertion. The entire stadium trembled violently, as if heralding the onset of an earthquake. Oh, my God! Ruud van Nistelrooy, seated in the stands, slapped his own cheeks with both hands to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. What a privilege it would be to coach a player like that. Antonio Conte remarked in awe. Goal! 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 In the Usher Sports Live studio, Jean Jun could only repeat those three words hoarsely. Han Li's performance had rendered his mind completely blank. He couldn't find the words, no matter how eloquent, to describe the sheer impact of that goal. Han Li, the scorer of the winning goal, was already sprinting wildly, his shirt torn off. It wasn't just a celebration of the goal, but a celebration of his dedication finally paying off. Though the outcome differed slightly from his envisioned plan, a profound sense of fulfillment filled his heart. This was his most frenzied celebration yet, and this goal was worthy of it. As his teammates piled on one by one, Han Li found himself crushed at the very bottom of the dogpile. His hair was ruffled mercilessly by his ecstatic teammates. The Manchester City players were collectively silent, their gazes tinged with complex emotions. They knew they would be plastered across the back pages of every major newspaper tomorrow, wearing expressions of utter despair. And this obscure dragonborn lad would be soaring to fame, standing triumphantly on their shoulders. Fernando, why are you always behind Han Li? You're a defensive midfielder. You should be supporting me, not running around aimlessly. Otamendi, now back in his own half, finally vented his frustration at Fernandinho. Fernandinho's lips curled downwards, and he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He didn't voice a rebuttal, but inwardly he scoffed. Wasn't it you who boasted before the match that no support was needed to handle Han Li? And now he's blaming me. But how on earth did that guy Han Li manage it? I thought I had my eyes on him most of the time. Clearly it wasn't that Fernandinho was unwilling to help Otamendi. It was that Han Li moved like a phantom, constantly slipping out of his line of sight. Alexander Kolarov, who had successfully contained Han Li in the first half, was now feeling miserable. Due to his slower recovery pace, Pellegrini had specifically limited his forward runs in the second half. Little did he expect to become the backdrop for Han Li's spectacular performance. His expression slightly dazed, he murmured, "So this is the result of his final attempt. What's the use of saying that now? Focus on these last few minutes. I don't want to be trending on social media tomorrow." Manchester City captain Vincent Kompany roared at his seemingly disheartened teammates. Watching Han Li emerge from the embrace of his teammates, Kevin De Bruyne clicked his tongue. Two thoughts involuntarily surfaced in his mind. How did he dare? And how did he manage it? By this time, Jean Jun had finally regained his composure. His delayed commentary sprayed out like a machine gun towards the fans, fervently discussing the match in the live stream. Look at this unbelievable goal from Han Li. It started with that exquisite dummy followed by an incredibly intelligent through ball. Although Raymond didn't convert the chance, we, the audience, should thank him. Without his miss, we wouldn't have witnessed Han Li's subsequent breathtaking piece of brilliance. Manchester City's defense had clearly done their utmost. But who would have thought Han Li would produce such a genius moment? From the drag back to the flick to the change of direction, and finally threading himself and the ball through the narrow gap between two City defenders. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye, yet it compels you to want to dissect every single frame. I've only ever seen such mesmerizing dribbling moves from South American players. Never thought I'd see a Dragonborn pull it off. Are you thinking of Neymar's famous moment? But I think Han Li's version required even greater skill. I'd like to ask, how does he manage to stay on his feet after pulling off a move like that? Look at Hart's stunned expression. After getting nutmegged twice, he actually took his frustration out on the ball boy. How embarrassing. Understandable. Hart is known for his hot temper, and the home ball boy was taking his sweet time giving him the ball. Is this the advantage of playing at home? Take a look at Manchester City's manager Manuel Pellegrini. His expression has finally changed. This manager, dubbed the engineer by the media, might well be facing his first league defeat of the season. Jean Jun provided the commentary as the camera cut to Pellegrini on the touchline. No one noticed that Pellegrini's hands tucked into his pockets were trembling ever so slightly. These subtle movements betrayed the fact that he was not as calm as he outwardly appeared. Ultimately, fate did not grant Manchester City a chance to stage a comeback. As the referee's final whistle blew, Norwich City had overturned the visiting Manchester City with a score of 2-1. Unsurprisingly, Han Li was awarded the man of the match. Manchester City's star striker Sergio Aguero even took the initiative to seek out Han Li to exchange jerseys. It was evident that Han Li's performance that day had left a deep impression on the Argentine forward. After the match, Han Li once again encountered Ruud van Nistelrooy in the narrow players' tunnel. Han Li, that was a phenomenal performance. Van Nistelrooy's first words were unreserved praise for Han Li. Huh. The feeling of this match was truly fantastic. Perhaps I will remember it forever. Han Li's reply was sincere and without pretense. I know exactly what you mean. Van Nistelrooy paused for a moment before continuing. This match also showed me the savior of the Dutch national team. Han Lee understood Van Nistelrooy's implication immediately, but he wasn't opposed to it. Van Nistelrooy then looked at Han Lee with immense anticipation in his eyes. Now I sincerely invite you to join us and fight together for a place in the European Championship. After saying this, a wave of anxiety washed over Van Nistelrooy. He was truly afraid Han Lee would utter a refusal. I would be delighted to. Han Lee's reply was brief, but it seemed to Van Nistelrooy that the lights in the corridor had brightened. He didn't notify the Dutch head coach Danny Blind first, because Van Nistelrooy believed that a player of Han Lee's caliber would secure a starting spot anywhere he went, and Blind would surely be equally impressed. Well, except for that foolish Italian national team. Van Nistelrooy cursed inwardly. The next day, just as the Manchester City players had predicted, their photos appeared on the front pages of major media outlets. And in the background of those photos was the Dragonborn lad sprinting with his shirt off. This time the media voluntarily made the match report their front page headline. The buzz even surpassed the hype of the Liverpool versus Manchester United clash. It was the first time Han Lee was truly showcased to the vast European footballing system. Meanwhile, back at the training ground, Han Lee was examining his system interface. The newly unlocked Neymar drag-back step-over skill tome has directly reached the intermediate stage. It seems that for tomes I comprehend myself, the system grades them based on my proficiency. Han Lee analyzed silently. And it can also be synchronized and lit up directly with the tomes in the system, which is indeed a nice feature. But opportunities to comprehend skills on my own like this are rare and hard to come by. I wonder if I'll ever encounter another one. Han Lee directed his gaze to the lower section of Neymar's La Croqueta illustration. The iconic Barcelona blue shorts emblazoned with the number 11 came into view, accompanied by the timeline notation 14 to 15. It was the first time Han Lee had unlocked an illustration so close to the current timeline, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. That's Neymar from last season, isn't it? After a moment, Han Lee's gaze shifted to the left of Neymar's La Croqueta illustration. There only the lower legs of Nedved's Iron Man illustration were visible. This particular illustration was crucial for Han Lee to maintain his physical well-being through consecutive high-intensity matches. As such, he placed immense importance on it. Unlocking an illustration requires raising its luminosity to 100. Nedved's Iron Man illustration has 3 skills in total, so if distributed evenly, fully awakening and integrating one skill would require roughly 33. 3 illustration luminosity. Han Lee began to calculate silently in his mind. With that thought, he checked the current luminosity of Nedved's Iron Man illustration. If my guess is correct, after a few more days of training, I'll be able to upgrade Nedved's Iron Man illustration to the intermediate level. Of course, that's assuming the system plays fair and doesn't require 100 luminosity for each individual skill. Withdrawing his consciousness from the system interface, Han Lee couldn't help but quicken his training pace. He was genuinely eager to discover what changes would occur in his body upon awakening the Iron Bone skill. In the head coach's office on the second floor of Norwich's training ground, Neil was preparing the tactical plan for the team's upcoming match. Neil was troubled as the team faced a grueling schedule of 2 matches within 7 days before the international break commenced once more. As the team's current undisputed core player, Han Lee had already played 8 consecutive matches, including preseason friendlies. Under normal circumstances, a Premier League player should be rested after every 5 matches to ensure adequate time for physical recovery. Yet Han Lee had not only played 8 straight matches, but had also completed the full 90 minutes in each one. Neil was deeply concerned about Han Lee's physical condition and wanted to give him a rest in the upcoming League Cup match against West Brom. However, given the team's heavy reliance on Han Lee, Neil also worried that without him the team might very well see their League Cup journey come to an abrupt end. After all, West Brom was not a team to be underestimated in the Premier League. Troubled, Neil rubbed his temples, set down his work, rose from his chair, and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire training ground. Upon reaching the window, just as he was about to stretch, Neil's eyes lit up, followed by a wry smile. He spotted Han Lee deeply engrossed in training on the pitch. Here I am worrying about his physical state, and yet looking at the intensity of his training right now, there's not a single sign of fatigue. In the end, Neil decided to personally ask Han Lee for his thoughts. At that moment, Han Lee was relentlessly practicing continuous headers within the penalty area. Compared to his other offensive attributes, Han Lee's heading ability was slightly weaker. The one providing the crosses for Han Lee was Norwich's assistant coach Pike. Suddenly, Pike's service came to a halt. Han Lee turned his head in confusion towards Pike, whose voice quickly followed. Han, take a break from training, the boss wants to see you. Hearing this, Han Lee turned in the direction Pike pointed, and indeed saw Neil waving him over from not too far away. Without hesitation, albeit with a hint of curiosity, Han Lee followed Neil into the depths of the training facility. Once they found seats and sat down, Neil spoke up. Han, it's nothing major, I just wanted to see how you feel about being rested. Coach, you want me to sit out the next match? Han Lee, having a good idea of Neil's intention, asked directly. That's the thought, which is why I'm asking for your opinion. Coach, I feel great right now. I don't think it's time for me to rest yet. Han Li considered his iron bone skill, which was close to reaching the intermediate level, and replied with an easy smile. Upon hearing Han Li's stance, Neil felt a secret wave of relief wash over him. And what about your body? Perhaps we should have the medical department assess you. I'd rather not. I don't think I'm that fragile. Thinking about the time a full physical assessment would take, Han Li directly declined the suggestion. Seeing Neil's lingering hesitation, Han Li continued, "But coach, if you're really not at ease, I could be on the bench for the next match." Han Li's words made Neil's eyes light up instantly. Why didn't I think of that? This way, if the match went smoothly, Han Li could rest on the bench. And if the match proved difficult, he could always bring Han Li on to help the team. With this in mind, Neil quickly said, Yes. I can't believe I forgot about that. Neil's expression instantly became more relaxed. All right, then it's settled. For the League Cup match against West Brom, you'll be keeping the water bottle company, okay? Haha, no problem. Who hasn't been a water bottle manager at some point? Seeing Neil making jokes, Han Li responded with a playful remark of his own. Zeiss Training Complex, Netherlands. With the Dutch national team having squandered their chance for automatic qualification for the European Championship finals early on, they were forced to pin their hopes on securing a playoff spot. Consequently, the entire training complex seemed shrouded in a dark cloud, feeling somewhat oppressive. Is he really as impressive as you say? I didn't think it looked that exaggerated on the video. Marco, we've known each other for years. Do you really think I'm someone who just makes things up? Ruud van Nistelrooy looked at his senior Marco van Basten and said helplessly. Van Basten, a legendary figure of Dutch football and the leader of the famed Three Musketeers. Widely regarded by the outside world as the most complete striker in football history, he was now also serving as an assistant coach for the Dutch national team. You two stop arguing. There's still a round of Premier League matches before we send out the call-up fax. I'll go and scout him in person then. Besides, Ruud has already spoken to Han Li beforehand, so we don't need to worry about another national team swooping in. Guus Hiddink, the head coach of the Dutch national team, interjected, cutting off the conversation between Van Basten and Van Nistelrooy. Another national team? Guus, are you talking about Italy? A trace of scorn appeared on Van Nistelrooy's face as he continued, There's no need to worry about them at all. They already burned their bridges with Han Li. Surely they wouldn't have the nerve to come crawling back. Just as Van Nistelrooy's words faded, Hiddink let out a hearty laugh and quickly added, Ruud, you're too naive. The root cause of Italy's falling out with Han Li was primarily political. I hear that relations between the Dragon and Italian nations have thawed. If Han Li's performances are truly this outstanding, do you honestly believe they will just give up? After all, for an Italy that failed to qualify early, the final 2 rounds of matches are absolutely crucial. Compared to that, a little bit of pride means nothing. Besides, Han Li is just a 17-year-old kid. It wouldn't be easy for him to resist some major temptations. Despite Hiddink's explanation, Ruud van Nistelrooy remained unconvinced. Regardless of whether the Italian national team would even consider calling up Han Li again, even if they did, would Han Li even go back? Based on his own understanding of Han Li, the possibility was virtually non-existent. I'll go too. At that moment, Marco van Basten, who had remained silent for a while, spoke up. The capricious English weather was one of the major obstacles hindering Han Li's progress. As nightfall approached, Norwich was once again drenched in rain. Fortunately, Han Li had nearly completed his training regimen for the day. After a brief session in the drizzle, he got into Lopez's car and headed home. Stepping into the 2-bedroom apartment, Han Li felt a hint of homey warmth. Let's eat while it's still hot, Lopez said, having prepared the meal before picking Han Li up. The two sat down at the dining table and began their meal. By the way, Han Li, there are 2 things I need to discuss with you. Lopez spoke while eating. Yeah, go ahead, uncle, Han Li replied, without pausing, as conversing during meals had long become a norm between them. First, it's about renewing your contract with Norwich. Their director Jack approached me today, saying they're preparing a raise for you. It might be finalized after the international break. They're giving me a heads up now, probably to gauge your interest in staying. Lopez paused, observing Han Li's reaction, but he remained composed. In truth, Han Li had anticipated the club's proactive move regarding his contract. Given his current performance, it would have been surprising if there were no such talks. Moreover, since Han Li didn't have an agent yet, it was only natural for the club to initiate the process. Well, it depends on their sincerity. If the offer is good enough, I'd be happy to stay. Han Li looked at Lopez with a smile returning to his face. What's the second thing, Uncle A? Han Li's composed demeanor earned him even Lopez's admiration. The second thing is about an agent. This afternoon I got a call from someone claiming to be Mendes. This caught Han Li off guard. Had he already attracted the attention of a football agent giant? But recalling Raiola's earlier approach, Han Li understood. Back then he had only just played a couple of Premier League matches. Mendes, the one known as the marketing king of football. None other. But I managed to put him off for now, just to hear your thoughts first. Lopez glanced at Han Li and continued. However, you really should get an agent. With your growing influence, there are things I can't handle alone anymore. Han Li agreed with Lopez's advice. After all, professional matters are best left to professionals. His eyes narrowed slightly as a new idea formed in his mind. Could he use the club's contract offer as leverage to select an agent? So Han Li said to Lopez, let's hold off for now. Tell them I'm focused on club matches, and we'll discuss it after the international break. Lopez didn't know what Hanley was thinking, but since Hanley had made his decision, he wouldn't question it. He never interfered too much with Hanley's choices. Oh, by the way, uncle, the Dutch national team has invited me, Hanley mentioned, prompted by Lopez's talk of the international break. Lopez paused his knife and fork freezing midair before forcing a smile. That's great news. Clearly he still harbored resentment towards the Italian national team's decision. 2 days later, Hanley finally elevated the Iron Bone skill from Nedved's Iron Man Codex to the intermediate level. As Hanley had suspected, each skill in the Codex accounted for roughly 33 of its total completion. After the advancement, Hanley didn't notice any immediate changes. He moved his body in various ways to test it. He found that his flexibility had noticeably improved. For instance, at his height of 188 centimeters, he could previously only touch the ground with his fingertips during a standing forward bend. But just now he could easily press his entire palms flat on the floor with room to spare. For now, that was the only change he'd noticed. The other effects of Iron Bones would have to be discovered through practice. Or perhaps the system would provide explanations once the skills were fully awakened and integrated. Additionally, Hanley noticed his injury resistance attribute had risen to 86. The day was almost over. Tomorrow was Norwich's EFL Cup match against West Brom. Though Hanley was slated as a substitute, he still had to attend the team's tactical meeting. As the Norwich players gathered, Neil's pre-tactical ritual began, watching replays of the opponent's matches. Then came the overall team tactics, attacking strategies, defensive setups, and individual player instructions. The next evening at 8 p.m., which was 3 a.m. in China. Despite the late hour, some fans were buzzing with excitement. Wang Bushu, a streamer on a live streaming site, was a prime example. Brothers, the EFL Cup match is about to start. If you haven't joined us yet, hurry up. Since I firmly back Lee, I've rarely been wrong. My success rate is as high as 85. So don't hesitate, brothers. Click the link in the top left corner and add my WeChat. You won't regret it. With no official EFL Cup broadcast rights in China, many fans flocked to this website. Previously, only hardcore bettors would stay up late to watch such matches. But ever since Hanley's stellar performances in the Premier League, his fame had grown back home. So many fans eager to watch him play didn't mind the late hours or the stream's quality. They all joined the stream, making Wang Bushu's channel a mixed bag of viewers. That's right. I used to lose every time I followed this streamer, but ever since Hanley appeared, I've won every time. How much do you get per comment? Let's all make money together. Believe it or not, I'm sticking with him. Can you gamblers just get lost? Exactly, can't even watch a match in peace. Wait, aren't you getting it wrong? This is our turf. Why should we leave? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Wang Bushu, watching the explosive barrage of comments, grinned from ear to ear. Alright, let's stop arguing. No matter what kind of fan you are, we all support one personally. Streamer, don't you know? Hanley is a substitute for this match. What did you say? Impossible. With Lee's skills, how could he be a substitute? Unless the Norwich manager has lost his mind. Ever since he saw that comment in the live stream, Wang Busho felt as if a thread was coiled around his heart, a harbinger of ill fortune. As the Norwich players filed onto the pitch one by one, hope began to swell within him. But when the 11th player walked past, his world came crashing down. Damn it. What the hell is Neil playing at? He screwed me over. Damn. I stayed up all night just for Hanley, and he's not even playing. I'm going to bed. Pulley's the West Brom manager was feeling the same despair as Wang Busho. Knowing this would be a tough match, he had deployed his strongest lineup. Aware of Hanley's prowess, he had devised elaborate tactical plans specifically to counter him, even willing to sacrifice the team's long-established playing style. Yet now all he saw was Hanley lounging on the bench in a substitute's bib, chatting and laughing with his teammates. Pulley's gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Norwich's manager, Neil, only to find the man smirking back at him with a knowing, meaningful look. That sly, cunning old fox. Pulley's fury was justified, as he had received no prior intel about Hanley being benched. He had been completely deceived by Neil's smokescreen and was now scrambling for adjustments. Unbeknownst to him, Neil had clamped down on all information immediately after his discussion with Hanley. Given the reputation Hanley had built, few teams outside the top-tier clubs would neglect to devise specific tactics against him. Neil had exploited this information asymmetry, turning the tables on his opponent. Amusingly, this smokescreen fooled not only the opposition, but also left the Norwich fans in the stands utterly bewildered. Where's Hanley? I can't see him. Why is Hanley on the bench? He's been playing nonstop lately, some rest is normal. But can we really manage without him? West Brom stunned Tottenham last match. As the fans debated, West Brom was no pushover. In their previous Premier League outing, they had held Pochettino's Tottenham to a draw. Tottenham were in scorching form this season, having brought in stellar players like Kane, Alderweireld, Dele Alli, and Son Heung-min. Their ambitions were now firmly set on challenging for the title, with Kane already the heavy favorite for the Golden Boot. This underscored just how impressive West Brom's draw against them was. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, gradually drowning out the murmurs of the crowd, with both teams favoring a counter-attacking style. The opening exchanges were rather drab. As the game progressed, however, it didn't unfold as Neil had envisioned. His smokescreen seemed to have little effect as West Brom surprisingly became the team to settle into the match first. In the 12th minute, West Brom won back possession and launched a counter. Gnabry, their 20-year-old left winger, surged forward with the ball carving through the Norwich defense with ease. After cutting inside, he unleashed a shot that nearly breached Norwich's goal. That kid with the afro is fast. Houlihan, also on the bench today, let out an exclamation. Hanley, unaccustomed to bench duty, nodded in deep agreement. Among all the speedsters he had encountered, this afro-haired player ranked highly, matching Maine's pace. What country is he from? Anticipating his own potential national team call-up, Hanley had begun to take note of impressive players. I think he's German, not too sure. Houlihan replied vaguely. German. Germany is that strong now. They just won the World Cup, and they still have stars like Muller and Kroos in their prime. Even though the Flying God Klose retired from the national team after the World Cup, talents like Götze have emerged to fill the void. Not to mention young prodigies with immense potential on the pitch right now. Could Germany break the World Cup curse in 2.5 years? Hanley mused silently. This young lad Gnabry is quite something. I see shades of Robin. How about coming to Bayern to inherit his legacy? Dream on. Bayern only poaches from other Bundesliga teams. Come to Arsenal instead, you'll be the king of London in no time. Damn it. Mbokani, get up there and receive the ball. Neil shouted frantically from the touchline as his team got increasingly pinned back. After yelling, Neil couldn't help but yearn for the reassurance Hanley brought to the attack. With Hanley, that ball would have been controlled and kept. Mbokani, the substitute striker Neil was berating, had been replaced in the starting lineup by Hanley. His opportunities had become scarce since Hanley's arrival. He had hoped to make the most of this rare start, but the opposing defenders proved relentless, denying him a single threatening shot all game. Seeing Neil's displeased expression only fueled his frustration. Hanley, observing everything, noted from Mbokani's failure to control a pass that he waited too long for the ball. If he had attacked the pass, he likely would have received it cleanly. The second reason was evident. West Brom's center-back was a classic destroyer, quick to pounce and swift with his tackles. Playing too passively against such a defender would be a struggle. Han, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Just lost in thought. Snapped back to reality by Houlihan, Hanley refocused on the pitch. In the 20th minute, Norwich finally carved out a counter-attacking opportunity. Graham, their other striker from Jamaica, sprinted forward with the ball. He drove into the West Brom half, but opted to keep dribbling instead of passing to the better positioned Mbokani. He then inexplicably ran the ball out of play. Bloody hell. That was a golden chance. Why didn't you pass? Mbokani's pin-up frustration finally boiled over. And if I had passed, would you have scored? Graham shot back defiantly. Watching his two players argue, Neil shook his head in dismay. He glanced at the stoic Hanley on the bench, regretting his decision to let him sit out. He muttered in exasperation, useless both of them. Together they're not worth half of Hanley's contribution. He then whispered to himself, if Hanley were on the pitch, he would have made that pass. If Hanley were on the pitch, he would have consoled his teammate after a missed chance. Though far away on the bench, Hanley caught wind of Neil's murmurs, feeling a bit surprised. Am I really held in such high regard by the coach? And have I ever consoled anyone? Still, Graham really should have released the ball earlier. Although Graham was fast, the opposing left-back was equally quick. Moreover, that defender was clearly left-footed. Trying to beat him down his strong side was basically suicide. During matches, Hanley often found himself lost in such tactical analysis, and being a spectator on the bench only amplified this habit. Unfortunately, his teammates lacked this foresight, and Neil's blood pressure continued to climb. He seemed to have a peculiar affinity for Jamaican players aside from the starting winger Redmond. Both Graham and Bennett on the pitch hailed from Jamaica. But these two Jamaicans failed to repay his faith. In the 38th minute, Bennett attempted a solo run in midfield, but was easily dispossessed. West Brom swiftly countered. Once again, it was Gnabry receiving the ball and sprinting to the byline. His cross found Lambert, the West Brom striker, who arrived with perfect timing to power a header into the net. West Brom broke the deadlock, making it 1-0. This time it wasn't just Neil. Even the home fans were growing restless. In their eyes, the old familiar Norwich had returned. FCK, who do you think you are, Hanley? How dare you try that? Even Hanley wouldn't dribble through the middle that often. All they do is hoof the ball long. It's pathetic. Back in the live stream, Wong Busho was fuming. Neil, please, for the love of God, bring Hanley back. In truth, the Norwich players weren't playing terribly. It was Hanley who had created an illusion for everyone that the ball should be played the way he played it. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. West Brom's goal came in the 38th minute of the first half. In the remaining minutes of the first half, neither side managed to score again, and the match entered the halftime break. As the players left the pitch, West Brom's manager Pulis cast his gaze towards Neil. His eyes bore a striking resemblance to Neil's from the very beginning of the match. Unlike the gnashing of teeth at the start of the game, he now genuinely had to thank Neil. The old fox has capsized in the ditch. Walking back to the dressing room, Pulis let out a yell of ambiguous meaning. Neil was seething with anger, but he couldn't find the words to retort. In the end, he could only look towards Han Li. Han, warm up. You don't need to return to the dressing room. Just as Han Li was getting up to follow his teammates back, Neil's voice reached him. All right, coach, Han Li agreed readily. It was clear Neil intended for him to come on as a substitute right at the start of the second half. Coach, what about me? Houlihan, seeing Han Li get his chance, was also eager. Coming on immediately after halftime was a rare occurrence, and clearly Houlihan didn't have that privilege. You? No rush, go back to the dressing room and listen to the tactics first. As Han Li appeared on the sidelines in his substitute's vest and began to warm up, the stands behind the substitute bench erupted in cheers. Huh, what's happening over there? Whoa, it's Han Li. He's warming up. As Han Li's figure appeared on the stadium's big screen, the cheers swelled to fill the entire ground. While Han Li warmed up, the halftime interval quickly elapsed, and players began to take the field again. Having fully warmed up, Han Li joined the rest of the Norwich team. The player he replaced was Graban. Meanwhile, the live stream online had returned to the live broadcast feed. When Wang Busho spotted Han Li at the back of the team, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then shouted, Han Li. It's Li Gu. Woo-woo. Li Gu is finally on the pitch. Neil, you finally did something right. The viewers in the live stream chat were also buzzing with excitement. What? Han Li is on. I need to go take a quick piss, don't want to miss the highlights. Wait for me upstairs. I need to go take a massive dump. Great. It's Han Li, we are saved. The fans were eagerly anticipating Han Li's appearance, while the reactions from the coaches and players on the field were mixed. The Norwich players finally breathed a sigh of relief, who unknowingly they had developed a Han Li dependency. The West Brom players, on the other hand, were curious. So this is the Dragon King kid who's been making waves in the Premier League lately. Apart from being handsome, he doesn't seem all that special. West Brom manager Pulis crossed his arms, looking at Han Li with a hint of gravity in his brow. I hope my defensive tactics hold up. If we can just hold on for these 45 minutes, we'll advance. Beep. The whistle to restart the game brought everyone's thoughts back to reality. Norwich lined up in a 4-4-2 formation. This was also the formation they frequently used before Han Li joined the club. Their attacks relied on a classic big man fast man strike partnership up front, supported by wingbacks overlapping and delivering crosses. It was a typical English style with a somewhat one-dimensional approach. 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Han Li's presence had noticeably made Norwich's attacking play much smoother. After observing for those 8 minutes, Han Li noticed a particular trait in West Brom's left side of the defense. Their left center-back Olsen was right-footed. This wasn't particularly surprising, as even top clubs struggle to find suitable left-footed center-backs. Not to mention West Brom, a team considered whipping boys. However, that wasn't the main point Han Li focused on. During the first half on the bench, he had already analyzed the technical characteristics of West Brom's left-back Bocchincelli. Now combining the two, he had a rough understanding of their defensive tactics on the left flank, prevent the byline run, block the inside cut. As for why they didn't fear crosses, it was because their two center-backs were both over 190 centimeters tall. They weren't particularly worried about aerial bombardment from the flanks, which was why Norwich's attacks had been so ineffective in the first half. With a playing style that was already one-dimensional and easily countered by the opponent, it's no wonder their attack was stifled. Having familiarized himself with the opponent's left side defense, Han Li began to actively operate down West Brom's left, which was Norwich's attacking right flank. In the 58th minute, Norwich launched a patient build-up attack. Norwich's right-back Wisdom played a 1-2 with Bennett, and then overlapped down West Brom's left flank. In the first half, Wisdom would have immediately lofted the ball into the middle, only to watch it headed clear by their two tall center-backs. He had also tried to pass the ball to Graban, but whether Graban tried to go to the byline or cut inside, he was firmly contained by the opposition. Forced crosses were his only resort. But things were different now, because he spotted Han Li diagonally behind him, actively coming to receive the ball. As soon as Han Li received Wisdom's pass, West Brom's left-back Bocchincelli closed him down. Seeing Han Li seemingly preparing to dribble and head for the byline, Bocchincelli sneered inwardly. He thought, so this is the supposed star they brought on. Just another guy who only knows how to mindlessly run to the byline, huh? Han Li, however, paid no heed to his assessment, nor did he care to know it. Han Li's intention to break down the byline was merely a feint to the east. His real aim was to attack the west. As his right foot lifted, hovered over the ball, and then moved towards the byline. Bocchincelli's center of gravity began to shift accordingly. Now, Han Li's moving right foot suddenly accelerated. It then quickly moved back and descended. As his right foot returned to the ball's position, the sole of his boot seamlessly made contact with the ball. The transition between movements was fluid without a hint of hesitation. Han Li shifted his weight to the left. Then, following his body's momentum, he dragged the ball back with his right foot. His left foot immediately knocked the ball horizontally. Finally realizing what had happened, Bocchincelli knew he had been duped by this youngster. But his left foot was already committed. In desperation, he could only clumsily stab his right foot backwards. However, Han Li's drag-back, La Croqueta maneuver skillfully guided the ball along a sharp angular path. Just as Bocchincelli's right foot was halfway through its desperate lunge, the ball had already reached the apex of the angle. Bocconcelli only felt a slight breeze rush past him. By the time he turned his head, Han Li was already gone. Magic Han, the stadium announcer's voice echoed with a prolonged cry. A huge roar of approval instantly erupted from Cairo Road. However, Han Li's show wasn't over yet. After completing the dribble, he looked up to survey the situation. None of his teammates were in a suitable position for a pass. West Brom's center-back Olsen was positioned between his teammate Mbokani and himself. Bennett was tightly marked by their number 8. In a split second, Han Li decided to take matters into his own hands. Having beaten his man, he drove forward with the ball cutting inside. At this moment, West Brom's center-back Olsen stepped up to meet him. Han Li's earlier observation of Olsen now proved useful. His plan shifted from feint east attack west to feint west attack east. Olsen's instinctive thought was to defend against the inside cut. However, with Bocconcelli's earlier mistake as a cautionary tale, he didn't dare focus entirely on stopping the cut inside. So he could only lean his body slightly more to the left, preparing for a potential repeat of Han Li's previous trick. Yet it was precisely this hesitation that gave Han Li the opening he needed. Han Li seized the perfect moment. The instant Olsen shifted his weight, he executed Neymar's signature, La Croqueta drag back. But this time the order of his feet was reversed. His left foot initiated the drag back. His right foot followed up with the knock. Being a right-footed center-back, Olsen instinctively stuck out his right leg, instead of his left leg, which was closer to Han Li's body. This was the instinctive reaction of a player's dominant foot in a moment of panic. By the time Olsen's right foot reached the anticipated spot, Han Li was already long gone. Damn it, cursed the West Brom goalkeeper as he watched Olsen lunge at thin air. He felt his hair stand on end. Bursting into the penalty area, the passive skill king of the 6-yard box activated instantly. His shooting stats surged to 96. The roar of Cairo Road abruptly ceased, replaced by a collective sharp intake of breath. With a gentle push of the ball, it slid perfectly into the near corner. The West Brom goalkeeper was helpless. In this attack, the two Neymar-style La Croqueta dragbacks had beautifully formed an S-shaped dribbling path. The two West Brom defenders, along with the S shape, inadvertently formed a Taiji diagram. And Han Li was the orchestrator, the one moving freely within the diagram. Having trapped the two defenders in his 8-trigram formation, Han Li delivered the final unchallenged strike. Ding. 8-trigram breakthrough. Delicate push shot. Nedved Ironman profile 6. Just 13 minutes into the second half, Han Li not only transformed Norwich's stagnant attack, but also found the equalizer at a perfect moment. At the 58th minute, players' stamina had dipped and their minds were slightly fatigued, yet they could still maintain a steady run and keep their thoughts clear. In other words, there was still ample time to turn things around. This time, however, Han Li, who had helped the team survive, didn't seem as fervently hungry for victory as he had against Leicester City. He charged towards the corner flag with his trademark knee slide. It wasn't that Han Li didn't want to save time and hasten the restart. Rather, he felt there was still plenty of time left in the match. His celebration not only expressed his own elation at scoring, but also served to release the pent-up frustration that Norwich players and fans had endured throughout the first half. For instance, the die-hard fans in the stands, upon seeing Han Li sliding towards them, leaned forward as far as their bodies would allow, almost tumbling onto the Cairo Road pitch. They desperately wished they could rush onto the field and embrace Han Li, sharing the inexpressible joy of the moment. They roared and screamed, their thunderous voices cascading onto the pitch, seeping into the turf, and reaching the very core of Han Li's being. And then there were his Norwich teammates surrounding him, celebrating together. Each of them wore a smile so genuine, so full of relief. Han Li's arrival on the pitch gave them a sense of security, and his goal allowed their emotions to erupt completely. Han, you moved like a street dancer just now. Oh, I was worried your own feet might get tangled. Norwich captain Howson said, patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li pointed at his feet. Captain, you're not wrong. I nearly tripped over my own left foot with my right, but luckily my right foot dodged just in time. Wisdom, who had provided the assist for Han Li, chimed in. You know, Han, I just casually knocked the ball back, and suddenly my career assists went up by 1. It's too easy. Haha. And your pass added a goal to my tally. Han Li gestured with his hands, though the process seemed a bit more complicated than your assist. Even Mbokani, the former Norwich starting striker who had been gradually pushed down the pecking order by Han Li, joined in the light-hearted banter. Oh. My God. I guess I should start looking for a new club. Competing for a spot with a freak like you is unimaginable. Han Li feigned a surprised expression. Well, being able to compete with a freak like me means you're pretty good yourself. Ha ha ha. Han Li's philosophy was simple. If time permits, seize the moment to enjoy. As if time is running out, fight like a demon. Of course, this applied only to situations on the pitch when the score was level. One team's joy is another's sorrow. West Brom's players grew increasingly frustrated watching their opponents celebrate so unabashedly. Olsen, who had been humiliated by Han Li, spat out, "Damn it. Are these guys ever going to stop? Are they planning to celebrate until the final whistle?" Exactly. And what's the referee doing? Why isn't he hurrying them along? Pacognally, the West Brom left back, who had also failed to contain Han Li, was equally exasperated. However, his complaint seemed to catch the referee's attention. The referee turned, pointed at his wristwatch, and looked directly at Pocognoli. It was as if he was saying, "Stop your complaining. I know what I'm doing, I'll add on the time if needed." Finally, the Norwich players made their way back to their own half. Even though it was just an equalizer, the expressions on their faces were a complete reversal from the first half. The players gradually calmed down, but the fans were still in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in a live stream room on a Chinese website, the excited host Wang Busho jumped straight onto his gaming chair. "Hanli, you're my brother. I'm begging you, score another one. Score one more, and you're my grandfather." The fans in the live stream chat were sharply divided. The casual viewers, like the host Wang Bushu, were either praying to gods or randomly claiming relatives from fathers to grandfathers to ancestors. Meanwhile, the more serious football fans were immersed in Han Li's brilliant dribbling and goal, discussing fervently in the comment section. Taking a bathroom break early was a wise choice. I was about to fall asleep, but that goal instantly woke me up. When Han Li made that first feint, I thought he was really heading for the byline, lol. That dribble move was even cooler than Ronaldo's pendulum. Upstairs, is it possible Han Li also knows the pendulum? Right, we haven't seen him use it in a while. Is he afraid of injury? Ronaldo wrecked his knee doing that pendulum. I think it's wise of Han Li not to use it. I still think the pendulum looks cooler. Watch the replay, look at Han Li's technique, absolutely explosive. The fans still had boundless enthusiasm and comments to share. But as the match was about to resume, they had to refocus their attention on the game. Hey, Dawson. Seeing the players back in position, West Brom's head coach Pulis shouted loudly. Dawson was West Brom's captain on the pitch, and conveying the coach's tactics was one of his duties. As soon as Pulis spoke, Dawson turned his gaze towards the substitutes bench. Pulis made a gesture of covering his eyes with both hands, and Dawson responded with an okay sign. Then he turned back to his teammates. "Listen up, everyone. For the rest of the game, the coach wants us to execute the invisibility tactic." Dawson's voice was loud, seemingly unconcerned that the Norwich players might hear and render the tactic useless before it was even deployed. However, the Norwich players couldn't understand a word. Even Han Li looked completely baffled. The invisibility tactic. Never heard of it. The West Brom players who were supposed to execute it also seemed somewhat resistant to the idea. They looked towards Han Li. Do we really have to go that far for this kid? But recalling Han Li's brilliant dribble and goal, they reluctantly accepted the tactic. Sigh. Let's just follow the coach's orders. Dragging this to a penalty shootout wouldn't be a bad outcome. Norwich's head coach Neil also found himself looking towards Pulis. What is this old fox planning? Clearly, even Neil, the opposing coach, had no idea what West Brom's invisibility tactic entailed. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. The dynamics on the pitch shifted rapidly as West Brom's players gradually adopted a style of play completely different from the first 60 minutes. Their formation began to drop deeper, but they maintained their width. 3 minutes after the restart, Neil noticed the change in their shape. Norwich's coach Neil noticed some clues. Is Pulis playing with 3 defensive midfielders? Before Norwich's equalizer, West Brom had been set up in a 4-3-3 formation. Now, with the 3 midfielders dropping deep and the 2 wingers tucking in as wingbacks, their formation had shifted to a 4-3-2-1, a variation of the classic bus parking 4-5-1. But even now, Neil couldn't figure out where the invisibility in the invisibility tactic lay. Could it mean making Han Li disappear? Another 10 minutes passed, and the game clock hit the 71st minute. Norwich's manager Neil was now fuming. By now, he had a rough idea of the opponent's intentions. However, it was his first time encountering such a tactic, and he wasn't quite sure how to counter it. This approach does seem to limit Han Li's effectiveness. Neil shifted his gaze back to the pitch, but is sacrificing so much attacking threat really worth it? Let's see how it plays out for now. If it really doesn't work, settling it via a penalty shootout is also acceptable. Han Li, standing at the heart of the battlefield, found himself in a rather dire predicament. He glanced around and muttered, "So this invisibility tactic means treating me as if I don't exist." Han Li's notion of non-existence didn't imply that West Brom's players thought, as long as I pretend you don't exist, you can't harm me. If that were the case, it would be a bit too idealistic. In the eyes of West Brom's manager Pulis, Han Li's greatest threats were his ghostly off-the-ball movement, his prowess in one-on-one duels, and his immense danger within the penalty area. Movement necessitates being followed, following necessitates disrupting the formation, and disrupting the formation leads to one-on-one situations. To manage multiplayer marking without breaking their own defensive shape, Pulis deployed a deep-lying midfielder between every 2 defenders in the backline. This created 3 permanent triangular marking zones. Consequently, within the final 30 meters, Han Li would always find himself marked by 3 opponents simultaneously, no matter where he roamed. Each triangle was responsible for guarding its own fixed zone and would not follow Han Li once he left their area. This way, no individual defender had to worry about Han Li's unpredictable runs, nor fear being dragged out of position and isolated in a one-on-one duel. What frustrated Han Li even more was the 2 natural barriers this created, making it incredibly difficult for him to dribble into the penalty box. Even if he managed to run into the box first, these two barriers made it nearly impossible for his teammates to pass him the ball. Being unable to touch the ball inside the penalty area is absolutely intolerable for any striker. Their invisibility tactic was to deliberately ignore Han Li's movement, which paradoxically left him completely isolated and exposed. However, the opposition wasn't having an easy time either. This strategy completely forfeited their control over the midfield. Their only offensive outlet was launching high balls from the back towards their lone striker up front or feeding the ball to their wingbacks who had dropped deep, leaving them to fend for themselves. This essentially signaled the paralysis of their attack. By sacrificing their offensive threat to contain Han Li, West Brom was clearly aiming to drag the match into a penalty shootout. Alright, so that's how West Brom wants to play, huh? Damn. This is the first time I've found a parked bus so infuriating. Han Li wasn't about to sit back and accept his fate. His ability to think clearly under pressure came to the fore once again. A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. The classic strategies for breaking down a packed defense began to surface. What about having teammates whip in crosses from a 45-degree angle? No, their center backs were too tall. Norwich hadn't created any threat from those situations in the first half. What about speculative long-range shots? That could be worth a try. With this idea in mind, Han Li began discussing with his teammates. Lads, let's try more shots from distance. With their defensive line sitting that deep, we don't have to worry about them catching us on the counter. Right? Don't be afraid to hurt someone. Let's unleash hell. Captain Howson echoed. And so over the next 10 minutes, Han Li and his teammates began firing off shots relentlessly from just outside West Brom's penalty area. In the 73rd minute, Han Li received the ball and without a moment's hesitation struck it first time towards goal. His shot power stat nearing 80 ensured that even from over 30 meters out, his effort carried significant pace and force. Thud. A muffled sound echoed across the pitch. It wasn't the sound of the ball hitting the goalkeeper's gloves, nor was it the sound of it striking the post. It was the sound of the football colliding with an opponent's body. Han Li's first attempt from distance was blocked before it even reached the penalty area by West Brom midfielder Gardner. Phew. This kid really doesn't pull his punches. Gardner rubbed his thigh, clearly feeling the sting of that block. Han Li, however, wasn't discouraged. Instead, he noticed a change within himself. His striking foot felt stronger, and this newfound power allowed him to keep his shots down with satisfying precision. In the 76th minute, Howson also tried his luck from distance. In the 77th minute, Mbokani's shot was blocked. Han Li reacted quickest, volleying the rebound goalwards. Although it made its way into the box, it took a deflection and was comfortably gathered by the goalkeeper. In the 80th minute, West Brom launched a counterattack. Gnabry, however, was unable to carry the ball past the halfway line on his own. In the 81st minute, Han Li suddenly darted into the penalty area. Howson played a perfectly weighted delicate chip over the top, but it was headed clear by their imposing center back. This wasn't working. The opposition wasn't even allowing us a corner kick. Seeing that the long-range shooting tactic wasn't yielding substantial results, Han Li began to feel a sense of urgency. Wait, corners. Why not utilize set pieces? Isn't that another powerful weapon against a packed defense? He suddenly recalled the match against Manchester City when De Bruyne's connection with Aguero had breached their goal. Wasn't that goal itself born from a set piece? But to earn a set piece opportunity, they first needed to force a foul from the opposition. This time, Han Li didn't consult his teammates. Apart from Han Li, no one else in the Norwich squad possessed the specific skill to win fouls in dangerous areas. So for the next phase of play, Han Li began to deliberately dribble and retain possession within the opponent's encircling markers. In the 82nd minute, surrounded by 3 defenders, Han Li attempted a step-over move. However, this time it was purely a step-over. There was no intent to actually burst past them. He simply flicked his feet over the ball back and forth purely as a provocation. Norwich defender Baconi, finding it difficult to make a clean tackle, felt a surge of frustration. He then barged his shoulder into Han Li, attempting to knock him off balance so a teammate could swoop in and steal the ball. Han Li merely stumbled for a moment, but managed to keep the ball glued under his control. TSK. Baconi was the one who recoiled, letting out a pained grunt. Is this guy's shoulder made of iron? Han Li felt Baconi was being overly dramatic. He wasn't much of an actor himself, but he wouldn't have gone down so easily from that. To Han Li's surprise, despite the contact being relatively light, Baconi was already rubbing his shoulder with a pained expression on his face before Han Li even had a chance to react. How theatrical. In the 85th minute, Han Li changed his approach. He decided to attempt a genuine breakthrough. If he could get past them, great. If not, he might still win a foul. The previous attempts at theatrics wouldn't fool these defenders. However, he had a specific target in mind. He would focus his dribbling attempts on Baconi's zone. Among all the West Brom players, this fellow had the weakest mental fortitude. So Han Li began weaving through the crowd with repeated nutmegs, using the ball as a tool to humiliate his marker. And as Han Li had predicted, Baconi, having been on the receiving end of this insult, finally snapped. He lunged into a reckless sliding tackle, bringing Han Li down right in his designated defensive zone. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Norwich had earned a set piece in a promising position on the left flank. A free kick. Norwich has earned a well-positioned free kick. They must make it count. Please heavens. Wang Busho began to pray. But Norwich doesn't seem particularly adept at set pieces, do they? And those two center-backs are so tall. Let's just see what happens. Norwich captain Howson stood over the ball, while Hanley positioned himself inside the penalty area. The entire Carrow Road crowd, who had been vocal in their support for Hanley just moments before, fell silent in anticipation. They held their breath, hoping this set piece could conjure a miracle. Even Neil felt a flicker of expectation. Beep. Another whistle. Norwich captain Howson took a deep breath and swung a 45-degree cross into the box. The delivery was exceptionally well placed. It successfully bypassed West Brom's defenders at the near post. Then it dipped sharply, curving towards Hanley at the far post. At this moment, every single fan at Carrow Road rose to their feet. Just as everyone anticipated Hanley would get the first touch, West Brom's captain Dawson leapt high and got a slight nick on the ball with his head. Dawson's intervention was like a plaster stuck directly over West Brom's main artery. The ball's trajectory was immediately altered, veering towards the byline. Whoa! A collective groan of disappointment thundered around the stadium. But just as everyone braced themselves for the ensuing corner kick, Hanley's soaring frame came into their view. In a display of sheer athleticism, Hanley launched himself into the air, raising his right leg high above his head. An explosive leap, like a hawk taking flight. His leg extended almost perfectly parallel to the ground, his right foot hooked with immense force. It was a moment of ultimate control and flexibility. The ball, destined for the sidelines, was miraculously trapped between his ankle and foot. As he descended, his right leg naturally came down, and the ball was brought under his spell with astonishing composure, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. By now, West Brom captain Dawson had recovered and charged towards him. He was determined to preserve the result of his crucial block. It was now a one-on-one. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanley dragged the ball back towards the byline. He instantly evaded Dawson's outstretched right boot. This time, he didn't follow up with a touch to his right foot. Instead, he drew his right leg back and smashed it with incredible force against the ball. Thud! Another thunderous strike echoed. The ball cannoned into the inside of the near post and nestled into the back of the net, leaving only a stunned West Brom goalkeeper Lindegaard in its wake.